Chapter 1. The Straw Hat Pirates take responsibility for the incident. Beneath the azure sky, a canvas of deep blue, a few scattered cirrus clouds drifted lazily by, captivating all who gazed upon them. West Blue, Navy Branch 177. Lieutenant Xisi, do you have any idea why I summoned you here today? In the command room, Colonel Victor twirled his mustache as he addressed the young man before him. The young man, clad in standard naval attire, appeared to be around 17 or 18, his slightly curled hair exuding a unique aura reminiscent of a poet. Xisi brought his legs together and rendered a precise military salute to Victor. "Apologies, sir. I'm unaware of the reason," he replied. Victor rubbed his temples, unaware. "Then take a moment to ponder. It's a good thing." "A good thing?" Xisi scratched his head, furrowing his brow. "Could it be that Monica has decided to pursue a relationship with me?" "Monica?" Victor's eyes widened in disbelief. A revolver suddenly pressed against Xisi's forehead, veins bulging on his temple. "Tell me, when did you start courting my daughter?" Cold sweat broke out on Xisi's forehead as an overwhelming aura of threat descended upon him from all directions. This old coot was not joking. He would truly pull the trigger, without a doubt. Xisi instinctively executed a French salute. "Colonel, let us discuss this rationally. If you are unaware of this matter, then perhaps it has indeed never occurred." "Never occurred, you say?" Victor, cigar in mouth, exhaled a puff of smoke, eyes glinting with menace. "I believe it can be claimed that nothing transpired. I assure you." Xisi nodded fervently. Victor rolled his eyes, spat the cigar onto the floor, and stamped it out, giving Xisi a light slap on the face. "This is the last time. Xisi, keep your distance from my daughter. You are nothing but a philanderer, incapable of providing her with happiness." Xisi was somewhat speechless. How could he be perceived as a philanderer when he was merely a novice? This colonel truly lacked insight. If it were him, he would have ruined his daughter. No, married her. With a long exhale, Victor reignited his cigar, pressing his fingers on the table. "All right, let's put that incident behind us. Think carefully about why I called for you." Xisi fell into a deep silence, daring not to utter another word. If Victor was already this agitated over Monica, what would happen if he learned that his wife also wished to engage in a platonic romance with him? Of course, he dared not agree. The last person who flirted with platonic love, the so-called Greenbelt leader, had become a berserker. Xisi, being a cultured individual, could never embody such a brutal role. "Can't guess?" Victor slammed the table, wearing a triumphant grin. "Xisi, do you not realize? You have been promoted. You, my friend, are about to spread your chaos to others." "Ha ha. Promoted? What nonsense are you speaking?" Xisi, am but a poet, having achieved not a single accomplishment. How could I possibly be promoted?" Xisi exclaimed in bewilderment, slapping Victor's desk in disbelief. Having served in Branch 177 for several years, Xisi had grown fond of the beautiful scenery, the absence of danger, and the warm-heartedness of the locals, who often cast flirtatious glances his way. Now he was being told to leave? What a joke! Victor smirked coldly, snapping his fingers as an aide produced a small projection phone from an unknown location and placed it on the table. "Zzz." The screen flickered with static. "Urgent news bulletin. Yesterday morning, Judicial Island was subjected to a terrorist attack, resulting in the abduction of the notorious fugitive, the Devil's Child, Nico Robin. At noon, the Straw Hat Pirates announced their responsibility for this incident." Victor pressed the remote, abruptly freezing the image on the wall, his gaze returning to Xisi. "Do you comprehend the situation now?" Not really." Xisi shook his head. Victor rose, twisting around, extinguishing his cigar in the ashtray. "Judicial Island was raided. The government is furious. And Judicial Island is equally incensed. They have issued a conscription order to our Navy, intending to form a special task force directly subordinate to Judicial Island and the Navy General Staff. The order came to me, and I recommended you. If all goes well, you will soon be Major Xisi. A touring promotion, are you pleased?" "Me?" Xisi raised his right hand, hesitating to speak, brushing the ash from Victor's collar. Victor shot him a glare, sneering as he slammed the revolver onto the desk. "Choose. Depart or face the consequences." Choose. What a ridiculous proposition. Did he have to choose? Was Xisi the kind of person who feared for his life? Which had greater value, love or life? "Colonel, when do I leave?" "Tomorrow morning, yo. Tonight a ship heading to Marineford will arrive shortly. For resupply, you will accompany them." Victor slammed the table, realizing that Xisi's presence here was no longer safe. A single night was ample time for numerous events to unfold, especially regarding romantic entanglements. If he were to unwittingly become a grandfather, it would be better to eliminate this menace with a single bullet, sparing him the mental strain. With that, Victor waved his hand at Xisi, no longer wishing to behold him, finding him utterly vexing. Xisi, resigned, saluted Victor once more before exiting. Xisi's harbored a secret. He was, in truth, a spiritual cough, a traveler from another realm. Xisi was known by the same name in his previous life, though that was merely a code name. As an individual endowed with 12 distinct personalities, he had worked in a clandestine government agency, the Aoyama Psychiatric Hospital, renowned as the Eastern Billy. Possessing a few codename variations was quite normal. Upon arriving in this world, the name of his new body happened to mirror his codename, Xisi's, albeit with an added prefix. Wilson's is too bad, there was no D, or he would have thrived. The original Boda's constitution was rather poor, initially hindering his progress, but fortunately, Xisi's had teammates online. Leaving the office, he hurried home, collapsing onto his bed and gradually slipping into slumber. His dreams were shrouded in gray mist, boundless and ethereal. A path engulfed in blue and violet flames extended from beneath his feet, accompanied by a flowing stream, stretching to the depths of the dense fog. Xisi's, undeterred, followed the path. He had lost track of time, and when he regained his senses, he found himself within a dilapidated grand hall, where 12 high-backed chairs, each ablaze with ghostly white flames, were arranged in order. "Ah, you've arrived, poet." Unbeknownst to him, two figures had appeared on the chairs, one large and one small, greeting him. Xisi's nodded at them, his body inexplicably drawn by an unseen force, floating into the air and settling into one of the chairs. I'm here now. Are we still the only three present, Doctor and Hermit?" Following Xisi's gaze, one was a human and the other a beast. The human, standing perhaps 5 feet tall, bore a striking resemblance to Xisi's, both possessing an uncanny handsomeness, adorned with a headband symbolizing the sand-hidden village, appearing somewhat juvenile. The beast wasn't it the loyal dragon beast? Each of them was Xisi's, yet they were not merely Xisi's, they were facets of Xisi's, belonging to the grand family of 12 personalities. Chapter 2. Why are all my online teammates male? Sand Ninja Xisi's, or rather, the one known as Dr. Xisi's, shrugged his shoulders. What else could it be? Is there a problem? Poet Xisi's nodded gravely. It's not a problem, it's a significant matter. Dr. Xisi's and Hermit Xisi's exchanged glances, their faces revealing expressions of amusement, as if relishing the impending drama. Did your affairs with multiple partners come to light? Defamation. That is pure defamation. Poet Xisi's slammed the table, suddenly agitated, raising his voice. "I, Xisi's, am a cultured individual, do you understand? How could I possibly engage in such behavior?" Haha, the human and the beast sneered in unison. Monica, Stella, Mora. Enough, enough. No more. Poet Xisi's cradled his head in despair. Feeling defeated, they were all Xisi's. Even a shred of privacy was a luxury he could not afford. How utterly dreadful, thankfully. They could not directly access his memories otherwise. He might even feel uncomfortable during his most private moments. All right, I concede this matter, but I did not come here solely for that. There is another significant issue. A significant issue? Dr. Xisi's furrowed his brow. Can anything be more significant than a scandal? While this poet Xisi's scratched his face, contemplating, all right, perhaps it isn't as serious, but nonetheless, it's still a big deal. Well, do tell. I'm being reassigned. Reassigned? A flicker of surprise, or perhaps delight, crossed the eyes of Dr. Sis and Hermit Sis. When? Where to? Are we finally going to delve into the plot? Poet Sis clenched his teeth. He was acutely aware of the intentions harbored by those two rascals, as he himself shared the same thoughts, always hoping that the other personalities would strive to elevate their status, while he reaped the rewards clearly. They were coveting his 6 forms of a navy. It has nothing to do with the plot. I am being sent to Marineford, departing tonight. He could not afford to be angry, not now. At least whether he could bolster his strength before leaving depended on these two fools. He had to bide his time, placate them, and only turn against them once he secured what he needed. Dr. Sis and Hermit Sis exchanged knowing glances. They were equally cognizant of Poet Sis' nature. "So, you wish for us to assist you in enhancing your strength further?" "Bingo, you guessed correctly. However, it seems I'm destined for a fruitless trip today without a new personality, and given your ineptitude, having already absorbed once, I doubt anything worthwhile would come from a second attempt." TCH, Dr. Sis and Hermit Sis snorted coldly, understanding this to be a provocation, yet they were all too susceptible to such tactics. Besides, could they really ignore Poet Sis? "I have awakened to the limit of bloodstains," Dr. Sis declared, sending shockwaves through the other two, who widened their eyes in astonishment. "Dopey eyes? Cataracts? Hey, can you refrain from such nonsense here? I'm a sand ninja. How could I possibly have dopey eyes or cataracts? Do you know what Scorch Release is?" Dr. Sis struck the table in frustration. TCH, Scorch Release, what a letdown. Hermit Sis turned his head in disdain. He was merely a sea dragon beast. What use was Scorch Release to him? Could he even unleash it in the ocean? I just realized something since you've awakened Scorch Release. Doesn't that indirectly prove you are siblings with Yitsong? Poet Sis discovered a point of intrigue. So what? Siblings by blood? As long as there is love, what does it matter if we are related by blood? Dr. Sis retorted, somewhat irate. As long as you are happy, Poet Sis rolled his eyes. This seemingly normal doctor was turning out to be far more twisted than he had anticipated. What do you mean as long as I'm happy? I am the embodiment of love. As long as love exists, nothing can stand in the way of my union with my elder sister. Dr. Sis thumped his chest, speaking with fervent conviction, much like a scoundrel. Oh, right. I don't have any chakra over here, and am unsure if I can still utilize Scorch Release if it's like before, only capable of absorbing a bit of elementary martial arts from you. Then that would be disastrous. What's wrong with elementary martial arts? Lower ninjas are still ninjas, you know? Do you realize that lower ninjas represent the pinnacle of combat strength in the ninja world? Without my elementary martial arts, you probably wouldn't even know how many times you've perished at sea. Dr. Sis slammed the table, clearly at odds with Poet Sis today. Hermit Sis remained silent, merely a bundle of data. He had no chakra, nor even cells. Poet Sis also held his tongue, for Dr. Sis was not wrong. Without those elementary martial arts, he truly might not know where he would have met his demise. Ahem, enough of the bickering. I, too, have made progress. I feel as though I'm nearing my complete form. Hermit Sis coughed twice, attempting to smooth over the tension. Is that so? That's splendid. I wonder how much stamina we can add this time. Poet Sis and Dr. Sis exchanged glances of excitement. Although the Sea Dragon Beast's ultimate techniques were not usable, the physical constitution of a Digimon was indeed enticing. Behold my grand gift. Come, let us commence the exchange. Feeling flattered, Hermit Sea Dragon Beast raised his head, looking down upon them. All right. With that, their hands and tails intertwined. A peculiar flow of data surged from within the three, converging at the center of the round table before reforming and returning to their bodies. Endless power erupted from within them, causing all three to tremble as if they had reached the heights of ecstasy. This golden finger seemed remarkably sophisticated and advanced, but to put it simply, it consisted of three fundamental actions: copy, paste, and delete. First, they copied each other's abilities, then pasted them within their own bodies, deleting the unusable ones and retaining the functional ones. Simple as that. Poet Sis clenched his fist, feeling the invigorated physique and the searing energy ready to burst forth within him, nodding at the two. All right, splendid. I'll head down to adapt to my newfound abilities. I'll ensure I'm ready for the journey tonight. Remember to study the 6 forms of the Navy well once you reach Marineford. Understood. With that, the three waved goodbye and returned to their respective worlds. Upon awakening, Sis pushed aside the covers and rose from his bed. He splashed water on his face, glanced in the mirror, and nodded. He still looked as handsome as ever, as if nothing had transpired yet within him. The power surging from his every limb was undeniable. He gently pressed his right hand against the corner of the table, effortlessly reducing the originally unique marble surface to powder, igniting a fervor within Sis. Is this the power of the Sea Dragon Beast? Truly frightening. I wonder how much strength remains in the limit of bloodstains. Then, bringing his hands together, he conjured a massive fireball, red with a hint of white, an ominous sight indeed. Scorch Release, over steam kill. With a hand seal, 4 or 5 fireballs zipped through the air, instantaneously turning the plants housed in the room into dried husks. Sis licked his lips, his eyes ablaze with fervor. It seems this journey shall not be dull. Chapter 3, Lieutenant Smoker. Knock, knock, knock. Lieutenant Sis, Colonel Victor is looking for you. A voice called from outside the door. It was Victor's personal guard, saluting Sis with a crisp military gesture. All right, I understand. We'll be there shortly. Sis nodded, unable to suppress his inner grumbling. What could that old man want with him now? Sis changed into a new outfit, picked up a standard-issue military knife from the side, and ultimately complied with Victor's request, heading to the command room. Colonel, you summoned me. Yes, come in. Victor nodded at him, his ever-present cigar nestled in his mouth as he exhaled smoke in the office alongside another individual. Indeed, as soon as he entered the office, Xise's gaze was drawn to the man sitting opposite Victor. With his short silver hair, muscular physique, and a formidable weapon slung across his back, he exuded an aura of seasoned experience, especially with a cigar clenched between his teeth. He resembled a father figure to Victor, more so than Monica did. Smog? Sid's voice was soft, yet it caught the attention of the two individuals across the way. Victor furrowed his brow and glanced at them, inquiring, "Do you know each other?" Sis shook his head. "I am acquainted with Brigadier Smoker, yet Brigadier Smoker does not know me. I was the commander of the naval base in Rogue Town in the East Blue, who dealt with the rising naval star in Alabasta, Brigadier Smoker. A figure I have indeed seen in the newspapers." Smoker appeared somewhat aloof, casting a sidelong glance at Sis. I have no desire to discuss this matter with you. Clenching his fists, he felt the weight of shame. It was indeed a disgrace for a naval star to ascend through the ranks merely by leveraging the notoriety of pirates. It was utterly revolting. Xi shrugged, choosing not to dwell on the matter. A gentleman can be deceived by finesse. He harbored no fear of a brash novice like Smoker. If it came to the worst, he could easily withstand a confrontation. Besides, they were from entirely different spheres. Xi's would soon be associated with the Judicial Island in the Navy headquarters. Although he held a nominal military position, he was likely more of a civilian official, having little to do with a crude warrior like Smoker. The atmosphere grew slightly tense as Victor narrowed his eyes. While he despised prying eyes on his prized assets, Xi's was one of his own. It was hardly the time for outsiders to meddle. Enough of these unpleasant topics, he said. Xi's, do show a bit of courtesy. You'll soon be accompanying Brigadier Smoker to Marineford. He emphasized the title of Brigadier with a certain weight, deliberately choosing words that might irk others. Did he, Victor, truly fear him? Although his rank did not surpass that of Smoker, as a seasoned veteran in the Navy, he certainly had a few connections and acquaintances. As for Smoker, he could still hold his ground. Sis nodded slightly and turned to Victor, saying, Uncle, it seems I have consumed a devil fruit. A devil fruit? When did this happen? Victor and Smoker exclaimed in unison, their eyes widening in astonishment as they turned to look. Sis scratched his head, a look of innocence on his face, chuckling softly. It must be today, right? I heard there's a promotion, and I find myself craving something to eat. Victor shot him a glance of exasperation, smacking his own face lightly, and pointed at Sith. Do you think I look foolish? Surely, I cannot be that Navi. Then who are you trying to deceive? With a swift slap to Sith's forehead, Victor let out a sigh and turned away, muttering to himself, well, the child is growing older. I can no longer oversee him. I only hope that after your promotion, you will apply yourself diligently. With greater power comes greater responsibility. Sith's face bore a certain rigidity, as if he were somewhat out of character. Smoker, seemingly at an opportune moment, unsheathed his jutty from behind and directed a glance at Sis. Exhaling a puff of smoke with a nonchalant air, resembling more of a rogue than a naval officer. Lieutenant Sis, or rather, it appeared he would soon be Major Sis. Would you care to test your newfound abilities? Narrowing his eyes, Smoker thought, vengeance does not wait for the morrow. Meanwhile, both Sis and Victor remained somewhat reticent. Could it be that you lack the courage? Or is it that Colonel Victor glanced over, curling his lip in disdain, casting a knowing look at Sis, implying that while receiving a beating might be trivial, preserving his dignity was paramount, urging Sis to discern the underlying message. The expression on Xisi's face stiffened as he mentally circled the issue, resolving to have a heart-to-heart with Monica before departing, aiming to address his long-standing predicament of being a virgin. He sighed, conceding, very well, Admiral Smoker, since you wish to test my mettle. Please be gentle and know your limits. Smoker nodded, a cigar clamped between his teeth, his visage bearing an enigmatic quality. Observing the half-smirk on Smoker's face, Xisi felt a chill in his heart, realizing that he might not escape today's beating. Indeed, it was a fleeting thrill to boast, followed by the inevitable aftermath of a funeral pyre. A quarter of an hour later, at the Navy's 177th Division training ground, dusk had settled in, casting a tranquil spell over this typically uneventful haven. The training ground was devoid of any onlookers, save for Xisi, Smoker, Victor, and the Navy headquarters Lieutenant Xisi, who followed Smoker closely. Draw your sword, Xisi. I won't bully you. You may strike first, Smoker declared, puffing out a ring of smoke while pointing at Xisi with a finger that exuded a villainous demeanor, lacking any semblance of a masterful presence. Then I shall humbly oblige. Xisi replied, drawing his long sword from his waist and assuming a combat stance. He was cautious. Although Smoker may not be regarded as the pinnacle of mastery within the Pirate King's world, without a doubt, this was the strongest adversary he had encountered in many years. Be careful, Admiral Smoker. I am not as weak as I appear, Xisi warned, the sword crossing over his chest as he licked his lips, his gaze sharp and focused. Ha! Smoker scoffed, tilting his lips dismissively at Xisi's caution. What a jest. I, Smoker, am a Rear Admiral of the Navy headquarters, a disciple of Admiral Zephyr, an elite-class student, a true scion of the Navy. How could a mere lieutenant from a secondary division hope to defeat me? This is nothing but a daydream. Sis remained unperturbed, merely responding with an awkward yet courteous smile. I shall rely on Lord Smog's care, and I kindly ask that you refrain from any slap in the face. Ha ha ha, rest assured, Smog relished Sis' concession. puffing on his cigar while laughing heartily towards the heavens. Now is the moment. Before Smog could finish his sentence, Sis swiftly advanced, lacking any excessive technique. With his long blade aimed directly at Smog's neck. The clash of blades sparked in midair. Smog, momentarily taken aback by the force of the strike, quickly regained his composure, only feeling a twinge of annoyance due to his failed bravado against Sis. Truly, one could not underestimate the strength of a brigadier general. Sis, unable to restrain himself, taunted Smog openly. Humph. Smog remained silent, parrying the attack while taking deep drags from his cigar, his expression darkening as he seemed poised to unleash his full power. Victor, observing the unfolding battle, raised an eyebrow at Xisi, his expression filled with mischief. What do you think? This young man is quite impressive, isn't he? Handsome and formidable. Perhaps you should consider him. Chapter 4. The Base Commander. His intentions are not pure. Xisi shot Victor an exasperated glance. She was well aware of the intricate dynamics at play. You need not trouble yourself with my affairs. The battle is not yet concluded. Merely observe, for Brigadier General Smog is far from simple. Victor awkwardly offered a smile, fully aware that Smog had yet to engage earnestly. But was there truly no way to ensure his daughter's happiness? Indeed, you are quite commendable, Sis, but you still fall short compared to me. Smog scoffed, executing a swift maneuver to push Sis back, smoke swirling around him as he took a decisive step. Smoke ejector. As his voice echoed, his figure vanished from sight. How swift. In an instant, Smog reappeared behind Sis, wielding his weapon with ruthless precision aimed at Sis' neck, executing the strike with the ease of one who had practiced it countless times. Flame release, explosive fury. Ultimately, Xi's martial prowess merely reached the level of a lower chunin. Unable to respond to Smoker's rapid assaults, resorting instead to passive defense through his scorching release. Just as the 10 hands were about to strike Xi's, a massive crimson fireball materialized, transforming into a fiery curtain that shielded Smoker. The intense heat of the scorching release was palpable even from a distance, forcing Smoker to momentarily retreat from the onslaught. Being a natural type user, Smoker was not particularly intimidated by the scorching flames. He could easily elementalize himself. However, 10 hands had no such recourse. Could this searing heat be enough to require a fresh layer of paint? Smoker inwardly cursed, realizing he had underestimated the situation. If only he had taken the time to diligently study hockey under Zephyr for 2 years, he wouldn't find himself in such a passive predicament today. Did you see that, Miss Xisi? My Xis is quite formidable. Aren't you considering it? Victor, seeing Xis gaining the upper hand, eagerly began to promote him to Xisi. Xisi shot him a disdainful glance and turned away, unwilling to engage in conversation with Victor at that moment. Arriving only to wish to depart? Such intentions would not be so easily entertained. Xis gazed intently at Smoker's position, and 4 translucent threads suddenly materialized in his hands, shooting forth with remarkable speed. As a medical nin, Xis was well versed in the art of manipulation. It would be a disgrace to his reputation if he could not wield at least the fundamental techniques of puppet mastery. While he might not possess the versatility of chakra threads, binding 2 individuals was hardly a challenge for him. A sharp, grating sound of metal slicing through the air filled the atmosphere as Smoker desperately utilized his jit to block the oncoming steel wires. However, Xis's threads were exceptionally nimble, and despite Smoker's valiant efforts, he found himself ensnared by one. Brigadier Smoker, I believe I have mentioned before, my strength is not as feeble as you may have presumed. Smoker's brow furrowed as he glanced at the wire coiling around his arm, sensing the very essence of his strength being siphoned away. Sea Prism Stone. You have infused your threads with Sea Prism Stone. Smoker's expression shifted dramatically. He realized he had been outmaneuvered by a fellow comrade. Bingo, you are correct. Now, what will you do? Xis declared, bringing his hands together. Scorch release, overheating destruction. Do not accuse Xis of cruelty. The offensive capabilities he possessed to inflict harm on a skilled opponent like Smoker were alarmingly limited. To secure victory, he had no choice but to rely on the newly acquired Scorch release to deliver a decisive blow. As Xis's words fell, 4 or 5 blazing fireballs, engulfed in crimson flames, brushed past Smoker's body, seemingly intent on seizing every drop of moisture from him. Damn it, you bastard! Are you trying to kill me? Smoker, summoning every ounce of his strength, finally broke free from the steel wires just before the fireballs collided with him, transforming into a cloud of white smoke midair. As the smoke dissipated, the once arrogant brigadier general now knelt on the ground, somewhat disheveled. Miss Xisi, did you see that? Did you see? Our Xis has turned the tables. Don't you consider it at all? Although Xisi's occasionally acted out of line, he was undeniably a good person. Victor began again, fully aware that Xisi's current advantage stemmed solely from his abilities and the opacity of his methods, exploiting a gap in information. Yet, this did not hinder his boastfulness. Was a shuriken thrown from 800 miles away not considered a confrontation? Xisi turned her head away, her gaze chilling. No. Thank you. Smoker glanced at Xisi, pondering whether this lieutenant was perhaps excessively powerful, while he had not exerted his full strength. The might of Xisi's 2 attacks was considerable enough to match that of a lieutenant colonel, if not a full colonel. What on earth were those in the personnel department doing, leaving such a formidable individual to languish here? It was a dereliction of duty, for one of his age. Xisi was nothing short of a monster. Smoker tightened his grip on his weapon, a fierce glint igniting in his eyes. He was serious now. Whoosh. The air around Xisi crackled with tension. He did not raise his defenses, apart from the sea prism stone in his hand. He possessed nothing that could pose a threat to a natural type, especially when that natural type had forsaken maintaining their weaponry. All seemed lost. Commodore Smoker, I concede. In a fit of frustration, Xisi abruptly chose to log out, casting his long sword to the ground. The 10 hands that had hovered ominously above his head froze in place, leaving Smoker feeling as though he had swallowed a fly. Pick up your sword. Our battle is far from over. Xisi shrugged, shaking his head in feigned innocence. No, it's already over, Brigadier Smoker. I am but a minor character, surely. A commanding officer like yourself wouldn't hold it against me? Smoker exhaled deeply, casting a glare his way. It's fine. Once we return to headquarters, we will have ample time together. Who knows? Xisi chuckled lightly, dismissive of the matter. He was soon to transition to the Special Forces. Under the auspices of Judicial Island and the General Staff, what concern was it of his, a mere brute? If they sought to deal with him, they could wait. Bravo. Victor clapped his hands, approaching with a jovial demeanor, his plump face glistening with mirth. Humph. Smoker snorted, casting him an irritated glance, feeling his pride wounded. Reluctantly, he remarked, We shall depart tonight. I would appreciate it if you could assist in preparing our supplies, Colonel Victor. Victor nodded, his demeanor turning serious as he assured, Rest assured. As long as the personnel are taken care of, the resources will be more than sufficient. With that, Smoker exchanged a knowing glance, feeling he had lost all dignity, and turned to leave the training ground with Xisi. Chapter 5, The Tenderness of Xisi Part 1. Upon returning to his office, Victor patted Xisi on the shoulder. His spirits notably lifted. Longface, you've truly brought me honor, Xisi. The infamous Smoker, I had heard tales of him even during my time at headquarters. Who would have imagined I would witness him falter here? Just imagine how envious others will be. Xisi chuckled awkwardly. Well, Colonel, your face has indeed gained prestige. Yet I have made an enemy. I can't shake the suspicion that lad wishes to humiliate me. Victor raised his hands in mock innocence. What does that have to do with me? Colonel Victor, or rather, Uncle, you wouldn't betray me, would you? Victor chuckled coldly, playfully slapping Xisi's cheek with an amused glint in his eye. Uncle, you still remember that I am your uncle? A rabbit doesn't eat the grass near its burrow, you know? Yet you dare to lay a hand on my beloved Monica. How audacious. Xisi coughed, momentarily silenced. Let it pass. After all, you are about to leave. And who knows if you will return. This entanglement is officially concluded, allowing me to worry a little less. Victor turned, his voice unexpectedly somber. The pig eyeing his prized cabbage was departing, and his longtime subordinate was ascending the ranks. 2 pieces of good fortune coinciding. Yet he could not shake the feeling of melancholy. With a sigh, Victor rummaged through a cabinet behind him. Retrieving his meticulously maintained dagger, his prized possession that had saved his life on numerous occasions amidst the chaos of battle. Here, take it. It's not the finest blade, but it will suffice. Uncle, I can't accept this. This dagger is your lifeline, polished every night with care. How could I dare to take it? I said take it. So take it. Why all the unnecessary chatter? Victor insisted, pressing the dagger into Xisi's embrace, his expression tinged with a hint of desolation. Uncle is aging. Unable to fight anymore, destined to retire in peace. But you're still young, with a bright future ahead. You need it more than I do. Besides, it is a tragedy for a blade to remain sheathed, slowly rusting away. I do not wish for it to meet such a fate. With Victor's words hanging heavily in the air, Xisi nodded, carefully fastening the dagger at his waist. Does it have a name, Uncle? Azure. It belonged to a dear friend of mine, who brought me into the Navy. He is no longer with us. I once dreamed of making Azure a name that resonated across the seas, but even after my retirement, I could never match the prowess of a fine blade. That ambition has since dimmed. As Victor released a smoke ring, A sense of middle-aged weariness enveloped his features. Sith raised his head, his gaze fixed upon Victor. In that moment, there was an inexplicable vitality about him. I will succeed, uncle. I shall carry the name Song to great heights. One day, I will surpass Knight and the unparalleled blade, becoming the strongest and most radiant sword in this world. Victor listened, nodding with a smile, not taking Sith's words too seriously, after all. He had harbored similar thoughts before enduring a severe beating. Yet, youth truly is a splendid thing. All right, let's gather your belongings. It's time to depart. Victor turned, waving his hand to Sith. With age, he had grown unaccustomed to farewells. Yes, Sith replied quietly, but suddenly he seemed to recall something. He approached Victor, lowering his voice. Uncle, I'm leaving, but there's one thing I must tell you. Oh, what is it? Victor's demeanor shifted to one of vigilance. Could it be that this fellow still harbored ulterior motives after all this time spent in heartfelt conversation? Beware of your stepmother. No, wait. I mean, be cautious of your wife. Be cautious of my wife? Victor furrowed his brow and playfully tapped Sith on the forehead. Rest assured, I will not allow her to bully Monica. You can travel in peace. No, uncle, really enough. I will be careful. If you don't leave now, don't blame me for turning hostile. Sighing, Sith nodded helplessly. Fine. Just be cautious, that's all. Sith said little, yet he remained unconvinced that such attempting to seduce her subordinates, harbored no ulterior motives. The night had grown quite late, yet the island housing the 177th Division of the West Sea Navy was ablaze with light, reminiscent of a festive celebration, occasionally punctuated by the ascent of a firework or two, creating a splendid spectacle. Sith stood upon the vessel, gazing at the receding island with a tinge of melancholy. Lieutenant Sith, what troubles you? Has it been too long since you left home, and do you find it hard to part? Queried Darsky, who was practicing his swordsmanship on the deck, wiping the sweat from his brow as he cast a glance towards Sith. Sith shook his head, casting a glance at the sky, enveloped in an aura reminiscent of a melancholic dandy. No, Lieutenant Darsky, I have merely witnessed the chilling nature of humanity. Oh, how so? Those scoundrels, upon seeing me leave, celebrated with gongs and firecrackers. We have been comrades and old friends for so many years. Is there any justice in that? Is there any justice? Sith exclaimed, exasperated, as he looked heavenward in ire. Darsky sheathed his sword and rolled his eyes. Perhaps it is simply that your social connections are lacking. No, certainly not. I am quite well regarded in town. Then why? Because the men believe that without me, they might have a chance with the ladies. Darsky furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Sith from head to toe. He indeed possessed a striking appearance. I believe that without you, their prospects would improve somewhat. Huh? What just is this, Lieutenant Darsky? Do you truly think that men cannot find girlfriends solely because of me? Sith scoffed, raising his hands in mock innocence. Isn't it so? Of course not. I merely elevated the standards of the ladies. As for why they struggle to find partners, that is purely due to their lack of tenderness. And are you tender? Tender? Indeed, I am tender. I, Sith, am a poet, and tenderness is my very essence. A poet? Is that so? Can you compose poetry? Sith shrugged, a hint of helplessness on his face. Lieutenant Darsky, do not concern yourself with such trifles. Humph. Darsky huffed lightly, turning her head away. Like that base commander, they are both not worth much. To illustrate, if it came to marriage, would you choose me or Smock? Sith rested both hands on the railing of the deck, feeling rather pleased with himself. TCH, sorry, I would choose neither. Darsky shot him a glare, brandishing her knife before turning to leave, leaving Sith perplexed. Why is that? You are too flashy, and besides, I detest smoking. Sith grimaced, pointing at Darsky's retreating figure, sighing. What a superficial woman. She can only see my handsome exterior and fails to recognize my gentle heart. Chapter 6, Sith's Tenderness, Part 2. Nightfall brought forth a familiar dreamscape, shrouded in gray mist with desolate ruins. Poet Sith sat alone in a chair, arriving earlier than ever. His fingers drummed incessantly on the table, clearly unaccustomed to waiting. After about a quarter of an hour, the dream world stirred to life. Two paths stretching from the horizon as Dr. Sith and Hermit Sith made their way to their designated chair. You have finally arrived. I thought you might not come today. Not come? What are you joking about? Today is your big day out of the village. How could we possibly miss it? Dr. Sith leaned back, hands behind his head, winking at Poet Sith with a teasing glint. Enough of your jesting. It seems you've been in Sand-Hidden Village too long. Everything is about this village or that hamlet. I reside in a town, do you understand? It is far superior to your little village. Poet Sith retorted, his cheeks flushing as he pointed a finger in rebuttal. Dr. Sith fell silent, realizing that the administrative level of Sand-Hidden Village indeed appeared to be, well, a village. The legends of the 5 village brawls were not mere tales. Hermit Sith sighed in resignation, pondering the absurdity of his companions. Why must he, a mere sea dragon beast baby not even worthy of the Dark Four Kings, endure such torment? The baby cannot bear it. The baby wishes to cry. Enough from both of you. Can you not discuss something serious for once? Poet Sith shot Dr. Sith a glare, nodding towards Hermit Sith, granting him this concession. Oh. By the way, do you know whom I encountered today? That chubby Oda Eiichiro? Hiss. Who? Doctor, are you feeling unwell if you are not quarreling with me? Oda Eiichiro. What about Kishimoto Masashi or Araki Hirohiko? Slap. Hermit Sith swatted Dr. Sith with his tail, silencing the world around them. Continue. I encountered Smog and Dasky today. And not only that, I even gave Smog a good beating. Poet Sith leaned forward, one foot propped on his chair, his excitement palpable. TCH, it's just Smog. I once competed with Scorpion to see who could urinate farther. I even flicked his little member. Am I proud of it? Slap. Another tail swat. Do not interrupt. That is just a village acquaintance. Poet, please continue. Poet Sith cast a provocative glance at Dr. Sith, turning back. Well, I discovered a secret today. What secret? At this. Both of them perked up, eager to hear more. Dasky lacks discernment. She cannot recognize a good person. And? That's it. That's it. Poet Sith nodded emphatically. Indeed, that's it. Hiss you. Hermit Sith felt himself boiling with frustration, his tail leaving a mark on Poet Sith's face as he called out. Doctor, come help me. Damn it. What is this? I must teach him a lesson today so he knows we Dark Four Kings are not to be trifled with. Dr. Sith hesitated, his medical training instilling a sense of caution. Brother, no, Hermit, you misspoke. What? You are not one of the 4 kings. The Iron Sea Dragon Beast has already taken that place. Isn't it common knowledge that there are 5 kings? How could there not be a place for me? The 5th is the Apocalypse Beast. You still have no place. Everything is reversed today. It seems I must deal with you both to set things right. Prepare yourself. Frost breath. Instantly, the entire dream world was blanketed in a layer of frost. The following day, as dawn broke, Sith rose early from his bed, splashing his face with water repeatedly. That hermit is relentless. He truly went too far, hanging me and Doctor from the ceiling and slapping us. How could he not tire? Watching it was exhausting enough. If it weren't a dream, my handsome face might have been marred. Knock, knock, knock. Lieutenant Sith, Brigadier Smog is looking for you. Even after leaving Unit 177, Sith found himself subjected to the relentless fate of being disturbed without reason. All right, I understand. I will be there shortly. He tossed the towel back into the basin, responding reluctantly. On the deck, Sith believed he had risen early, but Smog and Dasky had arisen even earlier. Their arms exposed and towels draped over their shoulders, clearly having completed their morning exercises. After shedding his burdens, Smog pulled out a box of cigars from his pocket, lighting 2 and placing one in his mouth. Even during morning workouts, a cigar could not be forsaken. It was the pride of a seasoned smoker. Sith, would you like one? Smog flashed what he thought was a friendly smile, offering a cigar in Sith's direction. Though initially displeased, he recognized they were now comrades and would not play tricks on one another, as that would contradict his sense of justice. Thanks, but I prefer this. Sith shook his head, revealing a delicate box from his pocket, shaking it in front of Smog. Smog raised an eyebrow. Lady cigarettes? He was familiar with these, as his childhood friend Tina adored them. Although it had a certain air of teasing, it was simply the truth. No, 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 I do not smoke. These are cigarette candies. Sith shook his head, exuding a sense of resignation. There were far too many old smokers in the Navy. It felt as though anyone could light up. Without something in their mouths, they seemed out of place. Humph, Smog scoffed, retracting his cigar. He had initially thought Sith belonged to the smoking fraternity, only to discover he was not even that. Ugh, pathetic. Standing on the deck, Smog crossed his arms, unwilling to converse with someone who did not even smoke. Sith shrugged helplessly, standing by the side, gazing at the sea as well. There was little he could do. After all, Smoker was the leader now. However, it mattered not, for he had ample time. Smoker stood, and so did he. Smoker felt the breeze, and he too embraced it. Smoker smoked, while he chewed on candy. After a considerable while, Smoker could no longer contain himself, straining to maintain his serious demeanor. Lieutenant Sith, if I recall correctly, you are not a local of Carentown, Branch 177, are you? Sith shook his head, stating that he could hardly remember the past. All he recalled was that it was Colonel Victor who found him. Had it not been for the colonel, he might have perished at sea. Smog exhaled a puff of smoke, turning to cast a sidelong glance at him, revealing a faint, enigmatic smile. So, does that imply that Lieutenant Xisi is a man devoid of a past? Chapter 7. The Tenderness of Xisi, Part 3. Xisi glanced into the distance, a hint of disdain curling his lips. Is this truly significant, Brigadier Smoker? He mused. Could it possibly not matter, Lieutenant Xisi? Smoker turned his head, locking eyes with Xisi. His gaze as sharp as a spear. The Navy would never permit a traitor to ascend to a position of power. Oh, Xisi found the situation amusing. If the Navy's internal scrutiny were indeed so formidable, then what of Virgo? He is a vice admiral, the head of the G5 branch. But I am not a traitor. Smoker. Who can say? Smoker shrugged, a cigar gripped between his teeth, a sly smile dancing on his lips. Lieutenant Xisi, you are a man without a past. No one knows who you once were, to whom you belonged, who you obeyed, or for whom you worked. In these times, with so many young pirates and youthful agents, who can ascertain whether you are indeed a virtuous soul? Xisi chuckled softly, dismissing Smoker's threat as mere posturing intended to intimidate and salvage his pride. If Smoker truly possessed such intellect and cunning, he would not merely hold the rank of a brigadier general. Surely, a major general should have demonstrated such qualities by now. Xisi leisurely stretched his limbs, casting a sidelong glance at Smoker. A youthful agent, you say? Are you referring to Rob Lucci? His current predicament is far from favorable. With a slight raise of his brow, Smoker exhaled a puff of smoke. Rob Lucci? Nearly a failure who couldn't even handle the Straw Hat Kid. Sid shook his head and shrugged his shoulders, pondering what to do. Should he inform this fellow that in 2 years, his fate would be far worse than Rob Lucci's? At least Lucci had a chance for vengeance, while he would merely be left in the dust. After a moment of contemplation, Xisi ultimately dismissed that notion. Some experiences must be grasped firsthand, for words from others often fall short. He let out a faint sigh, recognizing that the Straw Hat lad had set a rather unfortunate precedent. Oh, how so? Smoker inquired, glancing over with a hint of perplexity in his eyes. He wished to rescue his comrades, a sentiment I do not contest. It is a natural human inclination, understandable even in our brief acquaintance. As long as we are on the same vessel, should you fall into the hands of pirates, I would undoubtedly come to your aid. However, his seizure of Judicial Island raises significant concerns. The plundering of Judicial Island has birthed a formidable pirate, granting him an unfathomable notoriety and bounty, thus fostering a perilous trend, the looting of courts and the intimidation of the law. In the eyes of pirates, courts now equate to bounties. While other pirates may not dare to raid Judicial Island, they still have Kagoshima, Tottori, and Kumamoto Islands at their disposal, and the judicial system now lies in utter disarray. Smoker fell into a contemplative silence. The Straw Hat lad had escaped from his grasp, and upon reflection, he could not absolve himself of responsibility. Perhaps the government and the Navy might not pursue accountability, yet he believed otherwise, for his own sense of justice aligned with this conviction. Drawing a deep breath from his cigar and clenching his fists, his desire to apprehend the Straw Hat lad intensified. The transgressions he committed ought to be rectified by Smoker himself. Sensing the atmosphere grow tense, Xisi waved his hand and flashed a smile. All right. It's not as dire as it seems. After all, the world government is the world government, not some trivial entity. Countermeasures have already commenced. So let us focus on me for now. Oh, Smoker, now stripped of his earlier composure, furrowed his brow and turned to Xisi. And who might you be? Me? Ever since Colonel Victor found me, I have been part of the Navy. I am, and I shall continue to be, barring any unforeseen circumstances. I intend to serve as a Navy officer for life. Xisi gazed skyward, leaning against the railing with his arms crossed, feeling as if he had never been so upright in his entire life. After speaking, he turned around, retrieved a stick of candy from his pocket, and placed it in his mouth. Casting a glance back at Smog, he asked, So, Smog, can I take my leave now? Smog remained rooted to the spot. Lost in contemplation, his eyes fixated on Xisi's retreating figure. It seemed to him that he beheld a radiant light, one he had previously witnessed in his mentor, Zifa, and in the fleet Admiral Sengoku, as well as the Admirals Akainu, Kizaru, and Akiji. This was a light unique to the Navy, embodying glory and justice. After what felt like an eternity, Smog finally regained his composure, flicking the ash from his cigar, a solemn expression now tinged with a hint of reflection. It appeared that this individual had discovered his own sense of justice. Was it order? A thunderous roar erupted from the horizon, and the bright lightning outside illuminated the night as if it were day. The warship rocked upon the tumultuous waves, and the sea danced with treachery. Even the Navy, equipped with skilled navigators, could not escape the tempest. Moses, Moses, this is Gutai Town. Please respond. Smog. This is Smog. Standing on the swaying deck, Smog adhered to tradition, biting down on a cigar. Regardless of the wind and rain, or even a storm, a cigar must never be relinquished. Such was the pride of a seasoned smoker. Smog. This is Gutai Town. Pirates have landed. We request assistance. We request assistance. Who is the opposing force? It's Sis. Hello. Can you still hear me? Damn it. Smog abruptly slammed down the receiver, yearning for a smoke, but the rain had thoroughly soaked his cigar, intensifying his inner turmoil as he stomped his foot. What are you still dawdling for? Hurry and change course to Gutai Town. Sith, clutching his long blade, stood resolutely in place, his gaze coldly fixed upon the unfolding scene. He refrained from offering solace or interjecting with idle commentary. Being a seasoned naval officer, he understood that many matters need not be overly articulated. When the moment of truth arrives, all that is required is to be informed of whom to strike. As pirates, once they set foot on land, they must be prepared for death. He could hardly believe that another straw hat would emerge in the West Sea. Some things are simply not to be touched. When such boundaries are crossed, those who dare will face his wrath, regardless of how many hands they may have suppressed in this new era. Within the cabin, Smoker had seemingly replaced his cigar at some point, accompanied by Tashiji and his various officers. He cast a glance back at Sith. Lieutenant Sith. It seems you have been absent from the battlefield for quite some time, have you not? How do you fare? Are you feeling anxious? As he lit a cigarette, Smoker took long, deep drags, his fingers trembling uncontrollably. He still had not managed to establish contact with Gutazen. It was likely lost, and in contrast to Sith, he appeared to be the one who truly required composure. Sith cast a glance at him. Despite his smoking, drinking, and rough appearance, he was a commendable sailor. Wiping his long blade with a soft cloth from his waist, Sith smiled at Smoker, assuring him, "Rest assured, my Azure is already yearning for action." Smoker grinned back at him. And in that moment, an extraordinary camaraderie blossomed between them. Chapter 8. Sith's Tenderness 4. The torrential rain poured relentlessly throughout the night. By the time the Navy reached the waters near Gutai Town, it was already midday the following day. The sea was littered with the remnants of shattered warships, and the atmosphere was eerily silent. Is Gutai Town around here? Smoker inquired seriously, taking a couple of puffs from his cigarette, addressing his aide nearby. The aide glanced at the map in his hand and nodded affirmatively. Indeed, Brigadier Smoker, Gutai Town should be in close proximity. Understood. Increase our speed. Smoker replied with a stoic expression, gesturing to the sailors around him. Yes, Brigadier. With that, the Navy's ships surged forward with renewed vigor. After a brief passage of time, the visibility of the surroundings began to narrow, revealing a bay nestled between towering peaks. The nostrils of Xisi twitched, catching a whiff of the metallic scent of blood carried by the sea breeze. Smog, do you detect it? What? There is a smell of blood in the air. A scent of blood? Are you certain? Smog furrowed his brow, glancing at Dasky in unison. Sis nodded, affirming his sincerity. I would not jest about such matters, Smoker. He spoke the truth. Individuals in the pirate world might often overlook their awareness of the surroundings due to the bizarre abilities they possess, yet he was different. Or rather, the persona of a doctor from the Sand Village diverged from that norm. As a ninja, extracting information from the environment and the air was second nature. Understood. Smoker squinted, raising his right hand to signal those below to reduce speed, indicating that there was something amiss in the vicinity. With Smoker's command, the warship, which had only recently accelerated, slowed once more. The surroundings fell into an uneasy silence, yet the metallic scent of blood thickened in the air, becoming so intense that even the ordinary sailors found it overwhelming. The first corpse emerged upon the sea, swiftly followed by a second, a third, and an uncountable number of bodies, some belonging to sailors, others to common folk, staining the waters crimson. Tiger sharks, drawn by the scent of blood, circled hungrily, devouring the lifeless remains. Smoker gripped the railing tightly, two cigars burning rapidly between his lips. Fury surged within him, his eyes narrowed, and his body trembled with rage. Brutes, those wretches. No one shall escape today. Silently, Xisi remained, his hand resting upon the hilt of his blade. Above, 4 or 5 crimson fireballs danced in the air, creating a vivid spectacle. The acrid scent of blood mingled with the stench of charred flesh, permeating the atmosphere. With a mere gesture, the fireballs swiftly incinerated the shark, rendering it a desiccated corpse. Turning away, he said, "Let us depart, Smoker." "Commodore Smoker, there is a pirate ship ahead." A sailor on the lookout cried out suddenly. Smoker's brow furrowed, his voice low and grave. "Which pirate crew is it?" The flag belongs to the Great Axe Pirates, with a bounty of 70 million. The Great Axe Pirates? In Gino? Smoker tightened his grip on his weapon. Fire the cannons and move closer. Boom, boom, boom. The cannons roared, unleashing a barrage of firepower. And the opposing crew began to stir with agitation. Return fire, quickly. The Navy has arrived. With a fierce shout, the warship collided violently with the pirate vessel. Smoker relished this brutal confrontation. Xisi, try to leave two alive. I have questions for them. He exhaled a plume of smoke, then vanished from sight. While he may falter against size, when it came to pirates, he was a consummate executioner. Understood, Commodore, Xisi replied, rallying his men to charge forward. Xisi remained silent, merely blending into the crowd as flames danced in the sky, resembling flickering will-o'-the-wisps that appeared and vanished. With each flicker, a life was extinguished, leaving behind a desiccated corpse on the deck. The battle concluded more swiftly than they had anticipated, despite being a pirate crew with a bounty of 70 million. They fell before their adversaries like children with incomplete dentition, annihilated within mere minutes, their captives pinned in place. Pirates, where is your captain? Smoker inquired once more, shouldering his weapon, exhaling a plume of white smoke towards one of the pirates. The pirate trembled, clutching his head, too fearful to meet Smoker's gaze. After several anxious gulps, he stammered, our captain took the brothers into town. They heard tales of treasure there. They left us timid ones aboard to guard the ship. We truly know nothing, sir. Those people were the ones who did the killing. It has nothing to do with us. I beg you, please do not kill me. He wept and wailed, clinging to Smoker's boots. With a cold snort, Smoker kicked him away, not with force enough to harm, leaving him alive. Whether you are guilty or not, we shall ascertain for ourselves. Bring them below deck. Wait. Xisi stepped forward. What is it, Lieutenant Xisi? Smoker glanced back, his brow furrowed. I believe we have no need for captives, Smoker. What are you saying, Xisi? They are devoid of combat capability. We should take them for a judicial trial. Xisi felt Xisi had lost his mind, contemplating the execution of prisoners, his delicate face etched with fury. Sith ignored her, rummaging through his clothes before pulling out a document. This is my transfer order from the West Sea's 177th Naval Branch to the Joint Special Forces of Eni's Lobby and Naval Headquarters. I have the authority to pass judgment on them. Would you like to see it, Tashiji? Tashiji took the file, unfolded it, and scanned it briefly. It was genuine. That still doesn't mean. They said they didn't? Don't give me that nonsense. Sith cut her off coldly, his expression grim. What kind of joke is this? The stench of blood clinging to them is practically ingrained. How could they not have killed? Look at the grime under their nails. What do you think that is? I bet I could even find shreds of human flesh in there. Tashiji froze. Her convictions, her sense of justice, were being challenged. If we let them go, who will answer for the innocent civilians they slaughtered? Should we kneel and beg pirates for mercy? No, we really didn't schlick. The blade was drawn and swung in one fluid motion. The pirate who had lunged at Sith collapsed mid-step, blood pooling beneath him. Tashiji's eyes hollowed, as if a void had opened within them. Silence enveloped the surroundings. Smoker. Sis called out Smoker's name once more. Smoker sighed, waved his hand, and followed the instructions given by Lieutenant Sis. Instantly, the sounds of slaughter and anguished cries once again reverberated across the waters. Amidst the screams, amidst the blood and flames, and within the depths of Xisi's gaze, Sis' figure became increasingly abstract, ultimately transforming into a heartless demon clad in crimson. Is this your tenderness, Sis? Chapter 9, Sis' Tenderness, Part 5. Seeing his beloved subordinate's eyes devoid of light, Smoker let out a sigh and gently patted Xisi's shoulder. Enough. Don't overthink it. The hawkish faction can be quite ruthless towards enemies, but they are fairly decent to their own. Just relax. Hawkish faction? Xisi did not turn around, still gazing at Sis' silhouette, lost in thought. Smoker nodded. Indeed, the hawkish faction, I should have realized sooner. Why? You should be aware of my superior, Xisi. Xisi snapped back to reality and turned her head. Admiral Akiji? Smoker exhaled a puff of smoke, continuing as he walked alongside Xisi. Yes, indeed, Admiral Akiji. Within our navy, we are generally divided into 3 factions. One led by Admiral Akiji, the Dove faction, another under Admiral Akainu, the hawkish faction, and a third led by Admiral Kazuru, the centrist faction. Sis, without a doubt, belongs to the hawkish faction. Xisi furrowed her brow, somewhat perplexed. This should be Sis' first time at headquarters. How could he be associated with the hawkish faction? Smoker glanced back at her. Xisi, let me finish. My assertion that Sis is part of the hawkish faction stems from his former superior, or rather, his adoptive father, Colonel Victor. Colonel Victor served on the ship of Admiral Don Quixote, who was a pivotal figure of the hawkish faction. Daski's eyes widened in disbelief. Colonel Victor, the unreliable commander of the 177th base? Smoker nodded. Yes, that's him. I initially thought he had changed with age, but it appears that a hawk remains a hawk, regardless of time. Daski shook her head, finding the world utterly astonishing and difficult to fathom. In any case, this is my first encounter with someone from the hawkish faction. It is inevitable that I would feel some discomfort, but in time, it will improve. We may have to engage in battle shortly, so don't dwell on it. With that, Smoker unsheathed his weapon and strode forward. Daski refrained from responding further. Instead, she clenched her fists, silently vowing, I will not allow you to act recklessly, sis. Your cruelty is excessive, and in the name of justice, I will keep a watchful eye on you. Kicking aside a corpse along the roadside, a hint of agitation flickered in her eyes, for there was indeed flesh lodged beneath their nails. Gripping the hilt of her weapon, her lips turned a shade of bluish purple. After a prolonged silence, she finally seemed to release Sis, as well as herself, with a deep sigh. Today, for today alone, these souls are beyond redemption. Upon reaching the shore, the surrounding scenery grew increasingly desolate. As far as the eye could see, there was not a single living person, only corpses and flames. The once meticulously tended homes were reduced to mere ruins. Can we locate the enemy? Smoker inquired, biting on 2 cigars as he glanced back at Sis. It was evident that matters requiring expertise should be left to those trained in the field. When it came to locating individuals and conducting assassinations, ninjas were arguably more adept than the specially trained operatives of CP, especially considering the resources of the impoverished sand shinobi. Crouching on the ground, Xisi picked up a small handful of soil, rubbed it between his fingers, and brought it to his nose for a whiff. The footprints were still fresh, indicating their recent passage. The direction should be this way. Let us pursue, he declared. Understood. We shall follow. Smoker nodded, harboring no doubt, leading his men in the direction indicated by Xisi. He did not believe Xisi would jest at such a critical moment. Stop. There's movement, Xisi suddenly whispered after a while. His ears perked up. He raised his right hand and made a gesture towards the rear. Smoker narrowed his eyes in response, signaling his lieutenant and the elite Navy unit, which Smoker had personally trained, came to a halt. Although Xisi's actions could be seen as overstepping, in this moment of crisis, they had no time to ponder. Bending low, they advanced cautiously, the voices of pirates gradually becoming clearer. Hey, hurry up. If you don't want to die, just hand over your money. And stop forcing my hand. A pirate stood at the edge of their sight, trampling a corpse while clutching a money pouch in one hand, the blood still fresh on the ground. With a knife in the other, he sneered, surrounded by a group of ordinary citizens trembling in fear. Enough already. Stay in line. If everyone is dead, who will lead us? He continued. I've heard that this town conceals the treasures of King Laurel. If we find it, we could live comfortably for the rest of our lives. Why cling to this meager sum? His actions sparked discontent among his companions, but alas, that discontent stemmed not from sympathy, but from human greed. Humph. The knife-wielding pirate, who had just committed murder, scoffed disdainfully, licking his lips. Hasn't the captain already gone down? These people are of no use and dare to hide their money? If they're not obedient, what is the harm in silencing one or two? Besides, do you think they would dare to deceive us? The remaining pirate nodded in agreement. True enough, even if I lent them the courage of 2, they wouldn't dare to trick the giant axe pirates. However, I heard that the Navy base in this town made a call to other Navy units before they perished. Could it be? Impossible. This is the 4 Seas. What formidable figures could possibly exist here? Even if there were, they would not stand a chance against our captain, who is destined to become a great figure akin to the 7 warlords. The knife-wielding pirate's eyes glimmered with admiration, as if the 7 warlords were titans of legend. Hiding in the shadows, Xisi exhaled deeply and pulled out a cigarette, placing it between his lips. Glancing sideways at Smoker, he concluded that there was no need to listen further. They had outlived their usefulness, and it was time to eliminate them. Smoker felt a twinge of irritation at Xisi's tone, but restrained his anger. All his fury had already been siphoned away by the pirates before them. Lighting a new cigarette, he signaled to the back. Eliminate them. We shall not hold back in this operation. He cast a meaningful glance at Xisi as he spoke. Sis paid no heed to his own words. According to his role, it seemed he indeed had the authority to assume the mantle of a judge. After all, the Judicial Island was not easily conquered. Once he regained his focus, The power of the newly established forces expanded to an almost limitless extent. Yet he had not officially reported for duty, rendering the exercise of such power somewhat irregular. But what significance did that hold? Those deserving of death, even without a trial, were they not still marked for demise? Take a look at Sakaski. How many of the pirates he dealt with underwent a formal trial? Bang, bang, bang. The jungle reverberated once more with the sounds of gunfire, and many pirates fell before they could even react. The Navy was upon them. The pirate wielding a knife had yet to finish his words when a gleaming blade flashed before his eyes, the assailant being Xisi. While she occasionally displayed compassion or moments of confusion, she was undeniably a Navy officer, competent and responsible. Chapter 10, The Tenderness of Xisi, Part 6. The battle concluded swiftly. In less than 2 minutes, the remaining pirates were subdued on the ground. Casting a glance at the trembling townsfolk still wiping away their tears, Smoker snorted disdainfully and, looking down at the pirates, inquired, "Where is your captain?" "Humph. Navy, do not revel in your triumph. Your glory will be short-lived. When our captain returns, it will be your end." The pirate struggled against his restraints, glaring fiercely at Smoker, blood seeping from his mouth, his eyes filled with defiance. "Boy, do you fancy yourself a hero?" Smoker narrowed his eyes, gripping the pirate by the collar and lifting him effortlessly. The smoke from his cigar billowed ominously, and his presence loomed like an abyss, reminiscent of a feral beast. "Cough, hero. Bah, you think you are something? You are merely a pack of dogs serving the world government. Go on, kill me. I will never betray my brothers." The pirate coughed amidst the smoke, braving the aura of menace emanating from Smoker, showing no sign of yielding. Smoker was seething with rage. "Enough, Smoker. There are others. This man is not worth your fury." Xisi interjected, restraining Smoker from acting on his impulse. With a grin, he glanced back at the other pirates kneeling on the ground and said, "Ha, just wait. Not a single coward exists in our giant axe pirates." The pirate seemed to have gained the upper hand, throwing his head back in triumphant laughter. Xisi's gaze was somewhat frigid, his right hand resting upon the hilt of his blade, as he bit through the cigarette candy in his mouth, severing it in twain. "How about a wager between us?" he proposed. "They will speak," came the response. "Bah," retorted the pirate, glaring fiercely at Xisi as he spat towards him. "We, of the great axe pirate crew, are the finest men upon the seas. If you capture us, it may lead to our demise, but we would never betray our brethren." With narrowed eyes, Xisi raised his right hand slightly, as the spittle directed at him transformed into mist midair. "There is no need to rush. Whether they choose to speak remains to be seen. Why the haste?" His voice had grown coarse and raspy, and anyone acquainted with him would recognize that he was likely seething with rage. "We shall not divulge anything. We are the giant axe pirate crew, and we would never betray our brethren. Just wait. You shall not have a favorable outcome." "Oh, how about this?" Xisi uttered no further words. He seized the pirate from Smog's grasp and flung him to the ground. From his fingertips, a minuscule fireball was unleashed. In an instant, a wretched scream erupted from the pirate's lips as he desperately clutched at his throat, moisture visibly evaporating from his body, resembling a mummified figure still animated. "Save me! Save me!" A withered right hand clutched fiercely at Xisi's trousers. Xisi, with a cold demeanor, remained unmoved. Amidst the roaring flames, he appeared not as a mere man, but as a devil donning the guise of humanity. "What is the matter? Are you not the tough guy after all? Have you reached your limit?" Xisi kicked away the hand resting on his leg and cast a glance at the pirate sprawled on the ground, trembling in submission. Not a single soul daring to meet his gaze. Some even let forth a clear liquid beneath them. The shrieks grew ever louder, and Xisi exhaled deeply, closing his eyes for a moment before breaking into a smile. "So, is there anyone willing to speak with me now?" At this point, not only the pirates, but even the few brave members of the Navy who dared to look him in the eye had dwindled in number. Save for a select few like Smoker and Xisi, who furrowed their brows, still fixated on the scene. Conversely, the surviving townsfolk gazed with fervor, their eyes ablaze with a fire named vengeance. After a brief pause, Xisi, unable to bear the spectacle any longer, stepped forward and tugged at Xisi's sleeve. "Enough, Xisi." Xisi's lips curled upwards in a lingering smile as he ran his fingers through his hair, casting a glance at the Navy sailors who were bowing their heads in silence. "Do you think I am too cruel?" The cries of the pirates had dwindled to a mere whisper, and amidst the echoing wails, the sailors kept their gazes lowered, none daring to respond. "Speak up. Do you believe my actions are excessively ruthless?" Sith raised his voice. Silence yourself. Dasky gritted her teeth, desperately tugging at Sith's sleeve. Sith turned around and glared at Darsky, his eyes bloodshot and filled with rage. No, Darsky, let me articulate this. Cruelty? What I call cruelty pales in comparison to the fate of those townsfolk they have slaughtered. And what of the colleagues who met with a similar demise? They were of our age, some even significantly younger. How do you reconcile that? Tell me, how do you justify it? If I were to spare them today, who would then come to the aid of those innocent townspeople murdered by pirates? Heroes? Champions? Huh. Spare me the jest. Do they even deserve such titles? With a grimace etched upon his face, the aura of menace emanating from his eyes seemed to solidify, bearing down upon the pirates below. It had been far too long since he had unleashed his fury, yet today, he felt on the verge of madness. He was not the hawkish figure described by Smoker. Rather, he was a lunatic. However, he was first and foremost a man, and only secondarily a madman. Yet when it came to dealing with pirates, he could embody a devil. After all, it was only fitting that one should confront inhuman entities with equal ferocity. His eyes widened and narrowed, as crimson flames danced in the air around him. Now, might someone be so kind as to inform me of your captain's whereabouts? In a cave to the west. Our captain recently acquired a treasure map belonging to King Roar. We searched the seas for quite some time before finally locating Gutai town. Initially, that despicable group of townsfolk was reluctant to speak, and we had to exert considerable pressure before uncovering the location of the cave. The pirate lay trembling on the ground, having nearly lost control of his bladder, yet every time he dared to lift his gaze and behold Xisi's countenance, a chill coursed through him. Interrogation? Or was it murder? Squatting down, Sith's piercing gaze swept over them, chilling the very air around them. Rising to his feet, he retrieved a stick of cigarette candy from his breast pocket and placed it between his lips, as though seeking solace in its familiar presence. Smoker, let us depart. We mustn't keep others waiting, he murmured. Smoker gave a silent nod, his fingers tightening around his jutty in quiet resolve. The methods employed by Sis are crude and brutal. Yet, inexplicably, Smoker seems to harbor a certain begrudging respect for this man. He raised his hand, signaling, let us depart. Oh, and remember to deal with the remaining rascals. Yes, sir. The lieutenant snapped his legs together in a crisp military salute, in contrast to Sis, who often wore a smile. Smoker, renowned among pirates for his ruthlessness, appeared surprisingly gentle and endearing. However, he found himself unable to truly harbor hatred towards Sis. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire erupted behind them. Smoker retrieved a cigar from his pocket and offered it to Sis. You should consider quitting that habit. This is what a man ought to smoke, bold and robust. Sis let out a hearty laugh, accepting the cigar and biting into a piece of his candy cigarette. I will learn it one day when I feel inclined. Chapter 11. Sis Tenderness, Part 7. Right here. I can already sense their presence, Smoker. In the cave. Sis pressed his hand against the ground, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Indeed, Smoker nodded, raising his right hand. Daz, alert everyone to proceed with caution and prepare for battle. Understood. Daz replied promptly, and a series of sounds indicating ammunition being loaded followed. The cave was shrouded in darkness, despite the daylight outside. An oppressive blackness loomed within, as if it sought to engulf them. To avoid alarming their foes, Sis refrained from igniting a fire. The giant axe pirates were merely a third-rate crew, and Ingino was a petty pirate with a bounty of only 70 million. Logically, they should not necessitate such a state of readiness. Yet, their ruthless tactics belied their status, indicating that caution was indeed prudent. Suddenly, a metallic scraping sound pierced the darkness. Not good. We have a situation. Smoker's pupils constricted as a massive axe was hurled toward him, the handle entwined with chains, bearing down with tremendous force. He grasped the jetty firmly. There was no room to evade. Behind him stood only ordinary sailors. If he dodged, what would become of them? Damn it. The cigar in his mouth burned rapidly as Smoker crouched slightly, muscles taut, gripping the jetty with all his might. The clash of metal rang out, sparks igniting in the air as Smoker was pushed back several meters before he managed to halt his slide, realizing the opponent's strength exceeded his expectations. Smoker, the Marine rookie? What brings you to the West Blue instead of the Grand Line? The figure emerging from the shadows seemed to recognize him, pulling the axe back and stepping into the dim light. His muscles bulged, eyes of fierce crimson, and his face bore the remnants of fresh blood, a truly terrifying sight. Ingino? No, you are not Ingino. He lacks your height and strength. Smoker clenched his cigar, warily observing the man before him, uncertainty flickering in his gaze. Ha ha. Ingino throws back his head and laughs, his entire body trembling with muscle. I am indeed Ingino, but I am no longer the Ingino of yore. This power is the treasure of King Laurel. With that, he began to swing the axe once more. Men, slaughter them all. His roar echoed through the darkness. And a horde of muscular figures surged forth, their eyes ablaze, resembling a pack of wild beasts. With narrowed eyes, Xi surveyed the vast cavern, now filled with drifting fireballs. Rather than recklessly engaging, he meticulously observed his surroundings. At last, he discerned that certain pirates were wielding potions. A sense of urgency gripped Xi as he seized the opportunity while Smog was entangled within Kizuo, swiftly darting towards the throng of pirates. Flames danced beside him. With each flicker, he siphoned away copious amounts of moisture from the air. Yet, they did not perish. Even as their bodies withered to the brink of desolation, they clung to life, struggling fiercely, shoving crude pills into their mouths with reckless abandon. Their vitality rivaled that of true beasts. What in the world were these creatures? With a firm grip on the blade, Xi made a swift motion with his right hand, unleashing a glimmer of cold steel. A man of intellect. He expertly followed the contours of muscle as he dismembered his foes. Dr. Xi possessed an uncanny talent for killing. He always knew the most efficient way to extinguish a life, and thus, he did so. Instantly, within a 2-meter radius surrounding him. The pirates collapsed in a cacophony of silence, lifeless. With a long sigh, Xi felt a wave of relief wash over him. Despite the strong vitality of life, the moment a blade is drawn, death remains a possibility. They are not zombies, after all. He reached down with his right hand to retrieve a pill from the ground. Inhaling its scent as he harvested lives, his expression shifted dramatically as he shouted toward the rear. This is bad. It's a forbidden drug. The ordinary sailors, armed with flintlock pistols, may not have sensed the gravity of the situation, merely recognizing the term as formidable. However, those who had undergone elite Navy training, such as Dasky, turned ashen, their faces pale as parchment. Forbidden drugs are not a rarity. The Navy's scientific division possesses many, and numerous varieties circulate in the black market. Yet, few can amplify a person's strength severfold as this one does. Each is a devastating weapon tightly controlled by various factions. The only one attainable, perhaps the most infamous, is the deadly concoction from Fishman Island. Today, however, a remarkably potent forbidden drug had surfaced here, complicating matters significantly. Damn it. Smoker took a deep drag from his cigar, his right hand wielding his jutty with fervor. White vine. His heart raced with anxiety, with the emergence of the forbidden drug. It was unlikely that the day would end peacefully. If he could not swiftly eliminate Ingino, the Navy would likely suffer tremendous losses. Ha ha ha, useless, Smoker. I am no longer the person I once was. You cannot contain me. Ingino bellowed, instantly breaking free from Smoker's grip and relentlessly striking at the surrounding white smoke with his axe. He could not truly contend with Smoker, after all. He was merely a 70 million bounty pirate without hockey and lacking seastone. Faced with a Logia user, he could only be a passive target. Yet wielding his axe with the methods of a common sailor, each swing claimed a large swath of Navy personnel. Brigadier Smoker, I'm coming to assist you. Dasky unsheathed her long sword, recognizing that Ingino was the key to this battle. If he were to be eliminated, there would still be a chance for salvation. A roar emanated from deep within, as the giant axe pirates fought with reckless abandon, under the influence of the forbidden drug. They seemed to have lost all semblance of reason, attacking with a ferocity surpassing that of beasts, more frenzied than the most deranged madman. The Navy was beginning to falter. Lieutenant Xisi, what should we do? Smoker's aide approached, bloodied and panicked. With Smoker absent, he had no choice but to rely on Xisi. With a stern expression, Sis glanced back at the disheveled Navy personnel, a sense of uncertainty creeping into his heart. You and the others retreat to the cave entrance first. I shall handle things here. Understood, replied the lieutenant, nodding in agreement before signaling to the others to fall back. This retreat ignited further fervor among the already frenzied pirates, who charged forward with wild enthusiasm. Brothers, the Navy is on the brink of collapse. Come, let us strike. With narrowed eyes, Xi swiftly positioned himself at the cave's entrance, a fierce glimmer flashing in his gaze as he prepared to unleash his full power. Although Smoker and Dashiji remained entangled within the cave with Ingino, a slight adjustment of his technique should pose no significant challenge. However, if these drugged pirates were not dealt with promptly, the morale of the Navy might truly become irreparable, potentially leaving lasting psychological scars. Having made up his mind, Xi clasped his hands together, invoking the technique, Scorch Release, over Steam Destruction. Chapter 12, Xisi's Tenderness, Part 8. As the words of Xi resonated, he took a deep breath and exhaled, unleashing a myriad of fireballs, red tinged with white, which illuminated the entire cavern as if it were day, resembling a rain of fire cascading from the heavens. Amidst this inferno, the bare-chested pirates displayed expressions of shock and disbelief. What is that? A monster. Run. The air was filled with anguished screams, accompanied by a whiff of succulent flesh. In an instant, nearly 100 pirates were reduced to charred remains and ashes within the flames. In comparison to humans, the stamina of a sea dragon beast is terrifyingly formidable. In this world devoid of chakra, human endurance serves as the finest fuel for the blazing flames. When a sea dragon beast unleashes its full power, even pirates under the effects of forbidden drugs cannot withstand it. Sith exhaled deeply, redirecting his gaze into the cavern. There was one remaining adversary. If he could eliminate Anzino, the matter would be resolved entirely. Damn you, wretched navy, why do you not perish? A piercing scream echoed within the cave. It was Anzino, on the brink of madness. The flames ignited by Sith had not only consumed his crew but also incinerated his ambitions. Now, he was left with nothing, his crew lost, and the foundation of his reign obliterated. With a twisted visage, Anzino frantically brandished his axe, convinced there was still a chance. If he could vanquish them, as long as he possessed the treasures of King Laurel, new crew members would continually flow to him. Let them all perish. The voice rang out as the axe, imbued with colossal force, descended upon Dasky. Dasky, run. Smoker, his cigarette fallen, watched in horror as he realized he could no longer restrain Anzino, his eyes wide with dread as he shouted for Dasky. Gritting her teeth and trembling, Dasky struggled to raise her longsword. Although Sith had shown them particular consideration by refraining from hurling fireballs their way, the oppressive heat had left her somewhat dehydrated and weakened. In that moment, her narrow field of vision seemed to focus solely on the glimmering edge of the massive axe, followed promptly by a sickening crack as her sword was cleaved in two. Shiyu, Dasky wailed, her eyes brimming with despair, uncertain whether her sorrow was for the broken blade or her own fate. Silently, she closed her eyes, surrendering to the inevitable. Yet, at that instant, a figure emerged abruptly, clad in a brown-gray suit adorned with flecks of crimson. Dasky, why are you closing your eyes on the battlefield? Did I not promise that as long as we are on the same ship, I would ensure none of you come to harm? A deep voice resonated, causing Dasky's eyelids to flutter. Sith, how did you come to be here? Dasky gasped, her body trembling as she turned sharply to face the source of the voice. There stood Sith, firmly pinning her to the ground, the cold blade of the axe slicing into his shoulder, exposing stark white bone, while crimson blood dripped down the weapon. Sith, do not frighten me. Quickly, bandage yourself. Dasky was in shock, her gaze fixed on Sith's wound, her lips quivering in distress. With a firm grip, Xisi pressed her head to the ground, shaking his head in agreement with Smog's assessment. Indeed, she was quite the befuddled individual. Anzino was not yet dead. So what was the point of your bandaging? Enduring the searing pain in his back, Xisi gritted his teeth and rose from the ground, casually tossing a knife of unknown origin to Dasky. Use this for now. I shall assist Smog. At that moment, Smog had relinquished his elemental form to ensnare Anzino. His legs wrapped tightly around Anzino's waist, while a chokehold was applied around his neck, pulling relentlessly, aiming to suffocate him. Cease this, Anzino. I will not permit you to pass. Let go. Release me. Discarding his axe, Anzino resembled a raging bull, his enormous fists pummeling Smog's back relentlessly, causing him to spit blood. Xisi, what are you waiting for? Hurry and take action. I can barely withstand it any longer. Smog shouted at Xisi, feeling as though his very insides were being pulverized. Understood. Do not rush me. I am coming. With all his might, Xisi thrust the blade towards Ankino's chest. The sound that erupted was not that of a knife piercing flesh, but rather the clash of two pieces of fine iron. In an instant, crimson blood gushed forth like a small fountain, enveloping Xisi's world in a hue of red. Was it over? Sis let out a long sigh, discreetly wiping his face with his sleeve. His arms fell limply at his sides. He was utterly exhausted. He never anticipated that before even leaving the West Sea, and without encountering a figure of the four emperors, he would be so thoroughly beaten by a mere small pirate with a bounty of 70 million. Initially, he believed only a supernova could present him with such a formidable challenge. Truly, one must never underestimate the dangers that lurk. Otherwise, one might find oneself capsized in the depths of despair. Navy, do you think you can take my life so easily? I am the mighty Ankino, and I shall send you to your demise. Just when he thought he was destined to perish standing, Ankino suddenly opened his eyes, roaring fiercely as his fists, imbued with the strength to shatter stone, came crashing towards Sith's head. In an instant, Sith felt as if his brain had been turned to mush. While it may have been the case before, now it was utterly pulverized. Had it not been for the power of the sea dragon beast, he might have met his end right there. Blood surged violently back into his body, and his head swelled like that of a pig. In a fleeting moment, dizziness, pain, and suffocation overwhelmed his senses. Yet, despite enduring excruciating agony and facing life-threatening peril, Sith found himself remarkably calm. Thoughts of the past, family, and colleagues faded into insignificance. All that mattered now was shoving a fireball into Ankino's mouth to see if this creature would truly perish. Continuously tapping into the latent potential within his body, he let out a fierce roar, gripping Ankino by the collar, and forcefully pressed a massive fireball, blazing with bone-white flames, into his mouth. Ankino could utter no more sounds. In the blink of an eye, a living being was reduced to mere ashes amidst the flames. Weakened, Xisi succumbed to the ground. Smog released his elemental form. Descending from the air, his eyes filled with trepidation as he gazed upon the scene. Watching intently, Daski felt as though she had frozen in place. Tears and snot streamed down her face as she discarded the knife in her hand, desperately cradling Xisi's head in her arms. Despite her obsession with blades, the bond of comrades aboard the same vessel far outweighed her fixation. "What has happened to you, Xisi? Please, do not frighten me." Coughing, Xisi turned his head and spat out a mouthful of congealed blood, opening his eyes to smile at Daski, even winking playfully. "Do not worry, I am Xisi, a poet. Poets tend to treat the world with kindness, and in return, the world shows them grace. I shall be fine." "Yes, yes," Daski nodded, her voice choked with sobs. "Xisi, though you are cruel, fickle, and occasionally act in a most unbecoming manner, you possess a gentleness that is unparalleled. You will be all right. So, do you love me, Daski?" Daski's expression twisted with conflict. Being an honest soul, she replied, "Xisi, I do not wish to deceive you, but you are far too capricious." Sith smiled broadly, gazing at the sky, one hand resting on Daski's head. The child who loved to speak the truth was indeed quite unlovable. Chapter 13. In the Magic Ban. Home in Siberia. Ah, is that not my poet classmate? It has been a few days since we last met. What has become of you? TSK. Could it be due to a woman? After a few days of absence, Dr. Sith chose to take liberties, leaning over the table and winking mischievously at Poet Sith. "Oh, what are you saying?" Poet Sith glanced around, surprisingly refraining from retorting this time, appearing somewhat dazed. "What are you talking about? A woman? No, I, Sith, am a poet. A poet's nature is to be free-spirited. How could I be so wounded because of a woman?" "Humph." Dr. Sith grinned slyly, pointing at the poet. "You are not being honest." "Let me guess, Daski?" The poet's expression stiffened. "Unrestrained, indeed you are. You have only been apart from Monica for a few days. How could you have changed your heart so quickly? You truly are a scoundrel." "No, Doctor, how can you unjustly tarnish my reputation? I am utterly devoted to Monica." Poet Sith glared, struggling to argue with Dr. Sith. Right. You are devoted to Monica. What about Stella and Mora?" Hermit Sith could no longer listen, feeling exasperated. As a sea dragon beast aspiring to become one of the 4 heavenly kings, he had yet to capture even a female demon beast to serve as a secretary. Yet here were others daring to flaunt their romance and play the roles of scoundrel and scoundreless. How could he endure this, seeing both of them targeting him? Poet Sith fell silent, a hint of grievance on his face. "All right, I admit my mistake, but I have recently suffered a head injury. My mind is unclear. If I were in my right state, would I act so shamelessly?" "Stop right there." Dr. Sith raised his hand, revealing a professional smile. "Let us not dwell on this matter. A head injury? An unclear mind? I happen to know a specialist in brain development. Would you like to meet them?" Poet Sith frowned. "Specialist? Who is it? You haven't recently become infatuated with neurology, have you?" Dr. Sith rolled his eyes. "Do you think I am incapable?" "No. I fear you might intentionally stab me in the back." How quaint. You call that dedication to the medical field?" "Once I thoroughly researched the human anatomy of the pirate world, I could advance the medical standards of the ninja world by 50 years, achieving research accomplishments rivaling Orochimaru." "Do you believe that?" Dr. Sith scoffed. As a bona fide doctor, Dr. Sith had long been intrigued by the poet's physique, always suspecting the inhabitants of the Pirate King world were not truly human. As a human, how can one grow teeth merely from drinking milk? As a human, how can one average over 3 meters in height? Moreover, in the world of dreams, one can wield a blade without fear of death. What harm is there in letting him research? If he discovers something noteworthy, he could simply add the poet's name to his educational materials. After all, they both share the name Sith, so he would not be taking advantage of anyone. Poet Sith's eyes twitched, a chill running down his spine. Turning his head away, he no longer wished to converse with Dr. Sith. Hermit Sith sighed, feeling utterly weary. When will these two ever learn to coexist harmoniously? Wagging his tail, he said, "All right. The doctor I found for you will arrive shortly. Please wait a moment." As he spoke, a gray-white beam of light extended from the darkness. "Poet, it's been a while." A youth clad in a small black suit appeared, bearing a striking resemblance to Poet Sith. The poet recognized him, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. "Missionary? Missionary, in which world are you? It seems you are living quite extravagantly." Poet Sith felt a surge of excitement. A new persona. A new persona signifies what? If he were to befriend a powerful figure, then his rise would not be mere fantasy. Surpassing the warlords and 7 warlords would be entirely within reach. The missionary scratched his face. "It should be the world of the magic band. I recall my mother being the elder sister of Shirai Kuriko. She still calls me brother." "Is that so? Which school are you attending now? Could it be that you are enrolled in the same high school as the hedgehog-headed one?" "Haha, not at all." The missionary chuckled lightly, his expression shifting dramatically. "I am not in Academy City." Poet Sith's eyes widened. "Missionary, you are not in the Roman Catholic Church, are you? That would be villainous. Prone to being beaten by ordinary people." "No, I am not in the Roman Catholic Church." "Is it the English Puritans? I remember your Archbishop, Laura Stewart, is quite attractive." The missionary's eyelids twitched, his lips trembling. "Not that either. It can't possibly be the Amakusa-style crossbell religion, can it? Are you perhaps enamored with the female pope? Do you wish to see her in a fallen angel-maid outfit?" The missionary could no longer contain himself, smacking Poet Sith on the forehead. "Could you please refrain from using that pig-ass brain of yours to speculate about me? I am now a believer in science, an LV4 Esper, a Master of Darkness, and a high-ranking member of the Scientific God Sect." "Master of Darkness? Gatangia, you seem to possess quite a few elements. As for the Master of the Scientific God Sect?" The others exchanged glances. "Is that not Newton?" The missionary tilted his head, whistling. "Japan is not governed by Newton. Are you still in Japan?" "No. I am currently in Siberia." "Siberia?" Poet Sith slammed the table, feeling frustrated. "You are in the magic band. Why are you not studying in Academy City, but instead loitering in Siberia?" The missionary shrugged. "How would I know what my father was thinking? One moment I was here, and the next I was playing in the mud in Siberia." He paused, adding, "However, it won't be long, a few days ago. My father told me that soon I would be attending high school in Academy City. I don't even know which school he enrolled me in." In the dead of night, at Marin Van Du, Sith emerged from the borrowed guest room. The moonlight outside was just right, and his mind felt exceptionally clear. A wave of unfamiliar yet innate power brewing within his heart. Is this the superpower of the magic band world? Sith was engulfed in a surge of bloodlust. Within a 10-meter radius, even the tiniest ant could not escape his awareness. With a swift grasp of his right hand, a mass of black mist coalesced within his palm. Was this the power of perception? Or perhaps the supernatural abilities of the missionary, the dominion of darkness? Strength surged from every fiber of his being, and Sith's aura intensified like never before. An endless blend of darkness and flames erupted from within him, transforming the courtyard into a scene reminiscent of a devastating inferno. In an instant, black flames engulfed the entire house, and under the chilling moonlight, everything within the reach of Sith's perception resembled the mythical realm of Naraka, ominous, tumultuous, and terrifying. At that moment, the vicinity was already surrounded by armed Navy personnel, and even Sakazuki, who was working late in the office, was startled enough to step outside the flames. As for why Sakazuki was working late, those who understood. Chapter 14, Sakazuki Lieutenant Xisi of the Navy? It was night in the office of the Navy Admiral. Beneath the plaque of absolute justice, Sakazuki, cigar in mouth, held Xisi's dossier tightly in his grasp and glanced sideways at him, saying, "Speak, what transpired today?" In the shadows, Xisi stood rigid. After all, it was Sakazuki, a ruthless figure among the fierce, and he dared not exhibit any small signs of defiance. "Admiral Sakazuki, to be honest, I am not entirely sure myself. I merely sensed a surge of power within me, and then I transformed into this." Sakazuki nodded, his expression betraying no change whatsoever. He has already familiarized himself with the circumstances surrounding Xisi, who is the nephew of Victor, a former subordinate of the Ghost Spider. Xisi is an old naval officer from the West Sea's 177th branch, undeniably a true ally, completely devoted not only to the Navy, but also to his own faction. From what I gather, this situation likely indicates that your devil fruit has awakened. Although the reason for this sudden awakening remains unclear, it is, in any case, a fortuitous development. The Navy is not overly concerned with the loss of a few quarters, so do not overthink it. Indeed, with a swift motion, Xisi clasped his legs together, one hand resting on the deck while the other rendered a crisp military salute to Sakazuki. He dared not voice a rebuttal. Whatever the leader proclaimed was the absolute truth. Even if he had never tasted the fruit of the devil, once the leader spoke, he had no choice but to fabricate a tale of such a fruit. Sakazuki took a drag from his cigarette and tapped the table. Xisi, I recall that you have been assigned to a newly established unit, correct? Indeed, it is the joint task force formed by Judicial Island and the General Staff, where I shall serve as a major, sir. The joint task force of Judicial Island and the General Staff? Humph. Is that not the makeshift unit established by the government following the assault on Judicial Island? Oh. Xisi remained silent, rooted to the spot, uncertain of how to respond. On one side stood his new employer, and on the other, Sakasaki. He could not afford to offend either. I am already aware of your endeavors in Gutai Town, and you have performed admirably. Given your capabilities, you ought not to be relegated to this makeshift team. My vessel is still in need of a major. If you are unable to fulfill this role, then do consider joining us. With a fierce glare, Xisi exclaimed, "What kind of joke is this?" Although he was indeed ruthless towards pirates, his methods paled in comparison to Akainu's. He would never dare to casually unleash something like the demon-slaying order. Akainu was far too intense, even working late into the night. He feared that serving under him could lead to his own overexertion. Lord Akainu, you jest. My abilities are far too lacking. Joining your ranks would only render me a burden. I require several more years of training. I believe the newly established unit at Judicial Island would suit me perfectly. Akainu's eyelids drooped slightly as he tapped his fingers on the table. Xisi was correct. In Akainu's eyes, his strength was indeed insufficient. The fact that he had nearly failed to defeat someone with a mere bounty of 70 million was alarming. Placed aboard his ship in the New World, he could meet an untimely demise at any moment. As a person, Akainu held a certain appreciation for Xisi. His work ethic resonated with him. It would indeed be a pity if he were to perish like this. Very well, the elite trainee class has another 6 months remaining. Tomorrow, I shall make an introduction for you. Go there and observe. The instructor is an old mentor of mine. Pay close attention and strive to learn as much as possible. As for the unit here, you may visit the staff office tomorrow. Yes, thank you, Admiral. Akainu nodded slightly. All right, you may leave. Victor was once under my command. If you encounter any issues, do not hesitate to seek my counsel. Understood. With that, Xisi wasted no time lingering in Akainu's office and promptly exited, heading towards his newly assigned quarters. Despite having received some advantages and being granted access to the elite naval class through back channels, he still carried an expression of deep grievance, as if he were constantly on guard against potential threats, instilling an atmosphere that discouraged any sense of relaxation. Creak. Sith closed the door, and Dashki had been anxiously waiting outside the building, pacing back and forth in the courtyard. Sith, you have finally returned. Admiral Sakaski did not harm you, did he? Upon hearing that Sith was in trouble, Dashki hurriedly rushed over without having the time to inform Smoker, and now, unable to enter the building, could only wait outside. Xisi shook his head, a smile gracing his lips. It's nothing. Admiral Sakazuki did not trouble me. He merely suggested that I might have awakened my devil fruit powers. Awakened devil fruit powers? What could that possibly mean? Dashki furrowed her brow, glancing up at Xisi. Sith shrugged, uncertain, only aware that Smoker had yet to awaken. Darsky cast him a sidelong glance. All right, enough with the nonsense. Oh, by the way, since Admiral Sakazuki holds no grudge against you, why has he kept you here for so long? To foster camaraderie. Camaraderie? Could you refrain from speaking absurdities with a straight face? That is Admiral Sakazuki, the most stringent of our Navy's admirals. Do you truly believe he would seek you out for such trivial matters? What is it, really? Fine, I'll tell you. Sith replied, arching his brows as he placed his hands upon Darsky's shoulders. Admiral Sakazuki has selected me for the Navy's elite class. The elite class? For the next session? What about the situation at Judicial Island? Darsky inquired, pressing the blade of her knife against Sith's waist, raising her gaze to meet his. Since the incident at Gutazen, the rapport between Sith and Darsky had markedly improved. Had Sith possessed a vessel, he might have lured Darsky away from Smoker. In Darsky's eyes, Sith's methods were excessively harsh. He required a key, and she envisioned herself as that key. This had nothing to do with romantic affection. She merely believed that Smoker had sufficiently graduated from her superior's training program. No, for this session. This session? Darsky adjusted her glasses and glanced at Sith's face. I recall that this session is on the verge of graduation. Are you really going to insert yourself into it? Indeed, I shall, Sith winked at her. Well, forget it. I won't concern myself with you, Darsky sighed, casting him an odd look. However, your attitude adjustment seems rather swift. I remember you were quite despondent upon leaving Yutazan. With a shrug of his shoulders and a slight tilt of his head, Xisi confided a secret. He had a private physician whom he visited nightly for psychological counseling. A private physician? Every night. A flicker of caution ignited within Darsky. How could he, having only just arrived, contemplate ensnaring a young lady? This was intolerable. As the first to object, she demanded, Who? Where? Sith cradled his head in his hands and, with his uninjured hand, gestured towards her in the realm of my dreams. Sith, Darsky reprimanded sharply, delivering a punch to Sith's head. I truly believe you ought to consult a physician. I can recommend a familiar orthopedic doctor indeed. No. Let us save that doctor for now. I have a friend who might need him. Ah, conjuring friends out of thin air? Chapter 15. What reason could there be for not marrying at 50? Marine Headquarters, Marin Fando. Knock, knock, knock. Lieutenant General Wilson Sith, transferred from the West Sea's 177th Division. Reports for duty. Standing outside the office, Sith knocked on the door, his voice resonating with vigor. He was no ordinary individual now. He had influential backing. With the 3 admirals of the Navy and the future naval commander Sikorsky standing behind him, emboldening his tone. Enter. A voice, somewhat aged yet commanding, emanated from within. Sis fell silent, seemingly struggling to maintain her usual bravado. The individual before her held the rank of Major General, identified as a woman of an age that could easily be her grandmother. Thus, the identity of the person behind this door was not particularly difficult to surmise. Upon entering, Sis brought her legs together and saluted. Lady Crane. Enough, she replied, her demeanor warm and nurturing, reminiscent of a kindly grandmother from the neighborhood. You are clearly still injured. There is no need to push yourself. Please, take a seat. Major General Crane leaned against the table, gesturing for Sis to approach, her smile radiating kindness. Yet, Sis dared not relax. After all, this was a woman who commanded respect even from the likes of Doflamingo. Should she truly unleash her fury, not even Sakazuki would stand a chance, let alone the Wano country. Do not be so formal. Victor once served under me, and as his nephew, you are akin to family in my eyes. Just relax. Yes, Major General. Xisi acknowledged with a sound, inwardly admiring his uncle's prowess. Indeed, he thought. Your uncle remains your uncle. Upon entering the headquarters, he was greeted by the presence of numerous senior leaders. However, he was curious about how General he managed to mingle aboard that vessel filled with female soldiers. It would be intriguing to exchange thoughts with him when time permits. General He's gaze was profound, as if he could see straight through Xisi's heart. Narrowing his eyes, he offered a smile, stating, Victor is not on my ship. He is my subordinate at the general staff. Ahem. Sith cleared his throat, covering his mouth, his expression somewhat awkward. All right, young Muai, I can understand. If I recall correctly, you are only 18, aren't you? Indeed, General, I shall turn 18 after this summer. General Crane nodded, rising from his chair. With a demeanor reminiscent of a monk, he poured a glass of water for Sith. Well, that's not too young. If you find someone suitable, you might consider pursuing a relationship. Look at Sakazuki and the others. Despite their age, they have yet to raise a child. I have heard that poor Celino has an illegitimate son, though I wonder what he looks like. Sith, somewhat taken aback, accepted the cup from Crane's hands, feeling as though he had just heard something extraordinary. This was indeed a high-stakes matrimonial event in a parallel realm, specifically tailored for admirals. If he were to marry before the age of 30, it would undoubtedly overshadow the legendary Shanks and surpass the 3 admirals of the Navy. The prospect was truly magnificent. Unbeknownst to him, he had once again concocted a rationale to charm young women. Yet, there was no need for concern. One could only imagine that the admirals would each possess their own justifications. Justifications? What could possibly suffice? Crane crossed her arms, letting out a muffled grunt. At over 50 years of age, remaining unmarried seemed devoid of any reasonable explanation. Even Garp, at this stage in life, had a son named Dragon. Though his descendants might be somewhat troublesome, yet they existed nonetheless. Xisi remained silent, which was far from reassuring. One could refer to it as a revolutionary army, lacking discipline and direction, yet it was more akin to a band of terrorists. Another term that came to mind was adventurer, seizing Justice Island and advancing towards the city, but in truth, they behaved like international bandits and adversaries of Justice Island. Were it not for the protection of those in power, Xisi would have every reason to suspect that they had met their demise countless times. Alas, it is what it is. Your matters have already been relayed to me by Sakaski, and I have consented. You may report to the elite class shortly, coinciding with the legal training at Justice Island. After all, it is unacceptable for the Chief Justice to be ignorant of the law. He sighed, shaking his head, and subtly shifted the topic, casting a meaningful glance at Xisi. Sith's expression was slightly stiff, feeling as though the elderly lady had seen right through him. He hurriedly stood up and offered a respectful bow, assuring her that such matters would not recur. It's nothing, he added. The Admiral, he waved his hand dismissively, encouraging him to relax. Do not be anxious. I bear you no ill will. In fact, there are some who greatly admire your actions. When you leave shortly, do pay a visit to the next room. Someone wishes to see you. Understood, Sith replied, preparing to turn and depart, when a long sigh seemed to emanate from behind him. I always maintained that a general cannot do without women. The warring states never believed it. Now look at this. Sakazuki and Borisolino are constantly together, eschewing wives and children. What on earth are they up to all day? Xisi paused momentarily, shivering involuntarily, unable to suppress the prickling sensation on the nape of his neck. He quickened his pace, realizing the chaos of the elite circles was far too daunting to confront. After departing from Crane's office, Xisi took a considerable time to steady his breathing before finally knocking on the door of the adjacent office. Lieutenant Xisi reporting for duty, he announced. Come in, came a low, somber voice from within. As the door swung open, a middle-aged man of upright stature emerged, clad in a tailored suit and polished shoes, adorned with gold-rimmed spectacles. He held a document in his hand, exuding an air of scholarly refinement. With a solemn expression, Sis offered a respectful salute, refusing to lower his guard simply because the man before him was unfamiliar and appeared somewhat inconsequential. The awakening of his observation hockey, stimulated by the extraordinary abilities of the missionary, rendered Sis acutely perceptive, although the man standing before him bore the visage of a scholar. An aura as profound as an abyss emanated from him. While not as formidable as Sakazuki, he was undeniably more powerful than Smoker, and the impressive definition of his abdominal muscles beneath the crisp white shirt served as further testament to this fact. Lieutenant Sis, or rather, Major Sis, I presume? The man stood, offering Sis a perfunctory smile while extending his right hand. I am Orlando Regans, Senior Prosecutor of Judicial Island. Lieutenant Sis narrowed his eyes, reciprocating the gesture. Orlando Regans? Sith had already come to a conclusion. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, this prominent figure from Judicial Island would serve as his liaison, or rather, his superior regarding matters related to Judicial Island. Major Sith, are you aware of the current situation on Judicial Island? Regans inquired, settling back into his chair, resting his hands on the table, and crossing his legs. My apologies, Lord Regans, no need for that, Regans interjected with a grin, narrowing his eyes as he leaned closer. It is perfectly understandable that you are not privy to this information. After all, family secrets should remain confidential. There are certain matters we cannot disclose to the outside world, but just remember this one thing. Regans' voice trailed off. Sith, understanding the gravity of the situation, adjusted his collar and sat upright, his demeanor turning serious. You must remember one thing. Judicial Island is quite upset, and the repercussions will be severe, regardless of the circumstances. We must restore the dignity of the justices. Do you comprehend? Chapter 16. Good cards. By the time Sith exited the office, it was nearly noon. He and T lingered long with General Crane, primarily because dealing with Regans was quite challenging. Hailing from Judicial Island, Regans was a skilled wordsmith, with a penchant for violence in his secondary profession. His bureaucratic and formalistic tendencies were pronounced. He spoke incessantly of the justices, nearly suffocating Sith with his rhetoric. Were it not for the generous benefits provided by Judicial Island, he would have considered abandoning ship for Sakazuki's side. Through Regans, Sith had effectively become a reserve judge for Judicial Island, awaiting training to officially acquire law enforcement and judicial powers, and he had even been assigned to a vessel. However, he also gleaned some specifics regarding the joint forces from Regans. Although the joint forces were ostensibly backed by the world government, spearheaded by Judicial Island and the naval staff, they were not truly the Navy's favored children. They lacked any formidable experts, capable of suppressing minor disturbances, but wholly inadequate for challenges on the Grand Line or in the New World. This was precisely why Regans had come to meet Sith. With a handful of mediocre cards, they had managed to draw an ace, yet there were lingering suspicions of collusion with the nearby Navy. Hence, someone had to be dispatched to keep a watchful eye, lest Sith, in a moment of distraction, revert to his former allegiances. Sith, however, was quite straightforward about this matter. As long as the compensation was generous and the benefits substantial, he would remain loyal to Judicial Island. His superiors were pleased, affirming that Judicial Island offered ample funds with minimal complications, and they could assist in addressing Daski's transition and reemployment issues. The exchange was smooth, with both parties achieving their desired outcomes. Upon leaving the staff office, a designated aide arranged by Sakazuki awaited him outside, ready to escort Sith to the naval training camp. As the most formidable arm of the pirate world, the Navy's exclusive training camp was not situated directly in Marineford, but rather in the nearby Calm Belt. The conditions there were harsh, with a myriad of training programs across 7 islands, each varying in focus and danger levels. The elite Navy class was located on the most perilous island, while Judicial Island's legal training was on the outermost periphery. It was rumored that Sakazuki had even prepared a small boat for him, enabling nightly visits to the Judicial Island training base for evening classes. With a command from an admiral, attendance was mandatory. As for the reason behind such night classes, that was a question for Sakazuki. After all, the leader of the Eagle faction was burning the midnight oil, and his subordinates could hardly afford to be idle. Poor Lieutenant Xisi, having never set sail in his life, was assigned the daunting task of traversing the Calm Belt and evading the jaws of sea kings as part of his homework, truly a cry for reduced burdens from the students. The sea was a tranquil blue, the weather splendid. This was not the first time sailors had transported someone to the training base. The warship glided smoothly through the Calm Belt, equipped with specially crafted sea stone to avoid attracting any sea king's attention. Major Sith, those are the 7 islands over there. The captain, clad in a white cloak, emerged from the cabin, pointing towards a distant speck with a smile. Oh, is that so? I've heard much about them, Sith replied, scratching his head, his excitement evident as even his splint and bandages felt lighter. The captain raised his gaze, filled with anticipation. You truly must experience it. These 7 islands are the Navy's, and indeed, the world government's, largest training base. Any Navy officer of note has emerged from here. Sis nodded, inquiring about the training camp on Judicial Island. Have you seen it? The first island over there. He gestured towards the distant land. The captain crossed his arms, directing his attention to the island. Admiral Sakazuki has arranged a boat for you. You can row over each evening, and someone will be there to assist you. Understood. I appreciate your help with this matter, Sis replied. It's no trouble at all, the captain said with a smile, waving his hand dismissively. My combat abilities are rather limited. I can only assist in minor tasks. The rest is entirely up to you. Shortly, we will transport you to the island. You must enter the elite training camp on your own. As he spoke, an attendant handed him a map. This is one that Sakazuki used in the past, complete with his annotations. Sith took it over, causing some trouble. A quarter of an hour later, the warship anchored at a modest island, where a small, single-oared boat, measuring over 1 meter in length, was tethered at the shore. With a weary gaze, Xisi found himself at a loss for words. Sakazuki had indeed provided him with a fine vessel. We have arrived at our destination. You may disembark, the captain gestured towards Xisi. Sith nodded and, under the watchful eyes of the assembled soldiers, disembarked from the vessel. He consulted the map in his possession and ventured into the depths of the uninhabited island. The naval training camp was located at the heart of the island, approximately 5 kilometers away according to the map's indications. The journey appeared devoid of significant peril, or so Sakazuki believed. Suddenly, a ferocious roar resonated from the depths of the dense forest, emanating a formidable presence that sent shivers down his spine. Sith's complexion paled. Had not the map indicated that this area was free from danger? What creature could produce such a sound? With a furrowed brow, Xisi found himself confronted by an enormous maw emerging from the depths of the earth. It was a true sand crocodile, the kind that dwells beneath the surface. Damn it, he muttered under his breath, as his form transformed into a shadow in midair, leaving the shark to bite into nothingness. Shadow strike. With a swift motion, Xisi summoned countless black blades from the shadows, which rapidly converged and unleashed a concentrated barrage, piercing through the sand crocodile beneath him. This was the preacher's extraordinary ability. the dominion of darkness. Ever since Xi's returned from the dream world, he had yearned to test this newfound power. However, he had been preoccupied with dealing with Sakaski and others, only now finding the opportunity to explore it. Naturally, if circumstances permitted, he would also relish the chance to test it against Blackbeard Teach, to ascertain whether his dominion over darkness surpassed the might of Teach's dark fruit. The wafting scent of blood attracted other beasts, and in an instant, the entire jungle erupted into chaos as hundreds of various creatures surged forth from the foliage, their enormous jaws lunging towards Xi's. Goodness, was this truly the number of adversaries he would face in a single day? Was this the life of an elite class? Sith dared not confront directly. Instead, he leaped onto the back of a beast, skillfully maneuvering through the throng of creatures with his heightened perception from observation haki and the overwhelming power of darkness. Each time, he narrowly escaped their grasp, inciting the beasts to roar furiously, yet they could do nothing to him as he drew ever closer to the camp. Deep within the deserted island, at the Navy elite training camp, a man with purple hair and only one arm held a stopwatch, surveying the elite class students gathered below. With a cigar clenched between his teeth, he cast a glance at the crowd as the roars of the beasts echoed, signaling the commencement of the countdown. Chapter 17. The Entrance Examination. In the depths of the Seven Islands, at the Navy elite training camp, whispers rippled through the camp. Hey, do you know what is happening today? There's quite a commotion. A group of short-haired Marines, burdened with weights, exchanged hushed words. Keep it down. I might have some insider information, but it's secondhand. Don't go spreading it around. Rest assured, we're tight-lipped. I heard that Instructor Zephyr is considering retiring from the training camp. Someone from Judicial Island seems to want to take advantage of this opportunity to gain favor. We're on the verge of graduating, yet they insist on pushing someone through connections. Instructor Zephyr is furious and wants to teach that individual a harsh lesson during the beast hunting season. A sly grin accompanied the last remark. Is that so? They certainly deserve a lesson. How can they resort to such underhanded tactics when they themselves are incapable? It's no wonder they fell prey to pirates on Judicial Island. Exactly. Standing on the platform, Zephyr took a drag from his cigarette, observing all the subtle movements beneath him. With his observation haki, he could perceive everything. Not just within Amir camp, but across the entire island. His inaction stemmed from his own resentment. Having served as an instructor for several decades, he had been diligent and devoted. Now, as he aged, he longed for retirement and the freedom to pursue his own interests. Yet, Sakazuki had the audacity to push someone onto him for favoritism. Of course, had it been a capable individual, he might have turned a blind eye out of respect for Sakazuki. However, the person he was trying to insert was nothing but a bunch of lowly scoundrels from Judicial Island. What on earth was his disciple thinking? Meanwhile, in the jungle, Sith was adorned in flickering black and red flames, leaping repeatedly through the shadows, pursued by a horde of beasts with bloodshot eyes. What was happening? Had he unwittingly disturbed a den of beasts, prompting them all to chase after him? Sith cursed inwardly, his muscles aching from the rapid sprint. The wounds inflicted by Ankino oozing crimson blood. A chilling howl echoed through the air, as if heralding a dire omen. A formidable pack of massive wolves stood before him, saliva dripping from their jaws, encircling him with an ever-growing throng of beasts. Damn it. Sith's expression shifted subtly. His unscathed right hand instinctively tightened around the hilt of the long knife at his waist, shadows and flames dancing within his gaze as he let out a cold chuckle. So this is what they call an entrance examination? A show of strength, I see. Humph. The cacophony of howls erupted around him, igniting a flicker of anger within Sith. With such a tumult, he could not believe that every elite class member could handle it unscathed. He would not be convinced that there was no preferential treatment involved. A howl pierced the air, and a large, dark gray wolf lunged at him first. Its size was almost akin to that of an Asian elephant, and beneath its flowing fur, the contours of its powerful muscles were unmistakable. This creature was a champion of its pack, boasting a remarkably proportionate physique. Its sharp claws glimmered with a chilling light under the sun, and Sith had no doubt it could rend a tiger or leopard apart with ease. With shadows leaping around him, Sith gripped his long knife tightly, inhaling sharply as he summoned the strength of his muscles. In an instant, he leaped through the shadows, covering several meters, and swung his knife down toward the wolf's skull, flames trailing the blade. Even if the wolf bore armor, he intended to carve a hole through it. In a graceful bound, the wolf deftly evaded his attack, a mocking grin emerging on its elongated face, revealing a level of cunning that perhaps surpassed what he had anticipated. Yet, ultimately, man is man, and beast is beast. With a swift and precise motion, Xisi unleashed 2 fireballs, tinged with crimson and black, from his fingertips. At such a close proximity, it was impossible for the wild wolf to evade them, regardless of its speed. In an instant, 2 gaping wounds appeared on its neck, blood gushing forth. As the flames made contact with the blood, they ignited with a ferocity akin to oil meeting fire, engulfing the entire creature in a blazing inferno. Amidst the haunting cries of despair, the wild wolf continued to writhe in agony. Its claws glinted ominously as a formidable iron tail swung towards Xisi, slicing through the air with a fierce whoosh, reminiscent of a howling gale. Sith withdrew into the shadows, alighting upon a colossal tree. It is often said that the emergence of gigantic beasts is a conspiracy orchestrated by the government. I had my doubts, but now I find myself convinced. Such instruments of slaughter could scarcely exist without the influence of those deranged scientists within the scientific division. A piercing cry of an eagle echoed through the air, sending ripples across the atmosphere. Now, the last bastion of tranquility in the skies had been obliterated, trapped between the encroaching land and sky. With no other recourse, Sith leaped from the tree, performing a somersault midair, his gaze fixed upon the eagle's beak. With a swift gesture of his right hand, he unleashed the technique, flame release, overheating destruction. A colossal fireball surged skyward, infused with intense heat, swelling against the wind until it collided with the giant eagle, incinerating it in less than a second, transforming it into a charred, flame-laden husk. With a slight smirk at the corner of his mouth, Xisi realized that not every creature was as formidable as a wild wolf. He drew his blade and turned, his entire being enveloped in a shroud of shadow. With a leap, the long sword sliced through the air, emanating a chilling brilliance. He had resolved to make one last charge, should he fail to escape once more. He would resort to setting the mountain ablaze. Was it not a matter of confrontation? Who was to fear whom? If it came to it, they could all perish together. An increasing number of beasts emerged within Xisi's perception, their quantity far exceeding his expectations, even surpassing those of Xifa. What was amiss? Wasn't the number of beasts supposed to be under your constant surveillance? How could such a sudden surge occur? Xifa furrowed his brow and cast a sharp glance at his assistant. The assistant's forehead was already slick with cold sweat, his lips pale. General Xifa, I am uncertain, but this number should indeed be monitored by designated personnel. We only administered a small dose of the drug this morning. I did not anticipate that it would so easily disturb the beasts across the entire island. Humph, Xifa scoffed, narrowing his eyes, his commanding presence suffocating the assistant. Since you didn't foresee this, why not hasten your preparations to rescue those in peril? Why yes, of course, we shall proceed immediately. The assistant stammered, attempting to retreat. Suddenly, Xifa slammed his hand on the table, a grin breaking across his face. Wait, send the elite class. It will serve as a fitting test of their training. And allow that young man to witness the prowess of our elite team. Ha ha ha. Indeed, General Xifa speaks wisely. We must show that young man our strength. Let us give that fellow a taste of our might and send the folks from Judicial Island back to their own territory. Upon Xifa's declaration, the elite class students immediately began to stir with excitement. Instructor, shall we depart now? Time is of the essence, but wait. Xifa raised his left hand, his expression suddenly transforming into one of intrigue. Chapter 18. How dare you defame innocence out of thin air? Oh, how amusing. Xifa shook his head, a smile playing on his lips. All right, the mission is cancelled. Everyone grab a bucket. The task has been temporarily altered to firefighting. Within the jungle, the beasts amassed in greater numbers, and Xisi's wounds had begun to tear open, with several new bloodstains marring his back. He appeared exceedingly disheveled. Ah, splendid. So, this is how it is meant to be, is it? If I am to suffer, then none shall find solace today. With a cold snort, Xisi's expression turned grotesquely fierce, his body entangled by dark chains that dragged him through the shadows and relentless leaps. Were it not for the newfound abilities granted by the missionary, he might have already met his end here. However, it mattered not. As long as one was resolute enough, all would come to an end. Shadow leap. The figure of Sis vanished once more from the spot, only to reappear suddenly at the edge of the jungle, his body ablaze with flickering black and crimson flames. The overwhelming surge of power coursing through him sent his blood racing, his heart reaching an exhilarating pace in an instant, while adrenaline surged wildly, causing his pupils to transform into a vivid crimson hue. The visage of Xisi began to contort, as if he were on the brink of vanishing into the shadows. In the next instant, his right hand clenched, and his aura surged to its zenith. Flame release, overheating destruction. Everything transpired within the span of mere seconds. A colossal black fireball materialized from the void, transforming midair into a soaring dragon of flames. The raging fire dragon leapt upward, roaring fiercely as it dove down, engulfing the entire forest in a conflagration. The flames, propelled by the wind, became increasingly enchanting compared to the original flame release. His fire now bore a resemblance to the Uchiha's Amaterasu. To contend with me is no simple task if I do not receive an explanation today. No one shall escape unscathed. If there is no escape, then what do you intend to do? Sith's body trembled as a somewhat deep male voice resonated in his ear. Who? A surge of vigilance welled up within him, and a crimson-black fireball shot forth in response to the sound. Boom. The fireball collided with a tree, splitting the massive trunk, as thick as a man, cleanly in half. Its power was commendable, yet its speed was regrettably sluggish. The voice echoed again in his ear, and beads of cold sweat adorned Sith's forehead as an unprecedented sense of panic and fear took root in his heart. Gradually, his mastery of observation haki enveloped the surrounding area, yet he was unable to detect even a shadow of his adversary. Troubling, indeed very troubling. Who exactly are you? Sith's voice was subdued as he struggled to rein in his emotions. You entered my training camp, and you are still unaware of my identity? Then what brings you here? The voice carried a hint of mockery. Admiral Zephyr? The corners of Xise's mouth curled slightly, and his body seemed to relax in an instant. However, the knife in his hand tightened its grip even further. He was not accustomed to entrusting his life and death to others. General, I am merely an ordinary recruit here for lessons. Such grand gestures are unnecessary, are they not? I shall walk the remainder of the path myself. No need for your esteemed presence to escort me. Haha, General. That title is one I have long since abandoned. You may now call me instructor. Zifa let out a hearty laugh, finally revealing his imposing figure before Xise for the first time. He was an extraordinarily tall man, radiating an aura of command that, coupled with his innate boldness, instilled in Xise a sense of reverence akin to standing before a towering mountain. Yet before he could utter a word of admiration, a fist, imbued with authority and entirely cloaked in darkness, lunged toward Xise's abdomen. This time he was aware. Sith began to swiftly wield his blade, forming a brilliant curtain of steel before him. The crimson flames danced around him, resembling a frenzied dragon that enveloped him in a protective embrace. This defense, it seemed, could withstand even a general's might. Suddenly, Sith's pupils constricted as Zephyr's figure vanished once more. All he perceived was a fleeting shadow, and his weapon was struck from his grasp, clattering to the ground. A sharp pain pierced his abdomen as a fist, as hard as iron, landed squarely upon him. With a gasp, he expelled a bitter retch, the force of Zephyr's blow perfectly measured, sending Sith to his knees. Struggling to lift his gaze, he noticed that Zephyr had somehow relit his cigar, one arm crossed over his chest. Your skills are commendable, yet still too immature, particularly in hand-to-hand combat. Compared to Sakazuki, you fall significantly short. But let me ask you sincerely, are you truly not Sakazuki's illegitimate child? Sith furrowed his brow, fixated on Zephyr, saying nothing. Whether or not Sakazuki was an illegitimate child was unclear to others, but Zephyr certainly knew. Observing the Navy was merely a pastime for him. After Porcellino, Sakazuki's reputation had also suffered. No, it was Sith's reputation that was tarnished. What would the next gossip be? Astonishingly, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon, was rumored to be the illegitimate son of Admiral Sengoku and the naval hero Monkey D. Garp. Is male surrogacy a sign of humanity's decay or a moral collapse? Although I cannot fathom your thoughts, I am certain they are not of a virtuous nature. Yet, given your propensity for arson, what is there that you would deem unthinkable? Sith wiped his mouth with his sleeve, raised his head, and shot him a sidelong glance. Regardless of the circumstances, at the very least, I could never bring myself to unleash a beast upon a student. Huh, you rascal. Zephyr lifted Sith with one hand, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth as he glared at him. As for the matter of the beast, that is another story. How will you compensate for the damage caused by your fire? Compensation? Cough. General Zephyr, you unleash a beast upon me and expect me to pay? Sith shook his head and smiled, as if he had heard something amusing. Oh, is that not the case? Zephyr, exhaling a cloud of smoke, tossed him back to the ground. One thing must be settled at a time. This is a lesson that Judicial Island should have taught you. Sith exhaled deeply, baring his teeth. Unable to contend with Zephyr, he accepted his fate. Please send the bill to the Marineford office on Justice Island, addressed to Irando Regans. Have him cover it for now. I shall repay the remainder gradually. He chuckled lightly. But Justice Island truly possesses substantial funds. Zephyr chuckled in response, hoisting Sis onto his shoulder. At that moment, Whitebeard too had yet to attain the status of a warlord of the sea. And Zephyr was not as extreme as he would later become. He remained a deeply aggrieved elderly man. You are Wilson, sis, correct? From tomorrow onwards. Arrive at 4 in the morning, an hour earlier than the others. Your physical skills are woefully inadequate. You must make up for the classes you have missed. After I catch up, can I fight you? Haha. If you wish to challenge me, you must hurry. In terms of physical prowess, you must at least reach the level of your father. I've told you, Sakazuki is not my father. All right. Sakazuki is not your father. Is that acceptable? Truly. I speak the truth. Do not treat me like a child. He chuckled. Zephyr's expression was one of paternal affection. Sis understood that his reputation was irreparably tarnished. Chapter 19. The smoke was too thick to see. Zephyr carried Sis onward, the training grounds already populated with individuals who had just returned from extinguishing fires. Their faces still smudged with soot. Excluding those still attending to subsequent matters, approximately 30 stood before Zephyr, in 3 rows. Each individual was an elite drawn from various naval divisions. Zephyr surveyed the assembly, then unceremoniously dropped Sis to the ground. Once the gathering had filled out, he spoke in a grave tone. Now that most are present, let us become acquainted. This is Major Wilson, Sis, from the Joint Forces of Judicial Island. From this day forth, he shall be one of you. His succinct proclamation sent a ripple through the crowd, many scrutinizing Sis with a mix of disdain and mockery. Zephyr shot them a sidelong glance, a glimmer of satisfaction hidden within his gaze. This was precisely the reaction he sought. In a pack, competition breeds advancement. I am aware that some of you harbor dislike, even hostility towards him. However, that is of no consequence. Our training camp has always operated on the principle of strength. If you refuse to yield, then you shall be compelled to submit. Now, who among you wishes to challenge Major Sis? I do. 4 or 5 individuals stepped forward in unison from the ranks, a mix of men and women, all gazing ahead with resolute expressions, exuding an aura of elite prowess. Excellent. Zephyr circled before them. Bark, Will, Quint, Betty, Judy, splendid. He then turned his attention to the coughing Sis, a playful smile appearing on his face. So Major Sis, will you accept the challenge now, or would you prefer to rest until you have recovered? Coughing twice, Sis wiped his mouth, gripping the long sword that Zephyr had returned to his side. He appeared somewhat disheveled, but managed a wry smile towards Zephyr. Very well, let us proceed today. I still need to return to Justice Island this evening to study legal statutes. Let us expedite this. The words of Xisi were laden with provocation, and in an instant, the crowd below seethed with rage, their eyes ablaze with fury, wishing nothing more than to rend him apart. He struggled to rise to his feet, his right hand trembling as he inserted a piece of fragrant candy into his mouth. With a sweeping glance, he inquired, will you approach as a group of 5? Or shall you come at me one by one? As Xisi's words fell, the anger among the group intensified, their gazes converging upon Zifa, eagerly awaiting his command to rush forth and rend Xisi to shreds. Zifa raised his left hand, redirecting his attention back to Xisi, a grin spreading across his face. Xisi, while your strength is commendable and your father is silence, Xisi retorted, his eyes ablaze with fury as he glared at Zifa. I have said countless times, that man is not my father. Oh, then who is your father? Zifa's expression was laced with mockery. Are we going to fight or not? Xisi exhaled deeply. Frustration etched upon his brow. Well then, who will step forward first? I will. No sooner had Zifa spoken than a tall woman leaped from among the 5, introducing herself with a confident demeanor. Betty, at your service. Though not particularly muscular, Betty's physique was well-proportioned, exuding an air of latent power. Her sun-kissed skin and striking azure eyes were filled with disdain for Xisi. Kid, you bear injuries. I won't take advantage of you. Please, make your move first. Sid shook his head, a faint smile reappearing on his face. He refrained from drawing his sword, merely gripping the scabbard tightly. There's no need for that. I do not indulge in the habit of bullying a beautiful woman. Humph, Betty scoffed, her aura rising sharply. You insufferable lecher, you pampered heir. Our elite class is not your playground. Be gone. With a swift motion, Betty propelled herself, moving back and forth in rapid succession, and with a resounding crack, her form vanished from sight. Shaving technique. Is that the Navy's 6th style? With a firm grip on the hilt of his sword, Xisi remained poised, refraining from immediate action. His formidable observation hockey enveloped the entire training ground, rendering every blade of grass and fluttering leaf within his keen perception. No movement, however subtle, could elude his vigilant gaze. Even against the backdrop of the Navy's 6 forms, shadows danced. Quickly, Betty, yet Xisi moved with greater alacrity. As the shadow swept past, he materialized directly above Betty, drawing his blade and executing a swift strike. Betty felt a sudden numbness at the nape of her neck. Her vision faded to white, and she collapsed on the spot, unconscious. As Xisi descended back to the ground, his expression remained unchanged, blood dripping steadily from the wound. Had it not been for the fallen figure on the ground, the onlookers might have never fathomed that a battle had concluded in such a fleeting moment. "Ah, the Navy's sixth forms are indeed formidable," he remarked with a smirk, followed by a faint laugh. The atmosphere hung heavy with tension as the remaining four exchanged glances, uncertain, then turned to Zephyr, who appeared somewhat bewildered. Zephyr, with customary poise, crossed his arms over his chest and nodded. It had been long since he had encountered such a monstrous youth. The resemblance to Sakazuki in his prime was striking. Alas, had he been a true father to Sakazuki, their legacy might have become a celebrated tale. Well then, since Xisi has spoken, you four should join forces. Surrounding him is no disgrace. Losing is what brings shame, Zephyr declared. They exchanged resolute nods. Very well, let us proceed. Shave, moonwalk, thorn path, gale foot, chaos, paper drawing. With their words uttered, the four launched themselves toward him from 4 different directions. Sith stood impassively, his right hand forming a seal, and a colossal black fireball surged forth, accompanied by a torrential wave of heat, enveloping the surroundings in a thick shroud of black smoke. Destructive escape, oversteaming kill. With that, he drew his blade and advanced, vanishing into a realm of shadows. Under the cover of the smoke, the onlookers heard the sound of a blade sheath striking against a neck. Bang, bang, bang. Within 2 minutes, as the smoke dissipated, Sith remained in place, a smile still gracing his face, blood dripping from him, while the 4 adversaries lay incapacitated on the ground. So, what do you say, Teacher Zephyr? Who else wishes to give it a try? Zephyr clenched his cigarette, his gaze scanning the other elite class members. Is there anyone else who wishes to test their mettle? The atmosphere grew tense, silence enveloping the crowd as they began to hesitate. Is there truly no one willing to step forward? Zephyr narrowed his eyes, raising his voice, his remaining left hand tightening into a fist, his mood evidently soured. Are you feeling apprehensive? Zephyr's disciples may falter, but they must never succumb to fear. Are you frightened? Zephyr's voice bore a hint of anger, his aura becoming formidable, a flicker of fire brewing within his chest. No, instructor, we are not afraid. A soldier, modest in stature and clad in a military cap, stood forth, his back straight, his voice resonant. Barry, is it? Then why do you hesitate? It is not that we lack courage. We are merely contemplating our strategy. Oh, Zephyr, instead of reprimanding, chuckled. What thoughts occupy your mind? I am devising a method to defeat him. And what have you disowned? Apologies, instructor. The smoke is too dense. I could not see anything. Chapter 20. Wolves devouring tigers. The smoke is too thick to see. Zephyr chuckled lightly, gripping a nearby tree trunk, leaving several imprints. You have no thoughts at all. I do. Barry's legs tightened, meeting Zephyr's gaze. Then share them. Zephyr nodded, urging him to continue. My eyesight is poor. I could not see clearly when Major Sith faced Betty, nor when he confronted Bulk, Will, Quint, and Judy due to the obscuring smoke. However, I heard the events unfold. Major Sith engaged all 4 simultaneously, finishing them in 1 minute and 54 seconds, approximately 29 seconds per adversary, each falling with a single strike. Thus, Major Sith's attack interval is roughly between 24 and 25 seconds. If we can exploit that window, we can defeat him. Barry spoke with confidence, his posture erect, exuding an invigorating spirit. Indeed, Zephyr nodded, feeling a flicker of satisfaction. Finally, a somewhat reliable individual had emerged. Since you have formulated a plan, why not step forward? Because I lack the confidence to endure until Major Sith's attack window. Haha, now that is an honest admission. Zephyr genuinely laughed, pleased that they recognized their shortcomings and engaged in critical thought. There was hope for this group yet. His expression hardened as he gestured towards Sith. I grant you an opportunity. How many days do you require to prepare for his defeat? 3 days, instructor. Please allow me 3 days, and I will lead them to victory over Major Sith. Barry declared, chest out, addressing Zephyr boldly. Is one person insufficient? Barry shook his head, his demeanor serious. Instructor, times have changed. This is no longer an era of solitary battles and brute force. While I may not prevail alone, I firmly believe that united, there is no enemy we cannot conquer. Clap, clap, clap. Well said. Sith applauded, finding resonance with Barry's convictions. Perhaps this diminutive fellow held potential. Zephyr snorted, casting a sharp glare. Do you realize you are opponents now? Maintain a serious demeanor. Sis shrugged with a hint of helplessness. In truth, I genuinely believed his words held merit. Zephyr turned his head away, acknowledging the wisdom in the statement, yet asserting that it is not always entirely accurate. Ants may indeed bring down an elephant, but when have you ever heard of ants defeating a dragon? In this world, when power reaches a certain magnitude, mere numbers become inconsequential. Report. Barry stepped forward once more. What is it? Speak, Zephyr prompted. Sir, while it is true that ants cannot slay dragons, neither is Major Sis a dragon. At best, he resembles a tiger. Currently, a pack of wolves is threatening the tiger, and the outcome remains uncertain. Please grant us an opportunity 3 days, no, 2 days. In 2 days, we shall certainly defeat Major Sis. Barry held Zephyr's gaze unwaveringly. Zephyr grinned, an enigmatic glint in his eye as he regarded him, before turning away. 7 days, I shall grant you 7 days. After that, we shall engage again. Do you have any objections? Sith leaned against the tree, raising an eyebrow. I have no objections. No, instructor, 7 days is excessive. We only require 3. Xisi shook his head, scrutinizing Barry before gesturing towards Sith. Do you see? The remaining 4 days are not for you. They are for his recovery. One cannot expect another to fight alongside them while still bearing wounds, can they? Barry glanced at Sith and nodded. Very well, 7 days it is. After 7 days, once Major Sith has healed, we shall resume our training. Sith leaned against the tree and shrugged, expressing no dissent. Zephyr lit a cigarette, glanced at the sky, and nodded slightly, declaring that this would be their course of action. As the hour grew late, he suggested that everyone should return for the night, while he would accompany Sis to the island. In unison, the others snapped to attention, saluting Zephyr before marching in orderly fashion towards the accommodations. As night fell, the sky was perfectly clear, and perhaps due to the fire Sis had ignited earlier, the stars shone with an extraordinary brilliance, scattering across the heavens, while the sea lay tranquil and undisturbed. Come aboard, row the boat yourself, Zephyr said, showing no inclination to assist the injured. He settled into the boat and patted the seat next to him, indicating for Sis to join him in rowing. With a hint of exasperation, Sis rolled his eyes at him, acknowledging, I understand, I shall come over at once. The moonlight enveloped the surroundings, casting a melancholic glow on the injured Sis and Zeph as they sat in the boat, their plight appearing particularly pitiable. Black tendrils gently maneuvered the oars, and Sis turned his gaze towards Zeph. Speak, Teacher Zeph, what matter has prompted your summons today? I cannot believe your sole intention is to ferry me to an island. Zeph spread his left hand across the boat. You are quite astute. Indeed, I have a matter to discuss with you today. Pray tell. Whatever it is that I am capable of, I shall certainly assist you. Zeph narrowed his eyes, leaning closer. I do not require you to undertake any grand task. All I ask is that you teach Barry and his companions a lesson. With a slight smirk at the corner of his mouth, Xisi couldn't help but display a hint of mockery. Teacher Zephyr, what are you up to? Those are your disciples who have diligently followed you for several years. You do not wish for their victory and even expect me to teach them a lesson? Humph. Zephyr let out a cold snort and cast him a sidelong glance. What do you understand? They are simply too arrogant. Otherwise, why would I place my hopes in you? Sith gazed at the moon's reflection on the water, smiling silently. Zephyr, with a cigar clenched between his teeth, exhaled a smoke ring, his voice imbued with both nostalgia and weariness as he reminisced, over 2 decades ago. I took over this training camp from Admiral Kong. Back then, the Navy was indeed vibrant and full of life. Among my first batch of students were formidable individuals like Sakazuki and Porcelino. In the 3rd cohort, there was Kazan, followed by the likes of Gecko Moria, Porgasti, Ace, and Trafalgar D, Waterlaw. I watched the Navy ascend to dominion over the seas day by day, and it filled me with joy. Yet, I cannot pinpoint when it all changed. The Navy became altered, ailing, or perhaps aged. The new generation of pirates has emerged, but what of the Navy? Who among the new breed can shoulder the mantle? When we relics of the past have departed, who will uphold the Navy's legacy? Smoker? His capabilities are commendable. Few peers in the Navy can surpass him. Yet, it remains insufficient. He pales in comparison to monsters like Sakazuki. With his strength alone, he cannot bear the weight of the Navy. Alas, he stands as one of the finest newcomers we possess. However, this current cohort of smokers is still relatively decent, as there are a few who can rise to the occasion. But the subsequent generations are truly disappointing, each one less capable than the last, priding themselves as elites, shunning vices like alcohol and tobacco, yet none possess the ability to achieve anything meaningful. Chapter 21, The Vice Admiral? Sis remained silent, merely gazing intently at Zephyr. Zephyr was not mistaken. The aging issue within the Navy was indeed grave. The war at the summit had yet to commence, and these problems were merely beginning to surface. It would be after the summit war that everything would be laid bare. Following the summit war, a monumental reshuffling occurred among the pirates. The remnants of the old era and the Whitebeard pirates exited the historical stage, while a younger, more aggressive Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach, ascended as the new Emperor of the Sea. The underwater prison, impelled down, was breached from within by the Straw Hat Captain, Monkey D., Luffy, and Blackbeard, resulting in countless notorious criminals escaping into the four seas. Years of effort and management by the Navy and Judicial Island in the Grand Line and the New World crumbled into oblivion. The once notorious supernovas of the worst generation began to bare their fangs in the New World, forming alliances to challenge the old order and seek their own positions of power. The underground emperors of the New World, Don Quixote da Flamingo and the Golden Emperor, Gil Tazaro, were indirectly delivered to prison by the Straw Hat crew. Charlotte Katakuri, the current Sweet Commander and second son of Big Mom, was defeated by the Straw Hat Captain, leading to the emergence of a formidable force capable of rivaling the Four Emperors, raising a banner in the New World. Edward Newgate's proclamation regarding the One Piece ignited a new wave of piracy, attracting countless aspiring youths who could have been the next pirate king to the sea. And what of the Navy at this juncture? Former Admiral Kazan had left the Navy, and the highly regarded Navy star, Smoker, faced defeat against Trafalgar D. Waterlaw, was vanquished by Virgo, and nearly lost his life in combat with Doflamingo, having completely fallen to the ranks of secondary combatants. As the likes of Sakazuki, Borsellino, Guion, and C.H. Chin age, the dynamics between the Navy and the pirates will inevitably shift, and a greater upheaval in the world seems imminent. The rapid carriage of the world government races forward, yet its destination remains shrouded in uncertainty. Zephyr pinched the bridge of his nose, observing Sis' prolonged silence, and assumed he had grasped the severity of the current situation. He nodded, acknowledging the realization that the Navy now stood on the precipice of catastrophe. Initially, I perceived their strength as insufficient, contemplating a collaborative approach to enhance combat capabilities. Yet, in hindsight, I cannot ascertain whether this was a correct or erroneous decision. By opening this avenue, I inadvertently led them to abandon their aspirations for prominence. While their collective strength is commendable, the individual prowess is lamentably inadequate. Sith squinted, pausing for a moment, then raised an eyebrow at Zephyr. Since you have brought it up, it would indeed be rather unreasonable of me not to teach them a lesson. However, given the current situation where wolves are preying upon tigers, I am not entirely certain I can handle it. Ha ha ha, Zephyr chuckled, patting Sith on the shoulder, his eyes gleaming with delight. As long as you agree, that is sufficient. I shall take care of the rest, for I have my own means. Zephyr escorted Sith all the way to the island, where individuals from Justice Island were already waiting at the shore. Unlike the elite training camp, many on this island donned black suits, resembling agents, including the soldiers sent to receive Sith. Sith nodded gently with a warm smile and returned a military salute. I am Wilson Sith. Greetings, Major Sith. I am Nate, dispatched from the training camp to assist you. Hello, Nate. What do I need to do now? Sith relaxed his somewhat stiff body from sitting on the ship and inquired of Nate. Nate examined him from head to toe without a flicker of emotion. I believe it is imperative for you to first attend to your injuries and change into a fresh uniform. Sith's expression was somewhat awkward. He had merely tended to his wounds in the elite class before hastily making his way here, anxious about being late on his first day. Not to mention the ragged state of his attire. While it was somewhat acceptable in the elite class, it felt utterly out of place here on Island 1. How about the classes? Nath's face was impassive, resembling an emotionless machine. You need not worry about the classes. All others are scheduled for the mornings. Yours is the only one in the evening, with dedicated instruction, so there is no cause for concern. Instantly, Sith's face fell into a similar blankness. The infirmary is this way. Please follow me. Nath mechanically guided Sith towards the center of the island. Compared to the four islands where the elite class was located, the infrastructure of Island 1 could hardly be described as anything less than opulent capitalism. The streets were paved with pristine bluestone, adorned with white walls and azure tiles. And the inhabitants were impeccably dressed, starkly contrasting the makeshift shelters and tattered garments of the elite class, though it superficially resembled an elite environment. It must be noted that true elitism in this world ultimately hinges on strength and capability. After receiving professional medical attention in the infirmary of Island 1, Nath still did not escort him to the classroom, but instead leisurely returned him to his dormitory, exhibiting an oddly protective demeanor as if fearful of his escape. It remained a mystery what instructions Regans had imparted to them prior to his arrival, but his treatment was remarkably favorable. The dormitory assigned to Sis appeared to have received no special treatment. It was a double room, impeccably tidy, imbued with a pleasant aroma from incense that created a soothing atmosphere. Beside the bed lay some luggage, suggesting that someone had already checked in before him, though no one was in sight. "Oh, my boy, welcome to the Isle. This is the naval enclave of Justice Island." Approximately a quarter of an hour passed when the door was suddenly thrust open. A man entered, clad in a brown suit, yet adorned with a conspicuous gold chain that struck a somewhat discordant note. He flashed a broad grin, revealing 2 prominent gold teeth. Sis recognized him as yet another individual capable of single-handedly tarnishing the reputation of Justice Island and the Navy. With great enthusiasm, the man approached, immediately enveloping Sis in a bear hug. "You must be Major Sis, yes? I've been waiting for you all night. At last, you have arrived." Coughing twice, Sis feigned a pained expression, as though an old injury had flared up, and gently pushed him away. With an equally broad smile, he apologized. "I'm afraid I have an injury on my shoulder. I must decline the embrace." The man, displaying understanding, took a step back, spreading his arms in a gesture of innocence. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Hans Don Clara, prosecutor of Justice Island, your colleague, roommate, and your future adjutant. Come now, are you truly unwilling to greet me with a warm hug?" "Adjutant." Sith furrowed his brow, a sense of doubt creeping into his heart. This matter had not been disclosed to him by Ruijin, and he couldn't help but wonder if having such a uniquely styled individual aboard his vessel would truly pose no issues. Clara casually reclined on the sofa, pouring 2 glasses of red wine from the bottle on the table. She raised her glass in his direction, gesturing slightly before speaking slowly. "Major Sith, please do not harbor any suspicions. This matter requires a thorough explanation from me." In Chapter 22, on the verge of becoming a literary luminary, Clara lifted her wine glass and nudged the untouched glass towards Sith. "You must be well aware of the affairs concerning the joint forces, Major Sith, am I correct?" With a subtle raise of his eyebrow, his eyes understood something, though what exactly did he comprehend? He was merely an unfortunate youth who had just emerged from the rural confines of Shihai, utterly oblivious to the myriad of intricate details. Were he to possess such knowledge, would not his intellect rival that of the prominent figures within the world government? At times, he found himself unable to suppress the nagging suspicion in his heart that perhaps someone was indeed ridiculing his ignorance. Sis cast a rather resentful glance at Clara, draining his glass of red wine in one swift motion as if he were pouring a large bowl of tea. "I apologize, but I know nothing, nor do I wish to know anything. I only understand that you will be my aide. That is sufficient." Clara paused for a moment, narrowing her eyes. "Major Sis, your words leave me feeling rather unsettled. I can't help but suspect that you might seek an opportunity to offer me as a meal to the sea creatures." Sis furrowed his brow. "This fellow appears to possess quite a bit of understanding. It would indeed be a pity to simply send him off to fish for sea kings. It would be wiser to recruit a couple of pirates to assist with some minor tasks." He had already concocted a press release titled Prosecutor of Judicial Island, Commander Clara heroically sacrifices, detailing how Navy Major Sis, with tears in his eyes, vanquished pirates, dismantling 40 hideouts and avenging his comrades. A truly poignant and lamentable tale. If only he had not been picked up by Victor and enlisted in the Navy, devoting himself to journalism, perhaps the News King Morgans would have been rendered obsolete. "Major Sis, you wouldn't be contemplating hiring a couple of pirates to dispose of me, would you?" Clara remarked, gazing at Sis with a sudden, eerie calmness. "Huh? How could that be?" Sis replied, a hint of guilt flickering across his face as he smiled, pouring himself a drink. "Clara, do not overthink. You are my cherished deputy. How could I possibly seek the demise of you? Indeed, Major Sis, I advise you to relinquish such thoughts early on. A Navy major paired with a deputy of Judicial Island is a directive from above. Should anything befall me, the higher-ups would hold you accountable." Clara took a small sip of her drink, leaning back on the sofa, her brow arching in feigned mirth. "Moreover, on this island, I am the only one suited to be your deputy." "What do you mean?" Realizing Clara had seen through him, Sis abandoned pretense, sprawling on the sofa and stretching lazily. Clara's expression shifted to seriousness. "Major Sis, I have reviewed your record. You joined the Navy 4 years ago, thus regarded as a seasoned sailor. There is a notable characteristic to your conduct. In every battle you have partaken, the the Navy seldom captures prisoners. This was acceptable 4 years ago, but particularly pronounced in the past 2 years. And so? Sis narrowed his eyes. Clara grinned, placing her glass back on the table. Major Sis, our Judicial Island is unlike the Navy. Here, we are predominantly scholars. Some may have trained in combat for a few days, and a few can indeed fight. Yet at their core, they remain intellectuals. A common flaw among scholars is their tendency to show mercy when it is unwarranted. I am different. Having witnessed the brutality of pirates, my heart is steeled. On this island number 1, only I will not hinder your progress. No, 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 Lady Clara, I, Sis, am a poet. Having a literary deputy would be quite fitting, would it not? Sis raised an eyebrow, leaning in as well. Clara's expression stiffened, and she turned her head away. What do you mean? Do you not believe I can trust Sis as a poet? Cough, no. It's just that I choked on my drink. You haven't had any drink yet. Enough. Regardless of the circumstances, I am indeed your best option at present. Clara snapped, turning her head back with impatience. Sith, with a grimace, tightened his grip, uttering words as fierce as those of a beast. Apologies. But I have an affinity for women. Hey, what do you mean? I too have a fondness for women. I have a fiancée. You know? You? A fiancée? Sith cast several glances at Clara, his face reflecting a blend of pity and amusement as he patted her shoulder. Worry not. Even my neighbor's little sister expressed a desire to be my bride when she was merely 7 or 8. There's no shame in that. Clara sat still for a moment, stunned, before finally responding, pointing an accusatory finger at Sith. Jealousy. That is nothing but blatant jealousy. What nonsense. Jealous of you? With my looks. Finding a fiancé is merely a walk in the park. Besides, do you truly have a fiancé? Sith squinted playfully, raising an eyebrow at Clara in a provocative manner. You dare not believe me? Just wait. Today I shall let it slide, but tomorrow, I will present my fiancée to you. Just brace yourself, for she is breathtakingly beautiful. Clara downed her drink with a flourish, revealing her gold tooth, and shot a cold laugh in Sith's direction. Is that so? I am genuinely curious to see who possesses such poor taste. My style is avant-garde. You, my dear, are simply a rustic who cannot appreciate it. The following day, at 3 a.m, the island was still adorned with a tapestry of stars. Clara lay in bed, displaying her gold tooth, her chest exposed, blissfully asleep. Sith, having donned fresh attire, stepped outside. The distant lighthouse flickered, and patrolling soldiers moved to and fro, lending an air of quietude to the early morning island. Major Sith, are you heading to the 4th island? Nat appeared suddenly behind Sith, his expression impassive as he greeted him. Sith shuddered slightly. With his keen perception, he had surprisingly failed to detect Nate's presence nearby. Indeed, this training camp island harbored hidden talents, even within its safest confines. The most astonishing aspect was that this formidable individual was merely a foot soldier, an unfathomable thought. Nodding, he recalled the training camp's request for him to arrive by 4 o'clock. Do you require my company to go over there? He inquired. No need. I can manage on my own, Sith responded, waving his hand and offering Nate a gentle smile. Nate nodded in acknowledgement. Then I shall not disturb you. Your small vessel is already secured at the shore. With that, the two parted ways in front of the lighthouse. Sith glanced back at Nate's retreating figure, finding it somewhat pleasing, particularly since he was just a foot soldier. If circumstances permitted, he contemplated the possibility of recruiting him. Hey, Sith, what are you lingering for? Hurry up and come over here. Suddenly, a deep voice boomed from the shore, snapping Sith out of his reverie. With narrowed eyes, Xisi exclaimed, Teacher Zifa? Why are you here in such a hurry? He continued, Did you not return to island for last night? Zifa, biting on his cigar and exhaling a ring of smoke, replied, Why should I leave? If I had departed last night, I would have had to row the boat myself. Zifa's words struck a chord with Sis, who found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, why expend effort when one could simply take advantage of another? It was a matter of shrewdness. Zifa adeptly took his place on the boat, patting the space beside him, urging, What are you waiting for? Come aboard and row. Chapter 23, Am I Inadequate? Sis, do you know what I wish to impart to you? Zifa inquired, flicking the ash from his cigarette and fixing his gaze on Sis. Conqueror's hockey. Sis grinned, brimming with confidence. Zifa intended to teach him a select few skills, primarily the Marine 6 styles or the art of hockey, and with limited time in the training camp, he needed to prioritize what was essential. The Marine 6 styles, a form of martial arts, could be learned from various mentors, be it the Marines, the Judicial Island, or CP. Each faction boasted its own adept practitioners, producing formidable individuals through rigorous training. However, Haki was distinct. The disciples trained by different masters exhibited vastly different capabilities. While Amazon Lily was renowned for its mastery of Haki, with an abundance of Amazonian warriors skilled in armament Haki, few could rival the prowess of the Pirate Empress. Boa Hancock. Even with a plethora of seasoned experts at their disposal, the island's talent was scarce, posing a stark contrast to the proficiency that individuals from lesser-known institutions might possess. In contrast, Monkey D. Luffy, mentored by the legendary Rayleigh, was an entirely different case. He emerged at the pinnacle of others' journeys, having bested the likes of Don Quixote Doflamingo and Charlotte Katakuri, exuding an undeniable charisma. This serves as a testament to the profound impact a great mentor can have. For Xisi, he represented an extraordinary opportunity, a seasoned educator with years of frontline experience. His dedication to teaching was unlikely to be inferior to that of Rayleigh, the only difference being that Luffy received personalized, one-on-one guidance, whereas Xisi would be instructing a larger group. Xisi nodded. I can teach you for a maximum of 2 months. It's impossible to cover everything in that time. But to transcend the limits of life, one must embrace Haki. The internationally acclaimed professor and doctoral advisor, the fugitive terrorist Rayleigh, once said, Haki is the latent power inherent in all humanity, akin to various innate feelings such as aura, killing intent, in the spirit of struggle. Unwavering belief is synonymous with ferocity. In essence, Haki is an embodiment of one's willpower. You possess a foundational understanding of Haki and a certain grasp of observation Haki, so there is little need for further elaboration. Be prepared to undergo rigorous training over the next 2 months, with the aim of mastering armament Haki and enhancing your observation Haki before my departure. At 4 in the morning on Island 4, in the elite training camp, the moon had already descended beyond the mountain ridges. Xisi led Sis to a towering rock formation. Kapu once shattered 8 mountains with his fists, earning him the legendary title of Iron Fist. You, as a devil fruit user, need not follow his unconventional path, excessively enhancing the power of your fists. What you require is to bolster your endurance, Xisi instructed, his arms crossed over his chest, flanked by several sentinels of the Navy. Zeiss nodded. So what does Teacher Xisi mean for me to do now? Drag the mountain. Drag the mountain? Zeiss pointed at the boulder beside him, resembling a small hill. His expression one of incredulity. Is that even possible? Sid shook his head, expressing the sentiment that a normal person would find such a feat impossible. Humph. Zephyr let out a cold snort, casting a sidelong glance at the nearby Marines as he handed over the chains. The 2 Marines, standing at attention, saluted before presenting a steel chain as thick as a baby's forearm. The chain was quite lengthy, extending around the small hill and securing it firmly within its grasp. Pay close attention. I shall demonstrate for you today, but from tomorrow onwards, you must manage it on your own, Zephyr declared, biting down on his cigarette. With a decisive motion, he exhaled a plume of smoke, his left arm's veins bulging as he channeled his strength through the chain. The small hill began to tremble, and he jogged alongside it effortlessly. After some time, Zephyr discarded the iron chain, wiped the fine sweat from his brow, and showed no signs of fatigue. The demonstration is complete. Now it is your turn. I am 70 years old, you are but 18. I shall use my left hand, and you shall use your right. Come. Zai swallowed hard, the corners of his eyes twitching. A monster, this was unequivocally a monstrosity. Which septuagenarian could possibly engage with such a thing? He had seen individuals playing with iron walnuts, but never had he encountered someone manipulating 2 miniature mountains within their home. After exhaling deeply, Zeiss grasped the chain firmly, summoning his strength with the intention of pulling. Wait a moment. Someone, bind him. With a raised eyebrow, Zeiss gazed at Zfa with a face full of confusion. Zfa shot him a glare and retorted, What are you looking at? You intend to run before you've even learned to walk. You're simply not ready for this. Hey. How can a man declare himself incapable? Sith gazed up at the towering rocky hill, its summit shrouded in the clouds. He realized that this formidable endeavor was beyond his current capabilities. With no choice but to remain rooted in place, he allowed the Marine soldiers to assist him in binding the chains around his body, gripping the chains tightly with his right hand. He inhaled deeply and let out a thunderous roar, unleashing all the strength within him in that singular moment. His muscles bulged dramatically as Sith exerted his utmost effort. Moments later, the small hill began to tremble. Pulling a hill was not a feat achievable by an ordinary individual, yet he was no ordinary being. He was a sea dragon beast cloaked in human skin. Even if he had not inherited the complete power of the digital beasts, he was far from mundane. Beads of sweat cascaded down his face as he experienced, for the first time, the plight of those he had turned into dried corpses with his scorching techniques. His stamina was rapidly depleting. Gaining strength comes with no shortcuts, a truth that Sith fully understood. Yet, inertia is the nature of humanity. To conquer such a trait, one must transcend humanity itself. Teacher Zephyr, I shall renounce my humanity. With a furious roar, Xisi finally set the boulder in motion, slowly pulling it forward. Zephyr, observing this spectacle, felt a flicker of surprise. He had not anticipated that Xisi would be able to move the stone mountain today, as this was a goal set for a month's worth of training. The manifestation of Haki is an extension of human will, and the exercise of dragging a mountain serves not merely to enhance Xisi's physical capabilities, but also to hone his perseverance, physique, and spirit. With limited days left in the training camp, Zephyr knew that in order to grasp the fundamentals of armament Haki within 2 months, he must adopt a rigorous approach. Leaning against a tree, he couldn't help but marvel inwardly. What a remarkable creature. With proper training, he might very well cultivate another Sakazuki. Casting a glance at the watch in his hand, he turned to the Navy personnel behind him and inquired, "Is it around 5 in the morning? Have those fellows not risen yet?" "Sir, they are already up and engaged in their morning exercises," the Navy answered. "Very well," Zephyr nodded. "From today onward, their morning training will be relocated from the training grounds to the seaside to practice alongside Xisi." "Understood." Chapter 24. The Elite? 1-2-1-2. As dawn broke, a sliver of morning light swept across the horizon. Under Barry's lead, the 30 trainees of the camp formed an orderly line on the beach, engaging in their morning drills. Their objective was 20 laps, approximately 40 kilometers, a mere appetizer compared to the rigorous training ahead. Upon completion, a dedicated chef would prepare a nutritious meal to sustain them through their high-intensity training. Bearing a weight of 100 kilograms, their voices rang out in unison. Eyes fixed ahead, they were elite. Their demeanor and spirit demanded nothing less than perfection. Suddenly, a peculiar sound reached the ears of the elite class, reminiscent of wooden boards scraping against one another. Though the noise was not particularly loud, their acute senses, a hallmark of elite status, alerted them. The sea breeze howled around them, whipping up white waves, and in the distance, a towering rocky mountain loomed. A rocky mountain? On a beach? Barry furrowed his brow in confusion but did not halt his pace, merely exchanging a glance with his comrades. "What is happening?" "I'm not sure. But it seems like the mountain ahead is moving." "Moving? Are you joking? How can a mountain move?" The sound of wood scraping grew louder, and indeed, the mountain was in motion. Zephyr, arms crossed, stood beside the rocks, casting a glance at the advancing boulder before turning his attention back to the trainees, his expression impassive. Barry and his companions were filled with bewilderment. "Speed up, that mountain is suspicious." "Yes." 1-2-1-2. The rallying cry of the elite class grew louder, their momentum unwavering, akin to a sharp blade, as they silently quickened their pace. As they neared the rocky mountain, a sense of trepidation gripped Barry and his team, their eyes instinctively darting sideways. "Ugh!" A collective gasp escaped their lips. Xisi. The elite class fell silent, even their chants ceased, though their legs continued to move forward almost mechanically. Yet, being elite, their formation remained impeccably intact, showing no signs of disarray. What on earth is he doing? Is he really dragging a mountain? A few of them blinked in disbelief, a chill racing up their spines. "Stay calm, everyone. This could be Xisi's trick. Don't let him intimidate you." Right? A normal person could never pull a mountain." After exchanging glances, their initial anxiety began to settle. Yet their doubts about the rocky mountain lingered, firmly entrenched in their minds. As for Xisi, he paid no heed to the elite class passing by. His focus was entirely on the boulder. With chains in hand, his muscles trembled, dark red flames billowed behind him, and each step left deep impressions in the sand. Breathing rhythmically, he was astonished by his own potential, having dragged the immense mountain for nearly 100 meters. "Just 50 more meters," Zephyr called out, watching Xisi with satisfaction as he nodded approvingly. Sith nodded, yet did not cast a glance at Zafa. He merely kept his head down and continued to advance. 50 meters, 40 meters, 30 meters, the final meter. Crack. Sith collapsed directly onto the ground, breathless and drenched in perspiration, as though he had been pulled from a pool of sweat. His mouth agape, a broad smile adorned his face, and he pointed a finger towards the sky, having already sensed Zephyr's presence. "How am I, Teacher Zephyr? I dragged this thing for 150 meters. How do I compare to Sakazuki?" Zephyr gazed intently at Sith's face, as if examining a precious gem, his eyes alight with fervor as he nodded. "Quite impressive. At your age, you are undoubtedly a prodigy, but you still fall short compared to Sakazuki." "Impossible. I refuse to believe that Sakazuki is truly that much stronger than me. Sith swallowed hard, forcing a smile as he shook his head. Zephyr pursed his lips, momentarily uncertain of his feelings. His most exceptional disciple was searching for rivals within the annals of history, and he was torn between pride and sorrow. After all, Sakazuki had once stood alongside Palusalino, while Sith struggled to find a worthy opponent within this elite class. Sighing deeply, Zephyr squatted before Sith and patted his head. Sakazuki is not like you. He has ample time and does not need to exert himself foolishly like you do. What? Hearing this, Sith's expression froze, his smile solidifying on his face. Enough of that. Clean yourself up. It's time for dinner. With that, Zephyr lifted Sith onto his shoulder and carried him towards the mess hall. The elite class consisted of the finest talents the Navy had gathered from various units. Regardless of individual prowess, they were officially recognized as the Navy's most outstanding elites, enjoying the best conditions and treatment the Navy could offer, often receiving better privileges than even senior officers. Each of the 30 members was assigned 7 or 8 personal chefs who meticulously crafted tailored nutritional meals for them. Upon his arrival, Xisi found himself without a chef, thus sharing meals with Zephyr. In comparison to the fare of typical students, Zephyr's meals were decidedly more monotonous, consisting merely of rice, a bowl of soup, a few slices of vegetables, and an abundance of cartoonish meat. Grasping a bone, Xisi took a hearty bite. His mouth greased with oil. The exertion of the morning had left him ravenous, feeling as though he could devour an entire leviathan. As he swallowed a substantial chunk of meat, an unsettling realization dawned upon him. He felt increasingly inhuman, his stomach devoid of the slightest sense of fullness. Heat radiated from him, and while he continued to eat, his body rapidly digested the food. Zephyr, seated nearby with a large mug of beer at his side, consumed his meal with far more decorum than Xisi, lost in reverie as he reminisced about days gone by. Sith could not help but glance at him slightly, and indeed, he had transformed into an elderly figure, embodying the very demeanor of an old man. When I first took charge here, there was hardly any such pretense on the island. Concepts like private nutritional meals were non-existent. When one is fatigued, is it not only natural to consume meat? Day after day, they prattle on about science. Yet one cannot observe the emergence of any formidable talents from their efforts. Even under harsher conditions, Kazan and his companions still managed to perform valiantly. Sith bit into the meat, not resembling a rubber man, at best a banana ninja, long since silenced, merely nodding along to Zephyr's perfunctory remarks. Meanwhile, as they dined, a throng had gathered early at the seaside where Sith had just finished his workout, all of them elite class students. Chapter 25. Shooting? Barry, is this what you just pulled? Kunt glanced up at the rocky hill before him, swallowing hard, and turned to Barry with a question. Barry nodded, his dark face etched with seriousness. Yes, it should be this thing. Gazing at the rock formation, Barry narrowed his eyes, feeling an overwhelming pressure emanating from it, stirring a sense of unease within him. If they were to lose against such a monster, Barry quickly shook his head, dismissing the thought. Impossible. They were the elite among elites. How could they be defeated by someone from a second-rate unit? Barry, what are you wavering about? Bark suddenly shook Barry's shoulder, shouting in his ear. Barry froze momentarily, shivering as cold sweat beaded on his forehead, offering a sheepish smile. Apologies, I lost my composure. Barry, you are our leader. You must remain steady. Whether we can defeat that fellow hinges on you. Bark's grip tightened on Barry's shoulders, worry etched across his brow. With a deep breath, Barry closed his eyes, centering himself once again, a glimmer of resolve igniting in his gaze. You're right. We cannot falter now. The time has not yet come. Gritting his teeth, he surveyed the rocky hill once more. Bark, Kunt, let us first ascertain the weight of this mountain. Come, lend a hand. Understood. With that, Barry, Kunt, Bark, and 4 others placed their hands on the iron chain. Everyone ready? Follow my lead. 1, 2, 3, pull. Together, they exerted themselves, veins bulging. Every ounce of strength directed towards the chain, pulling it taut. They roared, their foreheads glistening with exertion, yet the colossal rock merely trembled, showing no intent to budge. The remaining members exchanged glances. Let us assist as well. With the addition of more hands, the total reached 18, and finally, the rocky hill began to shift forward, albeit at a pace slower than Zephyr's light jog, far beneath even Sith's sluggish crawl. We shall join in. Their numbers swelled to 23, and their speed finally matched Sith's crawl. However, before they could reach 150 meters, they collapsed after just 50 meters, utterly exhausted. Unbelievable. Is that fellow truly human? Lying on the ground, Betty felt utterly spent, a flush adorning her cheeks as she gasped at Barry. Barry fell silent for a moment. Realizing he had misjudged Sith, he was far more formidable than he had anticipated. Raising a hand gently, he urged, "Everyone, do not panic. We have estimated Major Sith's speed. He cannot defeat us in an instant. We must proceed cautiously and steadily. Even if Major Sith is strong, as long as there is no qualitative gap, we can still prevail." Unbeknownst to him, Barry had begun to use honorifics. Cunt nodded in agreement. Barry is right. Last time we were careless, allowing Major Sith to take us out one by one amidst the smoke. But this time is different. We are prepared. With vigilance and teamwork, Major Sith will not be able to best us. Indeed, no matter how powerful Major Sith may be, he is but one individual. We are an elite team drawn from various naval units, comprising experts from snipers to close combat. There is no need for concern. Encouraged by their camaraderie, the elite class regained their composure and commenced discussions on strategies to counter Sith. Meanwhile, after finishing his meal, Sith had no time for a midday break, as he was expected to return to the island to study legal codes in the evening. Many training sessions that could have been conducted at night were instead scheduled for the afternoon, leaving his schedule tightly packed. Patting Sith on the shoulder, Zephyr glanced at the assistant beside him. Although he was providing Sith with special attention, there were matters concerning the elite class that still required his directives. Today's training for the elite class proceeds as usual. If they wish to discuss tactics, the command room and preparation room will be open to them. Whatever conditions they desire, fulfill them directly. They may even utilize supplies from the scientific unit, as long as they remain within reason. Understood. The assistant saluted Zephyr with a serious demeanor. Everything appeared normal, yet Sith couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. The assistant's gaze held a tinge of pity, leaving him perplexed. "After this morning's training, you likely have a good grasp of my style, so I shan't dwell on the afternoon's activities. Just follow my instructions. And if anyone objects, I can demonstrate first." With that, Zephyr stood, leading Sith towards the training ground, where a multitude of sharpshooters awaited, all ready to assist with Sith's afternoon training. "This afternoon, we will primarily focus on observation hockey," Zephyr announced, donning an unfamiliar pair of sunglasses, standing tall, and coolly declaring. Xisi nodded. The words of a master cannot be mistaken. His potential surpasses all limits. Has he not already moved this mountain? The mere observation of colors poses no challenge. Following Zephy's instructions, he walked to the center of the training ground and accepted the standard military sword handed to him by a soldier. There may be some defective swords shortly. For now, set aside your own and make use of the mass-produced one. Indeed, Sith nodded slightly, having always believed that Zephyr would not harm him. There must be a reason behind his actions. Very well, everyone, raise your weapons and prepare to shoot. Zephyr gently lifted his left hand. With a click, the bullets were chambered. Sith gazed at the nearly 100 dark muzzles before him, cold sweat inevitably streaming down his forehead and face, his voice trembling. "Teacher Zephyr, what are you thinking? Have I wronged you in some way that warrants such treatment?" Zephyr grinned widely, his eyes narrowing with a cunning smile, and waved his hand dismissively. "Relax, this is merely training. It won't cost you your life. Oh, and remember, the use of fruit abilities is strictly prohibited, regardless of the number of bullets. You are only permitted to rely on observation hockey for perception and swordsmanship for defense. Understood?" Sith exhaled deeply, casting a forlorn glance at Zephyr. Unable to quell the surge of trepidation within, he repeatedly reassured himself, "Zephyr would not take my life. He would not employ real bullets. Surely, they are but blanks." Chapter 26, As long as my blade is swift, the bullet shall not find me? Ready, fire. At the drop of Zephyr's left hand, nearly 100 flintlock pistols discharged in unison, a haze of grayish-white smoke enveloping the training ground, while the round metal projectiles hurtled towards Sith with alarming speed. Sith's face was tense, his eyes narrowed as he exhaled deeply, all thoughts sinking into silence at that moment. His unique observation hockey enveloped the surroundings, and he tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword, the blade slicing through the air, emanating a chilling glimmer like a cold rain curtain descending from the heavens. The bullets were swift, yet to Sith, they seemed to move at a slightly slower pace. The light of his blade flashed like lightning, severing several bullets before they could reach him. "Increase the pace, continue firing," Zephyr commanded through a puff of smoke to the soldiers beside him. Understood. With this acknowledgement, the soldiers accelerated their firing rate, hundreds of metallic projectiles dancing through the air, causing beads of cold sweat to form on Sith's forehead and back. Sizzle. The first bullet grazed Sith's cheek, leaving a streak of blood, and the acrid scent of gunpowder coated his face. This bullet is real. Does he truly wish for my demise? Sith roared silently within. Where there is one, there are often more. Several bullets whistled through the air, piercing the curtain of his blade, striking his forearm and thigh, splattering blood across his body. Blood dripped, and the sensation of pain leapt through his nerve endings. Reaching his brain, his vision tinted crimson. Damn it. In his heart, Xi silently cursed, gritting his teeth. The more pain he felt, the less he wished to cry out. He merely let out a muffled groan and summoned every ounce of strength to wield his blade. Unbeknownst to him, the speed of his strikes increased, even producing several afterimages. In his perception, the world seemed to dissolve into a haze, as the shadows of his knife intertwined with those of the bullets in his gaze, resembling swirling dark forms. Only when the blade grazed the bullets did the shadows gradually revert to their original shapes, severing cleanly and transforming mid-air into two fragments that scattered upon the ground. This boy. Xi watched this scene, momentarily speechless with astonishment. Is this truly a young man under 20, exhibiting such rapid growth? Xi incessantly questioned himself. And the ongoing gunfire from the Navy only deepened the collective stupor of everyone present. As the Guardians stationed at the island housing the elite Navy training camp, they were not naive bumpkins unacquainted with the world. Though they could not compare to the Academy students, they were meticulously selected from tens of thousands of soldiers, each capable of serving as corporals or sergeants anywhere across the seas. Moreover, being stationed in a critical department, they had seen many things, particularly prodigies. However, they had never encountered someone like Xi, at least not within their years of service. The visage of the Sith was one of grotesque ferocity, and with a resounding clang. A notch appeared on the exquisitely crafted naval longsword, a weapon seemingly unable to withstand the Sith's immense power, beginning to splinter. Zephyr, with keen eyes, nodded and raised his left hand. Very well, we shall conclude for today. Upon his words, the naval officers finally lowered their flintlock pistols. Before them stood the Sith, one hand gripping the hilt of his sword, its tip resting upon the ground, his entire form drenched in blood. A sight even more horrifying than when he had been besieged by beasts the day prior. Panting heavily, trembling yet unfallen, his eyes shone with an unusual brightness. Exhausted to the point of speechlessness, his bloodshot gaze fixated intently on Zephyr, crimson streams cascading from his hairline to his cheek, rendering his expression, whether joy, sorrow, or anger, indiscernible. With practiced ease, Zephyr flicked his right hand, resting it upon his shoulder, a faint smile gracing his features. You have performed admirably today, surpassing my expectations. If you persist, I assure you, before you reach the age of 40, you shall undoubtedly eclipse Sakazuki. Sisyphus remained silent, unwilling even to move his lips slightly, merely rolling his eyes while resting on Zephyr's shoulder. 40 years? How distant a number that is. By the time he reaches that age, Monkey D. Luffy might well become King Luffy. Will the Navy still exist then? To what fate shall the dilapidated chariots of the world government be driven? The uncertainties of the future truly elude comprehension. Zephyr continued speaking, but Sisyphus could no longer hear him. He was utterly exhausted, and a mere flutter of his eyelids led him to drift into a profound slumber upon Zephyr's shoulder. Zephyr raised his gaze slightly, ceasing further conversation, and exchanged a glance with his aide, silently requesting assistance in draping a garment over Sisyphus. He adjusted his pace to be slow and gentle. In the realm of dreams, the missionary, seated in a high-backed chair, greeted the poet Sisyphus with a wave of his hand. He was alone, as the Siberian winter had returned, with howling winds outside creating a chilling atmosphere. With nothing to occupy his time, he had naturally gone to bed early. Sisyphus yawned, appearing rather weary, and returned the gesture, leaning on the chair, yearning for sleep. It was indeed a marvel that one could desire slumber while still ensconced in dreams. The missionary nudged Sisyphus's arm, the scars upon it stirring a tremor in his heart. What happened to you? Why are you covered in wounds? He inquired, his brow furrowed. Sisyphus, utterly fatigued, replied in a subdued tone, I have been cultivating my haki. Fear not. With your extraordinary abilities, I shall be fine. With that, the realm of dreams was filled with the sound of his snoring. The missionary sat quietly, fiddling with the scattered playing cards on the table. The world of dreams was peculiarly tranquil that day. Upon awakening once more on the island, Sisyphus found the sun had set. The doctor had tended to his injuries. He flexed his wrists, noting the wounds appeared rather severe, yet they were merely superficial, and he could sense they were beginning to heal. He was unsure what medicine the doctors had employed, but its effects were notably remarkable. At his bedside sat an individual, Not Zephyr, but Zephyr's aide, who had left some food on the table, seemingly lighter than what had been provided at noon. Major Sisyphus, you are awake. The aide said with a warm smile. A capable person is always deserving of respect, even if they are still merely a trainee. Sith nodded appreciatively, expressing his gratitude. He was courteous and did not rush to confront Zephyr, a truly busy individual who could scarcely afford to dedicate all his time to him. Furthermore, he had genuinely acquired knowledge. His observation hockey was notably vibrant, and the encroachment of darkness upon the external world had intensified somewhat. The aide, wearing a smile, presented a bowl of congee. Lord Zephyr has gone to attend to matters concerning the elite class and instructed me to remain here to oversee you. The doctor advised a light diet, so please start with some seafood congee. You should be able to enjoy a proper meal by tomorrow noon. Chapter 27, Clara's Fiancé? As night enveloped the sea in tranquil stillness, Sith rowed towards an island as per his usual routine. The ocean remained serene, devoid of any disturbances or encounters with marine creatures, prompting him to silently mark it as a safe passage. Major Sith, you have returned, Nat greeted, standing at the shore and bowing formally, appearing to have waited for quite some time. Oh, Nat, I appreciate your assistance once more, Sith acknowledged, accepting Nat's help to disembark. Is there no one to relieve you for the night shift? I recall seeing you here in the early hours. Staying up all night is not beneficial for your health. Nat maintained his stoic expression, resembling a rigid automaton, though it was also possible he suffered from a lack of facial expression. Thank you for your concern. I only had one night shift last night. Since you were assigned to my care, I couldn't help but wait for you by the seaside. Ultimately, one must attend to their own responsibilities. Xisi gazed at Nat with a hint of envy. He was taciturn yet industrious, imbued with a strong sense of responsibility, and, crucially, possessed commendable abilities. Apart from not being female, he was, in essence, the epitome of a perfect aide-de-camp. In comparison to the aide assigned to him on Judicial Island, Clara, Nat's demeanor was undeniably superior. What was Clara's image? At first glance, she resembled a treacherous minister, and upon a second look, the impression only deepened. If one were to steal a third glance, it would be all but confirmed that her striking visage was more befitting of a schemer than any other role. Conversely, though Nat bore a perpetually frosty demeanor, suggesting he might not be a person of good character, he nonetheless exhibited a superior taste in attire compared to Clara. Dressed in black clothing, black hat, and black suit, he exuded the aura of the underworld, adorned with ostentatious gold chains and a gaudy gold tooth, reminiscent of a street thug collecting protection fees. In summary, Xisi's desire to recruit Nat intensified. With a skilled hand, no wall was insurmountable. What was my priority today? Should I still change clothes at the hospital? As Xisi walked ahead, he casually inquired of Nat, who had thoroughly prepared for the day's endeavors on the fourth island. Despite being wrapped in bandages, he appeared relatively tidy. Nat appraised him critically before shaking his head. No need. Your attire today is quite appropriate. Hey, Xisi, over here. A familiar voice suddenly pierced his thoughts. It was Clara, leaning over the railing of the nearby corridor, beckoning to Xisi. Sith glanced up at him, nodded, and offered Nate an apologetic smile while gesturing towards Clara. I'll have that fellow take me during class. You should return and rest early. Very well. Then I shall not intrude upon you, Nate replied, slightly bowing as he cast a sidelong glance at Clara, revealing a smile. A smile? Xisi was somewhat taken aback. Could it be that a person with a stoic demeanor could actually smile? What was more surprising was that this smile was directed towards a man. Sith inhaled sharply, a chilling realization creeping into his mind, and he could not help but inwardly ponder, could Nat possibly have feelings for Clara? The thought was too daunting to entertain. The notion of a same-sex attraction lurking nearby was unsettling. Hey, Sith, what on earth are you daydreaming about? I've been waiting for you for quite some time. Clara called out as she descended from the hallway, searching for a moment before playfully delivering a light punch to the well-muscled area of Sith's chest. Sith shivered, a wave of goosebumps rising beneath the bandages. He waved his hand dismissively, assuring that all was well. Merely contemplating you and Nat? Clara furrowed her brow, twisting her head to seek a familiar silhouette, her expression transforming into one of realization. Oh, you mean him? He once worked under my father. I heard he committed some transgression and was subsequently exiled to an island. Otherwise, his rank would surely be much higher. With a shake, Sis confirmed the truth. Is it a mistake? Does attempting to climb onto the young master's bed count? No wonder a master, so skilled that even he was somewhat oblivious to their presence, chose to hide as a mere soldier on an island. This revelation is simply too enticing. The wall must be breached, for the sake of indulging in this juicy gossip. He is determined to dismantle it. Oh, how could I forget? Quick, follow me. I must introduce you to my fiancée, Clara exclaimed, tapping her forehead. As she pulled Sis inside, not bothering to inquire about his injuries. After all, men understand each other implicitly, no need for excessive questioning. After a quarter of an hour, Clara led Sis to a balcony, where the light and perspective were perfect, granting a view of the entire courtyard below. The ground was paved with blue stone. And in the yard, a tall, slender woman with a ponytail was engaged in her training. Her punches cut through the air, leaving traces behind. Accompanied by the sound of explosive force, these were no mere decorative moves. One punch could be lethal. Hey, Melinda. Clara leaned over the railing, waving and calling out. The woman paused her punches and turned her head, her gaze towards Clara filled with warmth. Some connections require only a shared glance. This is my roommate and future superior, Major Sis, a genius known for his potential to become a great general. Hello, Melinda greeted Sis with grace. Her features were harmoniously arranged, her sun-kissed skin radiated health, and her long, beautiful eyelashes enhanced her allure. The only flaw was a prominent scar on her face, like a precious gem with a slight imperfection. She exuded a confidence rare among ordinary individuals. While the scar may have marred her beauty, her elevated self-assurance inspired a profound respect, marking her as a unique and extraordinary beauty. Clara nudged Sis's chest with her arm. Well, what do you think? Isn't she stunning? Sis nodded gently, her gaze sincere and enchanting, embodying a rare beauty. Are you envious? Indeed, I am. Sis raised her voice slightly, bestowing Clara with a sense of importance. Clara's lips curled into a broad smile as she placed a hand on Sis's face, saying, Feel free to be envious, but you must not lay a finger on her. Melinda is my dearest fiancée. As Melinda listened to their exchange, the once poised and confident woman unexpectedly lowered her head, her ears flushed with a deep crimson hue. Xisi observed the scene before him, his heart a tumult of emotions, even beginning to question his own judgment of character. Clara and Melinda could hardly be deemed a perfect couple. Rather, they were but a flawed reflection of such an ideal. When considered separately, they might evoke bias. Yet when standing together, they appeared strikingly harmonious, as if destined for one another. He suddenly found himself admiring the father of Clara. A man whose discerning eye must be formidable indeed. Hey, Xisi, why are you daydreaming again? Surely you don't intend to compete with me for Melinda's affections? Clara's gaze toward Xisi held a distinct note of caution. Xisi smiled broadly, his only free arm resting atop his head. Our FFF group does not engage in genuine affection. I merely hold a certain admiration for your father. Clara, leaning against Xisi, replied, Well, you ought to experience it firsthand. My father is quite the exuberant character. However, Melinda is different. She was not merely pointed out to me by my father, but rather, I claimed her for myself. Do not let your imagination run wild. Sith gazed up at the night sky, the aroma of dog food wafting through the air, and he believed that it must be a tale of grand proportions. Chapter 28. 7 days from the very beginning, Sith harbored a certain disdain for Clara, perceiving him as overly frivolous. With a fashion sense that left much to be desired, gold chains, gold teeth, and lacking any semblance of a civil servant-esque demeanor, he seemed more akin to a treacherous minister. However, Clara indeed imparted a lesson upon him. One cannot merely judge by appearances. A person who can exhibit such tender eyes cannot be wholly wicked, can they? At the very least, he possesses a vulnerability, one that prevents him from being truly ruthless. The moonlight outside was just perfect, and since Sith still had a class to attend, the two made no further delay and proceeded toward the classroom. It was a vast amphitheater-style room, capable of accommodating approximately 300 individuals, although he had yet to meet the colleagues summoned here. The size of the classroom suggested that the number of attendees would not be insignificant. The classroom was dim, shrouded in darkness, with no one in sight. Clara, who exactly did the Judicial Island send to train us? Sith inquired, flicking on the lights and turning to look at Clara. Clara raised an eyebrow, grinning widely to reveal his 2 prominent gold teeth. Teacher, did you not just meet her? Met her? Sith frowned, suddenly enlightened. You mean Melinda? Clara shrugged, of course. She is the most outstanding among our peers. Teaching a few rough-and-tumble fellows is hardly a challenge. With a slight smirk and raised brow, Sith recognized yet another boastful spouse. And Melinda? Isn't she a teacher? Why hasn't she come with us? He surveyed the surroundings, puzzled. Ha ha. Clara squinted, letting out a mischievous chuckle. Do you think I would place my lovely fiancée with a dandy? Originally, Melinda was supposed to instruct you, but after my vigorous insistence, she has been replaced. A dedicated individual will now guide you. Dedicated individual? Sith raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Who? Someone you've met, Clara replied, spreading his hands in a gesture of nonchalance. Nate? No. Think again. Clara tightened his grip with his right hand. Who could it be? I recall encountering a few individuals on the island. Clara placed both hands on his chest, winking at Sith. Sith furrowed his brows, his expression rather peculiar. Why not me? Clara was also an outstanding student at the Judicial Island Law School, her grades only second to my fiancée's. Teaching you is, a trivial matter. A cold laugh escaped Clara's lips as she cast a disdainful glance at Sis. Sis turned his head away, letting out a soft snort. Just wait and see. Sis, am not a simpleton with brawn, but a mind to match. With that, Clara retrieved a dictionary-sized tome of the World Government Code from behind her. She intended to reclaim every ounce of dignity lost to Sis' mocking remarks about her taste, believing he was oblivious to her feelings. 2 hours later, Clara wiped the cold sweat from her forehead, her fingers trembling slightly. What on earth is wrong with this guy? Why is his mind so sharp? He should be nothing more than a brutish warrior. Sith reclined with a haughty demeanor, his legs crossed high, seated in the audience, exuding an air of superiority. He possessed the powers of an experienced missionary, akin to a level 4 superhuman in the world of pirates. Mere regulations, however incomplete, could hardly pose a challenge to him. Who did he look down upon? Clara, her eyelids fluttering, suggested that perhaps they should call it a day. Observing that he seemed rather fatigued and deciding not to burden him further. With a chuckle, Sith slumped back in his chair, popping a candy cigarette into his mouth. Are you certain it isn't you who is incapable? Clara, eyes drooping, twisted her head defiantly. I don't care. I want to rest. It's time to clock out. And I intend to sleep on the job. On Island 4, at the beach's edge, in the blink of an eye, Sith had trained with Zephyr for 7 days. Though the duration was brief, he could distinctly sense his strength steadily rising. This period marked a rapid ascent in his capabilities, combining the might of a sea dragon, the bloodline limit of a scorching ninja, and the extraordinary powers of a level 4 superhuman. Even one of these abilities would be a stroke of fortune for any individual, let alone their simultaneous existence within him. While he directly replicated the experiences and strengths of other personas, the subtle differences between worlds sometimes required personal adjustment, especially regarding the latent powers and potential concealed within his own body. Zephyr's training over these days was akin to unearthing the latent potential stored within him. Once this potential was fully excavated, would his training speed slow? No, it seemed he was nearing the encounter with the next persona, a sustainable evolution toward mutual advancement. Suddenly, 2 newsbirds flew overhead, and the sea roiled beneath them. Sith walked briskly, his movements notably lighter than a few days prior. Despite a bandage still wrapped around his left arm, indicating his injuries were nearly healed, Zephyr, donning sunglasses, stood atop a rocky outcrop, accompanied by his assistant. What do you think? Isn't Sith's rate of progress impressive? Zephyr tilted his head slightly, pride glinting in his eyes. The assistant observed Sith with admiration, noting that every bit of progress had been evident. From barely managing to carry 150 meters in the beginning to now effortlessly dragging a small mountain, all achieved in just 7 days. 7 days. Such remarkable advancement in such a short span was beyond the imagination of an ordinary person. If anyone could rival him, it would only be the legendary admirals of the Navy. With a soft sigh, the assistant acknowledged that Major Sith's rapid progress was extraordinary, perhaps the fastest he had ever witnessed in the training camp. Indeed, Sith's advancement had surpassed all expectations. It was a pity, however, that such a promising individual had been snatched away by Judicial Island and the general staff, potentially destined to suppress the 4 seas when he was truly suited for the challenges of the New World. Zephyr nodded, feeling a sudden pang of frustration akin to watching one's prized cabbage being stolen by another's pig. It is indeed regrettable, the assistant echoed, both lost in their thoughts. Yet, they were destined to overthink, as Impelled Down would soon face a breach, unleashing countless heinous criminals from the underwater prison. The joint force under Judicial Island and the Navy General Staff had much work ahead. As the once derided court, the Judiciary Island of the Nightless Isle would undoubtedly seize this opportunity to assert their existence. A necessary path to match the power of the 3 major entities of the world government, compelling them to fight with all their might for their futures. Chapter 29, Scorching Escape, Steam Technique. Ding ding ding. On the training grounds, Sith swung his long blade, a glimmering veil of cold light, as countless bullets rained down upon him. Yet not a single thread of his clothing was grazed. They were thwarted mid-air, shattered by the blade's curtain. 7 days had passed, and Sith showed no sign of awakening his armament hockey. Yet his observation hockey and swordsmanship had reached heights unimagined. His technique lacked flamboyance. It was merely swift to the point where needles could not penetrate and water could not seep through. Sith's speed with the blade had grown increasingly rapid. It seemed the others could no longer rely on outdated weaponry. Perhaps we should replace them with the new firearms from the Science Division, Zephyr mused. Watching Sith carve through the training area, his brow furrowing. Sometimes, a rapid increase in strength could be a double-edged sword, particularly as it heightened the demands on the training personnel's equipment, which struggled to keep pace. The assistant nodded in agreement, indeed, but this also aligns with your wishes, regardless. This upcoming competition should be a secured victory. Zephyr remained silent, contemplating the elite class's current activities. Are they still adhering to the established training regimen? The assistant glanced at his documents, closing them. The elite class has recently escalated their training plan by 20%, extending their hours until 1 in the morning for simulation drills. They also requested 20 C Prism Stone bullets from the armaments department, which I have approved. They should receive them this afternoon, along with the latest weapons sent by the Science Division. Zephyr mused aloud, expressing his astonishment at their efforts to defeat Sith. However, he lamented that against a true monster, such tactics would be futile. If they lacked further strategies, the outcome could already be determined, despite their numerical advantage. Indeed, in the face of major Sith, only raw strength holds value. Yet, we cannot dismiss the possibility of their possessing other methods. We shall see, the assistant replied. Zephyr nodded, gazing up at the sky before turning to depart. He was busy today and could not linger. He had heard that the Science Division had designed a C-Prism prosthetic for him, which he needed to test in the afternoon. If all went well, he could return to the front lines this year, a plan he had intended regardless of the prosthetic. On the 8th day, at Island 4, a thunderous roar split the sky, a blinding flash of lightning cleaving the world in twain. The weather was inclement, likely heralding a storm. Zephyr, arms crossed, felt quite pleased. The prosthetic arm designed by the Science Division suited him well. Had it not been for a few details requiring adjustment, he would have brought it along today. Are both sides prepared? Zephyr inquired, standing at the center, flanked by Sith and the elite class students. Sith, with one hand resting upon the hilt of his blade and his body wrapped in bandages, gazed at Barry and his companions with a hint of mockery. I have no issues, he stated. Barry met Sith's gaze directly, feeling an overwhelming pressure behind him. Their elite class could not afford to lose. This was a matter of honor that had been upheld for decades within the elite training camp. If even Sith, who hailed from a second-tier unit, could not be subdued, then what significance did their own assembly of elite individuals drawn from various regions hold? We also have no problems. However, we are dispatching 7 individuals simultaneously. Teacher Zephyr. Is that acceptable? Zephyr cast a sidelong glance at Sith. Sith squinted his eyes and grinned, declaring that there was no need for such fuss. Everyone should come at him together. In an instant, Quentin was enraged, stepping forward to confront Sith, but Barry restrained him. With a somewhat grave expression, he remarked that since Major Sith was so confident, they would not hold back either, though caution was advised to avoid any careless slips of the tongue. Sith shrugged, remaining silent. Zephyr's gaze sharpened, revealing a hint of trepidation before the battle. It seemed the elite squad faced an arduous challenge. With no objections from either party, the derelict building at the edge of Island 4 was chosen as the battleground. Once both sides took their positions, the duel commenced. Zephyr's assistant stepped forward to take his place, and a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, heightening the atmosphere to a crescendo. Upon reaching the dilapidated structure, neither side engaged in a chaotic melee on the spot. Instead, they positioned themselves on opposite sides and advanced from 2 directions, ultimately converging amidst the crumbling walls for combat. Alan, Moke, Tali, you sharpshooters are tasked with seizing the high ground. The sea-stone bullets we acquired will be entrusted to you. Aim to incapacitate Major Sith as soon as he reveals himself. Upon entering the ruined building, Barry, fully armed, began allocating tasks according to each member's strengths. Yes, a woman and 4 men emerged, nodding in agreement, each shouldering a sniper rifle. Though it was unclear why a flintlock would have a sniper variant, they nonetheless prepared for battle. Each of them was a master of concealment. Even those proficient in observation might struggle to unearth them from their hiding spots. Quint, Will, you are experts in iron block training. Move to the front. Your task is to draw the enemy's fire. You must withstand Major Sith's initial onslaught. This is crucial for our victory. Understood. Quint and Will, old acquaintances of Sith, led a small group ahead, steadfastly shielding the others behind them, clad in dark green armor. The latest innovation from the scientific division, they boasted formidable defensive capabilities. As for the remaining members, they would have to remain in my company. It was imperative that we did not disperse. Should Major Sis succeed in picking us off one by one, our mission would surely culminate in disaster. This sound was thunderous, resonating with vigor. Meanwhile, Sis held a long blade in his hand, his attire scant and fluttering in the biting wind that swept in from afar. The breaths of 30 individuals were divided into two distinct currents, one powerful, the other feeble. The latter dissipated upon entering the corridor, presumably the so-called snipers. Uncertain of the quantity of sea stone bullets they wielded, Sis dismissed their threat, after all. He was no mere devil fruit user, but a formidable level 4 wielder of the Blaze Release bloodline limit, a digital sea dragon, and a master of sea stone. Who could he possibly regard with disdain? The elite? He relished in confronting the elite. With that, Sis executed a swift shadow clone technique, plunging into the derelict building. He formed a series of seals and unleashed his newly developed technique, Blaze Release, Steam Technique. This innovation, born from a sudden spark of inspiration and an unknown will, was tailored to flush out enemies hiding in the shadows. If he sustained the steam long enough, no one could resist emerging. A tremendous wave of black and red heat engulfed the area, wilting even the grass below. Yet it was merely a precursor to the true devastation, otherwise. The grass would wither instantaneously rather than merely droop. Chapter 30. Apologies, this level of power is just right. Boom. A blinding flash of lightning erupted in the sky as dense black clouds loomed like a towering wall, suffocating the air. The ground was shrouded in dark mist, reminiscent of a stealthy assassination technique from the hidden mist village, albeit emanating from Sis' Blaze Release. With a gesture of his right hand, he conjured a smoke effect. Major Sis had made his move. Betty, Judy, be on high alert with your observation hockey, and ensure we do not get separated within the dense fog. Barry instructed as he donned protective goggles, calling out to the others behind him. Understood, Betty and Judy replied, their observation hockey enveloping the surroundings in an instant. Each elite member displaying a vigilant demeanor. Suddenly, a burnt aroma wafted through the air, accompanied by the sound of crackling flames. Everyone, be cautious, there's movement ahead. Major Sis is approaching. Betty shouted, her earlier disdain for Sis now a distant memory. Barry's expression turned grave as he raised a finger to signal. Adhering to their predetermined plan. Understood. Although the individual strength of the elite team might have been lacking, their execution capabilities, gleaned from various naval units, were impeccable. Just as Barry's words fell, the team assumed their positions, their eyes betraying a mix of anxiety and anticipation. Would they be able to erase the humiliation Sis had inflicted upon them? The outcome hinged on this very moment. Greetings, elite team. Oh, by the way, there is still a small squad that has strayed too far. Are you not going to summon them back? Sis approached through the mist, his blade in hand. With no intention of concealing his presence, Barry narrowed his eyes and raised a finger, signaling to Alan and the others that Major Sis had appeared. Betty nodded, reaching for a signal flare that she promptly launched into the air. Major Sis's unpredictable maneuvers always caught them off guard. Did he truly believe he could confront so many of us alone? Barry gazed intently at Sis, a hint of madness flickering in his eyes. Sis grinned as he spread his arms wide, proclaiming, why not? When one's strength reaches a certain magnitude, the need for cunning schemes becomes obsolete. One can simply forge ahead. Embodying the grand tide of destiny. In the world of pirates, there exists a common affliction among its denizens, an inflated sense of self-importance. Regrettably, Sis finds himself ensnared by this very malady, equipped with the prowess to vanquish the elite class. A smirk danced upon Barry's lips, for Sith's confidence was indeed striking. Yet, they were not so easily subdued. Suddenly, he raised his voice, unleashing a high-speed sea stone bullet that whirled through the air, aimed directly at Sith's temple. As both combatants entered the fray with the intention to kill, Sith's expression remained unchanged, not even a flicker of his eyelids as his right hand instinctively wielded the blade. With a crisp sound, the expensive spherical projectile was effortlessly cleaved in two. The swiftness of his strike left many spectators unable to perceive the manner in which Sith executed his move, as beads of sweat began to trickle down their foreheads. Seafloor stone, an impressive tactic, yet still insufficient to contend with me. Barry did not respond, his countenance devoid of emotion, as the temporary commander of the elite squad. He could afford no display of panic, unlike the others who were visibly shaken. The brilliance in his right eye shimmered, concealing a peculiar power within, his ability, Eagle's Eye. Originally, this fruit was known as Eagle's Eye. But those who dared to bear such a name had met their demise at the hands of the world's greatest swordsman. Thus the fruit became known merely as Eagle's Vision. That singular right eye remained firmly fixed on Sith, and suddenly, his eyelid twitched. Boom. Sith's mind felt as if it had been struck with tremendous force, his ears ringing as though a great hammer had struck his very soul. In that fleeting moment, Sith's figure froze. Quint, will, engage, Barry commanded, one hand pressed against his right eye, his voice deep and resolute. Major Sith, you have offended. Quint and will acknowledged with a nod, swiftly emerging from the smoke, their arms enveloped in a dark and imposing aura, akin to a torrent of steel. Damn it. Sith muttered under his breath, his steps faltering slightly, and his heart trembled with unease. Was it a soul attack? Not at all. His spirit remained steadfast. At least the connection between his essence and the dream realm remained unshaken, unwavering in the least. This is the essence of the eagle's eye. The term eagle's eye transcends mere reference to the keen vision of the eagle in nature. It embodies the predatory status of the eagle honed over millennia of biological evolution. As the apex predator, their innate grasp of intimidation is unparalleled, and when mastered to a profound degree, it can even rival the conqueror's haki. Such an exasperating ability it is. Clearly, Bari's training was still lacking. Facing Sith, who far surpassed him in strength, he only managed to momentarily impede his foe. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Kunt and others surged forward, and 2 bullets flew through the air. Scorching escape, over-steaming kill. With a sudden exhalation, Xisi unleashed 2 terrifying fireballs that thundered forth. Leaping into action, a shadow enveloped him as he retreated. As a poet, he had no inclination to withstand bullets or engage in brute physical confrontations. As for Kunter and his companions, given their mastery of armament haki, it was reasonable to assume they could endure a couple of fiery projectiles without succumbing, wasn't it? Iron block, Kunter exclaimed, and in unison, 7 individuals halted their advance, their bodies forming a formidable wall. With a resounding explosion that shattered the air, the barrier they created remained unscathed as they reignited their engines and surged forward towards Xisi. One could discern that as the elite class amassed in number, their collective strength multiplied exponentially. Sith narrowed his eyes slightly, sensing that the situation had grown rather troublesome. Bang, bang, bang. 3 bullets were fired once more. The hidden sniper would not let this opportunity slip away. It was common knowledge to incapacitate powered individuals before a battle. Shadows leapt. The void rippled with darkness as Sith executed another swift maneuver, his long blade sweeping through the air like a crescent moon. It seemed he had fallen into the grand net woven by Bari, with all actions unfolding according to Bari's meticulous plan. A torrent surged forth as Sith pressed one hand upon Quinton's head, executing a flip in midair to evade the onslaught of iron blocks, landing gracefully on an abandoned balcony. His expression unruffled. Ah, indeed, it is a well-crafted snare, but there lies one issue. I believe I have discerned the sniper's location. What do you suppose I should do? In the hands of Xisi, a bullet made of Hylu stone appeared unexpectedly, wrapped in thick cloth, as it swayed before Barry and tapped against his ear. Barry was taken aback. He had heard of the skill of discerning positions by sound, yet his expression remained rigid. Major Xisi, are you jesting with me? He questioned. At a distance of hundreds of meters, even if you truly possess the ability to locate them, how would you approach amidst our encirclement of dozens? A playful smirk danced at the corner of Sis's lips as he spoke. How about a wager? With that, his figure flickered and vanished into a shroud of darkness. Chapter 31, A Game of Chance? Barry's expression shifted subtly. As a commander and the architect of strategies, he despised the feeling of losing control over a situation. It was inconceivable that Major Sis could leap such a considerable distance in one bound. He must still be nearby. Everyone, be cautious. Barry's voice rang out sharply to the trainees behind him. In truth, he was uncertain of the exact distance Sis could jump. He only understood that chaos could not ensue at this moment, despite the fact that all the sea prism bullets lay in the hands of their snipers. A dense, dark crimson smoke spread forth, sketching the silhouette of a colossal, ravenous beast. Although only seconds had passed since Sis's disappearance, it felt as though days had slipped away. Time crawled agonizingly slow. He could not afford to gamble. Aside from knowing Sis could conjure fireballs and make leaps, Barry was almost entirely in the dark regarding Sis's capabilities, which left him in a precarious position, confronted with a being like Sis. The only resources they had were their rudimentary haki and the sea prism bullets they had procured from the equipment department. If they were to lose these decisive assets, Barry could not assure that the morale of the elite squad would remain high. Sweat poured relentlessly from his brow, dripping down his face. He could no longer bear the mounting pressure. Everyone, reduce your pace and cautiously advance towards the direction where Alan and the others vanished. As the commander, Barry's anxiety quickly spread through the ranks, causing a palpable sense of disarray, with a gap forming within the throng. Suddenly, a shadow darted by, producing a sharp clang as cold steel met steel. A gleaming blade lunged directly at Barry's chest. In a blur, he melded into the shadows. A chill ran down his spine as he hastily drew his sword to counter, but before the blades could clash, his body was already propelled 3 meters away. Had he not donned soft armor beneath his clothing, reinforced by a 2-centimeter thick iron plate, he would have been rendered incapacitated. Yet, even in this state, his chest was stained crimson, a grotesque wound stretching from his torso to his neck, leaving him shaken by the sheer force of Sis. "Quick! Help him!" Kunt shouted. His right arm enveloped in a black, iron-like hockey as he charged fiercely towards Sis once more. Sith did not evade. A slight smirk graced his lips. He owned to test the swiftness of his blade in its current form. With a swift twist of the long knife in his hand, its edge now facing his opponent, he gripped it firmly with both hands, his aura coalescing into a singular force. Taking a deep breath, a flash of white light surged through the heavens and the earth, his eyes gleaming with cold intensity as crimson blood erupted forth, followed by a quiet demise beneath the resplendent gleam of the blade. Thud! Kunter collapsed to the ground, having been spared by Sith at the final moment, granting him a reprieve. As shadows scattered, while Kunter was dealt with, Betty and the others finally shielded Barry. For the anthill could not afford to lose its queen. Dark lines intertwined, and once more, Sith vanished from sight. Reveling in the thrill of a failed strike and a swift retreat, manipulating his foes at will, he vaguely understood why Tom could never catch Jerry. The addictive nature of that chase, snatching and releasing, was undeniable. Yet, surely, he would not falter, would he? "Betty, do not concern yourself with me. Send 2 individuals to carry Kunter away. He is no longer combat capable. Do not waste the optimal time for treatment." Sweat beaded on Barry's forehead, yet he remained silent, enduring the pain with stoic resilience. However, a flicker of hesitation crossed Major Sith's mind. It was not that she did not wish to save Barry, but rather a fear of losing 2 more lives in the process. Barry grimaced, letting out a muffled grunt. Major Sith would not exploit their vulnerability at such a moment. He sought to toy with them, akin to a cat playing with a mouse. Otherwise, they would have undoubtedly lost more than just one person. Betty's expression grew grave as she nodded. "Very well, I understand. I shall arrange for assistance immediately." The atmosphere within the team plunged into desolation. They could scarcely comprehend the swift loss of a comrade, especially one as capable as Kunter. The dense fog only compounded their mounting pressure. Sith concealed himself in the shadows, harboring no intentions of launching a second attack in the near future. Instead, he resolved to eliminate the few small rodents lurking in the darkness, for he deemed one such presence sufficient. The snipers were undoubtedly trained in specialized methods of concealment, making them elusive targets. Even his observation hockey could not discern a trace of them. However, that posed no issue, for he possessed a unique means of locating individuals. The missionary's superpower was the mastery of darkness, and he referred to himself as the Dark Sovereign, a title that bore its own significance. In a certain sense, darkness was his essence, an extension of his will. By perpetually expanding the shroud of black mist, he would inevitably envelop every hidden corner. The black mist did not disappoint him. Soon, he discovered one of the small rodents. The figure melded into the shadows and swiftly darted away. It was Alan, who was crouched behind a crumbling wall, adorned with oversized goggles and clutching a sniper rifle. His heart raced wildly, and he could not tell if it was merely an illusion, but the surrounding fog seemed to thicken. "What are you looking at?" Alan's heart skipped a beat as he abruptly looked up, his sweat-soaked collar clinging to him. "Who?" No one was there. Suddenly, a cry escaped his lips as a sharp pain pierced his lower abdomen. Lowering his gaze, he saw a long knife being withdrawn from his body, blood gushing forth, and consciousness slipping away. Sith turned him over with his foot, extracting 3 sea tower stone bullets from his body. With a hint of dissatisfaction, he dragged Alan through the darkness. Amidst the thick, swirling black mist, the elite team moved cautiously, encircling a cluster as they advanced deeper into the dilapidated building. Panic was etched on every face. They were utterly unaware of where Sith would next appear or how many would be lost. "Delivery for Mr. Barry." Sith's voice echoed through the fog, accompanied by the sudden appearance of a massive shadow hurled towards them. Barry's visage twisted in anguish, his complexion pallid as he pressed a hand against his abdomen. Betty and the others had administered rudimentary first aid, yet he remained weak. After a brief pause, Barry gestured to the others. "Drag that back. Let us see what tricks Major Sith has up his sleeve." Understood. Two men, armed and with blades in their mouths, freed a hand to retrieve the shadowy figure. It was Alan, unconscious. The two Marines exchanged terrified glances. Barry clenched his teeth, his left fist tightening. This marked the second casualty. Get him outside. Yes. In an instant, the two felt an overwhelming sense of relief. The oppressive black mist was unbearable, and they yearned for fresh air. They would gladly accept their fates if it meant escaping the suffocating atmosphere. As they carried Alan away, the ruins grew eerily silent, as if even the heartbeat of the elite team could be heard. Chapter 32, the second round concludes. A scream pierced the darkness, causing the elite team to tremble. It was pure torment. Though they were separated by distance, the sounds resonated as if right before them. The abyssal black mist mirrored its malevolent master. Thud. The lifeless sniper was once again tossed before them. Barry pressed firmly against his wound, his pallor deepening. How many is this now? Betty glanced over, signaling, her demeanor numb. With Quentin, that makes 4. Only 2 snipers remain. Barry gasped painfully, the immense pressure suffocating him. Even when facing fellow Navy comrades, Sith remained ruthless. Does this man truly understand the concept of mercy? Barry gritted his teeth, feeling a sense of powerlessness as he raised his hand. Send him out. Yes. The voices of the two Marines dropped significantly. They had never seen the sky outside. The darkness of the ruins was bearable, yet once they inhaled the air from outside, the black mist felt particularly cold and oppressive, driving them to madness. Betty, have you discovered anything? Barry trembled. The elite team could scarcely endure. Betty shook her head. The black mist suppresses our observation hockey. Unless Major Sith chooses to reveal himself, tracking him is exceedingly difficult. Barry fell silent. This was the gravest crisis he had encountered during his years of service. Not from the 4 emperors or the 7 warlords, but within the Navy itself. Right in this training camp. At that moment, concealed within the dense black mist, Sith crouched against a dirt wall, observing them with a slight bend of his brow. A feline satisfaction gracing his features. He resembled a diligent spider weaving a vast, dark web, waiting for his prey. Where are those remaining little mice? Should I fan the flames further? The concealed snipers, acutely aware, had already lost 3 comrades and could not have missed Sith's predatory actions. He had never concealed the screams of Alan and the others, instead amplifying them to heighten the atmosphere. The remaining 2 snipers dared not engage Sith directly. That was Barry's battle. Evading the black mist, they retreated towards the edge of the ruins, understanding that self-preservation was paramount to defeating the enemy. They had no desire to meet the same fate as their fallen comrades. With the snipers evading detection, Sith redirected his focus back to Barry and his team. Grasping in his right hand, he conjured several translucent metal filaments. The versatile sea tower stone was a favorite of his. Leaning back, he melded into the shadows, vanishing without a sound. Betty, tell everyone to halt. I suddenly feel an ominous premonition. Barry gasped, gripping Betty's sleeve as his strength waned. Everyone stop. Betty raised her right hand, sensing that this feeling was anything but pleasant. In response to the command, the team froze, instinctively obeying. Boom. Suddenly, a massive plume of black flame erupted from beneath the floor, leaving a deep crater in its wake, remnants of fire still flickering. Without question, should they take another step forward, the explosion would claim not just the ground but their very lives. Yet, even if the flames did not detonate beneath their feet, the subsequent explosion hurled them away, fire engulfing their bodies. In an instant, chaos reigned. Many rolled on the ground, desperately attempting to extinguish the flames. Mr. Barry, who will come to your rescue now? From the shadows, Sith lunged forth, knife in hand, aimed directly at Barry's throat. In the throes of life and death, Barry swiftly countered, drawing his knife to block, summoning every ounce of strength within him. Clang! The blades clashed, sparking in the air. With a swift motion, the Sith's blade grazed towards Barry's right arm, which clutched the knife. A cold sweat trickled down Barry's spine as he hastily discarded his weapon. An aura of dark dominance enveloped his clenched fist. His right eye twitched as he launched a punch aimed at the Sith's chest. Since his fate was sealed, he resolved to leave a mark on the Sith, no matter the cost. Die. He bellowed, his eyes ablaze with fury. The force of his fist cut through the air with a thunderous crack, the wind from his strike akin to cannon fire, causing even the surrounding darkness to tremble. Humph. Naive, came the dismissive retort. Sith's expression remained unchanged, a slight smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth as he executed a flying kick towards Barry. His legs were significantly longer than Barry's arms. With a sickening thud, blood sprayed through the air. Barry felt the agonizing crack of his bones, as if he had collided with an immense net behind him. A net? Before Barry could fully comprehend the situation, all his strength was siphoned away by the formidable web. He realized what it was, lifting his gaze to fixate on Sith's face, blood cascading from his crown down to his neck, creating a stark contrast against Sith's immaculate attire. See prison stone? Sith shrugged, correctly surmising that it was over, urging her to take a proper rest. With that, he conjured a searing fireball with a flick of his right hand. Scorch release. Over vapor execution. Boom. It missed? Who? Betty knelt on the ground, her attire disheveled, hair singed, and her skin parched, resembling a desiccated corpse. However, it was merely a resemblance, for Sith had refrained from delivering a fatal blow. Miss Betty, your appearance is truly unexpected. Coughing, Betty lifted the corner of her mouth, casting a defiant glance at Sith. Bari is our commander. He cannot be sidelined yet. Only he has the capability to defeat you. Sith arched an eyebrow, seemingly prepared to disappoint. With your current capabilities, you are still far from sufficient. With that, Sith turned back into the shadows, casting a fleeting glance at Barry. Mr. Barry, the second round has concluded. We shall meet again shortly. I do hope you can offer me a bit more amusement next time. As the words of Xisi lingered in the air, he abruptly halted his steps, casting his gaze towards the heavens. Had the celestial phenomena shifted? A thunderous roar resounded as a blinding bolt of lightning streaked across the horizon. Fierce winds churned, and torrential raindrops cascaded down like peas, heralding the arrival of the tempest. As the mist dissipated, Xisi's figure re-emerged. Bari, supported by others, rose to his feet, his eyes ablaze with madness as he laughed maniacally towards the sky. Ha ha ha. Major Xisi, do you see? Even the heavens are aiding us. Where there is a will, there is a way. You were right. The second round has concluded. Now it is our turn. Sith shook his head, a faint smile perpetually gracing his countenance. One cannot help but wonder who bestowed upon you such audacity. Although I, Sith, am a poet, I must candidly admit that I am most inclined to engage in such unrefined and rudimentary labor. Chapter 33, Counterattack? Judy summoned 2 individuals to escort Betty back. Our counteroffensive is about to commence. Barry, summoning all his strength, extricated himself from the iron mesh with the aid of his comrades, his gaze fixated on Sith. He had awaited this moment for far too long. Indeed, Judy affirmed, a fervor igniting within her, a conflagration of indignation as she gestured towards her companions. Mac, you shall return with Betty. Will, Steel Torrent. Understood. As the words resonated, the tide composed of human forms surged forth, relentless and unstoppable, charging directly at Sith. Meanwhile, 2 snipers, retreating towards the periphery of the ruins, had unconsciously converged, halting in their tracks to cast a sidelong glance at the heavens. The weather has shifted. We must return. Barry needs us. Exchanging glances, they hoisted their sniper rifles and hastened towards the battlefield. Everything seemed to be unfolding in favor of the elite squad. Boom. Thunder rumbled, winds howled, and a frigid rain cascaded from the heavens. Sith squinted, his expression remaining one of serene amusement. With a knife in hand, he pivoted the blade, charging towards the human torrent, his black flames trailing behind him like a grand cloak, extinguishing and resurrecting in the tumult. With a smirk, he remarked, "It is no small feat for 6 individuals to hone iron to such a level. Alas, you are not a singular entity. As long as power does not reside within one, vulnerabilities will always manifest." With a swift movement, Xisi drew 7 blades in an instant before the torrent, the dazzling light of the blades clashing directly with Will's oncoming surge. Boom. The blade's radiance erupted before Will, showcasing Xisi's astonishing strength as he delivered a horizontal strike, momentarily forcing the torrent to retreat. I have already told you, you are still insufficient. Xisi. Will and his 5 companions felt their faces flush with fury. Their iron arms braced against the blade, veins bulging upon their foreheads. Their movements appeared slightly out of sync. Will's strength surpassed the others, and in their desperate attempt to withstand Xisi, they had exerted their utmost power. Yet, it was precisely this exertion that revealed a slight flaw in their combined assault. Sith licked his lips, his observation hockey reaching its zenith. With a swift motion, he seized the opportunity, merging once more into the shadows. As he leaped, the surrounding space twisted under the influence of darkness, his entire form enveloped in a tempest of black flames. In an instant, he refracted through the air like a flash of lightning, materializing into 6 phantoms that subtly encircled them. In a breathtaking moment, his long blade was unleashed, slicing through the air like a dragon, 6 beams of light arcing forward. Clang! The blade met flesh, emitting a resonant hum akin to metal clashing, sending ripples through the surrounding air. The rain cascading from the heavens was instantly transformed into vapor, enveloping the scene in a thick mist. The aura belonging to Will and his companions dissipated. As the fog cleared, Sith found himself standing atop Will, locking eyes with Barry, a smirk gracing his lips. In that fleeting moment, the tides of battle shifted once more. "Do you still believe you can encircle and defeat me?" Barry's expression froze, overwhelmed by the rapidity of events. It all unfolded too swiftly, leaving them utterly unprepared. Since their alliance, they had never before experienced such a complete and unreciprocated defeat. Their hands trembled, sowing seeds of doubt in their previously unshakable convictions. With a long exhale, Barry released a heavy sigh, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, his eyes brimming with fervor. "We have not lost yet. We still possess our numbers, our sea stone bullets. We are the elite, handpicked for this battle. We shall not be so easily vanquished. Charge forth. We still have a chance." Clutching his long blade tightly, Barry was the first to surge forward, a thin layer of haki enveloping his weapon. The wound stretching from his chest to his neck lent him an air of tragic valor. Sith smirked, pondering when he had ever shown compassion towards his adversaries. Even if Barry and his companions were not true enemies, merely opposing him sufficed to fulfill that condition. "Barry, I sympathize with you and appreciate your theories, yet I must assert that your path has diverged. In this chaotic world, the might of an individual can sometimes eclipse that of an entire army." The surrounding darkness twisted momentarily. A cold, glimmering blade plunged into his lower abdomen, and his honed battle instincts compelled him to strike back instinctively. Alas, it was far too late. Sith had already drawn his dagger and leaped behind him, delivering a crushing elbow blow to the nape of his neck. Collapsing to the ground, blood gushed forth in torrents as Barry succumbed to unconsciousness. With a gaze as cold as ice, Xisi stared at the figures before him, a faint smile instinctively gracing his lips. "So, what do you intend to do? Advance? Or cast aside your weapons?" They trembled in fear, having lost their leader after the likes of Gunter, Alan, Betty, and Will. They felt as though they had lost their very souls. "What is it that you truly fear?" Judy shouted, her eyes reddened, gripping the hilt of her knife. Her expression tinged with melancholy and sorrow. "I should have realized by now that you are merely a bunch of timid souls accustomed to reliance. Without Barry, without Will, you are nothing. You cannot even muster the courage to strike forward. Perhaps it would be wiser to retreat and spend your days in retirement." With a fierce countenance, Judy was different. From her first day in the camp, she had told herself so. Yet, she never imagined she would feel so fragile, so weak that all she could do was watch her dearest friends fall, powerless to intervene. But at the very least, she could accompany them in their failure. "Major Xisi, prepare yourself." The blade's momentum surges like a dragon. With resolute determination in her eyes, Judy's knife struck with lightning speed, the air quaking as murderous intent coalesced, her aura transforming entirely. Sith's expression remained unchanged, yet those familiar with him could discern that his demeanor was now far more earnest than before. With his hands gripping the sword, he intended to retaliate directly, a gesture of respect towards the swordsman. The ominous black energy hung suspended in the air, and the outcome was devoid of any uncertainty. Judy was sent flying, crashing heavily against the wall, a mouthful of blood spewing forth, and she succumbed to unconsciousness. Suddenly, a fine cut appeared on Sith's cheek, and droplets of glistening blood oozed from the wound. This seemed to be the first time the elite class had managed to injure him. Gently caressing the wound with his left hand, he smiled. This time, he was serious. In the realm of combat, he had finally encountered someone who piqued his interest, albeit still quite inexperienced. Yet, amidst the elite class's excessive reverence for collective power, this was a noteworthy achievement. He felt a desire to inquire with Zephyr whether this young woman had any plans. If not, he would be poaching on behalf of the United Forces. Chapter 34. A lack of martial virtue? The sky poured rain relentlessly, and the snipers were perpetually delayed. Observing the standoff between the two factions and the figures sprawled on the ground, they could not restrain their curses. Damn it! Hastily loading the few remaining Sea Tower stone bullets into the chamber, they aimed at Sith's head. Taking a deep breath, they contemplated that if they could incapacitate Sith with a single shot, there might still be a chance for a turnaround. "Judy!" Beneath the ruins, the crowd howled, their eyes reddening as they beheld Judy being flung away. Judy was not wrong. They were mere cowards reliant on others. Had they possessed even a modicum of courage, they would not have found themselves in such dire straits. Yet now, their last bastion of hope had vanished. All that remained for them was themselves and the blades in their hands. Elites? Ha! Can there truly be elites who dare not wield their swords? Sith scoffed, determined to spare no one from the elite class. Since they were a class, they ought to stand united. Exchanging glances, several individuals sought courage in each other's eyes. Shall we advance? Very well, let us go. With their eyes ablaze, a few finally surged forward, their long swords bereft of form, wielded purely to showcase their bravery. Quite commendable. The gaze of Xisi was somewhat frigid, his hands gripping the blade with an air of authority. His voice resonated with a profound darkness, exuding an impressive presence. However, your hearts are already in disarray. Follow my instructions and take a deep breath. Inhale, exhale. His voice was imbued with an irresistible magnetism, compelling one to heed his words. And then, manifest your final courage before me. Ah. The blade of Xi's moved with unparalleled swiftness, leaving behind naught but a fleeting shadow in their sight, swiftly followed by a cascade of crimson, mingling with the rain and ascending to the heavens before descending, pooling upon the ground. Moke, we can delay no longer. If we do, all shall be lost. Behind the dilapidated skyscrapers, two snipers remained fixated on the battlefield, their eyes refusing to blink. Moke was drenched to the bone. Unable to discern whether it was rain or perspiration, his rifle poised as he glanced at his companion. His heart was in disarray, a cardinal sin for a sniper. After taking a deep breath to quell his restless spirit, he thought, just a moment longer. Suddenly, the scope revealed only 3 figures remaining. Bang! His comrade had fired. Unable to restrain himself, if this battlefield were to be left solely to snipers, what purpose would their ambush serve? Amidst the tempestuous winds and torrential rain, the flintlock pistol was anything but Newtonian, smoke billowing forth as the bullet struck Xi's temple with deadly precision. Sith gazed directly at the 2 elite class students before him, not even turning his head. The act of slicing bullets had seemingly become an instinctual extension of his very being. The blade shimmered as it cut through the air, shattering the projectile into 2 halves. Unless one was an exceptional marksman, ordinary bullets were rendered useless against him, and even specially crafted sea-prism stone bullets fared no better. What of this place? With a swift grasp of his left hand, Xi summoned the surrounding darkness into a colossal spear, trailing a crimson-black flame, and hurled it towards the oncoming bullets. The shadows twisted as the spear approached with astonishing speed. Not good, retreat. Moke's expression changed drastically at the sight of the spear, pulling his companion aside in a desperate attempt to evade. Unfortunately, it was too late. The spear, failing to pierce flesh, detonated mid-air with a thunderous explosion. The violent shockwave sent them crashing against the remnants of a wall, blood spurting from their mouths as they succumbed to unconsciousness. Well then, the nuisances have been dealt with. Now, it is just the 3 of us. So, what will it be? Will you lay down your weapons and surrender? Xi tightened his grip on the blade, his gaze sharp and predatory like that of a hawk. The 2 men exchanged terrified glances, their faces drained of color, lips trembling uncontrollably. Aha, Xi. We will fight you to the end. After taking deep breaths, they shouted in unison, raising their blades to strike at Xi's head. Sith disdainfully shook his head. Humanity is indeed a peculiar species. They hesitate when action is required and muster courage when hope is lost. Had they united in their efforts from the outset, perhaps he would have faced defeat, though that remains a mere possibility. With a sigh, his eyes remained as indifferent as ever. He leapt forward, pivoting his blade, and blood coursed down the grooves of the weapon. At last, he found himself alone amidst the ruins. The sound of footsteps in the rain was particularly jarring. Teacher Zephyr, you have arrived. Sith recognized the visitor and turned to reveal a smile. I suppose this means I have emerged victorious, does it not? There were 30 individuals in the elite training camp, and I did not let a single one escape. Indeed, you have triumphed, Zephyr replied, exhaling a breath of relief. The cigar he had been holding was now thoroughly soaked, and his gaze drifted. He began to speak of matters unrelated to the duel. The scientific division has designed a new prosthetic arm for me. I had the opportunity to test it yesterday afternoon, and I must say, I quite like it. Sith nodded slightly, acknowledging the favorable circumstances. What arrangements do you have for me? Zephyr shrugged, his eyes curving into crescent moons. It isn't exactly an arrangement. I merely wish to inquire if you would seize this opportunity for another match against me. Otherwise, once I have repaired my arm, it shall be far more challenging for you to emerge victorious. Xi squinted his eyes, casting a glance at the elite student sprawled on the ground and the occasional cough that escaped Zfa, reminiscent of a sufferer of tuberculosis. He felt a surge of confidence. Since Master Zfa had spoken so, he would not hold back. As his words fell, the surrounding darkness rippled, and the long knife in his hand pointed menacingly at Zfa's throat. Xisi let out a cold laugh, and in an instant, the dark aura of his armament haki enveloped him from his left arm to his entire body, rendering him more robust than a bull, dispelling any trace of the earlier weakness. Sis was taken aback. This old man, devoid of any martial ethics, had the audacity to feign illness and deceive the young comrade of 18. His speed was remarkable. Should he draw his blade, an ordinary person might scarcely perceive his shadow. Yet, Zephyr was swifter still. A wave of energy erupted from his left fist, and before Sis could draw near, he was sent flying 8 meters away by a single punch. Furthermore, Zephyr targeted his face. With a stride, Zephyr's body bore down on Sis like a freight truck, heavy and unyielding, rendering him utterly incapable of resistance. Fist rained down upon his visage with precise force, enough to mar his looks, but not to take his life. Amidst the blows, Zephyr cursed vehemently, "The elite class is my responsibility. I seldom lay a hand on them. How do you strike so fiercely? Do you not realize they are merely 2 months away from graduation? Have you lost your mind?" Sith lay pinned to the ground, tears of regret streaming from the corner of his eyes. Had he known that Zephyr would be so protective, he would have inflicted a couple more blows on Barry and his companions, much to his chagrin. After a while, Zephyr, seemingly fatigued from the scuffle, rose from atop Sith, disdainfully snorted, cast a glance at his battered visage, and spat out the remains of his cigar, leaving one to wonder if he was merely settling a debt. "Starting tomorrow, your training regimen will be doubled, with the aim of mastering the art of armament haki within 2 months. Chapter 35. My dear sister, will you dine first, bathe, or—" That night, the tempest at sea raged on, causing the glass panes to tremble in the wind and rain. Sith decided to skip class. As a poet of impeccable stature, he resolved to devote this day to pampering his visage. He could only describe Zephyr's assault in one phrase: the damage was minimal. Yet the humiliation was profoundly intense. Given his current injuries, he should still be able to attend special training tomorrow, albeit with a bruised countenance. Wrapped in his blanket, he felt utterly embarrassed, and the phrase held a literal meaning. In the realm of dreams, who could fathom how he had drifted off? One moment his eyes were shut. In the next, he found himself here, completely subconscious. In the high-backed chair, the doctor, the hermit, and the missionary gazed at him intently. Their expressions not stifled laughter, but rather unrestrained mirth. "Ha!" the doctor exclaimed, slamming his hands on the table, even displacing the forehead protector from his brow. Leaning back as he raised an eyebrow. "Oh, my dear friend, what has become of you? This new visage of yours is indeed unique. I cannot fathom the skilled surgeon behind such artistry. Your technique is truly awe-inspiring." The poet clenched his fists, feeling the weight of the doctor's mocking tone. Unfortunately, before he could retort, his embarrassment overshadowed his pride. The hermit, embodying the role of the elder brother, chuckled quietly, his long neck rendering him less conspicuous even amidst his booming laughter, which only he could hear, as his tail thumped rhythmically against the table. "All right, enough laughter. It's been a while since we've gathered like this. Let us discuss serious matters." He turned towards the poet, his lantern-like eyes shimmering with a golden hue, as if he had undergone a transformation akin to a digital monster evolving to a more advanced stage. "Poet, it has been some time. I hear from the missionary that you are honing your haki. How fares your training?" The poet's face was swollen, rendering his speech somewhat muddled. Yet, when it came to boasting, he was instantly invigorated. "Of course, who am I, if not Sith? A rare prodigy in the Navy. I have made a remarkable leap in just 7 days from a basic understanding of observation haki to proficient usage, easily besting the younglings in the elite training camp. If all goes well, I shall master armament haki within 2 months." He placed his hands on his hips, his swollen head held high. "Besting the younglings?" The doctor leaned over the table, casting a sidelong glance at the poet, his eyes brimming with jest. "Are you certain you are not the one being bested?" The poet slammed his hand on the table, standing up indignantly. "What jest is this? I, Sith, bested? Were it not for those rascals calling their parents, I would not have ended up like this." The doctor opened his mouth to speak, but a glance at the eager little tail nearby quelled his resolve. This insufferable creature, always opting to strike the face, was simply too much to handle. Resuming his slumped position on the table, he resigned himself to being a hapless fish out of water. Clap, clap. The missionary clapped his hands, indicating he had no time to waste with this idle chatter. He had received a letter from his cousin, Shirai Kuriko, who resided far away in Academy City. After a couple of hours of sleep, he would have to brave the wind and snow to fetch the letter. Though he could not comprehend why this young master was required to retrieve it personally, time was of the essence. "All right, since there are no pressing matters, let us begin our exchanges." I must take my leave soon. In the world of Naruto, in the land of wind, at the hidden sand village, the village's hospital, nay, the central hospital of the hidden sand, colloquially known as Sith's workshop. Whoosh. The night in the land of wind was far from tranquil. As a relentless sandstorm battered the windows, stirring Sith from his slumber. Knock, knock. A series of knocks echoed from outside the door. At such a late hour. Who could it be? Sith tightened his robe, stifling a yawn, when suddenly his expression shifted as if recalling something. Sister? He hastened his steps, eager to reunite with the long-absent genius elder sister. Throwing the door open, a joyful smile adorned his face. Sister, will you dine, bathe, or feast on scorpions first? Sith's countenance fell, his mouth twisted as he spat onto the ground. It was Scorpion. Speak. What brings you to me at such a late hour? He stood resolutely at the doorway, showing no inclination to invite Scorpion in for a seat. Throughout their encounter, Scorpion maintained a subtle smile, his crimson hair dancing in the wind. At merely 13 years of age, he possessed an astonishing charm that seemed almost excessive. As a member of the team, do you not wish to extend an invitation for me to enter and take a seat? Xisi regarded him with a wary gaze. Scorpion was a reclusive genius, caring little for anything beyond his hatred, his art, and the puppets in his possession. He remained unfazed even when the squad disbanded or when another member perished. However, was their relationship becoming excessively intimate? With a vigilant demeanor, Xisi scrutinized Scorpion from head to toe, thoroughly searching his pants and beneath his nails for any concealed weapons. After a thorough inspection, except for his underwear, Xisi confirmed that Scorpion bore no hidden poison needles and allowed him entry, pouring him a glass of cool water. Now, what brings you here? Scorpion exhaled deeply, the veins on his forehead bulging. Initially, he believed that anger would elude him. Xisi, your vigilance towards me is excessive. We are childhood friends, former comrades from the same squad. Stop right there, Xisi interjected, waving his hand. Do not utter such words. You are the most brilliant puppet master of Sunagakure. Every time I recall our past encounters, I cannot help but feel apprehensive, suspecting that you might retaliate against me. Scorpion gasped for breath, reminding himself not to succumb to anger. This was a fool's errand. Anger was unwarranted. After downing the glass of cool water, he managed to suppress the flames of rage within. Let bygones be bygones. There is no need to dwell on the past or to shower me with flattery. I am aware that you have awakened the Blaze release. Your strength is far more formidable than it appears. Even I cannot guarantee a definitive victory over you. Xisi chuckled softly, covering his mouth, his right hand gesturing dismissively in front of Scorpion. Scorpion, what jest is this? I am merely an ordinary medical ninja. Strength? What a laugh. While he feigned nonchalance, he was acutely alert, his internal alarms blaring. His newly acquired Kinbun Shikahaki was relentlessly focused on Scorpion. For ordinary individuals, the bloodline limit might signify the path to power or fame, but what did it signify for Scorpion? This was an opportune moment for acquiring life-sized figurines. Be cautious. Be cautious. Scorpion glanced up at Xisi, his expression suddenly shifting to one of peculiar intensity, a chilling mix of inscrutable emotions. It seems you are already aware of my research into human puppets, my friend. Chapter 36. The fourth leader? The wind outside battered against the glass window. Yet the room was eerily silent. Xisi and Scorpion locked eyes, the atmosphere thick with tension and strangeness. There is no wall that does not let the wind through. Xisi finally exhaled, breaking the silence. He was not particularly afraid of Scorpion. He was well acquainted with many of Scorpion's methods, while Scorpion knew little about him, especially concerning the techniques derived from his other personas. However, causing a ruckus within the village could lead to complications, given Scorpion's influential grandmother and uncle. Had Scorpion not eliminated the third leader and defected from Sunagakure to the renowned Akatsuki, the position of the fourth leader might well have been occupied by Scorpion instead of Rasha. President Chiyo, the Scorpion, ascended to power. The Golden Miner Rasha took on the role of Minister of Finance. Blaze release user Yakura became the Minister of Defense, and the antiquated Chiyo, alongside the venerable Hero, returned authority to the central leadership. Sunagakure flourished, embarking on a new phase of development within the ninja world. The Konoha Collapse Plan, the mechanical dynamics expert, the life-sized figurine Master Chiyo, and the experts in biology, biomimicry, and reptilian studies, Orochimaru, found themselves entwined in a tumultuous relationship of love and conflict in the desert. One shedding his snake skin, the other discarding his crimson attire, both embroiled in a myriad of intricate strategies, leaving one to ponder who would ultimately prevail. Upon reflection, it indeed bore a certain intrigue. Scorpion glanced out the window. The night had yet to dissipate, and no one dared to wander in such a tempestuous atmosphere. He nonchalantly took a seat, as if in his own abode. So what if you know? As long as it is you, it matters not. Sith furrowed his brow, unable to suppress a tightening of his sphincter. The realization struck him that a male companion was inexplicably at his side. His body instinctively began to drift toward the door. He had long been aware that this group of artistic individuals exhibited peculiar behaviors, yet he never anticipated their depravity would reach such alarming heights. He resolved silently that should Scorpion dare to impose himself, he would not hesitate to raise his voice for assistance. The village clinic was just downstairs. With pride cast aside, who would fear whom? What on earth are you contemplating? My interest in men, no, my interest in humanity, is limited to mere material. The veins on Scorpion's forehead throbbed. His fists clenched tightly, a burgeoning urge to strike brewing within him. Sid's trivial schemes were not lost on someone who had grown up alongside him. Scorpion, the future puppet master, had once mercilessly defeated the third generation of the Sand Village's leaders, yet now he remained a mere young lad, contemporaneous with Sith. Due to the influence of the scorching release technique, Sith had received an elite education in the Sand Village from an early age. Being included in the same team as Scorpion, handpicked by Chiyo and Chiyo's old friend for Scorpion's future cadre. After demonstrating exceptional talent and interest in medical ninjutsu, he was personally mentored by Chiyo, effectively having grown up alongside Scorpion in the most intimate of ways. He understood Scorpion, just as Scorpion understood him. From the very first day of their acquaintance, Scorpion recognized that Sith was unlike anyone else. If Scorpion was an extraordinary and aloof genius, then Sith seemed almost otherworldly. His actions and thoughts resembling a celestial horse soaring through the skies, at times gentle as water, at others cold as ice, leaving Scorpion utterly perplexed by his intentions. It was precisely this enigma that fueled Scorpion's enduring interest, believing them to be kindred spirits. Sith cast a glance at him. Scorpion, the second master of the art of figurines, found that the three-dimensional ladies before him held no competition. Only the articulated puppets could truly resonate with his heart. With a shrug, Sith displayed a face of solemnity, stating, I am a villager, Scorpion. I possess both the right and the duty to report your use of forbidden techniques to your grandmother. Scorpion scoffed disdainfully, a hint of pity glimmering in his gaze as he patted Sith on the shoulder. You know, Sith, we are, in fact, accomplices. What do you mean? Sith narrowed his eyes, turning to face him. Literally, Scorpion replied with a chilling grin, gesturing toward his cup, signaling Sith to pour him another glass of cool water. Exuding confidence. Materials? Corpses? Two starkly contrasting words suddenly sprang to mind for Zeiss. Despite his youth, he had ascended to the position of chief of the medical team in Sunagakure, thanks to his exceptional medical skills and Chiyo's guidance. Although the medical practices in Sunagakure were not particularly advanced, and he had only a handful of subordinates, the corpses of numerous elite ninjas and enemy spies still passed through his hands. If Scorpion were to procure a body from the hospital in his name, it would indeed be a convoluted matter for him to explain. Firstly, he and Scorpion had grown up together, having been members of the same team, and many in the village regarded them as a political alliance, often perceiving them as one entity. Secondly, to protect his grandson's reputation and political future, Chiyo would most likely sacrifice him, shifting all blame onto his shoulders. Sith cast a sidelong glance at Scorpion, beads of cold sweat crawling down his forehead. He swallowed hard. Acutely aware of the psychological turmoil that accompanied the fall of an influential figure, he had not succumbed to greed himself. Yet the blame lay squarely with the people within the room. Scorpion, you wouldn't be planning to pilfer corpses from the morgue under my name, would you? With a serene smile, Scorpion poured himself a glass of cool water and leaned closer to Sith, saying, Not at all. I obtained the corpses from the morgue with your explicit consent. My consent? Sith's eyes widened in disbelief. What kind of jest is this? How could I ever agree to you taking bodies from the village for such forbidden practices? With a chuckle, Scorpion held up his teacup and gestured toward the Yetsong figurine on Sith's shelf. What do you mean? Sith asked, bewildered. Do you recall the Yetsong puppet I crafted for you, Sith? I distinctly informed you back then that I intended to retrieve 2 corpses from the morgue for material. That seal was given to me by you. It has nothing to do with me. Sith's expression froze on his face as memories flooded back to him. He recalled the moment he received the proportionate figurine from Yitsong. Overwhelmed with excitement, he had completely disregarded Scorpion's words, ultimately leading himself down a perilous path. Closing his eyes, Sith exhaled deeply, Speak now. What is it that you have so meticulously orchestrated to draw me into this conflict? Scorpion was astute, and Sith did not believe that this visit was merely a means of intimidation. I intend to go to the land of Earth. Scorpion squinted. The land of Earth? What business do you have there? The Second Shinobi World War had concluded over a decade ago. Yet localized friction between the land of Earth and the land of Wind persisted, their relations far from amicable. Scorpion's desire to venture to the land of Earth raised undeniable suspicions regarding his true intentions. Sith grasped Scorpion's sleeve tightly, his cold gaze sweeping over him. Scorpion licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with fervor, reminiscent of a mad pilgrim. The bloodline limit. Within the land of Earth, I discovered an explosive bloodline limit, which could serve as excellent material for creating puppets. Chapter 37. A serious doctor? My Lord Sith, Lord Kazekage seeks your presence. On the following day, as dawn broke, the sandstorm outside had subsided, revealing a figure crouched upon Sith's windowsill. It was a member of the Umbu from Sunagakure. Sith bore an expressionless visage, and his rapport with the Umbu was far from harmonious. The Umbu, formerly known as the Special Assassination and Tactical Squad, was established by the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, and has since been emulated by various ninja villages directly overseen by their respective leaders. This elite force is tasked with handling the more unsavory and laborious duties. Due to their enigmatic operational methods and the unique opportunity to engage closely with the leaders of hidden villages, Umbu Shinobi consistently ranks second in employment aspirations among ninja schools, surpassed only by the Kazekage. As for medical ninjas, alas, they languish at the very bottom of the rankings, even trailing behind the proprietors of barbecue stalls in Sunagakure. It is truly exasperating. When will these medical ninjas rise to prominence? I understand. I shall attend to this immediately. Sith responded with a murmured acknowledgement, turning his head away. Unless he aspired to lead as the chief, he had no desire to engage in conversation with this group of individuals nurtured by specialized institutions. Reflecting on their village clinic in Sand Hidden Village, it had sadly devolved to the point of needing to enlist puppet masters for part-time roles, with a staff comprised largely of deranged murderers who toyed with toxins. Besides himself, there were scarcely 2 competent physicians among them. While they proclaimed the noble mantra of saving lives and healing the sick, their thoughts were preoccupied with figurines. The realm of medical research was virtually non-existent. He did not aspire to rival the advanced biotechnological innovations and artificial beings of the neighboring village, Konoha, yet they were incapable of performing a simple cesarean section for a woman in distress. The technological disparity was indeed staggering. Sith exhaled deeply, surrendering to the reality that the issue of reforming the medical ninjas could not be resolved overnight. A concrete solution would require careful deliberation over time. The immediate priority was to secure the position of the village's prominent officials, particularly Scorpion. Whether it involved seizing power, enacting reforms, or supporting either Scorpion or his sister's ascension, the influence of Scorpion's grandmother and maternal uncle was an undeniable obstacle. In the office of the Wind Shadow in Sunagakure, the atmosphere was charged with anticipation. Lord Wind Shadow, Elder Chiyo, Elder Hirazang. Sis knelt on one knee as customary, though not part of the covert ops, proper etiquette never heard. Rise. Came the voice of the third Kazekage, that nameless, historically strongest Kazekage who had the misfortune of being turned into a lifelike puppet by 15-year-old Sasori. To his left sat Chiyo and Ibiz, the influential elders backing their grandson, while to his right stood Sasori, his gaze brimming with hatred and hostility. As the most privileged second-generation elite of Sunagakure, he had the audacity to openly display animosity toward the Kazekage. Sunagakure was a deeply traditional village, not just in its customs, but more so in its power structure. Unlike other Kage, the Kazekage rarely ruled with absolute authority. If the Hokage's decentralized power stemmed from the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen's indulgence of dance, then the Kazekage's fragmented authority was rooted in this so-called tradition. Even now, major decisions required deliberation among the higher-ups in a roundtable chamber. On one hand, this system prevented tragedies like the Bloody Mist Village. On the other, prolonged political gridlock and power dispersion directly stunted Sunagakure's growth. Discounting the Daimese influence, if Sunagakure's power were divided into thirds, the Kazekage held one, Chiyo's puppet faction another, and the remaining factions shared the last. Tracing its origins, this structure dated back to the second Kazekage, Shaman, a lifelong advocate of military strength. His reign birthed pivotal innovations, chief among them, puppet techniques and magnet release, derived from tailed beast militarization. After his death, the two specialized departments he established inherited his political legacy, forming Sunagakyo's two dominant factions. Upon the third Kazakage's ascension, Chiyo's puppet masters chose not full reconciliation but instead set their sights on the fourth Kazakage's seat. Though Chiyo herself, aged, lacked the thirst for power outsiders assumed, her faction naturally pinned hopes on her son and daughter-in-law, until Konoha's White Fang, Hatake Sakumo, disrupted their plans. To this day, whispers persisted that the third Kazakage had suppressed the puppet masters, deliberately sending Chiyo's children to their deaths. Without Chiyo's iron-fisted control, Sunagakyo's situation might have been far worse. History repeated itself. Now, the puppet master's rising star was Chiyo's grandson, Sasori of the Red Sand. Sis, no need for such formality. It's been over half a year, hasn't it? The third Kazakage offered a smile more strained than a grimace. Nearly 6 months, Lord Kazakage. With your duties and my hospital duties, it's only natural we haven't met. Sis replied flat-faced. Only a fool took a leader's pleasantries at face value. You've awakened a Kekii Genkai? The Kazakage's sidelong glance betrayed greater interest in this than in assigning Sasori missions to bolster his reputation. Unlike Yetsong, who is a woman and can at most bear 3 to 5 offspring, with the uncertainty of each awakening, Xisi possesses the potential to cultivate an entire bloodline family if utilized wisely, one that could belong to Sunagakyo. This prospect is undeniably enticing. Indeed, Lord Kazakage, I have awakened the Kekii Genkai of Shikuten. Xisi's expression suddenly turned serious. Your sister would be proud of you. The third Kazakage rose and patted Xisi on the shoulder, smiling as he inquired, would you consider changing your occupation to join the Umbu as my shadow guard? Shadow guard? Sith was taken aback. He was aware that he would be courted by the third Kazakage, but he never anticipated that the bait would be so substantial. Aside from the Umbu of the Hokage, the Umbu of the other Kages were all high-ranking reserves, even the reserves of the Kages themselves. If it were his foolish sister, Yetsong, she might have agreed without hesitation. But who was he? Sith had always approached the ninjas of the world with the utmost malice. It was not just a matter of an Umbu. Even if he were designated as the next chairman, it would matter little. As long as the prince of the Kazakage's faction, Rasha, remained, the position of the chief would never fall upon him, and he would merely become a pawn of the Chiyo faction, regardless of whether the third Kazakage had such intentions. This was how he perceived it. The atmosphere in the office became somewhat tense. Chiyo and Hiroko sat nearby, squinting their eyes, their expressions kind yet harboring a growing anger. For the third Kazakage was openly attempting to poach talent in their presence. Just as Hiroko was about to speak, Chiyo grasped her brother's sleeve, offering him a reassuring glance. She knew her disciple, Sith, all too well. Chapter 38. No money available. Scorpion was a profoundly reclusive individual. Apart from the little bug, he had few friends. And following the unexpected demise of the bug, he became akin to a true puppet, cold, unfeeling, as if devoid of a heart. Yet, it was at that moment that Sith emerged. With the heritage of the bloodstained ninja, coupled with his remarkable swordsmanship and precise chakra control, Sith, who had graduated alongside Scorpion, quickly caught Chiyo's attention. He was subsequently assigned as a backup companion for Scorpion in the same squad. Sasori did not disappoint Chiyo's expectations. Indeed, he brought a considerable degree of brightness to Scorpion's demeanor. However, the fact that Scorpion still harbored a disinclination towards women troubled Chiyo greatly. Unlike the young insect, Sasori was meticulous and possessed exceptional talent, excelling far beyond his peers in puppet mastery, medical ninjutsu, and swordsmanship. Regardless of whether the young insect met an untimely demise by accident or was betrayed by Scorpion, Sasori navigated through every crisis with remarkable composure. In a certain sense, Sasori served as a hypothetical rival for Scorpion prior to his confrontation with Konoha's Saku, with many of Scorpion's puppets being intricately designed to counter Sasori's sword techniques. Ultimately, the bond between Sasori and Scorpion was far more resilient than one might typically presume, a fact that brought both comfort and profound concern to Chiyo. With a solemn expression, Xisi shook his head. I appreciate your kindness, Lord Kazakage, but I am quite fond of my current position. If possible, I would like to request a special fund dedicated to the training of medical ninjas. Very well, I understand. I will consider your proposal, replied the third Kazakage, waving his hand with a hint of disinterest. The daimyo had once again reduced support for Sunagakyo, and as Kazakage, he was barely able to afford his own meals, let alone squander funds on Xisi's ambitions. It was one thing to refuse to join his faction, but to seek financial assistance from him was absurd. He might as well take Raza to mine for gold sand instead. Lord Kazekage, the medical ninja Xisi exclaimed, straining his neck as he attempted to negotiate with the third Kazekage. Enough. The third Kazekage slammed his hand on the table, glaring fiercely at Xisi. It was utterly foolish to consider such a wasteful endeavor. If funds were to be spent, they should be reserved for Chiyo and her associates to pursue their own projects. His priority was merely to keep Yukura in check. With a cold huff, he pulled a mission slip from his drawer. An S-rank mission. Investigate the true nature of the explosive units in the land of Earth Esawagakure. This task is assigned to you and Scorpion. Please refrain from bothering me. I have other matters to attend to. With that, the third Kazekage tossed the information into Xisi's arms and strode out, eager to escape the office filled with prying eyes that threatened his meager finances. Sith carefully stored away the scroll and exchanged a glance with Scorpion, shrugging innocently. Ahem. Chiyo raised an eyebrow, cleared her throat twice, and beckoned to Sith. Sith, come here. It's been a long time since we last met. Let me see if you've lost weight. Teacher, Sith grinned and approached, bowing respectfully to Chiyo. Ah, splendid, Chiyo remarked, gripping Sith's hands as she scrutinized his face for a considerable time. The child has grown. He is indeed becoming more handsome. Are there any young ladies in the village who have caught your fancy? Speak to me, and I shall take care of it for you. Shisi's expression stiffened. Did his sister Yutsang count? Observing the rigidity of Shisi's face, Chiyo's furrowed brows deepened significantly in an instant. She was acutely aware of the situation, her heart racing with concern, his eyes clinging to the Scorpion without letting go. Contemplating this, Chiyo's strength intensified slightly. Sith sliced open Chiyo's hand, awkwardly smiling. Teacher, there is no rush concerning this matter. We shall discuss it after our mission. Very well, missions are splendid. Completing several S-rank tasks will surely assist you in becoming a Jonin, making it easier to find a suitable match. Chiyo nodded, maintaining a pleasant demeanor. Yet no one could discern her true thoughts. After a round of pleasantries, Sith and Scorpion departed from the office of the Kazekage. Chiyo watched their retreating figures, sighed deeply, and turned to Orochimaru, her voice grave as she spoke. Please help Sith find a fiancé. His relationship with Scorpion is becoming rather too close. Orochimaru nodded, slightly furrowing his brows. And what of Scorpion? Chiyo placed a hand on the edge of the table. There is no immediate rush regarding Scorpion, as the Kazekage. His wife must meet certain standards. Orochimaru did not argue but merely smirked, acknowledging Chiyo's truth that a puppet master from their lineage should indeed rise to the position of Kazekage. Upon leaving the Kazekage's office, Sith and Scorpion headed straight for the gates of Sunagakure. Although the restrictions in Sunagakure were not as stringent as those in Konohagakure, they still had to follow the necessary protocols for leaving the village. After submitting their exit permits, they swiftly traversed the swirling sands, making their way towards the land of Earth. This was not their first venture into the land of Earth, yet it was their inaugural journey deep into its heart. They needed to strategize thoroughly along the way. In the Wind Country, within a small oasis, it was termed an oasis, yet in reality, it consisted of merely 2 small puddles and a thicket of shrubs, lacking any substantial shade from grand trees. Nonetheless, this was considered a rare gem in the Wind Country, and many passing travelers regarded it as a sacred place. Upon entering the oasis, Sith's observation haki enveloped the entire area, not only remaining vigilant of his surroundings, but also wary of Scorpion, who was more perilous than any foe. Crouching on the ground, Scorpion glanced around before unfurling a scroll, revealing the details of their mission. Our target for this mission is the newly established demolition unit of Awagakure. According to my informants in the land of Earth, this is a special squad personally formed by the 3rd Tsuchikage, Inoki. They are equipped with numerous explosive tags and have gathered several talented individuals proficient in explosive techniques from across the nation. Our mission is to ascertain the authenticity of this special unit. As he spoke, Scorpion grinned, narrowing his eyes. Of course, that is the village's intention. But our true target is him. Scorpion pointed at a photograph on the scroll. Explosive Technique Hunter. Explosive Technique Hunter? Sith furrowed his brow slightly. The name seemed vaguely familiar to him. Although he struggled to recall the specifics, the mere flicker of recognition indicated that this ninja was undoubtedly formidable. Sho, a newly appointed Jonin from Awagakure, possessed the explosive release bloodline limit and enjoyed the deep trust of Inoki. A significant reason for the establishment of the explosive squad was indeed due to him. So, in your opinion, this individual is not to be trifled with? Sith cast a sidelong glance at him. Since Scorpion intended to eliminate Sho, he must have already devised a plan. Sith merely needed to await Scorpion's next move in silence. Scorpion smirked, his eyes glinting with a sharp light. The real challenge was not him, but rather that old Kudanoki. However, it mattered little. They would soon embark on a training expedition to the border adjacent to the Land of Water, which would present their opportunity. Chapter 39. Life in a Small Nation as one of the 5 rogue nations of the ninja world. The Land of Wind and the Land of Earth do not share a direct border. To prevent the ravages of war from encroaching upon their homelands, the 5 great nations often leave numerous small nations as buffer zones. Notable examples include the infamous battlefield, the Land of Rain, and the Land of Grass, from which Scorpion hails. Life in these small nations is truly difficult to articulate, or perhaps tragic would be a more fitting description. If the narrative in the hands of the 5 great nations revolves around the struggle for dominance, the small nations find themselves grappling with the awakening of a society that is at best semi-colonial and semi-feudal, yearning to escape this grim existence. Their plight evokes a series of tragic or quasi-tragic literary themes, encapsulated by the sentiments of "what can I do to save you?" and "I am but a mere pawn in the great nations game." During wartime, small nations become the battlegrounds for the larger powers, while in peacetime, they serve as resource suppliers and markets for the great nations. Whether in politics, economics, or independent armed forces, every aspect of these small nations is subjugated by the whims of the larger powers. Among these 5 great nations, perhaps the most ruthless in its unilateral hegemonic practices is the village hidden in the leaves, aligned with the Land of Fire. The Land of Fire controls the richest and most prosperous territories in the ninja world, boasting the largest population and a less obvious intent for expansion. Their desires lean towards acquiring resources and wealth rather than the barren lands and ordinary populace of enemy nations. Consequently, their destruction of infrastructure during conflicts is the most thorough, even deliberately targeting vital institutions to profit from the reconstruction efforts in the aftermath of war. In contrast, perhaps the Land of Wind's Sunagakure provides the best protection for infrastructure and ordinary civilians. The Land of Wind is exceedingly impoverished, characterized by desolate wasteland and desert. With only a few oases dotting the landscape, in most places, not even a single blade of grass can be found. They lack not only resources and wealth, but also land and population. When their infrastructure is damaged, they lack the funds for repairs. Regrettably, constrained by their national strength, the Land of Wind has never succeeded in any attempts at expansion. To avoid attracting the attention of Hanzo the Salamander and incurring undue troubles, Sith and Scorpion decided not to traverse the Land of Rain this time, but to enter the heart of the Land of Earth through the neighboring Land of Birds to the west. The border area was surprisingly affluent. Despite being a small nation, its infrastructure was superior to that of most regions in the Land of Wind. "How peculiar," Sith remarked, having disguised himself in a border town between the Land of Birds and the Land of Earth. The haven for Scorpion and Sasori is a renowned border town between the Land of Birds and the Land of Earth, from which they shall venture into the latter. Concealed within a wooden puppet, Scorpion resembles a corpulent old man. This marks his inaugural attempt at utilizing puppet armor to compensate for his shortcomings in close combat. The human puppet, Hiriko, which he would later employ, is destined to be the pinnacle of this series. "Humph," Scorpion scoffed, entirely shrouded beneath the puppet, his visage obscured. "What is there to lament? All of this wealth is ours. The Land of Wind is too barren, and we puppet masters rely heavily on imported materials. The Land of Birds procures minerals from the Land of Earth at exorbitant prices through border trade, only to resell them to us at a profit margin of 3 to 4 times. If only we could negotiate a position swap with the Hidden Stone Village, we would undoubtedly reign as the foremost power in the ninja world." With a cold chuckle, he mused. Even a fool like the Third could ascend to the role of Wind Shadow, yet they aspire to infiltrate the Land of Earth. Such naivete is laughable. With a pair of specially crafted protective gloves, Xisi tugged at Scorpion's sleeve and lowered his voice. "After all, he is the shadow of the village. You should speak with a bit more courtesy. Moreover, that incident cannot be entirely blamed on him." Before he could finish, Scorpion turned his head away, a reflection of one of the roots of their conflict. A useless person is a useless person, even if they hold the title of shadow. With a resigned shrug, Xisi acknowledged that one can never awaken a person feigning slumber. In a certain sense, the 3rd generation was indeed ineffectual. His most glaring failure was being vanquished by a ninja from the same village, which subsequently led to the attack on the Hidden Stone Village. However, if not for his involvement in guiding Lo Sha in his brief stint as a miner, It is likely that the finances of the sand village would not have endured long enough for him to descend into such a state of uselessness. The atmosphere between the two was somewhat tense, yet Xisi had grown accustomed to it. Interacting with a solitary genius like Scorpion was fraught with conflict unless one was a kindred spirit like Deidara. Otherwise, it was bound to be riddled with contradictions. He was not a madman. He merely found himself ensnared by Scorpion's unilateral attachment, regardless of how others perceived it. This was his conviction. Silently, they proceeded. Their infiltration was remarkably smooth, requiring little effort aside from financial matters. Despite the patrols of the ninjas from the hidden stone village along the border. In such a hub of commerce, corruption was merely a matter of time. After reaffirming their route, our objective was to ambush the demolition squad traveling from the hidden stone village to the land of waterfalls. Scorpion's voice was noticeably cold. He was irked and required some appeasement. Sith rolled his eyes. Apart from his sister Yetsong, no one else held the authority to compel his submission. As they ventured deeper into enemy territory, both Sith and Scorpion swiftly lost the carefree demeanor they had displayed in the Bird and Wind countries. At merely 13 years of age, they were still children, their strength and combat experience yet to reach their zenith. Being overly reckless could lead to dire consequences. In contrast to wartime, the defenses of the Earth country were less stringent. After crossing the border, there were no fixed patrols. Yet this did not imply a lack of danger. During wartime, most ninjas from a nation would be concentrated and uniformly deployed, resulting in severe personnel shortages in many areas, aside from key military strongholds. However, during this period of peace, had it not been for Scorpion's assassination of the third Kazekage, the Third Great Ninja War could have been postponed for several more years. Consequently, the ninjas of the Earth country appeared particularly dispersed. If their true identities were to be revealed, even the Tsuchika Jinoki might take an interest in their heads. It was precisely due to the difficulties of invasion that the superiority of a ninja like Deidara, who possessed the ability to fly, became manifest. The Earth country, expansive and surrounded by rocky mountains, boasted abundant mineral resources. Although its population was similarly sparse, the financial pressures were far less severe than those faced by Sunagakure. Scorpion and his informant had conferred about an ambush site in the northeastern corner of the Earth country, while Sith and his companion had chosen an infiltration route in the southwestern corner. Even in a straight line, the distance spanned several hundred kilometers, compounded by the treacherous mountain paths. Thus, they had prepared themselves for a protracted battle from the outset. Fortunately, Sith had already mastered observation haki along their journey. Though they encountered a few small teams of rock ninjas, they managed to evade detection without incident. Had it not been for Sith's simultaneous vigilance towards Scorpion, their journey might have been even smoother. After 7 arduous days and nights of travel, they finally neared their objective. Chapter 40. An Enduring Friendship? Indeed. The climate of the Earth country was considerably more favorable than that of the Wind country. Not only were there no ravaging sandstorms, but he had also encountered numerous small puddles along the way. It seemed rather pitiful. In his previous life, he had taken running water for granted, yet now, upon seeing 2 small ponds, he felt an overwhelming sense of emotion. If only he could share such experiences with others. Otherwise, the poet would have been surrounded by water, and he would have led the Wind country in a campaign of afforestation and land cultivation, paving the path to prosperity. Alas, there were no ifs. As dusk approached, the cold wind sweeping down from the northern part of the Earth country brushed against Sith's face. He stepped onto a large boulder. A blade of foxtail grass clenched between his teeth, savoring the sweet aroma of malt, a novel sensation. Being in enemy territory, he did not dare flaunt the headband of Sunagakure, nor did he even wear the most basic ninja attire. Instead, he donned an old kimono, with a long sword at his waist and his hair tied back in a ponytail, embodying the quintessential Ronin. He had long desired to play the role of Kenshin Imura. With observation haki enveloping his surroundings, he had been on guard for half a day, yet there was no sign of activity. It was not that he lacked trust in Scorpion, rather, he held reservations about Scorpion's informant. Especially since Kabuto had also been an informant for Scorpion before sacrificing himself for Orochimaru. As Zeiss turned his head, his hand resting on the hilt of his blade, he inquired of Scorpion, "Are you certain this is the correct route?" Scorpion, engrossed in manipulating the puppet in his hands, did not lift his gaze. "My informants are infallible," he replied, his demeanor as tranquil as a placid lake, choosing his words with utmost economy. Despite his youth, each of his informants had been subtly influenced by a technique known as subconscious manipulation, and he held firm in the belief that none could defy him. As moments slipped away, the sky gradually darkened, The night sky of the land of Earth paled in comparison to the beauty of the land of wind. In this world, Xisi could not fathom anyone resisting the breathtaking expanse of stars that emerged after a sandstorm, perhaps having been assimilated by the village of sand. Just as he felt a sense of liberation wash over him, his observation haki unfurled slowly, and he suddenly sensed an unsettling shift. The surroundings were unnaturally quiet, devoid even of the faintest bird calls or insect chirps. A sense of foreboding gripped his heart. There is something amiss. Your informant has betrayed us. With a fierce intensity, Xisi narrowed his eyes, gripping the hilt of his weapon with unwavering resolve. He was engulfed in uncertainty, pondering whether betrayal lurked within his ranks or if he was ensnared in a lethal trap orchestrated by Scorpion. Scorpion, a being who had wedded himself to puppetry, was pure, callous, and occasionally sentimental, though he would rather forego such emotions. In Scorpion's eyes, only the immutable puppets embodied eternal beauty, including himself, his kin, his erstwhile best friend, Littlebug, and even Scythe, who were all exemplary materials for puppetry. Only puppets, and the camaraderie among them, could endure through the ages. Do you doubt me? Scorpion's form melded into the puppet, his pallid, expressionless wooden visage creaking as it turned. The air grew chill around them, prompting Scythe to reminisce about the nights in the sand-hidden village. How could that be? We are comrades, entrusted with each other's lives. Ultimately, their standoff concluded with Scythe's retreat, even if Scorpion intended to employ the Rock Ninja to transform him into a puppet. He must first deal with the Rock Ninja before addressing Scorpion's affairs, which would be settled in due course. With narrowed eyes, Xisi felt the overwhelming presence of his observation haki reach its zenith. The fluctuating auras surrounding him seemed to have suddenly crossed a critical threshold, intensifying as hundreds of ninjas surged from all directions, and his expression turned ashen. There are too many enemies. We must break through. Drawing his long blade, Xisi immediately transformed into a shadow and sprinted southward. The south led to the Land of Grass, an area under the jurisdiction of Kanagakur. Given the current circumstances, unless the Rock Ninjas sought to ignite a third Shinobi World War, large-scale cross-border pursuits were implausible. At that moment, he would effectively be safe. As for the nearer Land of Waterfalls, with the Rock Ninjas already closing in, it was evident that the Waterfall country had likely made its own preparations. Leaving no room for contemplation, Scorpion trailed closely behind Xisi. He was not yet the S-rank rogue ninja capable of single-handedly annihilating nations with his red secret technique, performance of 100 puppets, at 13. He still found himself kneeling before hundreds of foes. However, his focus was no longer on the adversaries behind him, but rather fixated on the silhouette leaping through the shadows, a gaze reminiscent of Orochimaru's, yet distinct in its fervor. Suddenly, a man with hair standing upright appeared in Xisi's line of sight, swiftly materializing before him. With a smile gracing his lips, he bellowed, "Grandson and disciple of Chiyo, the elder of Sunagakure, were you not seeking me? I have come personally. How do you intend to welcome me?" In the next instant, his fist shot towards Xisi, imbued with a savage chakra that instilled fear in all who beheld it. The act was almost instinctual for Sis, as his body was swiftly engulfed by shadows. Plunging into a realm of darkness, his fist collided with the rocky mountain, producing a resounding explosion, akin to the force of 4 or 5 explosive talismans. Do not underestimate these talismans, as their market value ranges from 2,000 to 10,000 taels, making this single strike equivalent to the labor of a low-ranking ninja over an entire month. Such extravagant usage of hundreds or even thousands of talismans is a luxury few can afford, aside from the affluent Conan. Should a mere sand ninja dare to indulge in such extravagance, it would only be after vanquishing a formidable adversary, such as Shinja Hashirama. Otherwise, the Wind Shadow would undoubtedly retaliate. Sith harbored no intention of passively awaiting his fate. He hung inverted from a tree, half of his body shrouded in darkness, his left hand forming a seal. Scorch release, overheating kill. As the words escaped his lips, a colossal black-red fireball materialized in midair, emanating an unbearable heat, hurtling directly towards the explosive release hunter. In a mere fraction of a second, the sparse vegetation surrounding him withered into desolation, only to be consumed by the flames. The countenance of the explosive release hunter shifted dramatically. The renown of Yekong surpassed Sith's expectations. He instantly recognized this iconic ninjutsu. Despite the slight deviation in color from the records, the ability to evaporate moisture instantaneously was unmistakable. His heart raced. He sensed imminent peril from a single strike. Realizing that he could not withstand this fireball head-on, with remarkable speed, he traced intricate patterns in the air with his hands. Earth release, earth flow wall. A robust barrier surged from the ground as his body began to retreat with great haste. Boom. The seemingly solid wall could not endure even a heartbeat, shattering into fragments under the onslaught of the fireball. Terrifying energy radiated outward, resembling a black-red sun rising from the scorched earth, fueled by chakra. Far more fearsome than the exertion of a poet. Moments later, as the dust settled, a vast crater was left behind, the rock nearly reduced to molten lava. In terms of ninjutsu, Sith could not compare to a certain dance-loving elder, yet it would be an understatement to say he was merely budding in prowess. The explosive release hunter regarded the scene with a grave expression, beads of perspiration cascading down his forehead. Initially, he had considered testing his strength against Yekong at the border. But now he was relieved he had refrained. Otherwise, his substantial weight might have been relinquished there. If his brother's flames burned so fiercely, how intense must his sister's fire be? Meanwhile, Scorpion summoned 10 puppets, already engaged in combat with the rock ninja. At this moment, he had yet to master the Crimson Secret technique, 100 machine manipulation, and his attack methods bore resemblance to Chiyo's White Secret technique, 10 people of Chikamatsu. With a single finger controlling each puppet, a single machine capable of facing 1,000 foes. As he maneuvered alongside the rock ninja, he still found the presence of mind to observe the fierce clash between Sith and the explosive release hunter. The assault from Sith left him momentarily stunned. Though not quite fearful, silently, he assessed the disparity between his puppet armor's defensive capabilities and Sith's offensive prowess, temporarily abandoning the notion of transforming Sith into a human puppet. He resolved to revisit this ambition only after developing a more advanced fire-resistant coating. Hunting's eyes darted frantically within their sockets as panic crept in. The realization dawned that he might be outmatched, perhaps he had acted too rashly. It would have been wiser to wait for the other elite shinobi to arrive. Drawing a deep breath, he reassured himself that there was still a chance. If he could evade Sith strikes, he might prevail at the very least. He could stall until reinforcements arrived. Young and freshly promoted to the rank of elite shinobi, he had a lifetime of indulgence ahead. The thought of gambling his life so soon was unthinkable. Relinquishing his offensive stance, Hunting shifted to defense, deliberately widening the gap between himself and Sith. While dodging the relentless onslaught, he deftly hurled 2 explosive tagged kunai to disrupt Sith's rhythm. Sith observed keenly, delight blossoming within him. He held a profound fondness for such rogues. Once a ninja begins to grow complacent and loses the spirit of ambition, it signifies an imminent death that shadows him relentlessly. Shadows danced. In yet another fleeting moment, a dark silhouette began to twist behind him. Sith swung his blade toward his neck. Alas, the years of experience in the explosive ninjutsu had endowed him with a beast-like sense of danger. Just as Sith's blade emerged, the rogue instinctively dodged to the side, hastily forming hand seals. Earth style, Hell Swamp. Earth style, rock concealment technique. The explosive rogue might well be a genius. Aware that evading Sith's strike through conventional means was nearly impossible, he boldly resorted to Hell Swamp upon himself. This technique, commonly employed by Earth ninjas, could engulf foes in a mire. He cleverly utilized the opportunity of falling into the swamp to perform the rock concealment technique. Weaving through the surrounding rocks toward the distant horizon, Xisi was astonished, feeling as though he had unlocked a new realm of possibilities. He never anticipated that ninjutsu could be wielded in such a manner. With a couple of sharp clicks of his tongue, he momentarily disregarded the fleeing explosive escape of his companion and turned to beckon Scorpion. The enemy is approaching swiftly. We must depart. Scorpion offered no verbal response, merely directing his puppet to unleash a barrage of toxic Senbon, ensuring that Xisi followed closely behind. The surrounding rocks suddenly became sparse, leaving only 2 colossal stone mountains flanking either side, with the plains beyond them. The entire landscape resembled a vast, horizontally positioned funnel. As the presence of foes diminished within his perception, Xisi sensed an unsettling shift. His pace began to decelerate as he raised his right hand. Halt! There is something ahead. The air grew thick with tension. Xisi, who had a penchant for using scorching techniques against others, was acutely aware of the temperature, a searing heat more destructive than his own burning techniques. This is bad. It is the Four-Tails Jinchuriki from Rock Ninja Village. We need to move, he yelled, twisting around as the shadows around him warped, as if a colossal hand were dragging him backward through the darkness. Lava release, scorching river rock technique. In Sith's vision, a torrent of violent magma suddenly filled the scene, resembling a surging crimson river that illuminated the entire night sky as if it were broad daylight. This small canyon was a trap, an absolute killing field orchestrated for them by four-tailed beast hosts. Xisi began to curse inwardly. Is this really necessary? Xisi is merely an obscure figure. While Scorpion is just an ordinary, albeit talented, offspring of privilege, this situation hardly warrants such grandiosity. Has it truly escalated to this level? They have even summoned the ultimate weapon, the Jinchuriki, from the village. At the end of the lava river, an elderly Jinchuriki clad in purple robes and sporting a bushy red beard, resembling a monk, grinned widely. This hunt marks the debut battle of the demolition squad. Ordinarily, there would be no need for an old man like him to participate. Yet, upon hearing that it involved Chiyo's grandson and disciple, he felt compelled to intervene. The grandson and disciple of the old poison master must surely be a young poisoner themselves. For the sake of the village's peace and to spare the lives of a few more shinobi from the Iwagakure during this war, it is prudent to extinguish such a dangerous threat in its infancy. Earth release, earth flow rampart. Sith resorted once more to the tactics of explosive escape. He did not expect the earth-style wall to withstand the molten magma. His only hope was to buy himself a moment's respite, allowing him to flee from the confines of this narrow valley. Even the formidable Scorpion finds himself in a precarious situation, as the primary material of puppets is wood, utterly incapable of withstanding the onslaught of magma. As for the ability to manipulate water, how many in the hidden sand village possess such a skill? Resolutely, I have decided that I must journey to the land of water whenever possible, to procure at least 2 water moon techniques. The darkness twisted the surrounding space, and with a deep sigh, Xi stood atop the rocky summit, the molten lava surging beneath him, a shiver of fear coursing through his heart. Scorpion followed closely, landing beside Xi's, his robe marred by several burn marks, rendering his puppet somewhat tattered. The ultimate weapon of the ninja world, the four-tailed Jinchuriki, Aji. What brings you to this place? Is my and Scorpion's reputation truly so significant? Xi's interrogated Aji as they found themselves encircled by hundreds of rock ninjas. Strangely, upon being referred to as a weapon, Aji did not exhibit anger. For 2 dying children, a touch of tolerance was hardly unwarranted. The traitor's jutsu in his mind has already been unraveled. Scorpion, grandson of the elder Chiyo from the hidden sand village, brother of the blaze release Yukura, and Xi's, disciple of Chiyo, your fame far exceeds your own expectations. Moreover, you just employed blaze release alongside some unknown secret technique or bloodline limit, did you not? Such dangerous elements cannot be overlooked. If they cannot be extinguished directly, they must be caged in advance. Humph, scoffed Xi's, is that not akin to your own situation, Aji? The four-tailed Jinchuriki? The ultimate weapon of the ninja world? Chapter 42, The Old Master on the Watchtower? Humph. Aji chose not to engage further. It would be foolish to spar with 2 mortals at this juncture. In a flash, he vanished from sight. A body flicker technique. Having been a Jinchuriki for decades, his knowledge extended far beyond mere-tailed beast transformation. In body techniques, ninjutsu, and others, Aji stood as a paragon of excellence. After all, how could he contain the four tails otherwise? A great dragon does not cultivate friendships with ants. His right hand clenched into a fist. Half of his body enveloped in crimson chakra, akin to molten lava, he hurled a punch directly towards Xi's face, instinctively perceiving this opponent as the more vexatious one. Sith furrowed his brow, his expression grave. In the presence of Old Purple, he could not afford to be careless. This was no ordinary creature, but a volatile wild monkey capable of bathing in magma. Its mode of attack was akin to his own scorch release. Only those who dared to engage would truly comprehend its lethal nature. Close combat? Sith had virtually dismissed that notion. No matter how robust his scorch release might be, against magma, it would be futile, leading to his inevitable incineration. To triumph, or rather to survive long enough to return, he could only resort to ranged tactics, employing a strategy that would deliver a devastating blow to his foe. Shadow Strike. The shadows around began to twist, and countless black swords surged from the darkness, propelled by Sith's extraordinary aim, enhanced by his observation haki. Old Purple was momentarily taken aback, but his surprise was fleeting. With a swift motion, he brought his hands together, and a massive crimson tail emerged behind him, flickering with flames reminiscent of molten rock. Molten Release Chakra Mode. This was Old Purple's signature technique. With a sweep of his formidable tail, he shattered the black swords while maintaining his speed undiminished. With a sense of helplessness, Xi pondered why such a formidable individual chose not to establish dominion over a territory, only to face adversity. Would it not be more appealing to abandon home early and wander the world as a monk? What now? Engage in guerrilla warfare to exhaust him? How curious it is that a genius would conceive a strategy to deplete one's chakra. As the shadow drew near, Xi deftly evaded Lao Zi's assault once more. Lao Zi refrained from launching another attack, instead turning to regard Xi's Was that earlier maneuver a secret technique born of the combination of in-release and space-time ninjutsu? Or perhaps a novel bloodline limit? It bore a striking resemblance to the Nara clan's shadow manipulation, yet appeared far more perilous, possessing a corrosive effect on the mind. Do you truly believe I would reveal my trump card to you? Xisi remarked from his perch upon a rock, his tone laced with sarcasm, casting a knowing glance towards Scorpion behind him. Scorpion, equally exasperated, recognized that as a puppet master, his skills were ideally suited for large-scale warfare and assassination, tasks that traditionally required the presence of a living being, yet he was acutely aware of the limitations that accompanied such abilities. They lacked the means for a decisive, singular strike, a distinct advantage of living ninjas. Puppet technique, arm of 1,000 hands. Scorpion commanded his puppet to deliver a powerful blow that repelled the nearby rock ninja. From his puppet emerged a slender cylinder, releasing a barrage of toxic needles that shot forth like bullets. In the absence of a sufficiently formidable ninjutsu to sway the tides of battle, they would resort to poison. For the medical ninjutsu of the rock ninja village proved to be even less competent than that of the sand ninja. Sith leaned slightly, retreating into the shadows. It was an area attack, and he had no desire to meet the same fate as the third Kazakage, taken down by his own village ninjas. You are far inferior to that old relic, Chio. The old purple did not even flinch, revving up his engines once more, this time targeting Scorpion. The crimson chakra cloak enveloping him radiated intense heat, and countless poison saban disintegrated into steam before they could even graze his garments. It seemed that Scorpion needed to upgrade not just his puppets but his weaponry as well. Facing someone like Old Purple, he was at a severe disadvantage. Damn it! Scorpion felt a surge of anger. He was unexpectedly overwhelmed, experiencing a novel sensation he had never encountered since birth. This feeling was hardly pleasant. His artistry seemed to have become a subject of ridicule. Swiftly extricating himself from his puppet armor, he dodged the incoming strike, fist clenched tightly. His gaze burning with intensity as he looked at Old Purple. His desire for the bloodline limit grew ever stronger. Isn't this the original body? With a flicker of thought, Old Purple unleashed, lava release, scorching river flow technique. Another massive fireball of molten rock surged forth, no matter what. He was determined to leave at least one opponent behind. Scorch release, oversteaming killing wave. In the shadows, Xisi formed seals, his expression grim. A black and crimson fire dragon surged from the darkness, colliding instantaneously with Lao Zi's fireball. He could not bear to witness Scorpion's demise before his very eyes. Not only for their years of camaraderie, but also to preserve the amicable relations of the puppet faction, he could not allow Scorpion to perish. Boom. When the two forces clashed, a violent explosion erupted in midair. Blinding light radiated forth, and an unparalleled shockwave burst from within, sweeping across the land and incinerating everything in its path. The earth trembled, and the two nearly altered the very landscape itself. Amidst the billowing smoke, Lao Zi remained steadfast, unmoving as a mountain, yet the surrounding rock ninjas were far less fortunate. They either became lifeless husks or were entombed beneath torrents of lava and sand. This single strike nearly claimed the lives of 20 ninjas. Although most were mere genin and freshly promoted shunin, the sheer devastation wrought by the residual force was indeed terrifying. Sith chose not to engage in a relentless confrontation with Old Purple. With a swift motion of his right hand, he enveloped himself in smoke and mist, propelling himself southward while grasping the Scorpion. Old Purple, they are behind you. Suddenly, a rugged voice resonated within Old Purple's consciousness. It was the Four Tails, Son Goku. Having been the Four Tails Jinchuriki for decades, he had yet to attain the status of a perfect host. Yet he shared an unparalleled synergy with Son Goku that transcended ordinary understanding. In the heat of battle, he effectively carried a monkey radar with him, rendering him acutely aware of every subtle movement in the battlefield. Thinking of escaping? It is not so simple. Old Purple abruptly turned, an aura of ferocity emanating from him, his presence escalating dramatically. A torrent of purplish-red chakra surged forth from his being, enveloping him in the guise of a tailed beast, though he bore only 3 tails, failing to transform into the true 4 tails. Tail Beast Ball. Chakra began to wildly converge towards his mouth, compressing into a colossal, black, spherical orb. Sith found himself utterly bewildered, on the verge of tears. Was it really necessary? Was it truly warranted? He was merely a fledgling who had yet to emerge from the novice village. Was it justifiable to employ a tailed beast ball against him? Was this not akin to using a cannon to swat a mosquito? Before he could continue lamenting the wastefulness of the rock ninja, Old Purple unleashed his assault. A thunderous roar echoed, causing the very earth to tremble. As the tempestuous wind surged forth, Sith's mind raced with myriad thoughts. He recalled Chu Yunfei atop the White Gate Tower, Shou Qin in the city of Ping'an, and Lord Huang in the Watchtower. It was all so stifling, truly infuriating. Chapter 43. Apologies, I am merely impoverished. Darkness enveloped him entirely, forming a colossal lid on the ground that securely sheltered both Sith and Scorpion within. Sith pressed down on Scorpion's head, curling his body in a manner that betrayed not the slightest inclination to show himself. For an ordinary ninja, the tailed beast orb was undeniably overpowered. Miles away, the earth trembled, and the entire world succumbed to a tempest of energy. Enormous rocks, towering 30 to 40 meters high, began to crumble from the outside in, only to be instantaneously transformed into steam by the searing heat. The magma surged forth, resembling a malevolent specter. With no other recourse, Xisi dragged the Scorpion, ceaselessly leaping through the shadows. Both he and the Scorpion appeared rather disheveled, their bodies marred by blisters and scars left by the searing heat. They were severely dehydrated, their breath shallow and labored. The two individuals, known for their insatiable thirst for bloodshed and arson, had finally faced the consequences of their actions, proving that the cycle of karma is indeed relentless. As the smoke dissipated, the elder Xisi stood upon the freshly formed obsidian ground, his piercing gaze radiating a simmering fury. He could not tolerate the fact that two mere children, scarcely 13 or 14 years of age, had managed to escape his grasp. They could not have fled far. Pursue them swiftly. His voice was gruff and commanding, instilling fear in the ranks of the rock ninjas, who nodded in anxious compliance and began their search in earnest. Xisi and Xia might have found themselves in a stroke of fortune. Despite a relentless series of battles, the dawn had yet to break, and under the cover of darkness, they were making their escape towards the land of grass. The condition of both was far from ideal. Their chakra was nearly depleted, and their bodies bore numerous injuries. Fortunately, Xisi, being a medical ninja, managed to administer rudimentary treatment, ensuring that neither faced a life-threatening situation. However, this did not imply that they had extricated themselves from peril. Their true threat lay not in their wounds, but in the pursuers hot on their trail. The path away from the land of Earth was long and fraught with obstacles, and a moment's inattention could result in being besieged by foes that outnumbered them several times over, if not by dozens. The risk of dying far from home loomed large, where their remains would either be used as research subjects or serve as instruments in the Rock Village's quest to uncover the secrets of the Sand Village. They dared not reduce their pace, fleeing for their lives while remaining ever vigilant of their surroundings. Sith's observation haki had diminished considerably, now barely extending 5 meters around him. He no longer possessed the stamina to expand it as he once could, even with the enhanced physique inherited from the sea dragon beast. Moreover, he had to divert part of his focus to monitor Sasori, whose condition seemed increasingly unstable. As a prodigy puppeteer who had sailed smoothly through life's challenges, Sasori had never been reduced to such a wretched state. He was a shadow-dwelling master of puppets, not a frontline taijutsu shinobi. His frail body only deepened his disdain for humanity itself. As the dominant species of the shinobi world, humans were pathetically fragile, their lifespans fleeting, their prime lasting a mere 2 or 3 decades, as ephemeral as a night-blooming flower. To achieve eternal beauty, how arduous a task. Perhaps only puppets could endure. Sasori's gaze fell upon the scroll at his waist, containing the few remaining intact puppets in his possession. His fingers tightened around it. Only puppets. Then his eyes shifted back to Sith. Thank me, Sith. Even in my pursuit of eternity, I have never abandoned you, my friend. A chill ran down Sith's spine as his observation haki sharpened instinctively. His eyes darted warily. There are always treacherous fools plotting against me. Dawn had broken. Sith and Sasori had fled dozens of kilometers, their bodies nearing complete exhaustion, yet their pursuer clung stubbornly to their trail. It was Gari of the explosion release. Sith recognized his chakra signature. After a night of relentless pursuit, Sith's loathing for the man had only intensified. Gari matched their pace. When they ran, he pursued. When they rested, he halted. He had no intention of engaging them directly. His goal was to wear them down, to let exhaustion claim them. Now, Sasori was spent, and Sith had reached his limit. Collapsed on the ground, he resolved to end this in their direst hour, not out of personal vendetta, but purely out of his deep, unwavering devotion to the mission. The morning wind howled bleakly as Gari leaned against a boulder, observing his prey. He was a patient hunter, unwilling to act rashly. He knew well that a beast's final strike was often its deadliest. He was acutely aware of how much strength his enemies had left. Even if they had once been ferocious lions, now they were little more than drowning curs. And Gari, master of the explosion release, took particular pleasure in beating such dogs when they were down. His palm pressed against the rock as chakra surged within him. His grin widened, unrestrained. He wanted to witness Sith's desperate pleas before crushing his bones one by one, watching him die in agony. He was Gari, future fourth Suchikage, a man of glory and righteousness. How could he allow the stain of fleeing from battle to tarnish his legacy? Impossible. If the problem couldn't be solved, then the one who posed it would be eliminated instead. Deeming the moment ripe, he stepped out from behind the boulder, moving deliberately. Two kunai gleamed in his grip. Even with confidence brimming, he remained cautious. Recklessness had taught him painful lessons before. Whoosh, whoosh. The kunai sliced through the air, their attached explosive tags primed and ready. With some difficulty, Xisi lifted his head and hurled two shurikens into the air. Clang. The shurikens successfully intercepted the kunai, resulting in an explosion midair. Had Shou's scheme faltered? No, he had already achieved his objective. A faint smirk graced his lips as his keen eyesight detected Xisi's trembling hands. This man was cornered. Humph. A derisive smile spread across Shou's face as he swiftly delivered a kick that sent Xisi sprawling. Aren't you powerful? Don't you wield the art of scorch release? Come. Strike at my chest. What's the matter, can you not? Scorpion's eyes blazed with fury as he clenched the scroll in his hand, summoning a puppet to shield Xisi. That was his personal possession. How dare such a scoundrel lay claim to it? Ah, and you, the prodigious puppet master, A genius, indeed. I shall crush the genius. Clenching his fist, Shou delivered a powerful blow that sent Scorpion's puppet flying, causing an explosion that shattered the intricately crafted figure into countless fragments scattered across the ground. Shou refrained from assaulting Scorpion further. The latter had collapsed, having exhausted his last reserves of strength and chakra on the puppet. He still had his purpose, which he could reserve for the final confrontation. Now, the immediate priority was to eliminate the source of his relentless humiliation, Xisi. He ran his fingers through his hair, slicking it back. TSK, TSK, my grand genius. Why do you not rise to face me? Get up, His foot pressed down upon Xisi's left hand, grinding it mercilessly. Was it not this hand that formed the seal? Watch as I crush it beneath my heel. Why do you not scream? If you do, perhaps I shall spare you. Shou's smile took on a sinister edge. Despite the pain, Xisi merely grunted, revealing a mouthful of bloodied teeth. You fool. You? Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air, the sound of a blade slicing through flesh. Shou lowered his gaze slightly, blood gushing from his mouth as a puppet hand wielding a long knife emerged from his chest. His hands grasped the blade, and in an instant, all the strength drained from his body, his consciousness beginning to fade. An unprecedented darkness enveloped his vision, and he could feel his life slipping away. You? A blood-soaked finger pointed accusingly at Xisi. Sith shrugged and shook his head, expressing his regret. I, too, am merely a puppeteer who cannot afford a puppet. This severed hand is just adequate. Chapter 44. The Land of Grass. Sith forcefully pushed aside the corpse of the explosive release hunter, gasping for breath as he struggled to rise from the ground. He was utterly exhausted, truly, though Scorpion remained somewhat skeptical. Extracting a soldier's ration pill from his waist, he placed it into his mouth. Today's ration was still bitter as ever. To speak candidly, the industrial standards of Sunagakure were rather unimpressive. Aside from mining, metallurgy, poison crafting, and figurine production, there was little else to capture his interest, all mere shoddy imitations. Take this soldier's ration pill, for instance. The puppet masters had imported it from the Akimichi clan once, and then began their attempts at imitation. After 2 years, they had produced this concoction, effective it may be, but its taste was akin to consuming poison, far from a delightful experience. Yet, what could they expect from a destitute village like Sunagakure? Even if the flavor was ghastly, one had no choice but to endure it while pinching their nose. Extracting a modicum of energy and chakra from the ration pill, Sith produced a scroll and stored away the hunter's corpse. This was a mission token, needed by the intelligence department. He could not allow Scorpion to mishandle it so easily. Even in death, the deceased would have to pass through his hands. After tidying up, Sith tossed a ration pill to Scorpion. A young master like him would never have to endure such cheap fare. Upon placing it in his mouth, Scorpion immediately felt nauseated, grimacing as he stuck out his tongue, expressing his disdain for the frail human body. To think they must consume such wretched things, what pitiful and fragile creatures they were. After a brief 2-minute respite, they resumed their journey southward. Before entering the Land of Grass, they could not afford a moment's relaxation. Even indulging in idle chatter was out of the question. Following the defeat of the explosive release hunter, Sith and Scorpion's journey appeared to progress more smoothly. With their gradually recovering strength and heightened observational prowess, they entered the land of grass unscathed, a realm characterized by thieving intent but lacking the courage to act. Nestled between the land of earth and the land of fire, the land of grass shares borders with the land of rain. It boasts an abundance of herbal resources, serving as the primary supplier of medicinal materials for both Kanahagakure and Sunagakure. Consequently, the daimyo of the land of grass had managed to invest in an independent armed enterprise known as Grass Ninja Village. When compared to the 5 great nations, this rural enterprise was trivial, yet against smaller nations like the land of soup, the land of birds, and the land of bears, Grass Ninja Village was indeed a formidable entity. The bolstered military strength fueled the ambitions of Grass Ninja Village. The renowned patriotic entrepreneur, politician, and military strategist Hanzo of the Salamander instigated the Second Shinobi World War in pursuit of national independence, seeking to extricate themselves from the clutches of major powers, a move that fostered a delusion of capability among them. Over the years, they had remained audacious yet hesitant to provoke the might of the 5 great nations, oscillating repeatedly between the land of earth and the land of fire. It remains unclear what benefits or warnings had been bestowed upon Grass Ninja Village by Kanahagakure or the land of fire. Yet this year, the land of grass found itself firmly tethered to the war chariot of the land of fire. For at least the next 3 months, until the year's end, this region would remain stable. Sith and Scorpion casually selected a modest inn, still adorned in their vagabond attire. They resolved to take a brief respite in the land of grass before embarking on a circuitous journey back from the land of rain to the land of wind, ultimately unable to evade the trials of the land of rain. As the sun dipped in the west and the moon began to rise, the dense nightfall gradually enveloped the land of grass, subtly transforming the world around them. Though the land of grass may not boast the renowned hot springs and salons of the land of soup, the night undeniably belonged to them, rather than to the ninjas and samurai. Herbal merchants meandered through the town, while the air resonated with the enchanting melodies of the evening. Sith, of course, had no time to indulge in the pleasures of foreign lands, nor did he possess the funds for such pursuits. Scorpion, on the other hand, was affluent, yet he harbored no interest in women. Aside from those seeking fleeting pleasures, the only individuals who roamed at night were the likes of Sith and Scorpion, who, for various reasons, be it the danger of being hunted or ulterior motives, found daylight outings impractical. Scorpion intended to procure materials for his puppetry, while Sith sought rare medicinal herbs that were notoriously difficult to obtain in the land of wind. Thus, the two parted ways at the inn. Naturally, the finances belonged to Scorpion. They were good friends, after all, and there was little point in being overly meticulous about money. It was merely that Scorpion would not part with too much at once, opting for a more gradual approach. Unlike the miserly third Kazekage, who consistently underfunded the Sand Village's clinic and insisted on Sith covering the shortfall himself, leaving him, despite being a highly skilled individual, devoid of savings. At times, he even found himself dining at the homes of subordinates, living a life more impoverished than that of a wandering ninja. Whenever he recalled the struggles he faced, he could not help but feel a resurgence of fervor for arduous training. One day, when his strength had grown, he would capture and release Kakuzu repeatedly, creating a cycle of wealth within his own purse. Sith's destination lies on the fringes of the land of grass, an area commonly referred to as the slums, where numerous herbal farmers reside, relying on the arduous task of foraging for medicinal herbs to barely sustain their existence. His aim is directed towards these individuals. The land of grass is a realm characterized by a stark disparity between wealth and poverty. Affluent merchants monopolize nearly 70% of the medicinal herb market within the ninja world, while impoverished herbalists continue to grapple with survival on the precipice of despair. For those herbalists fortunate enough to possess any herbs, Sith offers prices that far exceed those of the herb merchants. Yet even then, his acquisitions remain significantly cheaper than purchasing directly from shops, a poignant irony of this world. As one ventures further into the periphery, the landscape surrounding Grass Ninja Village becomes increasingly dilapidated, devoid of the meticulously crafted residences and lovingly tended flora. Instead, one encounters a continuous stretch of humble thatched cottages, with the surrounding terraced fields bearing the scars of cultivation. Sith is struck by a sense of having arrived in a primitive settlement. In this remote corner of the land of grass, fireflies dance playfully in the fields throughout the seasons, perhaps one of the few delights to be found in such a desolate locale. Xisi exhaled deeply, resolute in his intention to make the arrogant, malevolent capitalists bleed once the forces from the Wind Nation advanced. Tightening the collar of his garment, he prepared to interrogate each household individually. Otherwise, if he alarmed the merchants of medicinal herbs, he might leave without a trace, and the local farmers could face even harsher fates. The tyranny of monopolistic practices truly is a frightening phenomenon. Thud, thud, thud. Xisi gently rapped on the door. With a creak, the once tightly shut wooden door opened a narrow crack, revealing a parched eye peering through the gap. "Who is it?" Xisi's voice was notably subdued. "Do you have any medication?" The owner of the eyes appeared momentarily taken aback, then opened the door, revealing a gaunt, shadowy figure. After glancing around cautiously, he grasped Xisi's sleeve. "Hurry, come inside." Xisi raised an eyebrow, realizing that he was not the only impoverished herbal vendor in this place. Chapter 45. Will you bite me too? The room was dim and stifling, devoid of a stove. A small bonfire flickered on the ground, making the interior even more dismal than the outside. The pillars bore the marks of insect infestations. An oil lamp flickered on the table, casting a faint light upon the walls, which had begun to yellow with age. In the corner, a woman and a child were huddled together, meticulously counting the man's earnings from the day. The man scooped a bowl of clear water for Xisi from a large vat nearby, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth. "The conditions are less than ideal. Please bear with me. It has been quite some time since any itinerant traders have visited, and the local herbal merchants do not permit us to associate with them." Xisi nodded in understanding. Even a formidable dragon cannot overpower the local serpent. Even Konoha would find it exceedingly challenging to intervene in the medicinal herb market of the Land of Grass before fully establishing their presence. "Fear not, for this is a clandestine transaction between the two of us, one that shall remain undisclosed. I am prepared to procure the herbs in your possession at threefold, no, quadruple the market price. Whatever quantity you possess, I shall acquire in full." "Very well, rest assured. I shall organize everything immediately. Miko, be swift and prepare for this esteemed gentleman." The man's voice trembled slightly as he grasped Xisi's hand, beckoning to the woman in the corner. "No, father. You cannot sell the herbs to him." A youthful voice suddenly pierced the air, belonging to the man's son. "The village elders have declared that those who covertly purchase herbs are foreigners, intent on acquiring our resources at meager prices without contributing taxes to our village. They have advised that if we sell our herbs to the local merchants and pay our taxes punctually, our village can construct schools and hospitals, fortifying the Land of Grass and enhancing our livelihoods." With a raised eyebrow, Xisi paused for a moment. "This child speaks the truth. Humph, become better?" The man, somewhat indignant, casually tossed the ladle into the vat and pointed a finger at the boy's forehead. "When I was young, they said the same thing, and what came of it? We remain impoverished, while those adults indulge themselves. How did your grandfather perish? Was it not in a bid to save a morsel for your education? He perished from hunger, subsisting on wild vegetables. Without our meager earnings from itinerant trading, do you truly believe you could attend school?" The boy fell silent, his face flushed, turning his head away, pouting. "Regardless, we absolutely cannot sell." Xisi remained silent, uncertain how to assess the actions of the grass country. Should he commend the profound patriotism embedded in their education? Or should he denounce the deceitful propaganda cloaked in nationalism, entangled with the collusion of officials and merchants? This was merely a fleeting episode. Ultimately, the man of the house held dominion, and he chose to settle matters with Xisi by clearing their financial dealings. As night enveloped the world, Xisi traversed 7 or 8 establishments, his satchel brimming with medicinal herbs, though his funds were nearly depleted. Perhaps he could manage to visit 1 or 2 more places. He was genuinely astonished that an ordinary herbalist household could amass such a bounty of herbs. Yet, even with this abundance, starvation still loomed, a peculiar irony within this ninja realm, where diligent toil could scarcely sustain oneself. Alas! Sighing deeply, Xisi raised his gaze to the heavens, where ominous clouds gradually shrouded the moon. In the Land of Grass, he was merely a transient figure, powerless to effect change beyond mere observation. What significance did the unborn prophesied child hold? Transformation? Liberation? Or was it merely a reiteration of the doctrine of bloodlines, achieving nothing beyond that? For heaven's sake, step aside. Xisi's ears suddenly twitched. As an array of observation and color hockey illuminated the night sky, his senses were remarkably acute. Narrowing his eyes, Xisi instinctively tightened his grip on the hilt of his dagger. His mood far from pleasant, he murmured to himself, perhaps I can still save one more soul. The darkness enveloped his form, shadows brushing over his shoulders as he vanished from sight. It was a remote corner, tucked away in obscurity, where a dilapidated hut stood, long neglected and resembling a precarious structure. Surrounding it were a few meager green plants, the earth hard and sticky, far from being fertile land. Please, spare me. I truly cannot endure this today. No, it hurts. The cries grew increasingly clear, the owner of that voice trapped within the confines of the hut. And Sith's complexion turned ashen. Bang! With a forceful kick, Xi shattered the somewhat dilapidated door. I apologize for interrupting your little affair, but I fear you can no longer proceed. His anger was laced with a sardonic smile, his eyes brimming with scorn, though it remained uncertain whether he was mocking the individual before him or the world at large. Who are you? Sith acknowledged that his thoughts had strayed somewhat. Before him stood two ninjas adorned with the forehead protectors of the grass village. They were not particularly old, embodying the audacity of youth, and were currently engaged in an aggressive confrontation with a rather petite girl. The girl, merely around 12 or 13 years of age, possessed striking crimson hair that stood out vividly under the illumination, perhaps a testament to her prolonged malnourishment, as it bore signs of split ends. Her skin appeared somewhat gaunt, and her arms were riddled with bite marks. Was it S.H. Rin? No. S.H. Rin may not be significant, but this individual was utterly unyielding, representing more than just a solitary person. I ask you, who are you? The grass ninja bellowed, his voice rising, his face contorted with the fury of being interrupted mid-attack, resembling a drug addict in distress. The corners of Xisi's mouth curled slightly, revealing a hint of a smile as he spun around in place. Can't you see? I am merely a wandering swordsman, a drifter without a home. Humph, and yet you dare to meddle in our affairs. You worthless lot who should have long been cast into the rubbish heap. With furrowed brows, Xisi shrugged his shoulders, pondering, who knows? Perhaps the grass ninja village will be swept into the rubbish heap before me. Boldly, the two grass ninjas, seething with rage, unsheathed their kunai, swiftly advancing to extract retribution from Xisi. You are no match for them. You must flee. They will not harm me. The pale-faced member of the Uzumaki clan, bearing a striking resemblance to Karui, exhibited signs of prolonged malnutrition, rendering her frail. The agony from her bite wounds kept tears perpetually brimming in her eyes. Yet she charged forward, wrapping her arms around one of the ninja's waists, shouting towards Xisi, "Get away." The ninja kicked back, and she was sent flying, on the verge of crashing into the wall. To her surprise, the anticipated pain did not manifest. Xisi caught her in his embrace, enveloping her in a warmth she had never known. What a reckless young lady you are. Has no one told you how beautiful your hair is? Rogue? You scoundrel. Release her at once. She is property of our grass ninja village. The two ninjas bellowed, forming hand seals. Fire style, fireball jutsu. As their declaration echoed, two fireballs, each the size of a head, hurtled towards Xisi. Xi shook his head, lamenting the squandered potential of a C-rank ninjutsu. A fireball flickered before him, and he scoffed. Do you think you are Lord Purple? With a dagger gripped firmly in his right hand and an individual cradled in his left, he moved like a flash of light, blood swiftly saturating the confines of the small room. I apologize, but having caught sight of you, the next moment belongs to me. The petite figure in his embrace trembled, their large, shimmering eyes meeting Xi's gaze. Are you going to bite me too? Chapter 46, a Ronin, not a samurai. The heart of the Sith felt as though it had been struck with a heavy blow, the individual undergoing a profound interrogation of the soul, accompanied by an inexplicable sense of suffocation. Indeed, you are all the same. Even if you have saved me, it is merely to feed upon me. Her voice was soft, her smile tinged with sorrow. She was a ninja who had lost her homeland, and even in death, her spirit could not find the path back home. Sith dared not lower his gaze, fearing that once he did, the fiery tumult within him would be unleashed uncontrollably. His right hand caressed the strands of crimson hair, his voice imbued with a rare tenderness. In this chaotic world, is existence not merely a means of exploitation? This applies to both you and me. Since I refuse to be a pitiable creature for others to consume, why not become my shadow? If we are to be used, then why shouldn't it be by me? She continuously tilted her head upwards, yearning to imprint Sith's visage upon her heart. Apart from this corporeal form, she had little left to lose. She was determined to grow stronger, to surpass everyone else. For the sake of her strength, she was willing to do anything. She sought to pose a question to this world. Why was she the one to endure suffering? She had never harmed anyone, yet she had lost her home, her kin, and was still burdened with such agony. If this world could offer her nothing but pain, then let it feel torment from this very moment onward. Have you made your decision? I may not be able to provide you with a stable environment, nor ensure you bask in the sunlight. But can you help me grow stronger? At the very least, I can teach you how to extract chakra. Very well, I shall accompany you. Do you have a name? None. Henceforth, you shall call me Uzumaki-wu. Apart from you, I possess nothing at present. She turned her head, her eyes as radiant as rubies meeting Sith's gaze, as if she had once again seized the direction of her life. With a smirk at the corner of his lips, his eyes mused that it was indeed a rather juvenile name, but he thought, why not? After speaking, his eyes rose from the ground, the swirling vortex of power on his left arm seemingly bearing no weight at all. Hey, who are you? A grass ninja suddenly appeared at the entrance. His gaze swept across the scene, discovering two figures lying in pools of blood. His eyes widened in horror. Taro, what have you done? You scoundrel. Who on earth are you? Sith cradled the swirling void, spinning in place. As you can see, I am merely a wandering vagabond. Damn it, I will kill you. He howled in agony, drawing a kunai from his waist and charging at Sith with a fierce countenance. Humph. A sound escaped his nose, and a smirk graced Sith's lips. Compared to the grass ninjas, he resembled a refined gentleman. One hand embraced the swirling void while the other brandished the blade. Do you wish to see me dance? He inquired. The swirling void widened her eyes and nodded at Sith, intrigued to witness the prowess of her new master. Without hesitation, his eyes emerged from the shadows as darkness enveloped him, the veil of night rising like a curtain, signaling the commencement of the performance. He drew his blade, the long sword gleaming with a cold light. Even a battle-hardened ninja stood before him like an infant, utterly defenseless. A single, anguished cry escaped his lips before blood erupted from his throat. Watching the scene unfold, Su Nw felt no tremor within her heart. This man had once tasted her flesh, yet she harbored neither sorrow for the extinguished life nor the exhilaration of vengeance fulfilled, remaining as distant as if they belonged to separate worlds. To repay kindness with enmity. How shall one repay kindness? Suddenly, a brilliant firework soared into the sky, signaling the call of the grass ninja village. Sith tightened his embrace around Xuanchua, a hint of intensity in his grip. How do you feel? Are you afraid? Xuanchua shook his head, striving to produce a semblance of a smile. The worst outcome of being pursued was, after all, merely death. Yet, at times, death seemed to me a distant luxury. Sith was momentarily taken aback, and it took a considerable amount of time for him to regain his composure. If that is the case, then I shall lead you out to confront death itself, allowing you to experience the exhilarating brush with mortality. Sith's injury had not completely healed, yet the land of grass is not the land of earth, and the village of grass ninja is not the village of rock ninja. The occasional appearance of two jonin does not equate to the presence of the venerable Ozu. Not every small nation is akin to the land of rain. Today, Sith intends to convey this truth. At times, the ninjas from major villages and those from minor villages are entirely distinct entities, even when their numbers are comparable. With a powerful leap, his elongated figure sliced through the air, creating a sonic boom. If he sought a flawless finale, it was essential to select a grand stage. Performing a dance of blood and blades in a slum was not his style. What about the affluent district of the Village of Grass? It was home to the influential figures revered by the herbalists, and they would surely appreciate such a tense and exhilarating closing performance. Hurry, hurry, hurry. An invasion is underway. A rogue has stolen our precious treasures from the Village of Grass. The night sky reverberated with alarms, interspersed with the cries of ninjas, echoing the climax of a theatrical performance. The gathering of ninjas swelled around him, but Sith did not falter or hesitate. As a ninja, from the very moment he donned his forehead protector, he should have envisioned the scene of his own demise. Who are you truly? A warrior from the land of iron? Another ninja has fallen, his eyes still reflecting a sense of unwillingness. In his gaze, only the land of iron retained such formidable warriors. Sith shook his head, his eyes narrowing like a crescent moon. I apologize, but I am but a wandering ronin. The enemies surrounding him were estimated to exceed 100. The vast majority being lower-ranked ninjas from the small ninja village. In the 5 great nations, a lower-ranked ninja is expected to master at least one technique of the 3-body maneuver, whereas the lower-ranked ninjas of the small village are merely a group wielding kunai, having just begun to grasp chakra. Fire style, great fireball technique. A thunderous shout echoed from a distance, and a colossal fireball surged toward him. After such a prolonged skirmish, Sith finally witnessed a semblance of authentic ninjutsu. The shadows around him began to twist. Shadow leap. His body became enveloped in a nebulous shadow. The long blade in his hand illuminated a fiery crimson by the rushing flames. In an instant, his body stiffened, and the blade's tip pierced through his heart. To contend with me, you are still lacking. Samurai, what are you doing? Does the land of iron seek to instigate war with us? Suddenly, a massive shuriken, propelled by a fierce wind and exuding unparalleled sharpness, hurtled through the air. With a furrowed brow, Xisi hastily raised his blade to defend himself, stumbling backwards several paces until he halted against a pillar. A significant figure? A middle-aged man with chestnut hair and a mustache retrieved the shuriken from midair. He was Aoyama Yuki, the leader of the Grass Ninja Village, though he could not be referred to as the Shadow. His countenance was ashen, his eyes ablaze with fury as he fixed an unwavering gaze upon Xisi, demanding, "Samurai, does your iron country seek to wage war against us?" Chapter 47. Is explosion not beautiful at all? Are you deaf? Answer me, Samurai. Does your iron country wish to engage in conflict with us? Aoyama Yuki perched upon the eaves, his face a mask of fury, an aura of lethal intent radiating towards Xisi, causing the ambient temperature to plummet. Many around felt as if they had plunged into an icy abyss, trembling uncontrollably, yet Xisi remained undeterred. No matter how formidable the leader of the Grass Ninja Village might be, could he surpass the likes of Old Purple? Having witnessed the monstrosity of a Jinchuriki, it was challenging for an ordinary ninja to stir any emotion within him. Gripping the vortex no, Xisi grinned and proclaimed, "I have already stated. I am not a samurai of the Iron Country, I am merely a ronin. Do not assume that those who do not utilize ninjutsu or hand seals are samurai. Perhaps the opponent merely refrains from wasting chakra on mere lackeys." With that, Xisi leapt high from the rooftop, sheathing his long blade at his waist, and formed hand seals with his right hand, invoking Wind Release, Vacuum Great Sphere. As he parted his lips, several massive spiraling spheres of wind erupted forth, instantly sending tiles flying in all directions, a display of overwhelming power. Sith possesses the unique bloodline limit of Scorch Release, which is an intricate amalgamation of Wind Release and Fire Release, typically derived from hereditary lineage. As for those exceptional individuals who have ingeniously created bloodline limits and bloodline eliminations through permutations and combinations, he has only heard of them and has yet to encounter any in person. Regardless, he has never crossed paths with Madarumi, though he can only hope for a future opportunity, likely on the battlefield. Thus, Sith has acquired a modicum of proficiency in wind and fire ninjutsu, though he seldom employs them, reserving their use for moments when concealing his identity becomes paramount, for Scorch Release is undeniably conspicuous. Strictly speaking, Sith excels in fire, wind, earth, and his own Scorch Release, while he possesses no talent for lightning release and finds no necessity for water release within the confines of Sunagakure. Akiyama Yuki paused momentarily, taken aback by Sith's sudden deployment of ninjutsu, his suspicions gradually shifting from the Iron Country to the wandering ninja in Dawagakure. His decision to align himself with Konoha, despite the opposition, has drawn a considerable wave of animosity towards him, instilling a sense of caution. Indeed, he is a rather Navi youth. Akiyama Yuki gripped the enormous shuriken in his hand, wielding it like a colossal shield. With immense strength, he swung it effortlessly, producing a series of booming sounds as all the vacuum orbs were deflected onto the shuriken. "Die!" he exclaimed as his leg muscles, swollen with exertion, propelled him into the air, bringing the massive shuriken crashing down towards Sith. Sith sidestepped deftly, drawing his long blade anew. With a flick of his wrist, the gleaming white edge ascended from below, colliding with the colossal shuriken. The sound echoed, clang, 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 as sparks flew from the clash of metal. Beneath Sith's slender frame lay a reservoir of unimaginable strength, unlike that of mere mortals. Each strike reverberated through Akiyama Yuki's arm, leaving it tingling. To compare strength with Sith had proven to be a grave miscalculation. The initial triumph in their battle of might was merely due to the shuriken's advantage of inertia. I have underestimated you, but remember this. A ninja possesses more than mere strength. Akiyama Yuki summoned his resolve, forcefully pushing back against Sith, creating distance between them as he formed hand seals. Water release, great waterfall technique. An endless torrent surged forth from the village, spiraling and coalescing into a swift deluge that erupted from the ground, reaching its zenith in an instant. With a stern expression, Xisi formed a single-handed seal of the tiger, invoking the fire release, great dragonfire technique. The concentrated chakra manifested into a searing fire dragon, surging forth with waves of heat, colliding with the towering column of water and erupting into a cloud of steam. Seizing the moment of distraction provided by the fire dragon, Xisi made his escape. Despite his prowess, he acknowledged that in terms of ninjutsu, he still lagged significantly behind seasoned shinobi. Indeed, just as he narrowly evaded capture, the formidable water column surged through the steam. Boom, boom. Boom. Signal flares exploded in the air, and more ninjas rushed in from various corners of the village, encircling him. Even if individual abilities were lacking, a certain quantity would inevitably yield a few formidable warriors. Xisi realized it was time to make a hasty retreat. Kill. The battle cry suddenly erupted. Akiyama Yuki's eyes turned crimson as he sensed the escalating chaos in the village, feeling himself ensnared in a vast conspiracy. Sith is merely a decoy. The village is their true objective. Naturally, Sith will not bear the blame. He only acknowledges that he ignited the spark. As for why so many have seized the opportunity to plunder, would it not be more prudent to inquire of the security rather than him? Suddenly, a violent explosion erupted in the central area of the hidden grass village, a colossal mushroom cloud soaring into the sky. Akiyama Yuki's heart ached. This was not merely the wealth of the people, but the culmination of generations of toil and sacrifice. Damn it all, I want you to perish. Veins bulged on his neck, and his bloodshot eyes were filled with madness. He hurled an unusually large shuriken towards Sith, roaring, "Charge. Everyone, charge. Today. Not a single soul shall leave the hidden grass village alive." The nearby grass ninjas trembled in fear, hastily bowing to him before swiftly dispersing. Many even pursued Sith directly, while he himself did not continue the chase but instead turned to race towards the village. To secure the external threat, one must first stabilize the internal. Compared to the enduring foundation of the village built over many years, what is Sith truly worth? With a slight curl at the corner of his mouth, Xisi couldn't help but relish the timely chaos engulfing the hidden grass village. He welcomed the disorder. It was the absence of it that truly instilled fear, without the tumult. How could he seize the opportunity to escape? He let out 3 hearty laughs, clutching Vortex Wu as he dashed away. How about it, Wu? Are you elated? Dancing on the edge of a blade evokes this very sensation. Yet, the hidden grass village is merely too feeble. If it were the hidden rock village, that would be genuine exhilaration. The tailed beast would be soaring through the skies, a thrilling spectacle indeed. Vortex Wu was smeared with blood. His small face flushed a vibrant red, his underdeveloped body clinging to Xisi's. His eyes sparkled with an extraordinary gleam, his little head nodding rapidly. Yes, indeed, what a thrill. Grasping Xisi's sleeve with one hand, he suddenly spread the other wide, his smile exuberant. From this moment forth, let the hidden grass village experience despair. As Xisi stumbled, nearly plummeting from midair, he touched the head of Vortex Wu, his eyelids trembling. This unfortunate child, from whom did he learn such nonsensical phrases? Truly, it bodes ill. Could it be that the Vortex clan possesses some sort of absurd genetic predisposition? Within the confines of the grass ninja village, Scorpion's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, draped in a black cloak, as he swept from the core area to the outskirts. Ronin? Ponytail? Longsword? Xisi. Scorpion exhaled deeply, nearly exploding with rage at Xisi in his heart, cursing. Damn Xisi. Did we not agree to rest for a few days in the grass ninja village? Why do you stir up trouble the moment you step outside? Leaving me to clean up your mess? Do you understand that explosions are fleeting and utterly ungraceful? Chapter 48. When did you betray the village? After another night of chase and evasion, by the time Xisi shook off his pursuers and left the vicinity of the grass ninja village, dawn had already broken. Vortex Wu appeared invigorated, though whether it was due to leaving the grass ninja village or the sensation of pain, or perhaps both, remained uncertain. Last night's sudden uprising had utterly tarnished Xisi's reputation within the grass ninja village, plunging it into hatred. If his identity were to be revealed, he would face not only pursuit and bounty, but also diplomatic repercussions. However, should he succeed in acquiring a member of the Vortex clan, he would gladly endure a dozen chases. What were diplomatic repercussions, after all? He could simply sit in the office of the Wind Shadow and let the third Wind Shadow berate him, even if it were for the folly of golden miners. Yet, he remained uncertain about his plans regarding Vortex Wu. Bringing her back to the sand-hidden village was out of the question. Although he had long suspected that Scorpion bore some Vortex blood, he dared not affirm it without examining the clan's genealogy. Moreover, no one could guarantee the village's stance towards the Vortex, despite the fall of the Land of Waves not directly implicating the sand-hidden village. Complicity and delight in such matters were certainly present. Humans are inherently greedy. This holds true for both small and large ninja villages. Currently, Xisi lacked the power to safeguard a mobile treasure. Even if he dyed his hair and concealed his identity, who could assure him he wouldn't be recognized? After all, the sand-hidden village was infamous for its poisons and antidotes. Furthermore, there was the issue of risk distribution. If memory served, Xisi's foolish sister, Yitsong, had been betrayed by Rasha at the end of the Third Great Ninja War. A sordid balance of politics. even to secure a fallback position for himself. Xisi could not leave all his cards on the table within the village. He needed a foothold in the outside world. While this may sound simple, executing it was far more challenging. He was not Scorpion, who had access to resources from the puppet faction and the unwavering support of Chio from a young age. Even after betraying the village, he still commanded countless subordinates and influence. In contrast, Xisi and Yetsong were mere warriors devoid of any political foundation, let alone capable talent, making it impossible to expand their influence externally. Given Yetsong's lack of emotional intelligence and intellect, she wouldn't believe that the village would betray her, thinking to preserve some leverage and power. Now, an opportunity had presented itself to Xisi. Apart from wealth, he had acquired the most crucial element for establishing a new base: talent. Regardless of Vortex's innate capabilities, the mere mention of the Vortex name set his heart racing. Furthermore, the wisdom of navigating the world was essential. In this harsh reality, without strength, a naive and innocent soul would have long ceased to exist. While he did not expect Vortex would be a master of T-arts, he at least hoped for a degree of cunning. However, considering Vortex Wu's age, Xisi had to carefully contemplate which country would pose the least difficulty and, of course, had the lowest cost of living. The renowned traveler of the pirate world, Bartholomew Kuma, once posed the question, if you wish to travel, where would you go? Now, Xisi posed this very question to himself. If he were to go into exile, where would he wish to be? The 5 great nations were immediately ruled out. Once war erupted, no one could escape its grasp. In pursuit of stability, the land of rain, the land of waterfalls, the land of rice, and even the land of demons were not viable options. The land of rain was ruled by Hanzo and Akatsuki, the land of waterfalls hosted the 7 Tails, and the land of rice had Orochimaru. If not for the overwhelming threat of the wraiths, the land of demons would be an excellent choice, independent from the 5 great nations, belonging to the priestess's neutral territory. However, aside from the land of demons, there was another more renowned neutral territory in the ninja world, the land of iron, home of the samurai. This nation possessed an independent culture, authority, and military prowess, producing iron goods with a stable political environment and a formidable armed force. Almost the entire populace was militarized, and the leader, Mifyun, was a formidable figure who had clashed with Hanzo. In terms of national strength, the land of iron was possibly the most formidable beneath the 5 great nations. Moreover, a significant reason for considering the land of iron was its overwhelming number of blacksmiths, leading to an uneven distribution of professions and a dearth of competent physicians who could distinguish between hair dye and other substances. Xisi could easily establish a shop for Vortex in the land of iron, trading potions and securing a livelihood while subtly cultivating influence. Thus, the advantages of the land of iron became exceedingly apparent. With one hand resting upon the head of the Vortex, Xisi spoke in a low voice. You must have deduced my identity by now, haven't you? Vortex nodded, clenching his fists tightly, his expression imbued with a sense of exhilaration. Indeed. You are a rogue ninja from the 5 great nations, correct? What shall we do now? Shall we spread suffering? Or shall we embark on a mission to assassinate the prominent figures of the great nations? With a slight tremor of his eyelid, Xisi crouched down, tugging at the cheeks of Uzumaki Mu, his eyes wide with astonishment. What perilous words had escaped her lips? Was this truly the seemingly innocent and gentle little girl he had encountered moments ago? Could she have been swapped without his knowledge? Had a master taken possession of her? Nonsense. This was the realm of Naruto. Such supernatural occurrences were far-fetched here. Could it be that the orphanage had sent someone else? The king covers the earth. The tiger Uzumaki Mu remained silent, earning Xisi a gaze that suggested utter bewilderment. Frustration bubbled within him. This little girl had gone rogue. Was it really possible that escaping from a mere grass ninja village could affect someone so profoundly? Uzumaki Mu sighed in resignation, wrapping her arms around Xisi's, and said, I possess an innate ability to see into the hearts of others. I am aware that you harbor no ill intentions and that you will not be angry. Though your intellect may not serve you well, rest assured, I will take good care of you. I promise, neither of us shall be angry. Xisi took a deep breath, squinted his eyes for a moment, and then spoke again. I am Xisi, a nin from Sunagakure, the head of the medical team, and I am no traitor. The mention of Sunagakure sent a shiver through Uzumaki, for the name of that village was far more terrifying to her than any traitor. In the 5 great nations, none were benevolent. Trembling, she lifted her head, tears began to cascade down her cheeks once more, and she returned to her previous pitiful demeanor. Are you going to take me back to Sunagakure? The facial muscles of Xisi trembled both up and down, and he faintly sensed that he had been deceived. This was a master of tea art. No, I intend to take you to the elite herbal shop in the Iron Kingdom, leaving myself a way out. Really? The eyes of the void whirlwind instantly sparkled with excitement, his frail form clinging to Xi's. When shall we depart? When will you betray the village? Me? A subtle sense of powerlessness arose within Xisi. It seemed he could not outmaneuver this girl. The matter of the village's betrayal remained unresolved. And for the next few years, he might as well set it aside. As for when to leave, he would first need to meet someone and procure some initial funds. For he was, after all, renowned as the village's most notorious pauper. Chapter 49. The presidency is not something I desire. You have arrived, Xisi. The cold voice of Scorpion echoed through the dense forest. The geographical advantages of the land of grass far surpassed those of the land of wind. Here, one could find the lush forests that the land of wind could only envy and covet, covering an area second only to that of the land of fire. Despite the relatively modest size of its territory. What's the matter? You seem somewhat dissatisfied, Xisi remarked, descending from the treetops with Vortex No in hand. He merely applied a hint of color to Vortex No, for there was nothing of significance to conceal from Scorpion. Their years of understanding ensured that Scorpion would not speak of it indiscriminately. Humph. Scorpion snorted disdainfully as he emerged from the thicket, clad in a voluminous trench coat. His face obscured beneath a hood, rendering it impossible to discern his features. His sharp, icy gaze scrutinized Vortex No's face from the shadows, and he expressed his astonishment. Where did you acquire this fellow? She seemed somewhat different from the ordinary, an exceptional specimen indeed. Scorpion was a master of crafting lifelike puppets, and had secretly studied human puppetry for several years. Although he had not managed to procure any suitable corpses from Xisi, he had a firm grasp on the theoretical aspects of his craft. With a hand resting upon the head of Xianyuanwu, Xi's declared, There is no need for your concern. It suffices for you to know that she holds great significance for me. Great significance? Xianyuanwu lowered her gaze to her toes, occasionally stealing glances at Xi's face, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Sith raised an eyebrow, pondering the fate of that unfortunate child. His heart had long been bestowed upon the eldest sister, Yitsong, and he refrained from courting her, understanding the significance of maintaining a strategic retreat. Prior to the Third War, had he succeeded in thwarting Scorpion's assassination of the Third Hokage, or perhaps directly facilitating Scorpion's ascent, it would have been a stroke of fortune. At the very least, possessing the formidable strength to disregard the minors would have enabled him to step into the limelight and contend for the presidency. However, should he fail to prevent Luo Sha from becoming the fourth and find himself lacking in sufficient power, the route back to the Iron Country would become exceedingly vital. What do you intend to do? Will you take her back to the Wind Country? Scorpion inquired further. Xisi shook his head, stating that he was not one to place all his eggs in a single basket, just as you have been discreetly spreading your influence throughout the various ninja villages. I too must retain some means of maneuvering outside, lest I become ensnared by your machinations. What do you mean? He felt a jolt of shock. Scorpion, we have known each other for many years. Do you truly believe you can keep certain matters concealed from me? I am aware of your deep-seated animosity towards the Third Hokage, and of your ongoing schemes to assassinate him. With gritted teeth, Xi's leaned closer to Scorpion. He chose not to speak the truth and instead deftly placed the black pot upon Scorpion's head. How else could he extract money from Scorpion? Scorpion tugged at his collar. And you guessed it, that useless fool was unworthy of being the village's leader. His death would benefit us all. Benefit us all? You should be more aware than I of the dire consequences of 3 generations perishing. Have you not contemplated this? Or do you aspire to become the Wind Shadow yourself? Wind Shadow? Scorpion appeared to have heard something amusing, a mocking smile gracing his face. That position holds no interest for me, if you desire it. You may seize it for yourself, even if I were to relinquish it. The Wind Shadow, a position of immense power within Sunagakure. How generous of you. Alas, I cannot maintain such a seat. Only you and Raza could ever hope to become the 4th Wind Shadow. With narrowed eyes, Xi's fixed his gaze upon Scorpion. If you wish to assassinate the 3rd Hokage, then comply and initiate a coup to become the 4th. Otherwise, I shall never acquiesce. What precisely are your intentions? Your sister aspires to become the Wind Shadow. Why not lend her your support? Moreover, you have already prepared contingencies outside. What pretense are you attempting to uphold here? Yitsongjia? Sistun paused, shaking his head. While my sister would undoubtedly excel at being a Wind Shadow, as I mentioned, neither I nor Yetsong could firmly occupy that position. Ultimately, the village's power rests in the hands of you and the 3rd generation. As for her, it is always prudent to prepare for the worst-case scenario. Vortex, who felt somewhat discontented, What does it mean to prepare for the worst? Isn't betrayal of the village the primary option? What merits does that wretched place, Xisi, hold? With thoughts misaligned, both individuals turned away from each other, presenting their backs. After a prolonged silence, Scorpion turned his head and shot a glare at Vortex through his nostrils. So, what do you intend to do now? Where does this fellow plan to arrange things? I do have a place in mind for arrangements. However, I am still lacking sufficient startup capital. Scorpion, I require your assistance. Sith casually draped his arm over Scorpion's shoulder, this time exhibiting genuine intent, even foregoing his gloves. You seek to thwart my endeavors. Why should I assist you? Scorpion met Sith's gaze with unwavering resolve. Xisi displayed no hint of fear, chuckling softly, hee, we are all friends here. Why must we draw such clear lines? Besides, haven't I refrained from obstructing you? The puppet you desire will still have to come from my hands. If it comes to that, how about I offer you 2 vials of my newly concocted poison? Every step taken by Xisi is deliberate, whether it is in saving lives or exchanging poison for currency. As long as Xisi possesses sufficiently potent poison to subdue Scorpion, dealing with the 3rd generation will be a mere formality. He has the antidote at his disposal. And whether he chooses to support Scorpion's ascendance or safeguard the life of the 3rd generation, he remains adaptable and poised. Scorpion's expression betrays skepticism, perpetually suspecting that this young man harbors ulterior motives. However, as a consummate professional, he cannot deny the allure of Xisi's poison, quite literally. The other puppet masters in the village focus solely on efficacy, but Xisi's concoctions are a feast for the senses, particularly a substance known as aflatoxin, which boasts a golden hue and a grain and oil aroma. One might mistake it for a premium cooking oil. You've won. How much do you desire? How about 2 million taels to start? 2 million taels? Are you trying to rob me? An S-rank mission is worth merely 1 million taels. And you think you can swindle 2 million from me just by talking? 1 million taels, take it or leave it. Of course I want it. How could I possibly refuse? Sith's eyes curved in a sly smile reminiscent of a fox, truly deserving of his reputation as the illustrious heir of Xisi. His generosity was remarkable. He initially thought extracting 50,000 Rio would be impressive, yet he casually produced a staggering 100,000 without so much as a change in expression, suggesting his initial estimate was indeed conservative. And by the way, hold off on returning to the village for now. Wait until I return, so as to prevent any unwarranted speculation among the villagers. Scorpion nodded, understanding the situation. As long as the assassination of the 3rd Hokage is handled with care, all will be amenable. How long must I wait for you? He inquired. 1 month, came Sith's assured reply. I promise to return promptly. A month? Scorpion turned his head with a sardonic grin. Our mission deadline is far less than that. You expect me to wait an entire month? Once the intelligence department has concluded their work, I will promptly hand over the remains of the explosive escapee to you. Agreed. Scorpion's hand swiftly clasped with Sith's in a firm handshake. Chapter 50. Scarce Resources? With the matter entrusted to Scorpion, why should Sith fret? What a preposterous notion. The strength of the most powerful 2nd-generation official of Xisi is beyond the comprehension of ordinary folk. Scorpion merely needed to relay the message back to the village, and the rest would be deftly managed by Chiyo and the Elder High. Such preferential treatment was beyond the reach of Sith, the fortunate disciple. As for Sith himself, he was journeying with Uzumaki-mu to the distant land of Iron, a realm strikingly different from the mainstream of the ninja world. Even the self-proclaimed worldly Sith could not help but feel a flicker of intrigue. Unlike the traditional 5 great nations, the land of Iron lacks a feudal lord and a shadowed leader. General Mifune serves as both the samurai chief and the de facto ruler, wielding a mobilization capability unimaginable to ordinary nations. Perhaps the political system here is more advanced than that of the Wind Country, due to its proximity to the far north. The land of Iron is cloaked in ice and snow for nearly half the year, contrasting with the humid warmth of the land of grass. Here, snowstorms rage, and the chill renders even the simplest act of stepping outside at night a daunting task. Clad in a mink coat, Sith maintained his quintessential Ronin appearance, donning a conical hat and a sword at his waist, an attire not uncommon in the land of Iron. Uzumaki-mu's body had nearly recovered, and one cannot help but marvel at the resilience of the Uzumaki clan. Apart from himself, a being beyond humanity, he had never encountered such formidable physical strength. Once nourished adequately, free from the ceaseless demands of the grass ninja, and with Sith's healing touch, the originally frail form burst forth with vitality, its physicality growing robust. And even the total chakra reserves began to swell. Surprisingly, rather than mastering the basic transformation technique, Uzumaki-mu had first grasped the art of healing. revealing herself to be a natural medical ninja. Dressed in a vibrant red fox fur coat, she frolicked through the snowy expanse, her cheeks gradually flushing with a rare delight. She had never experienced such a vast snowfall nor felt so liberated. Sith, look! Over there, rabbits and foxes. Uzumaki Mu suddenly cried out. As Xisi followed the direction of her fingertip, she beheld a captivating scene unfolding between two cold plum trees, where a playful chase of rabbit and fox took place. Both adorned in white fluff, exuding a unique charm that could not be witnessed in the land of wind. With a serious expression, Xianyuan seized Xisi's sleeve. Having nearly deciphered her temperament over these past few days. Do you see? This is something the land of wind lacks. Would you not wish to behold it forever? If so, why not remain in the land of iron? After all, there is little to cherish in the land of wind, as far as the eye can see. It stretches into an endless desert, perfectly suited for wandering souls. As Sis cast a glance at the swirling vortex, the term traitorous village had not departed from her lips throughout the journey, leaving him somewhat desensitized. Do you not realize that being labeled a traitor invites relentless pursuit? It is not as simple as you may imagine. However, that notion is erroneous. Do you not relish excitement? Is the prospect of betrayal not exhilarating enough for you? Sith turned his head away, reminiscing about the time spent with the Uchiha clan, whom he regarded as the epitome of prowess in the art of deception. Suddenly, he found himself longing for the company of a poet classmate, with whom he hadn't conversed in ages, a person of remarkable intellect, easily amused. 2 days passed, and the relentless snowfall showed no signs of abating. Braving the elements, Sith and Uchiha stood before the gates of the Iron Kingdom's capital. This grand city, forged from gold and iron, epitomized strength. Although the Iron Kingdom maintained a stance of perpetual neutrality, it had never wavered in its commitment to self-defense. The proclivities of the 5 great nations were well known. In times of joy, they adhered to regulations, while in times of discontent, such regulations were akin to mere toilet paper. Standing at the city gates, Sith shook off the snow that clung to him, exhaling a long sigh alongside Uchiha. They had finally arrived. At the entrance, 2 armored warriors stood guard, equipped with twin longswords at their sides. Their presence blended seamlessly with the icy surroundings, their gazes piercing, as if to convey to passers-by that they were armed and should be treated with respect. Xisi remained notably composed. This was the land of warriors, not a realm of folly, where formidable samurais abounded, and reckless behavior could lead to dire consequences. After settling their taxes and verifying the false identities registered in a remote village of the Iron Country, Xisi and Uzumaki entered the city. The long-standing stability of the political climate had bestowed upon the Iron Country a remarkable prosperity. Even amidst a heavy snowfall, the streets were bustling with pedestrians. Far more than in the streets of Sunagakure. To draw a comparison, in the Wind Country, one would scarcely find anyone venturing outside in a sandstorm. In the Iron Country, it was common for men and women of all ages to carry swords at their waists, as it was a land of considerable valor. Greetings, esteemed guests. Is there a destination you wish to visit? Would you care to hire a carriage? A man clad in a short woolen coat, exuding warmth, suddenly approached, leading a horse-drawn carriage and smiling at Xisi and Uzumaki. With a broad grin, Xisi returned the gesture, ever generous with his kindness towards those who treated him amicably. Then it would be my pleasure to accept your offer. He then assisted Uzumaki onto the carriage, but chose to sit at the front, engaging the man in conversation. You have been in this profession for some time, haven't you? Xisi inquired. Indeed. I began accompanying my father as a driver at the tender age of 11. And now, nearly 20 years later, there is no better coachman in the Iron Country. I have traversed every corner of this city, even visiting the general's residence more than once. The man skillfully maneuvered the carriage, turning his head to reveal a proud smile and a set of gleaming white teeth. Oh, is that so? Well then, I must hear more from you. I am a traveling apothecary. My father has passed, leaving my sister and me in this world. Lacking other skills, I have acquired some knowledge of healing and hope to open a medicinal shop in the capital, seeking my fortune in this trade. Ah, young brother, you are a physician? The man gripped the reins tightly, his eyes widening with excitement. As the horses galloped, he exclaimed with fervor, physicians are revered. You intend to establish a practice, I see. You must visit Baichuan Street. The locals are exceptionally hospitable, and since the passing of the previous doctor, his clinic has been in need of a caretaker. Your arrival is fortuitous. Laughter filled the air, resonating with camaraderie. Sith chuckled awkwardly, realizing that he had become a rare commodity. Although he had experienced similar warmth during his time in the Land of Wind, this level of enthusiasm was a novel sensation for him. Chapter 51. The wartime specialty. The man who introduced Sith to the shop was Yoshikawa Junsei, a local coachman of some repute. He certainly did not exaggerate. He was indeed a well-known figure in the area, and the shop he recommended was quite decent. While it may not have been situated in a prime location, it was certainly above average, and most importantly, it was affordable. The Land of Iron is a remarkable nation, renowned for its ironworks, where nearly every household possesses a remarkable skill in blade forging. It is a rare sight to find a single street lined with a dozen blacksmith shops, a phenomenon scarcely seen elsewhere. If one were to seek out a swordsman capable of rivaling the legendary Might Guy, the Land of Iron would be the place to test one's fortune. With centuries of heritage and depth, one can only speculate how many masters of swordsmanship lie hidden within the Land of Iron. However, in stark contrast, the medical and health services in this country are notably underdeveloped. One would be hard-pressed to find even a single clinic or apothecary on a given street. As for the elderly physician mentioned by Yoshikawa Junsei, he had long since become a relic of the past. The remnants of snow lingered in the city. As the skies cleared, a procession of armored warriors from the Land of Iron began shoveling snow from the roads, and the shops gradually opened their doors. Sith was no exception, hanging out his sign, leaving the door ajar. The sign was crafted entirely from fine iron, equipped with intricate mechanisms, and one side concealed a sharp edge, an emblematic feature of the Land of Iron, rumored to be detachable and usable as a weapon during times of conflict. The plaque was made with the assistance of Yoshikawa Junsei. Although his primary profession was that of a coachman, it did not hinder his ability to forge. The apothecary was whimsically named a pharmacy. Today, he would personally attend the patients before departing the Land of Iron and returning to the Land of Wind, as he needed to help Uzumaki Naruto establish a foothold in this region. "Doctor, my hands and feet are cold. I feel dizzy and feverish, and I am weak in both spirit and blood. Occasionally, when I crouch and then stand, I experience dizziness." With a raised eyebrow, Xisi acknowledged the truth in Junshuk's words. The residents of Shirakawa Street exhibited an exuberant warmth that was almost excessive. Within the span of merely 2 days, Xisi had garnered the reputation of a skilled physician, drawing numerous eligible young women and married ladies, their alabaster thighs nearly blinding him with their allure. "Shall I prescribe you some medication?" "No. That is merely a matter of the heart." "Then ensure you consume ample hot water at home." "All right, next." "Wait a moment." Suanzu, standing nearby, felt a surge of delight. Before the lady could finish her sentence, he bellowed from the doorway, "Next." "Doctor, I suffer from headaches, fever, and a dry cough." Sith nodded, feeling a sense of relief in his heart. Finally, a sensible question had arisen. With such large headlights and a dazzling bumper, who could withstand it? This was merely a cold-induced ailment. The Iron Nation, situated in the far north, experienced frigid weather, and one could occasionally succumb to such a chill. A bit of remedy was all that was needed. "Go fetch the red bottle I placed behind," he instructed, directing his words to Uzumaki Mu. He aspired to handle matters independently, yet the basic ailments still required attention. As for the cold, many regions in the shinobi world referred to a common cold as a wind ailment, which was nothing of great concern. All right. As long as it did not pertain to gynecological issues, Uzumaki Mu was relatively easy to converse with. She busily darted around the shop, occasionally taking the initiative to peruse a few professional texts. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. Sith began to pack his belongings. For the distance from the Iron Nation to the Wind Nation was considerable. He had to allow ample time for his rendezvous with Scorpion. Uzumaki Mu truly possessed remarkable talent, grasping various combat techniques with ease and understanding basic medical knowledge with just a hint. In his earlier days of learning under Chiyo, he had studied for a long time. Indeed, the disparity between individuals could sometimes be greater than that between a person and a dog. Having left Uzumaki Mu with a sufficient array of books and scrolls for self-study, Sith prepared to depart. As for matters of safety, the security in the Iron Nation was far superior to that of the Wind Nation, not to mention the armored samurai patrolling the streets. A mere shout could summon neighbors wielding blades, and one might find even a jonin could fall victim to a fray. The notion of a populace ready to defend was truly daunting. "Have you remembered everything?" Sith inquired softly while gathering his belongings. Uzumaki Mu's mood was not particularly bright. She seemed to sulk, turning away and remaining silent, though her eyes occasionally darted towards Sith. With a sigh of resignation, Xisi instinctively placed his right hand on her head, gently massaging it. "Well, it's not as if we won't see each other again. Do your best to keep an eye on this shop. In a few days, I shall procure some second-hand equipment from the black market and establish a laboratory down here. Promise you'll return, Vortex Wu replied, lifting her head to meet his gaze, tears glistening in her eyes. This was a masterful figure. Tears came unbidden, leaving Xisi uncertain of when he could truly trust her. I promise. All right, pinky swear. Now unburdened by Vortex Wu, Xisi's journey back was significantly swifter than his initial departure. Without the frantic pace of a shinobi, he allowed the shadows to carry him. Returning to the borders of the Wind Country in less than 3 days, where Scorpion awaited him, just as it had been upon his departure. The Wind Country was still engulfed in swirling sands, devoid of any seasonal change. 27 days, it seems you have exceeded expectations, Scorpion remarked. His mood evidently lifted as he donned a facade of a smile, emerging from behind the sand dunes. Isn't this exactly what you desired? The sooner I return, the sooner the body of the exploding escape hunter will be in your hands. Scorpion offered no rebuttal. For a puppeteer fixated on human puppets, possessing exquisite materials yet being unable to manipulate them was akin to enduring 1,000 tortures. Humph. Scorpion turned his head away, unable to maintain his usual gentleness in the presence of this individual. He feigned indifference, stating, "Since I have returned, let us not waste any more time here." With that, Scorpion cast a sweeping glance to ascertain the direction, cloaked in his garment, gliding through the winds and sands like a fleeting shadow. With a resigned shrug, Xisi followed suit in a fleeting moment, returning to the hidden sand village. Although departing required a few formalities, including submitting the Kazakage's order, re-entry merely necessitated facial recognition. As the grandson of Sasori, no one dared to obstruct his passage at the gates. The group split into 2 paths. Sasori was not particularly inclined to meet the third Kazakage, opting instead to head straight to his workshop to repair his puppets and explore new fire-resistant materials. As for Xisi, he could not evade his obligations. Prior to any thoughts of defection, he was required to report back to the village leaders after completing a mission. Yet, one might ponder, what led him to contemplate betrayal? Had he unknowingly transformed into someone else's guise? Such thoughts were too daunting to entertain. Knock, knock, knock. The guards flanking the entrance did not impede Xisi, who strode directly into the Kazakage's building. He rapped on the door of the Kazakage's office, where, surprisingly, the third was not accompanied by his assistant, Raza, as he was present in the office today. "Come in," commanded the third Kazakage, his voice rich with magnetism. Simply from the timbre of his voice, it was evident why the thirds of the shinobi world were destined for leadership. "Lord Kazakage." As Xisi pushed the door open, he executed a half-kneeling motion with remarkable fluidity. The third Kazakage was an individual who valued face. He reciprocated respect to those who offered it, and withheld it from those who did not, assessing the other party's strength before deciding on the matter. Attaining the title of the strongest Kazakage required not only prowess but also a modicum of esteem. He could not rival the first Kazakage, Ritu, in strength, nor could he match the influence of the second Kazakage, Esmon. His ascendance to the pinnacle of Kazakage was largely attributed to the favor bestowed upon him by his allies within the underworld, who granted him a measure of face. The intricacies of maintaining one's face were profound, and in the fierce competition for the title of the strongest in this regard, he found himself contending with the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the demigod, Hanzo, both considered formidable rivals. He had little patience for the former, who, despite their ineptitude, thrived on bluster. Their ostentatious demeanor had set the tone for the ninja world. Hanzo, while of average strength, proclaimed himself a god, much to the amusement of his ancestors. Sarutobi, a paragon among ninjas, had driven White Fang to despair, much to the chagrin of his adversaries. Ultimately, the mantle of the strongest face in the ninja world would rest upon the shoulders of the third Kazakage. He cast a brief glance downward, confirming the exchange of glances. This was an individual who could either grant or withhold respect. Yet, as Xisi had shown him deference, it was customary for him to reciprocate with a measure of respect. With a slight nod, he acknowledged, "You've had a long journey. Please rise." "Yes, Xisi. I recall that your mission with Scorpion was to investigate the explosive forces of a Wagakure, correct? How has the investigation progressed? Has there been any new development from Naka's side?" The third Kazakage had indeed heard of this unit, personally summoned by Noki, which compelled him to take it seriously. While the essence of this mission was to assist Scorpion in earning merit, he would not acknowledge its completion without tangible results. S-rank missions were not to be taken lightly. Sith refrained from drawing out the narrative unnecessarily, opting instead to omit certain details while addressing matters directly. "We found ourselves ambushed in the land of Earth." "An ambush? The village has planted informants in a Wagakure. How could you have been caught off guard?" The third Kazakage furrowed his brow. According to the members of the explosive unit that attacked us, as well as the Four-Tails Jinchuriki, Old Purple, our informants in Awagakure have been compromised. And there is a possibility that multiple informants may have been turned. The Four-Tails Jinchuriki? In contrast to the informant issue, the third Kazakage appeared far more concerned with the Four-Tails Jinchuriki, his expression shifting as he scrutinized Sith with keen interest. The value of these two seemed to surpass his initial expectations. You have worked hard. At your age, confronting a Jinchuriki is quite the challenge. Since you were attacked by an explosive unit, what can you tell me about their strength and positioning? This unit comprises several hundred members, each equipped with a plethora of explosive tags, and their modus operandi aligns closely with explosive techniques. As he spoke, Sith produced the lifeless body of the explosive user from a scroll at his waist. This is the corpse of the explosive bloodline wielder from Awagakure, Explosion Hunter. He possesses the ability to cause explosions through mere contact. Scorpion suffered a significant defeat at his hands, nearly having his puppets obliterated. The third Kazakage gazed intently at the body, his expression tightening. It was no secret that he had a contentious relationship with the puppet masters. But as the leader of his village, he had the capacity to tolerate such matters. Yet, the subjugation of puppet masters was something he could not abide, or rather, it was intolerable for Sunagakure. The population of Sunagakure has always been limited. Even if there are individuals, sustaining a multitude of shinobi is unfeasible. Since the First Shinobi World War, Sunagakure has pursued a solitary warrior approach, and the strategic significance of puppet masters cannot be overstated. If someone were to dominate the puppet masters, it would spell disaster. Puppets are not inexpensive, after all. Thus, the mere presence of an explosive user elicited an expression of grave concern from the third Kazakage, not due to anything else but sheer poverty. Waving his hand dismissively, the third Kazakage regarded the corpse of Explosion Hunter with distaste. You may take your leave. I will summon the intelligence department to handle the body of Explosion Hunter. Once they are done, I shall return it to you for dissection. Understood. With that, Sith turned to depart. Oh, by the way, there is one more matter. In 2 months, the village will dispatch a group of shinobi to the border with the Land of Wind for a rotation. You will accompany them. A rotation? Sith turned back. Isn't it unnecessary for medical ninjas? Why the sudden change? The third Kazakage resumed his seat, returning to his composed demeanor, and spoke slowly. This has been discussed with Elder Chiyo. Now that you have awakened your bloodline, you are no longer an ordinary shinobi. It is time to shoulder a heavier burden. Prepare yourself accordingly. With that, the third Kazakage withdrew 2 seemingly ambiguous documents from his drawer, presenting them to signal the end of the audience. Realizing there was no room for negotiation, Sith turned and exited the Kazakage's office. In Sunagakure, by an artificial lake nestled within an oasis, Chiyo and Izo were enthusiastically engaged in fishing. In the Land of Wind, water is a scarce resource for ninja villages and the entire country, elevated to the status of a national strategy. As for fishing, it is a pursuit reserved for a select few, often limited to certain individuals or aristocrats. One could say that even in the capital of the Land of Wind, including the daimyo, no more than 5 people could casually pick up a fishing rod. Whereas in Sunagakure, Chiyo and Izo were among those who could. Has the choice of a fiancé for Sith not yet been settled? Chiyo, with her eyelids drooping, held the fishing rod firmly, remaining perfectly still. Izo, with half-closed eyes and an expression devoid of emotion, an outcome of his years dedicated to intelligence and espionage, glanced at Chiyo. It requires time. After all, Sith is your disciple and a bloodline ninja. Many wish to form an alliance with him, yet few are truly suitable for his status, necessitating careful observation. As ripples danced on the water, Chiyo deftly hooked a small fish, only to release it back into the lake, her face breaking into a relaxed smile. No rush, there is plenty of time. Soon, a group of ninjas will be deployed to the border, and I intend for Sith to accompany them to broaden his horizons. This will also serve as an opportunity to elevate his rank and alleviate the incessant criticisms he faces as the medical squad leader. Izo nodded, his expression remaining unchanged. You are right. Given Sith's current strength, achieving the rank of Jonin would be well within his capabilities. However, I had initially selected several candidates, and now I must reconsider. Chiyo smirked, recasting her line, the stakes have risen, which only serves to benefit us further. Chapter 53. The moonlight is beautiful, perfect for fishing. That night, the moonlight streamed into the room, and for the first time in ages, Sunagakure was free from dust storms. Sith sat alone on the rooftop, gazing at the sky. The moonlight is exquisite, perfect for fishing. Alas, in this desolate place, There are no melons to cultivate, and thus no fish to catch. Sif could only cradle his head, leaning against the eaves as he gradually slipped into slumber. In the dream realm, a pervasive white mist surrounded him, seemingly eternal. Today, the hermit appeared somewhat out of sorts. "Hey, brother, from what world do you hail? I don't believe I've encountered you before." The poet, his demeanor cautious, addressed a figure emerging from the gray fog with an air of superiority. This figure was unlike any other, with a mechanical body and a pair of wings reminiscent of ornaments. The poet was certain this was not one of the remaining 8 personalities. Rather, it bore a semblance to a hermit. But hermits are merely sea loaches. If they evolved, they should still resemble loaches. What on earth is this? Could it be a virus invading from the digital monster world after vanquishing the hermit? He had known that the hermit would eventually encounter problems. If digital monsters could retaliate against reality, then invading the realm of dreams did not seem far-fetched. Suddenly, the figure lunged forward with astonishing speed, catching the poet off guard as a tail swiped across his face, confirming a familiar sensation. Take a good look. I am the hermit." "The hermit?" The poet covered his face, his eyes brimming with grievance. "Are you not a sea loach? How did you suddenly, transform into this?" Smack. Another tail strike earned the poet a scar reminiscent of that on the famed Kinsei of the Scarlet Village. "You are the sea loach. I am Sea Dragon. Do you understand?" At some point, the doctor and the missionary appeared on their chairs, their eyes sparkling with intrigue. "Hermit, you have evolved?" The hermit puffed out his mechanical chest, adorned with a dragon's visage, exuding arrogance. "See? This is what it means to appreciate quality. We are all merely fragments of one being, yet why is your intelligence so exceptionally lacking? Poet, you must reflect on this. Your shortcomings have dragged down the intellectual caliber of us all." The poet's eyelids twitched. Could the evolution of digital monsters be this unreasonable? Can a loach really transform into a machine? The hermit rolled his eyes, feeling jovial today. He had no desire to argue with this fool. "Can you guess what Digimon I am now?" The doctor and the missionary exchanged glances, shaking their heads. Digimon? It had been years since they had last seen such a thing. Their memories served them well enough to recall the Dark Four Kings and the Battle Tyrannoman. But who could remember the supporting characters? Regardless of what others might say, the hermit certainly bore a resemblance to a mere extra in their eyes. "Can you guess? I am now a mis-evolved sea dragon beast, the Dark Billion Dragon Beast. As the saying goes, darkness enhances strength tenfold, while purifying diminishes it threefold. I have transcended into a state of intensified darkness, far surpassing a typical billion dragon beast. Defeating the Iron Sea Dragon Beast and the Infinite Dragon Beast to become the next king of the Four Kings is merely a matter of time." The hermit and the doctor shrugged. What more could they say? Naturally, as long as he was happy. However, both were quite pleased, to be honest. They were simply craving the hermit's physique. At Marine Headquarters, Marineford, training camp on Island Number 4. The sea breeze was gentle, and the weather was splendid. A small mountain made of iron and stone seemed to sprint past the shore. Major Ceres was indeed formidable. That little mountain behind him had grown larger, hadn't he it? With such a rapid rate of progress, could he truly still be human? Nat stood on the shore, his expression stiff, yet he spoke with a tone of heartfelt reflection. Clara remained silent, merely inhaling deeply from her cigarette. Is Sis truly human? Occasionally, he contemplates this question himself. Last night, they appeared to be of equal height. Yet today his hairline has aligned with Sis's eyebrows. He momentarily believed that his baldness had been resolved overnight, only to discover that Sis had inexplicably gained several centimeters in height. Is this something a typical person could achieve? Thud. He casually discarded the chain he had been holding, panting heavily, beads of sweat adorning his forehead and body. The difference between a complete Digimon and a mature Digimon is stark. Today, he had deliberately doubled the weight of the small mountain, yet he still managed to jog along effortlessly. In the past, he would have surely collapsed from exhaustion. Receiving a towel from Clara, the trio made their way toward the cafeteria. At this moment, 3 months had elapsed since Sis's arrival on 7 Islands. With the conclusion of the elite training camp and Zephyr's departure, Sis's training grounds had transitioned from Island 1 to Island 4, with an additional training regiment in the Navy 6 styles. "Major Sis, there are individuals from headquarters who wish to see you," announced a figure clad in a black suit, reminiscent of a secret agent, as he approached Sis by the roadside, offering a respectful nod. "All right, I understand," he replied. Sif casually acknowledged, his mind enveloped in perplexity. Furrowing his brow. The headquarters? What could they possibly want from him? To his knowledge, following the Judicial Island incident, the only significant event concerning the naval headquarters was the Marineford War, which, under normal circumstances, should not warrant his involvement. Although his joint forces were officially associated with both Judicial Island and the Naval General Staff, calling upon the joint forces was hardly a pragmatic endeavor. Setting aside the lackluster combat effectiveness of the joint forces, the very issue of command authority would inevitably lead to disputes. Given that there were capable individuals at their disposal, the Navy would not engage in such a thankless task. Furthermore, the notion of a solitary summons, could it be that Sakazuki intended to recruit him to witness the Marineford War? While this possibility could not be entirely dismissed, its likelihood remained slim. He was merely an inconspicuous figure, and even if he held a place in the general's mind, it was unlikely he would be recalled amidst such a flurry of affairs. So, who could it be? Could it be that Judicial Island sought to assert its presence? After much contemplation, Sith ultimately found this notion to be somewhat plausible. Judicial Island, yearning for greater authority, had finally acquired a modicum of military strength. It would be remiss not to showcase it. Without such demonstrations, how could the outside world, especially the world government, recognize Judicial Island's burgeoning power? Without recognition, how could they secure a more substantial share of authority and emerge as one of the three principal organs of the world government? This was an inescapable conundrum. Alas, amidst the power struggle primarily orchestrated by the Navy and Whitebeard, even if Judicial Island were to wager all its assets, it would likely make no significant impact. As these thoughts swirled, Sith instinctively narrowed his eyes, gripping the towel tightly. He absolutely could not heed the call of the naval headquarters. Chapter 54. A dog? Major Sith. It has been quite a while. In the reception room, Irando Regans wore a slight smile, extending his right hand towards Sith, his demeanor as affable as ever, leaving no room for criticism. Your Honor. While both exchanged smiles, Sith's expression was entirely formulaic. He held a distinct aversion to engaging with individuals steeped in bureaucratic pretentiousness. What are you standing around for? Come, sit. After their pleasantries at Regan's behest, they took their seats across from one another at the coffee table, where several aesthetically pleasing yet impractical teacups lay. Pouring a cup of tea, Regans indulged in such seemingly refined pleasures. Major Sith, have you heard about the significant event that recently transpired on Banero Island? Oh, what event? A look of perplexity crossed Xisi's face. Regardless of his own knowledge, whenever a leader inquired, the appropriate response was simply to admit ignorance. Such an inclination to boast was not an everyday occurrence. Indeed, Ruigens' expression was one of delight as he leaned in closer, lowering his voice and raising an eyebrow. Portgas D. Ace, the 2nd Division captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, has been captured by Blackbeard. Teach. What? Blackbeard? Teach? What manner of being is he? How could he possibly capture Portgas D. Ace? Sith's eyes widened in astonishment. His face a portrait of shock. The seasoned actor clearly exuded professionalism. Who could dispute that? What exactly is Teach? And who is Ace? Indeed, one who traverses the darkened paths often finds themselves ensnared in unexpected troubles. The renowned Fire Fist Ace has fallen prey to such a minor character. This is truly a monumental achievement. Ruigens shook his head, reclining into the sofa, his tone laced with a hint of envy. Sith cast a glance at him, his eyes concealing a hint of disdain. Indeed, humanity's greatest adversary lies in its lofty ambitions paired with a lack of skill, particularly evident on Judicial Island. What does he intend to do? Since Blackbeard has chosen to divulge this information to us, he must have ulterior motives. You are correct. In this world, there exists nothing that cannot be discussed, nor is there anything that power and status cannot procure. Teach seeks to exchange Ace's life for a position among the 7 warlords. Has the world government acquiesced to his demands? Why not? The 7 warlords are merely hounds for the government. The identity of the individual in the role makes little difference. The smile on Sith's face grew increasingly rigid. A predator remains a predator, despite having subordinates for merely a few days. Why does he always seem to exude an air of arrogance? Continuing this conversation appeared futile, filled with nothing but vacuous chatter. Sith resolved to be forthright and conclude this discourse. Lord Regans, what is it that you truly seek from me? Surely, you have not come merely to discuss government secrets? Ah, how forgetful of me. I nearly overlooked the matter at hand. Regans slapped his forehead, his expression becoming serious as he continued. The world government intends to publicly execute Fire Fist Ace in Marineford. The Whitebeard pirates are expected to intervene, and the higher-ups deem this a prime opportunity to restore the authority of Justice Island. They hope the united forces will join. What are your thoughts? What could he possibly think? Naturally, he would prefer to sit back and observe. In these times, There are far too many individuals who lack discernment. Could he possibly stand throughout this ordeal? Sir, prosecutor, the United Forces are your creation. You should be well aware of everyone's capabilities, Riggins pressed. Enough. I understand your point. What the higher-ups believe is their concern. There is no need for you to elaborate. Simply state whether you shall go or not. Before Xisi could finish speaking, Regan's expression instantly fell. He slammed his right hand onto the table, interrupting him. Sith furrowed his brow, for he was not devoid of temper. To be asked for his opinion, while simultaneously being told to refrain from involvement, was quite audacious. When matters pertained to one's very existence, could he not even express himself? As it turned out, he indeed could not. With a muffled grunt, Ruijins turned his back on Sith, casting a cold sidelong glance in his direction. He had anticipated a modicum of understanding, yet found instead an obstinate dog. An insubordinate dog, regardless of its might, seemed of little use. He needed to issue a warning to his subordinate. The corner of Ruijin's mouth curled into a sinister smile. Very well, Major Sith, since you are unwilling to participate. I shall not compel you. You need not concern yourself with the matters of Marin Fando. There are other tasks assigned to you. Oh? What tasks? From the infamous Blackbeard teach to the advancing city, there was a need for a transport officer aboard the vessel carrying the fire-wielding ace. What say you? Sith's eyelids began to twitch uncontrollably. This was a trap. The transfer of Ace from Blackbeard's hands was a matter reserved for the naval elite. What was his role in this? Was it an attempt to claim credit? Regardless of any potential ambush along the way, it was certain that he would incur enmity, and should anything go awry, he would be the first to bear the brunt of the fallout. That scoundrel Ruijins sought to eliminate him from both life and career prospects. Sighing deeply, the colonel struggled to suppress the ire brewing within him. My Lord Ruijin, do you truly believe it is appropriate for a mere major like myself to undertake such a significant task as escorting Ace? Do not underestimate yourself, replied Ruijin, for you are my most esteemed subordinate. Moreover, the overall commander of this escort mission is not you, but rather a vice admiral of the Navy. Your role is merely to convey the stance of Judicial Island, while also delivering the emblematic credentials of the 7 warlords to Blackbeard on behalf of the government. Sith's eyes widened in disbelief. It seemed as though his demise was imminent. Offending the Navy was insufficient. Must he also provoke Blackbeard? What does it signify when a mere major is presented with a warlord credential? It is nothing short of an affront. Even if Blackbeard Teach were to execute him on the spot, few would dare to utter a word. This was entirely self-inflicted. Regans's gaze was imbued with palpable mockery. Such is the modus operandi of the world government. Those who defy it will do not enjoy longevity. Very well, in a couple of days, someone will come to escort you. You may leave now. With that, Regans waved him off, dismissing him, a serene smile gracing his lips as he cradled the delicate tea set in his hands. The chief escort this time was none other than the infamous Ghost Spider, which was exhilarating to contemplate. Oh, and Blackbeard, could he truly endure such an insult? If not, I recall that Fire-Fist Ace is still in need of a clerk to announce the verdict. Regans pressed one hand against the windowsill, basking in the sunlight that poured over him, rendering him somewhat languid. The surrounding light was slightly chill, and shadows coalesced around Sith's feet. He turned to glance at Regans, who stood by the window, and a surge of murderous intent erupted within him. How could I have harbored any hope for these individuals? I am indeed a fool, a gaggle of swine, corrupted by power. Taking a deep breath, Sith's grip tightened. If the Joint Force commanders are comprised of such short-sighted individuals, why not eliminate them and replace them with someone more astute? Or perhaps, should he claim the position of Joint Force commander for himself? A glint of determination flickered in his eyes, and the aura of impending violence was unmistakable. Chapter 55. This person is so handsome, truly suitable for feeding fish. Sis, what does the higher-up want with you? Clara inquired curiously upon seeing Sis emerge. Sith's complexion was distinctly poor. It was the people from Judicial Island. They wished for the United Forces to partake in a war that was destined to be a futile endeavor. A war destined for such futility? Clara and Nate exchanged glances. Their eyes filled with confusion. Sith, are you jesting? How could those in power be so unwise? Without turning back, his eyes remained expressionless. Who knows? Perhaps their minds had been caught in the door. Clara stood frozen in place, taking a long while to react before calling out to Zeise's retreating figure. Hey, Zeiss. Don't rush off. You need to clarify your words. Hey. The power of an individual often appears insipid against the vast machinery of government. Soon, a document stamped with the seal of the Aeneas Hall, symbolizing Blackbeard Teach's identity as one of the 7 warlords, was delivered into Zeise's hands. He felt both repulsion and a flicker of relief regarding this matter. The repulsion stemmed from becoming a pawn that could be carelessly discarded by others, while the relief arose from the fact that the person he was about to face was Blackbeard, rather than an imbecile like Whitebeard too. It was not that Blackbeard Teach lacked intimidation. Rather, his ambitions transcended the role of a mere warlord. More than being a small-time warlord, Teach aspired to be the Emperor of the Seas, and after enduring for so many years, he would not allow such trivial matters to complicate his plans. In any case, Xisi's chances of survival were undoubtedly greater than Regan's had imagined. Licking his lips, Xisi's gaze turned as cold as a blade, and his murderous intent towards Regan's intensified. Knock. Knock, knock. Major Xis, the personnel from headquarters have arrived. Clenching his knife, Xis quickly reined in his murderous aura and turned to respond. All right, I understand. I'll be there shortly. He donned his cloak, tucked the document into his coat, and with a stoic expression, stepped outside. He was not alone this time. 2 CP members clad in black suits accompanied him. The red-headed document in Xis's hand had been delivered by them, loyal subordinates of Regan's, likely eager to witness his demise firsthand. In a way, Regan's was indeed quite cautious about such trivial matters. With a cold snort, he deemed it unnecessary to grant these two any semblance of courtesy. The warship arriving from headquarters loomed ahead, and Xis dispelled any unnecessary thoughts from his mind. He had a significant figure to meet. Wilson Xis? In the command room of the warship, a fearsome-looking general, adorned with a 2-headed dragon helmet and a cigarette clenched between his teeth, set down the document in his hand and lifted his gaze, revealing a smile reminiscent of a malevolent dragon. Sith's legs were rigidly straightened, facing a man who was an authentic criminal, a rogue. Do not be alarmed. Victor was once my adjutant, and we share a bond of life and death. His nephew is, in fact, my nephew, and I shall not bring any harm to you. He rose and patted Sith's shoulder, his smile growing increasingly sinister. Sith exhaled softly, once again expressing heartfelt gratitude to the entire Victor family. A sincere acknowledgement devoid of any personal affront. It seemed that some sentiments had been unintentionally ruffled. The ghost spider lit a cigarette and offered one to Sith, who felt compelled to accept it. With a cautious tone, he replied, "You see, this situation is somewhat unavoidable. There are many on Judicial Island who have never seen the battlefield yet still crave recognition, which inevitably leads to minor conflicts." Minor conflicts? This was far from trivial. It was a matter of life and death. How about this? From now on, you shall remain under my wing. I truly admire your methods. The offer from the formidable figure caused Sith's demeanor to shift dramatically. The remnants of his earlier nonchalance vanished, replaced by a resolute glimmer in his eyes. He saluted and declared, "Leave? What kind of jest is this? Regan's is still alive. How could I possibly depart? Ghost Spider, I am grateful for your generosity. Yet in this matter, I must seek a definitive resolution with him. Even if I were to leave, I would do so with dignity. Not in a manner that would tarnish your reputation." Are you refusing me? The ghost spider shot him a cold glance, his expression impassive. The air thick with a palpable threat directed at Sith. A tremor coursed through Sith's heart. His muscles taut with tension as his right hand instinctively reached for the hilt of his blade, yearning to merge into the shadows. After a mere minute or two, the palpable aura of menace that had enveloped the cabin ebbed away like a receding tide, and the mood of the ghostly spider appeared remarkably buoyant. "You have done well, demonstrating a commendable sense of masculinity. Matters of men ought to be resolved by men themselves. What sort of man cries out for aid over trivialities? Fortunately, you did not acquiesce to my invitation. Otherwise, out of respect for Victor, I would have deemed it necessary to teach you a lesson." Sith did not respond immediately. Instead, he bowed deeply towards the ghost spider and expressed, "I am grateful for your guidance. I shall remember this lesson." The ghost spider replied, "Indeed, do your best. I shall ensure your safe return from this mission." With the assurance granted by the ghost spider, Sith felt a sense of relief, swiftly saluted, and exited the cabin. Outside, the confidants sent by Regan stood like 2 imposing sentinels, their noses held high in the air, awaiting his arrival. Sith cast a sidelong glance at them, refraining from uttering a word. Regardless of where he went, these 2 would undoubtedly follow, rendering him more akin to a prisoner under their watch than an officer. He tightened his grip on the hilt of his knife, a surge of murderous intent rising within him. Their journey was not particularly lengthy, after all. Blackbeard had taken the initiative to negotiate with the world government, and the location of their dealings naturally fell within the dominion of the Navy. The chosen site for the transaction was situated on the sea, not far from Judicial Island. If all proceeded smoothly, the Navy could transport Ace directly to the underwater prison. impel down via the gates of justice after the reception. As they traversed the doldrums, the visibility gradually improved. The sea breeze wafted across the warship, and Sis leaned against the ship's railing, stretching languidly, feeling an unprecedented sense of comfort and tranquility. The water shimmered like scattered diamonds, and occasionally, small fish with sharp teeth leapt from the surface, evoking a desire to toss the two guardians beside him into the water to feed these charming little creatures. The two individuals nearby were engaged in hushed conversation, occasionally gesturing towards Sis, believing their subterfuge to be flawless, which only served to infuriate him further. "Is Blackbird not here yet?" one of them inquired, glancing at his watch. "Not yet, but he should arrive soon. The designated maritime area is nearby." "Indeed." The man cast a furtive glance at Sis, his eyes tinged with disdain. This fool truly knows no bounds, daring to offend Lord Rygene. He is fortunate with Ghost Spider. Let us see what happens when Blackbeard arrives. Yes, let us see what transpires. The two snickered sinisterly, their noses raised high, with a dismissive roll of his eyes. Xisi watched as flames danced playfully between his fingers. Perhaps it would be wise to refrain from feeding these two. They might just end up with an upset stomach. Chapter 56. The first encounter with Blackbeard. The sea breeze caressed gently as dust began to envelop the horizon. Gui Spider stood at the bow of the ship, growing increasingly impatient with each passing moment. Suddenly, a commotion stirred upon the water as a raft, adorned with a skull flag and constructed entirely of massive logs, cut through the waves. At the center of the raft stood Blackbeard Teach, his face, marked by a few missing teeth, strikingly noticeable. "Ha ha ha. Navy, are you in such a hurry?" he bellowed, his laughter echoing across the sea. Finally, he had arrived. Gui Spider flicked the remnants of his cigarette, raising his right hand, which sent a ripple of tension throughout the flagship. The warships flanked the raft, encircling it firmly, as members of the Navy. They had not yet stooped to fully trusting pirates. Leaning against the railing, Xisi gripped his long sword tightly, his gaze flitting restlessly over Blackbeard's figure. This was his first encounter with such a notorious pirate, one who traversed the vast oceans with impunity. The atmosphere grew increasingly frigid, and Xisi could distinctly hear the sound of his fellow sailors swallowing nervously. Even without engaging in combat, the Navy felt as though they were at a disadvantage. "Do not be alarmed. We are not here to fight. We are here to, well, trade. So, Navy, have you brought what I requested?" Blackbeard grinned widely, his rotund belly exposed, his eyes sharp and predatory, seemingly dismissing the assembled Navy as inconsequential. His arrogance was palpable, bordering on recklessness. Bang! Gui Spider fired a shot that landed near Blackbeard's feet as he descended from the bow, his brow furrowed, smoke swirling before him. "Blackbeard Teach, you are not yet a warlord of the sea. You have no right to negotiate with us. Where is Port Asti, Ace?" His voice rose, chest thrust forward. As a member of the Navy, he would not permit any pirate to act brazenly before him, not even one on the verge of becoming a warlord. Click. The bullets were chambered, and the standoff intensified, the atmosphere thickening with tension. "Lieutenant General Gui Spider of the Navy? Do not be hasty, Lafitte." Blackbeard signaled to someone behind him. "Understood, Captain." With that, a figure emerged, donning a black top hat and wielding a red cane, embodying the flair of a theatrical performer. It was Lafitte, the navigator of the Blackbeard pirates. To be honest, the Blackbeard pirates held no fear of the Navy, not at least this particular group. However, there was no necessity for conflict. Their objectives had never included becoming warlords of the sea. While victory was assured in a confrontation, it would still prove to be a troublesome affair. Xisi Gui Spider cast a glance back at him. Sith gave a subtle nod, his right hand gripping the longsword tightly as his eyes narrowed. "You two follow me." Rankin sought to eliminate him using Blackbeard's forces, but equally, he saw this as an opportunity to dispose of these two hounds loyal to Rankin's. The two CP agents exchanged uneasy glances, their courage faltering more than anticipated. "Did you not hear my words?" he hissed, the metallic ring of steel punctuating his threat. "Or do you dare defy my command?" Sith thrust his thumb forward, revealing a fraction of the long blade from its sheath. The glimmer upon the blade's surface cast an unsettling reflection upon their faces, instilling profound terror within their hearts. "Sith, this scoundrel actually intends to kill me." CP quivered, his legs feeling as though they were laden with lead as he cautiously followed Sith's slow advance. Blackbeard's gaze was laced with mockery, suggesting that the dynamics within the Navy were not as harmonious as I had once imagined. Sith stepped forward, his countenance icy as he locked eyes with Blackbeard. There could be no retreat, not even in the face of such a formidable adversary. He was the embodiment of the Navy's honor. Any hint of hesitation or retreat would spell disaster. Mr. Teach was overly concerned. Even a son raised by a father may turn against him, let alone the myriad departments of the world government. Blackbeard's smile abruptly vanished, his expression freezing on his face. Ha ha ha, Marshal D. Teach, you wretched son, the perpetrator of fratricide, your father shall not spare you. Silence, Lafitte exclaimed, delivering a swift kick to Ace's leg to silence him. With an expressionless demeanor, Xi shrugged and spread his hands, apologizing with sincerity. I am merely stating the facts. And there is no intent to target you, truly. His gaze was earnest, directed at Blackbeard with evident displeasure. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out. Then Oka had fired. The bullet whistled through the air with astonishing speed, every variable, distance, sensation, wind direction, angle calculated with impeccable precision. This shot was flawless. In this position, under the formidable lock of Kinbunchika Haki, unless one transcended into nothingness, no one could evade it. The act of firing was a declaration of fate. Shadows danced. The corners of Cis's mouth curled upwards as the surrounding shadows, like tendrils, drew him into an abyss, and he truly vanished into the void. With a moonlit step, a vortex formed beneath his feet, and Cis stood suspended in midair, descending slowly. The ghost spider, intrigued, exhaled a smoke ring, pressing his right hand against the deck, causing a wooden plank, towering over a person, to be lifted and subsequently hurled into the air. Cis followed suit as the plank splashed upon the ocean's surface, and he gracefully landed atop it, maintaining his icy poker face as if nothing had transpired. The two companions trailing Cis were utterly petrified, collapsing onto the raft. Gasping for breath, their bodies trembling, a faint chill beneath them. Oka, a typically composed individual, rarely altering his facial expressions, now displayed a hint of astonishment. Such is fate. Raising his weapon, he was inclined to fire a second shot. With a swift gesture from the ghost spider, the naval guns aligned in unison, all aimed squarely at him. With a raised eyebrow, Schurz, despite appearing nonchalant, was already drenched in cold sweat. The situation was indeed precarious. His gaze returned to Blackbeard. Mr. Teach, are you certain this is the demeanor befitting a warlord of the sea? Ha ha ha, Blackbeard laughed heartily, waving his hand dismissively. All right, Oka, lower your weapon. As I said, we are not here to fight today. It is a transaction, a negotiation between us and the world government. Then Oka cast a glance at Blackbeard, relinquished his gun, and stepped back behind Teach. Schurz displayed a practiced smile. Mr. Teach, it is truly an honor to witness your understanding of the situation. With a slight tilt of his head, Schurz's gaze turned as sharp as a blade. You too, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and verify your identities. Yes, yes, they nodded eagerly, helping each other to rise from the raft. They were keenly aware that neither Blackbeard nor Schurz was someone to provoke. Life had become thrilling to the point of near explosion. The thought of having volunteered to assist Regans once filled them with self-reproach, wishing to slap themselves for involving in such matters. Chapter 57. The first encounter with Fire-Fist Ace. With trembling fingers, they retrieved the wanted poster from their pocket, their eyes swiftly scanning Ace's face. They wished to leave this place as soon as possible, longing to return to Judicial Island, where only Regan's not-so-broad shoulders could offer them a modicum of comfort. Sir, it has been confirmed. This is indeed Fire-Fist Ace. Is it not possible to forge a face? Schurz's voice grew louder, his gaze frigid. Continue your examination. No inch of skin is to be overlooked. Xisi's Bosches, feeling a surge of irritation, was about to step forward when Blackbeard Teach restrained him, a knowing smile gracing his face. After all, they were no novices in the seas, surely. Blackbeard could discern who Schurz was truly targeting. As time passed, the two CP agents trembled uncontrollably, resembling individuals just pulled from a bathtub, their clothes thoroughly soaked. Aside from the pants they had not removed, it could be said that every inch of Ace's body had been scrutinized. Lord Schurz, this is indeed Fire-Fist Ace himself. Sith glanced at his watch, noting that only 5 minutes had passed. Useless, he muttered. All right, you two may return for now. The two individuals, feeling as if a heavy weight had been lifted from their shoulders, wiped their brows with their sleeves and supported each other back to the warship, bowing slightly. Sith wore a smile tinged with a hint of apology. I appreciate your patience. Now that Mr. Teach has demonstrated his sincerity, I shall no longer keep you in suspense. With that, Sith produced the document issued by Judicial Island and signed by the world government, confirming the title of Warlord of the Sea, and handed it over. Congratulations, Mr. Teach. From this day forth, you shall officially become a member of the Warlords of the Sea. It won't be long before you see a feature article about yourself in the newspapers. Ha ha ha. Blackbeard Teach took the document and casually tucked it away, throwing his head back in laughter. This young man, I find myself more intrigued by you than the warlords. Care to join forces with me? While I am honored by your interest, I have no intention of switching allegiances at this moment. May I take Ace with me now? Sith replied, shaking his head as he tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword, though he held reservations about Teach stirring up trouble at such a juncture. Caution was never unwarranted. Such a pity. Blackbeard feigned a dramatic sigh, stepping aside. Be my guest. Lafitte then released his grip on Ace, playfully twirling his ridiculous cane in the air. His movements were theatrical, akin to a performer on stage, yet none dared to laugh. The long blade of Sis glinted sharply, while Lafitte remained vigilant, equally cautious of the entire Blackbeard pirate crew. The sound of saliva being swallowed echoed around, particularly jarring. Sis floated down beside Ace. You are the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, Port Gasti Ace? Sis inquired, looking down at Ace with a frigid demeanor. Humph, Navy. I shall never yield to you. As a man, I refuse to live with regret. Ace struggled to lift his head, his eyes bloodshot. The 2 CP agents had indeed crossed a line. How could he, Fire-faced Ace, endure such humiliation? This Navy officer was nothing short of a devil. Sith firmly grasped Ace's shoulder, halting his struggles, while beneath his calm facade lay a tumult of emotions. This was none other than the illustrious Fire-faced Ace, the son of Gold, Roger, and the brother of the Straw Hat Captain, Monkey D. Luffy, a figure intricately linked to 2 generations of pirate kings. How was it that he now found himself so effortlessly subdued in his grasp? Sis exhaled deeply, enveloped in a surreal sensation. It was uncertain whether he had seized his destiny or merely grazed the ephemeral. Brother, could it be that Ace harbors some issue? Blackbeard cast him a sidelong glance, speaking with a hint of impatience. Oh, it's nothing. It was at this moment that Sissy finally realized, turning his head. If there are no objections, then I shall take Fire-faced Ace with me, he reiterated, lifting Ace from the log of the raft with one hand and carefully escorting him towards the warship. Wait. Blackbeard squinted his eyes and suddenly called out to him. A warning bell rang in Sis's heart, an ominous aura, far more intense than that of the ghostly spider, enveloped him. Did Blackbeard intend to strike? Cold sweat trickled through his palms as he gripped his long knife with unwavering resolve. Is there something you require, Mr. Teach? He inquired, turning his head, his expression betraying no hint of trepidation, fearful that Blackbeard might perceive his unease. Ha ha ha. Blackbeard bellowed with feigned joviality. Do not be alarmed, my friend. I merely have a sudden question for you. Sith found no solace in his smile. Rather, his heart raced increasingly faster. A murderous intent surged from within him, intensifying the ominous aura surrounding Teach. Pray tell, I assure you I shall speak freely on matters within my knowledge. Though uncertain of the cause, an unsettling premonition stirred within him. There was something perilously dangerous about Teach. If he were to let him depart today, he might harbor regrets in the future. Could you elucidate this for me, dear brother? Blackbeard maintained his sardonic grin, a glint of menace flickering in his eyes. The tension between them escalated once more, palpable as a drawn sword. The ghost spider stepped forward, his hair swirling behind him like arms, gesturing menacingly in the air. Oh, Sith narrowed his gaze. Suddenly, an instinct rooted in the essence of the Dark Ruler began to stir restlessly within him. How audacious for an unfamiliar darkness to reveal its fangs. Behind him, crimson and ebony fireballs swirled, eliciting a sinister grin from Sith. Damn it. I am being governed by instinct. He forced himself to maintain composure, his face taut with determination, unwilling to reveal even a hint of trepidation. A dangerous object, you say? Is it that? Sith reached out to grasp the flames, the intense heat causing the surrounding sea to roil. The conflagration danced rhythmically in his hand, resembling a pulsating heart. He appeared as a sovereign amidst the fire, able to command the world's dominion with a mere flick of his fingers. Ace turned his gaze toward the inferno, his eyes wide with astonishment, sensing an overwhelming dread emanating from the flames. How absurd, truly absurd. He was a user of the Mara Mara Nomi, a natural-born spirit of fire. How could he possibly fear flames? Ace's lips were parched, uncertain whether it was due to a lack of water or the proximity to Sith. What kind of fire is this? Who knows? Perhaps it is the infernal flames of demons from the depths of hell. Regardless, he must concoct an origin for his abilities, and attributing it to demons seems far more scientific than any other explanation. He could always claim to be a mythical Zoan, demon form. Who could possibly refute such a claim? If one were brave enough. They could venture down and inquire directly with the demons. One might find out whether they would deign to respond. Demons, indeed? Both Ace and Blackbeard fixed their gazes upon him. One contemplative, the other filled with avarice. Chapter 58. Vistaha, my dear brother, I find myself increasingly intrigued by you, Blackbeard exclaimed, pointing at Sith, his fingers adorned with jewels that sparkled with the ostentatious brilliance of a nouveau riche. Sith tightened his grip on the hilt of the knife. Beads of perspiration crawling down his spine, his eyes darting restlessly within their sockets, ever prepared to confront the sudden onslaught of Blackbeard. What, then, are Mr. Teach's intentions? Will he forsake his position as a warlord of the sea and remain here indefinitely? A cold smile crept across his face as his obsidian-hued pupils locked onto Blackbeard's gaze. He raised his voice, brandishing the banner of the world government. Though it was improbable, if not entirely inconceivable, that the world government would risk offending a warlord for the sake of a low-ranking official, he had never mentioned his own position. The two CP agents were rendered so intimidated that they dared only to address him as Sir. Now, the gamble lay in whether Blackbeard would dare to take such a risk. The words of Shichibukai served as a reminder to Blackbeard, who, while caressing the gemstone ring in his hand, hesitated. On one side lay the unknown powers of the so-called demon, the devil fruit claimed by Shichibukai, on the other. The tremor fruit, heralded as the most formidable of the paramecia type, which he had coveted for many years, along with the privilege to reach impel down through the gate of justice. The scales of his decision quickly tipped in one direction. My friend. Do not be so serious. As I mentioned earlier, we are not here to fight today. We are here to negotiate. Blackbeard laughed heartily, revealing his broken teeth, leaving no one able to discern the authenticity of his grin. Sif let out a sigh of relief internally, wearing a similarly insincere smile. I can assure you, your choice is undeniably correct. With that, Sith gently pushed Ace towards the warship. Wait a moment. Blackbeard has stirred up trouble again. Do you have any further matters to discuss? Sith narrowed his eyes, inwardly cursing incessantly. What on earth does that old scoundrel intend to do? If this fright provokes a heart attack, can those wretched rings on his 10 fingers compensate for it? Never mind. I merely hope we shall not encounter that day on the battlefield. Let us hope so. With a dismissive remark, Sith swiftly hoisted Ace and returned to the warship. Major General, there is activity ahead. As Sith returned to the warship, a naval officer stationed at the lookout suddenly cried out, his expression betraying a hint of panic. It was Whitebeard, signified by the Jolly Roger of the Whitebeard Pirates, and among them stood the formidable captain of the 5th Division, Bista. Bista? What is he doing here? The cigarette but was flicked from the mouth of the ghost spider as he grounded underfoot, turning towards Blackbeard. Bista? He is here, undoubtedly. To keep an eye on us. If he hadn't been lingering behind, reluctant to advance, we might have already delivered him to the world government alongside ourselves, chuckled Blackbeard. The ghost spider drew his blade, sensing that matters were becoming increasingly precarious. Ghost Spider, are you perhaps afraid of that fellow Bista? If you concede to your inadequacy, we could assist you in dealing with him. Blackbeard remained as frivolous as ever. Do you truly believe that we, the Navy, would descend to the depths of seeking refuge from pirates? Men, prepare to fire, move closer. With a cigarette clenched between his teeth, the ghost spider pointed his sword, issuing a direct command to attack. Ace was confined within a specially designed cabin, and Sis licked his lips, casting a sidelong glance at the two CP agents amidst the smoke of cannon fire. Standing on his own deck, Sis rapidly adjusted his mindset, though still wary of Blackbeard. The initial panic had dissipated. His settling heart allowed him enough composure to contemplate old grievances. Approaching the ghost spider, Sis whispered, Admiral, our immediate priority must be to escort Fire Fist Ace to impel down. We cannot act impulsively. The longer we delay, the greater the potential for unforeseen complications. The ghost spider's countenance darkened. What do you propose we do? Having spent most of his life as a naval officer, he was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. However, as a staunch representative of the hawkish faction, his sense of justice would not permit him to depart without taking action, especially with the likes of Blackbeard lurking nearby. Leave me a ship. I shall ensure they receive their due lesson. Can you guarantee that? The ghost spider crossed his arms, his imposing stature towering over Sis, and his cold gaze bore down with an air of intimidation. The expression on Sis's face was exceedingly grave. I assure you, I will prevent them all from crossing this sea. Not a single pirate shall pass. The ghost spider paused momentarily, then nodded in silence. Very well, I understand. He then turned to the surrounding soldiers and called out loudly, Vessel number 3 remains here. The rest continue onward. Target the gates of justice. The voices of the Navy thundered in response. The two CP agents exchanged glances, instinctively shrinking back, fearful that Sis might recall their presence. "Hey, you two." A mocking voice rang out, causing them to shudder, as if mourning a great loss. "Lord Sis, do you require something from us?" As subordinates dispatched from Judicial Island. "Shouldn't you accompany me wherever I go? If you retreat now, are you attempting to desert?" Sis bellowed. "My lord, you may not be aware, but we are merely administrative personnel, not combatants." "Oh, yes, we are indeed administrative personnel, not engaged in battle." They trembled, their minds racing. "Is that so? I had not heard of administrative personnel within CP. Perhaps you are not well acquainted with the internal structure of CP. There are indeed administrative roles, such as ours." "Ah, how delightful," Sis chuckled lightly, but his expression swiftly darkened. "Then I must insist on bringing you along." "And no, my lord." The two were completely flabbergasted. Their bodies quaking as if caught in a violent storm, their trousers feeling damp once more, filled with a profound sense of indignation, gathering a shred of courage. They forced a grimace and pointed at Sis's nose, exclaiming, "Wilson Sis, do you even know who we are? We are the Ruigans." Before they could finish, a black fireball the size of a ping-pong ball whizzed past the left hand of one, evaporating moisture at an alarming rate, leaving his once robust arm a mere dry twig, his scream echoing through the air. "I am not here to negotiate. I have come to inform you that it is time for us to depart." The flames blazed fiercely, yet his voice was colder than a winter's wind, causing the other CP agent to collapse in terror, paralyzed and trembling. His lips turned a ghastly shade of purple, quivering uncontrollably. How dare he act so recklessly? This madman. This wretched lunatic. Does he truly not fear the wrath of Lord Ruigin? This deranged fiend. Chapter 59. For Ace? While cursing inwardly, the CP agent assisted his still howling companion, ultimately tremblingly following behind, fearful of lagging even a moment. To refuse would mean facing the wrath of the madman before them, who would not hesitate to kill. "Captain Bista, there is a situation ahead. The Navy has split its forces." Amidst the rumbling cannon fire, a rotund pirate clad in a vest shouted towards Bista. Bista twirled his curled mustache, adorned with a tall round hat, his cape billowing in the wind, perpetually exuding a confident smile. What are Teach and the others doing? More than the Navy before him, he was concerned about Blackbeard Teach's whereabouts. That man possessed the power to defeat Ace. He did not believe himself to be stronger than Ace. "Teach?" The portly pirate scanned the horizon through a telescope, then exclaimed, "There he is. That traitor Teach is just offshore, moving toward the edge of the battlefield. It seems he has no intention of intervening in this conflict." "Is that so?" Bista mused, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. "Let us close in and eliminate this Navy squad. Consider it interest for Ace." "Understood," the rotund pirate responded, then shouted, "Captain Bista has ordered, close in and eliminate this Navy squad. Close in, take them down, for Ace. For Ace." The sea began to churn with fervor. They were the white-beard pirates, the uncrowned kings of these waters, unmatched by any foe, instilling fear in none, neither the other Yonko nor the Navy. Sith's gaze was fixated on the scene before him, his eyes dark as the depths of water. This was no new world. Even the white-beard pirates were being rather audacious. "Hard to port, maintain distance, and commence bombardment from afar." Hard to port, commence bombardment from a distance. The nearby naval officers braced themselves, saluting with military precision. Boom, boom, boom. Another round of cannon fire erupted, with both sides exchanging volleys. Cannonballs, the size of heads, soared chaotically through the air as the intensity of the artillery intensified, shrouding the entire sea in a veil of smoke. Sis retrieved a stick of candy cigarette from his pocket and placed it between his lips, a gesture befitting the occasion. He refrained from acting impulsively, as his keen observation locked onto the surrounding individuals. He needed to ascertain their states before proceeding. Blackbeard? The makeshift raft of Blackbeard drifted further away, his tasteless visage breaking into a hearty laugh as he watched the commotion between Sis and Vista with great interest. "Ha ha ha. Who do you think will emerge victorious?" "Vista, of course. How could a scoundrel who seemingly appeared from nowhere possibly contend with Vista, the 5th Division captain of the Whitebeard Pirates?" Basis shouted while paddling the raft. "Fate. All these encounters are orchestrated by destiny." Akka maintained a stoic demeanor, feigning mystery. "No. I believe that young Navy fellow will triumph." Lafitte adjusted his top hat, addressing Blackbeard. "Oh, what makes you say that?" Blackbeard asked, casting a sideways glance at Lafitte. Leaning on his cane, Lafitte revealed a subtle smile upon his vibrant red lips. "It is simply due to the fire. We are at sea now, with no ship. What talk is there of winning or losing? Isn't it possible for Vista to slice through a warship with his sword's might? Basis retorted sharply. All right. Let us cease this bickering. The outcome will reveal itself in due time, Blackbeard interjected, attempting to mediate. With that, their gazes returned to the unfolding scene. The raft continued to drift farther away, yet their formidable eyesight was more than capable of sustaining this observation. Sith averted his gaze. It appeared that the Blackbeard pirates had no immediate intention to strike. The two figures huddled in the corner, one hand pressed against the now withered arm, cast glances at Sith filled with venomous resentment. Trembling, they murmured to themselves, "That scoundrel Sith, that despicable wretch, I shall never forgive you. Never. Upon my return to Judicial Island, I will certainly report to Lord Regans, ensuring you suffer a fate worse than death." Xisi adjusted his forehead. A notable characteristic of Judicial Island being its self-righteousness. Some thoughts are best left unspoken. Why must they be voiced aloud as if others cannot hear? Narrowing his eyes and gripping the hilt of his knife tightly, he commanded, "You two, come with me." Startled, the two men trembled at his words, exchanging bewildered glances. Their initially resentful stares transformed into expressions of fear. "What more do you want from us? We have already complied with your arrangements and stayed behind. You cannot harm us. Killing us is illegal." Their legs quaked, for this was perhaps the most humiliating and darkest moment of their decades-long political careers. The terror they felt in that instant would breed resentment in the future, not only towards Xisi, but also towards the Navy aboard the ship, who bore witness to their ignominious past. "Kill you?" Xisi scoffed, rolling his eyes and raising his hands in exasperation. "What kind of absurdity is this? I, Xisi, am a poet with a broad mind. How could I engage in such lawless acts?" The two men exhaled in relief. As long as they could survive this encounter, all humiliation would be worth enduring. They resolved to repay today's indignities tenfold, no, 100-fold in the future. Clenching their fists, they suppressed their shame and unease, continuing to bow and scrape with lowered voices. "My lord Xisi, please command us. Whatever you ask, we shall not refuse as long as it is within our capability." "Oh, is that so?" "Rest assured," Xisi replied, and the two men strained to maintain a serious demeanor. The corners of Xi's mouth curled slightly. He initially presumed that the two of you would be unwilling to accompany him. However, now that you have expressed your willingness, he feels considerably reassured. "Where shall we go?" The two inquired cautiously, swallowing hard, as a sudden wave of intense unease surged within them. With his right hand gripping the blade, Cis's gaze suddenly turned frigid. "Where are we going?" "Naturally, it was to assault Bista. Did you think I summoned you both merely for amusement? An assault on Bista?" The faces of the two turned ashen, their lips quivering uncontrollably. No, Cis, you cannot do this. You promised not to kill us. How can you go back on your word? You clearly stated it was agreed upon." "Agreed upon? Indeed. Did I ever claim I would slay you? I merely wished for your company on this journey. Do you both refuse?" Dark ripples surged in Cis's pupils, filled with murderous intent. No. The two were nearly driven to madness. Their eyes reddened as they pointed at Cis, exclaiming, "Wilson, Cis, you cannot do this. We are servants of Lord Regans. You cannot proceed in this manner." Chapter 60. A new stance. Sith turned his head away, too disdainful to even cast a glance at the two individuals. A mere gathering of useless sycophants. With a cigarette candy clenched between his teeth, he meticulously polished his long blade with a handkerchief, adjusting his stance. Yet, the two were not ready to concede defeat. They clutched the collar of a naval officer nearby, the aide of the infamous Ghost Spider, whose bloodshot eyes were a testament to his hysteria. "Hurry, stop him. Prevent this madman. It is nothing short of murder." "Do you know who I am?" he shouted. "I am a favored confidant of Lord Regans. You cannot let me perish. Should I fall, you shall not escape unscathed. Lord Regans will surely exact his vengeance upon you." With a retching sound, he expelled a bitter bile, then landed a punch squarely into one of their stomachs, following it up with a swift kick, causing a ruckus. "Hey, what do you think you're doing? Have you all turned against me?" The remaining individual was nearly driven to madness, seizing the aide's collar in an attempt to berate him. The aide, with a stony expression, was far from the easygoing type. With a resounding thud, his fist connected with the man's face, blood staining his knuckles, and the other CP was sent sprawling, two teeth knocked loose. Collapsing to the ground, covering his face, they felt like clowns stripped of their paint, unrecognizable in this world. Gazing up at the sky, they pondered the absurdity of their situation. Why did everyone dare to strike at them? those who considered themselves above all. Sheathing his sword, Sith turned to the aide, his voice growing cold. Maintain your distance, continue the bombardment, and be ready to support us at a moment's notice. As for those two, should they meet an unfortunate end, report their valiant deeds, claiming they fought bravely against dozens of pirates until exhaustion claimed them. Understood. The aide tightened his legs together, saluting Sith. Though his rank surpassed that of Sith, the current commander was undeniably Sith, and discord in command was an impossibility within the hawkish navy. As for the 2CP, he was the aide to Vice Admiral Ghost Spider. Such occurrences were hardly new to him. Every month, there were always one or two self-important fools who deserved to be cast into the sea to feed the sea monsters. Merely a drizzle in the grand scheme of things. Having concluded his orders, Sith lowered his head and barked, "What are you still dawdling for? Get up at once, or must I personally invite you?" The two, leaning on each other, slowly rose from the ground, their eyes swollen with desperation. "Lord Sith, please spare us this time. We assure you, we shall never oppose you again." Sith's face remained utterly impassive. "Enough of your prattle. Act like a man." "No, my Lord Sith. Lord Regans has long sought to deal with you. We can assist in alleviating your relationship with Lord Regans. We are still of use. Truly, please keep us." The two implored. Sith cast a cold glance at the two individuals, choosing to remain silent and disinterested in further entanglement with them. They were hardly virtuous. Yet they dared to plead for his mercy. If he were not the one in power today, would anyone show him leniency? With a stern expression, he lightly curled his right index finger, and a vast, dark shadow surged skyward, enveloping the two, rendering them voiceless. The shadow writhed. In that instant, Sith vanished from sight, the surrounding darkness dragging him through the air like a mere specter, seamlessly merging with the abyss. Drawing a long blade from his waist, he resembled a ghost wandering through the boundless void, unperturbed by those around him. He approached Vista stealthily, an aura of dominance coiling around the blade. The shadow twisted, and a black dagger, glimmering with ominous coldness, descended violently toward Vista's neck. Clang! The blades met in midair, sparking with intensity. "So close. I nearly fell for your trick, Navy." Vista sneered at the shadow as Sith gradually revealed his form. He was the captain of the 5th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, a renowned swordsman in this world. Attempting to ambush him was no simple feat. "You are indeed audacious, Navy, to dare board my ship alone." Sith's countenance was grave, yet he could not afford to lose face. With a surge of formidable strength, his muscular arms flexed, forcing Vista to retreat. He flicked his left hand dismissively, a scornful smile gracing his lips. "One person? Surely, you jest. I have come accompanied by my most trusted subordinates." As his words fell, the profound darkness twisted among the crowd, suddenly materializing and then erupting swiftly. Two figures, cloaked entirely in shadow, surged forth from the abyss. Their expressions were vacant, fearlessly resolute. Before the two pirates could react, powerful fists struck their faces, causing their features to cave inwards. Enshrouded in black threads, they resembled emotionless marionettes. Sith's left hand is rhythmically twitching. "What is this? Damn! Go to hell." The pirates, dressed haphazardly and appearing disheveled, began to stir restlessly, grinning menacingly as they brandished their blades, aiming for the chest of the two. They hailed from the New World, members of the Whitebeard Pirates. Fighting was their instinct. And amidst these seas, none could defeat them. Slish! The long blade pierced the abdomen, blood and entrails scattering across the ground. Wait, why does this blood seem so feeble? Shouldn't it be gushing forth? The pirate wielding the knife appeared to sense something amiss. His pupils contracted, and he turned, mouth agape. "No good. There's a problem." Crack! The sound caught in his throat. Before he could utter another word, the figure twisted and snapped his neck. His face remained expressionless, as if he felt no pain. Is that a corpse? Is that truly a corpse? Watching his comrades fall, Vista's eyes instantly reddened as he bellowed at Sith. "Humph!" Sith let out a low grunt, exerting force once more with the long knife, creating distance in their clash. "Who knows? All I know is they are my dear subordinates. If anything befalls them, it shall undoubtedly be in a fierce battle against the pirates." Bang! 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 The two figures, 3 blades clashing in midair. Vista grew increasingly incensed. The observation hockey sweeping over Sith repeatedly. There is something wrong with this person, without a doubt. Finally, his gaze landed on Sith's left hand, which appeared to be entwined with several slender black threads. Ever since the hermit evolved from its mature form into its complete form, becoming a being of black upon black, Sith had noticed that the darkness within him seemed to have become far more vibrant. It wasn't that the quality had changed drastically, but rather that his control had significantly improved. If the darkness once merely served as a weapon for survival, then now it had become his instinct, an inseparable part of his being. To some extent, the darkness now could even replace the chakra of the Naruto world, forming the puppet strings to control puppets, unlocking numerous new techniques. Chapter 61. I must have you. Marines, you are doomed. Vista's face hardened, the previous smile vanished, gripping a Western sword in one hand. He strode forward, lacking any intricate footwork, simply charging straight at Sith. With each step growing faster, crimson rose petals began to swirl around, the dense aura of killing intent bearing down upon him. With his eyes narrowed, Xisi found his aura surprisingly subdued by Vista. Truly, he was worthy of being a swordsman capable of contending with the likes of Hawkeye's. With a deft twist of the blade in his hand, the dark hue of his haki surged forth from his elbow, enveloping the entirety of his longsword. He stamped his foot and surged forward with equal swiftness. Mr. Vista, as a swordsman of mixed lineage, it brings me great joy to engage with you. However, to be cautious, my blade is far from what you might imagine. His voice crescendoed, and black-red flames erupted around him, warping the very air with their searing heat. In an instant, Vista's vision blurred, and Xisi's figure materialized before him, his long sword thrusting directly towards Vista's chest. Clang! The sharp sound echoed as Vista halted, swiftly raising his blade to parry. The two swords collided, sending sparks flying and producing a symphony of metal clashing, as a tempest of blade energy and fire surged outward, causing the floor beneath them to shatter. Creak! A scar marred the visage of Xisi, while Vista's elegant mustache had suffered a singed flaw. Vista appeared somewhat astonished. A less than pure swordsman? This fellow's speed surpasses my own? With a failed strike, Xisi let out a cold snort, advancing rather than retreating, and with a vigorous thrust of his arms, the blade carved a fiery arc through the air. Die, he declared. Unfazed, Vista's expression remained unchanged, a hint of a sardonic smile gracing his lips. Your prowess is commendable, but to think you could best me in swordsmanship is sheer folly. With that, Vista too surged forward, brandishing his blade. Clang, clang, clang. The three long swords clashed with overwhelming force, reverberating within the confined space of the ship's cabin, where the air was thick with glimmering blades and fierce strikes, forcing Xisi into a defensive stance. Meanwhile, the CP agents found themselves entangled in a stalemate. The rotund pirate wiped the blood from his face, rolled on the ground, and with a swift slash of his long knife, severed a leg from one of the CP members. Rising to his feet, he bellowed, "Brothers, fear not. These two monsters are nearing their end. Dislocate their shoulders, behead them, and chop them limb from limb. I refuse to believe that without their limbs, they can still rise against us. Yes, dislocate their shoulders." The pirates echoed in unison, charging forth, their blades aimed directly at the joints. Who were they? They were the Whitebeard pirates. Two mere entities, indistinguishable from specters, dared to impede their path. What a jest. The blood flowed increasingly, their movements grew more rigid, and Xisi struggled to maintain control. Vista, of course, had taken note of this, his pupils narrowing. He had awaited this moment for far too long. A flaw. Your left hand. This is your weakness. Vista cried out, executing a somersault in the air, his feet exchanging positions in a split second, creating whirlwinds with each step. The blade curled back, aimed directly at Xisi's left hand. A cascade of crimson roses fell like a mournful blood bloom. With a piercing gaze, Xisi seemed oblivious to everything except the approaching tornado. He scarcely had time to react. His body instinctively moved, a reflex ingrained in his very muscles. Years of relentless training and Zifa's merciless assaults culminated in this moment. He functioned like a finely tuned machine, every action executed within mere fractions of a second. Each step perfectly calculated, as if laden with deeper meaning. With a swift motion of his left hand, flames coalesced into a vortex before him, and he decisively relinquished the two CPs. Shadows enveloped his form as his right hand gripped the hilt, transforming into a whirlwind of blade light. Vista surged through the curtain of flames, colliding directly with Xisi. Clang, clang, clang. Their observation haki surged to its zenith, the blades danced midair, perpetually seeking weaknesses in one another's defenses. Bang! The two landed, and scalding blood dripped from Xisi's left hand like blackened oil, igniting crimson flames upon the deck in an instant. Sith emerged victorious in his gamble, successfully preserving his left hand. However, he also faced defeat, as a substantial portion of flesh was cruelly severed from his left arm, leaving it drenched in blood. The two companions were mercilessly torn to shreds by the pirates, while others leered, obstructing his escape. Xisi gasped for breath, the pain in his left arm tugging at his nerves. It was somewhat presumptuous to wield a blade in the presence of a true master swordsman. The cold gaze that fell upon him was laced with the certainty of doom. You are doomed, Navy. Bista approached from behind, his hair singed and brittle from the flames. His cloak marred by 2 new holes, yet his spirits remained high. You have already lost. As a swordsman, I can offer you a swift end. Lost? What jest is this? Sith wiped the bloodstains from his left hand with his sleeve. The darkness rendered his blood a deep shade of crimson. Glancing at the watch on his arm, he spread his hands in a gesture of astonishment. Oh, the time is nearly upon us. The escort ship must have passed through the gates of justice about 10 minutes ago, arriving at the underwater prison impelled down. If all goes as anticipated, the world government's decree will be issued within a month, reverberating across the globe. The 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, Port Gas d'Ace, is slated for public execution at Marine headquarters in Marineford. You, Bista, widened your eyes, your mustache bristling in indignation. You are testing my limits, Navy. He gripped his long sword tightly, his aura nearing a breaking point. Sismon nonchalantly shrugged, a hint of mockery gracing his features. No, no, no. I, Sismon, am a poet. I never lie. I merely articulate a certain truth. Kill him. Bista bellowed in fury, and the surrounding pirates surged forward. For Ace. There was no trace of panic on Xisi's face. Tilting his head slightly, he blinked, a cold smile gracing his lips. I had mentioned before that I am not merely a swordsman. Suddenly, the surrounding black mist surged violently, and he vanished once more into the shadows. The shadows danced. Ha ha ha, splendid. Truly a remarkable performance. I never anticipated that Bista could find himself in such a flustered state. What is his name again? Xisi? Standing upon the raft, Blackbeard erupted into laughter, leaning to the side as he inquired of his companions, for he had not paid heed during the ghost spider's introduction. Oka, adjusting his sniper rifle, was the most observant among them. Turning his head, he mused, all of this is due to fate. Little fellow, you do not remember. Do you think you would? Humph. Blackbeard's expression stiffened, realizing he had posed a futile question. He tilted his head to gaze at the rowing Boches, who was intently focused on the oars, tapping them as if pondering whether they had become infested with worms. Blackbeard pressed a hand to his forehead. Bemused at Bosch's apparent lack of intelligence, was he truly so foolish as to consider Boches? Lafitte, gripping his cane, pursed his crimson lips, seemingly deep in thought. Captain, you are not mistaken. It is indeed Xisi. What man Xisi? What man Xisi? What a poetic name. Blackbeard placed his hands on his hips, laughing heartily as his voice echoed across the night sky. Ha ha ha. Very well. What man Xisi? I shall undoubtedly claim you. Chapter 62. I have found you. The figure of Sis flickered and vanished from sight, only to suddenly reappear on the observation deck. As the sun withdrew, the moon fully claimed the sky, and the stars resumed their positions. A dark mist rose from the surrounding seas, casting a hauntingly eerie yet enchanting aura over the night sky. Mr. Vista, no. Captain Vista of the Whitebeard Pirates 5th Division. I have previously stated that I am not merely a swordsman. Thus, the second round commences now. Whoosh. As the words fell, Sis's body arched backward, the air slicing past his ears, while the black mist spiraled in the air like a tide, swiftly consuming his form entirely. He seemed both non-existent and omnipresent, calculating time, distance, and numbers. Who shall make the first move? His voice echoed hauntingly from within the mist, as darkness devoured the light, gradually eroding the courage of the pirates. He remained as malevolent as ever, perpetually instilling fear. Bang! Navy, come forth. Do you believe that such trivial tactics can defeat the Whitebeard pirates? A tall, lean pirate squeezed the trigger, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, and shouted frantically to those around him. In the depths of darkness, Sis cast a fleeting glance at him, failing to recognize him, and surmised he was no formidable character. You are the first. His voice resonated once more, akin to the ominous toll of death's knell. Suddenly, amidst the shadows, a disturbance stirred. Even those with dulled senses caught a whiff of impending dread. Vista's visage morphed in alarm as he swiftly turned, cleaving the air with his sword while shouting, Kong Jia. Flee quickly, he is right behind you. Incineration. Oversteaming kill. A colossal black fireball collided with Vista's blade, splitting in two yet maintaining its relentless speed. The fiery specter still lunging toward Kong Jia. Boom, 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 crack. Kong Jia abruptly spun around, terror etched across his face. As the bullets from his handgun discharged in rapid succession, his pupils darting in frantic rhythm. Do not come near. The voice dwindled, ultimately fading into the lifelessness of a fallen corpse. Gulp. A sudden sound of swallowing emerged from the crowd. Beads of sweat beginning to seep from the pores along their spines and necks. How could such a loathsome creature exist in this world? Huh. Bista clenched his weapon tightly, breathing heavily. It had been an eternity since he felt such rage. Fury burgeoned within his chest, and the scales of reason began to tip toward madness. The black mist possessed an alluring power of corruption. His observation haki enveloped the surroundings as he exerted his utmost vigilance. The once massive aura, capable of covering an entire small town, was now firmly confined within the black fog, unable to extend even to a single ship. They found themselves in a state of utter passivity. "Captain, it seems Bista cannot see clearly. Do you have any solutions?" Bosch's inquired while rowing the boat toward Blackbeard. All he could perceive was a mass of darkness. Even his sight seemed to be consumed. "Wait, that lad has concealed that area using his ability. That fruit possesses the power to obscure observation haki." Blackbeard's lips curled into a broad grin as he fixated on the distant battlefield, licking his lips. How intriguing. If it weren't for the tremor fruit awaiting my harvest, I would truly desire to claim this extraordinary fruit for myself. Akatu gazed toward that direction, his expression devoid of emotion. He glanced around at the others, ensuring no one was watching before discreetly wiping his glasses. Still, he saw nothing. His expression stiffened momentarily. Yet he quickly resumed his enigmatic demeanor. Such is fate. Meanwhile, aboard the warship, the lieutenant clenched his fists, a spark of excitement in his demeanor. "Did you all see? Major Sis has fully grasped the situation. Prepare to fire, ready to welcome the Major back." "Yes," came the resounding reply, the morale of the Navy soaring high. The second. Sid swiftly identified a second target, yet it was still not an entity exuding an exceptionally formidable presence. Fear was meticulously cultivated, for had he chosen Bista from the outset? What purpose would the mist serve? Would it not merely revert to the initial confrontation with Bista, where swords clashed with genuine intent? In the darkness, Xise's form moved like a specter, undetectable and unpredictable. Shadow struck. This time, he employed a different tactic as a sword forged from darkness erupted from the deck, piercing through a pirate clad in a crimson vest. Thud! Before a scream could escape, the pirate fell, akin to a shattered porcelain doll, crashing to the ground. Blood flowed past the feet of the surrounding pirates, the warm liquid sending chills through their bodies. At last, someone began to unravel, eyes ablaze with fury, wielding a long knife and hacking wildly into the obscurity. "Show yourself, Navy. Come forth, you wretched hound of the world government. What kind of skill is it to attack from the shadows?" Another massive black fireball burst forth from the gloom, causing more individuals to tremble uncontrollably. They were the Whitebeard pirates, the most formidable crew in the New World, yet they were still human, susceptible to fear. "Are you man or demon? Die." Bista opened his eyes, bloodshot and weary. His once elegant top hat lay forgotten, and burnt remnants lingered upon his curled mustache. He was exhausted, not from physical toil, but from the weight of despair. He would rather face the lieutenants of the other emperors than engage with Xise. He would prefer to battle the other emperors for 3 days and nights. Even death would be more glorious than this suffocating ordeal. This was not a man. It was a devil, a demon risen from the depths of hell. The netherworld lay empty, while evil roamed the earth. Why had no one sent this fiend back to hell? "Demon, Xise, you are nothing but a demon." With a piercing scream, he concentrated his murderous intent into a singular point, akin to the flash of a blade, momentarily parting the black mist. Yet, the darkness was vast, swiftly closing in once more. A glint of determination sparked in his eyes. For a swordsman of his caliber, even a small opening sufficed. "Found you, Xise. To conquer the devil, one must first become a devil oneself." His eyes burned with bloodlust and madness, teetering between lucidity and insanity. Chapter 63. I shall never be a pure swordsman, demon, perish. Bista roared, launching himself into the air, his crimson petals resembling a torrent of blooming roses. His sword energy and murderous intent cleaved the sky, ringing alarm bells within Xise's heart. There was no escape. Even retreating into darkness would not suffice. In that fleeting moment when the black mist parted, Bista's observation haki ensnared Xise, sealing his fate with no avenue for escape, akin to Odin's legendary spear, Gungnir, once thrown. It would surely strike true. This was beyond reason, beyond the realm of pirates. Sith was on the brink of madness. His visage contorted in a grimace as he hurriedly raised his blade for defense. Is the prowess of this world's sword masters truly this formidable? Gritting his teeth, Sith resolved to fight to the bitter end. In an instant, all his strength surged into his right arm. The darkness rendered his veins obsidian and swollen, resembling those filled with oil. At that moment, his power and potential reached their zenith. You wish to slay me? It shall not be so simple. Madness glimmered in his eyes as the black flames around him surged in response to his fury. Boom! 3 long blades clashed in the confines of a minuscule space. Sizzle! The air split apart, a fierce gust whipping his hair. As he landed, crimson, tinged with black, gushed from his chest. The wound stretched from his collarbone down to his abdomen, nearly cleaving him in two by Bista's hand. Flower Sword Bista, the great sword master, truly lives up to his title. I am in awe, deeply in awe. Spitting a mouthful of blood, Sith struggled to lift his head, shrouded by a veil of darkness, leaving only his scarlet eyes visible. His expression was devoid of emotion, merely a lament. He never anticipated that even with his extraordinary abilities, he could not withstand the relentless onslaught of a top-tier swordmaster. Powerful, truly powerful. If Flower Sword Bista has attained such strength, what then would be the spectacle of the world's foremost sword master, Hawkeye, one of the 4 emperors, unleashing his full might? Is such swordsmanship truly within the realm of human capability? Bista fixed his gaze on Sith, his condition equally dire. 2 Western swords supported his form, half of his once handsome face charred by flames, his robust physique now resembling that of a withered skeleton, making him look even more monstrous than a demon. You wretched fiend! At last, I shall put an end to you, Sith. With great difficulty, he advanced towards Sith, disregarding his injuries, a triumphant grin curling his lips. As Flower Sword Bista, he still possessed the strength to fight. Await him, whatever you may be, for today he shall unleash carnage upon you. The surrounding pirates stood in stunned silence. Though engulfed in flames, they felt not a trace of heat, only the pervasive chill of dread. Is that the aura of the captain? Having sailed together for years, they had never witnessed Bista so enraged and frenzied, momentarily forgetting to extinguish the pervasive black flames consuming the vessel. Rose petals in chaos. Bista's movements grew increasingly swift. The swordsmanship once employed to fend off attacks morphed into a deadly assault. With a single step forward, countless crimson petals shot towards Sith, each infused with sword aura, leaving a trail of tiny wounds upon his face even before they reached him. Sith strained to lift his body, the darkness enveloping him weaving like threads, mending his shattered form. Bista, I shall not perish by your hand. With his right hand gripping a knife and his left hand grasping, black threads akin to steel pierced his skin, rendering his already broken body even more terrifying. When a puppeteer loses all his puppets, he himself becomes the final puppet. The black threads course through his veins and arteries, propping him up like a marionette, the shadows dragging his body as he began to sprint with urgency. Die. The clash of blades reverberated once more. Regardless of Bista's actions, he had reached the end of his strength. Now it was a battle of wills, a contest of endurance where the last one standing would emerge victorious. On a nearby warship, the lieutenant peered through his telescope, his expression shifting. This is bad. Major Sith has acted rashly. Bring the ship closer. However, the naval officers nearby hesitated. Humph, with his life on the line, why cling to orders? Move closer. I will bear all responsibility. Yes, sir. The naval officer snapped to attention, saluting sharply. Boom, boom, boom. The cannonballs soared through the sky as the warship surged forward, its engines roaring. Crash. A resounding thud echoed from the ship's hull, jolting the vessel, and only then did the pirates react. It's the Navy. The Navy is attacking. Quick, counterattack. Illuminated by the flames, the lieutenant drew a long blade from his side, planting a foot on the railing of the pirate ship. Pointing his sword. Major Sith has slain the enemy leader. Follow me to kill. With that, the lieutenant charged ahead, his cape billowing in the air, swiftly felling one pirate with a single stroke. The naval soldiers exchanged glances, flames igniting in their eyes, as if the legendary Whitebeard pirates were nothing in comparison. Kill. They unsheathed their swords and raised their guns, advancing with fervor, engaging the pirates in a fierce melee. This time, tasked with escorting Ace. The Ghost Spider had drawn elite naval soldiers from the headquarters, each battle-hardened, coupled with the fact that the pirates had just endured a brutal onslaught from Sith. Their morale was low, and they were momentarily caught off guard by the Navy's sudden assault, losing their composure. Sis observed the scene, casting a shadow to evade the lethal blade of Bista, a faint yet tragic smile gracing his lips. It seems this time I have triumphed, have I not? Bista, your end is nigh. You are doomed. You are doomed. Bista strained his neck, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent, casting a glance back at the retreating 5th Division. His eyes bloodshot, teeth clenched tightly, his voice tinged with a hint of despair. Retreat. Set sail. Retreat. With a swift motion of his right hand, he swung his sword. The petals of roses swirling around the blade, catching many sailors off guard and sweeping them away. There can be no further delay. This is the final strike. The last chance. If this blow fails to fell Sis, we must retreat. Rose slash. His right hand exerted tremendous force, nearly fracturing the sword in his grip. The immense sword energy, intertwined with Rose's, aimed directly at Sis's visage. The gaze of Sis resembled the depths of a lake, reflecting the ominous shadow of death. Truly formidable, the great swordsman Bista. He sighed, gripping the hilt of his sword. As a swordsman, he ought to withstand this, yet he could not perish here. After all, he was no mere swordsman. To cleanse this world, he would employ any means necessary, be it swordsmanship or martial arts. He had always been a man who would stop at nothing to achieve his goals. Shadows around him strained against his body, and in a moment of peril, the blade's light barely grazed his left hand, blood spraying forth. Yet fortune favored him. Apart from some severed flesh, he survived nearly unscathed. On the receding raft, Blackbeard stood with his hands on his hips, his expression a complex mix of neither joy nor sorrow. It seemed the outcome was decided. The Navy had triumphed in this battle. Bases clutched the oars, fixated, acknowledging that the Navy had indeed produced a remarkable figure. Lafitte set down his cane, his expression suddenly grave, turning to his companion. Captain, what shall we do? Should we take this opportunity to eliminate them? Blackbeard paused for a moment, then shook his head, a hint of nonchalance gracing his somewhat unsightly face. Let him go this time. I have a premonition that if he survives, this world will become quite interesting. Darkness danced within his chest, as if in an instant he had forged an inexplicable connection with Sis, only to have it abruptly severed. A man who stops at nothing? Ha ha ha, I am that very man as well. Cough cough Bista, you have lost. The victor this time is I, Wilson Sis. The lieutenant assisted Sis, who struggled to rise from the deck, his eyes wild with madness. On the deck, the Navy's advantage grew ever greater. Once the tide turned, it was a rout. Many pirates cornered, the Navy's momentum overwhelming. Bista, wielding a rapier, his eyes reddened and bloodshot, realized he had underestimated what seemed to be an ordinary Navy. Navy, this time you have won, but it is far from over. We are the Whitebeard pirates, and we shall settle all scores. Bista clenched his fists, his charred face a mask of determination. An opportunity? There is always an opportunity. Men like you, the Navy would never cease their recruitment efforts, would they? Wait for me. At Marineford, I will take Ace's head along with yours. Supported by his lieutenant, Sis also fixed his gaze on Bista. Settle scores? Bista, by the time we meet again, the very existence of the Whitebeard pirates may be in question. However, whether remnants of the old era, the Blackbeard pirates, or the son of Whitebeard, I intend to spare none of you. Set sail, retreat, withdraw. A rotund pirate roared, as their ship, having collided with the warship, began to move again. Bista swung his sword, the fierce wind slicing through the ranks of the Navy, sending them tumbling into the sea. The lieutenant helped Sis back to the warship, raising his hand to signal retreat from the pursuit. In this realm devoid of logic, the destructive power of a single formidable individual could obliterate the heavens and the earth. Though Bista's strength had not yet reached such catastrophic levels, Sis too had lost his combat capability. This battle was a resounding victory. There was no need for further complications. The priority now was to tend to Sis' injuries. Someone, fetch the ship's doctor. The lieutenant bellowed, instructing the Navy to maintain their distance. The ship's doctor rushed from the cabin, hastily attending to Sis' wounds, preparing to place him on a stretcher for transport. The lieutenant's expression grew anxious. Losing a creature as formidable as Sis would be a grave loss for the Navy. How severe are Major Sis' injuries? Sis bore multiple fractures, a grievous injury to his left arm, significant blood loss, and the sword wound to his chest had penetrated his innards. Fortunately, his life was not in danger, however. The extent of his physical exhaustion suggested a lengthy recovery period. As long as he can recover, that is all that matters. The lieutenant sighed in relief. Withdraw. Our target is the gate of justice. Understood. Despite Sis' grave injuries, the morale within the Navy remained high. They had defeated the Whitebeard pirates, sending them into a rout. In these vast seas, who could stand against them? As dawn began to break, the three factions that had once faced each other withdrew from the waters. Leaving only the remnants of flames flickering upon the wreckage, all else was quiet and desolate. Moses, Moses, this is Ship 1. Please respond. The transponder snail suddenly rang, and the lieutenant, standing at the bow, answered the call. This is Ship 3. I am Lieutenant Weiss. The 5th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates has been repelled. I repeat, the 5th Division has been repelled. Ship 3 is now en route to the Gate of Justice. Understood. This is Ghost Spider. How is Sis faring? The transponder snail's expression shifted, and a two-headed dragon helmet emerged from nowhere, the voice deepening ominously. Major Sis is severely injured, but his life is not in jeopardy. The ship's doctor has provided preliminary treatment, and his injuries will be further assessed at Impel Down. Ghost Spider was somewhat taken aback. He had expected Sis to have sacrificed himself to defeat Bista, yet here he was, alive and well. Slightly changing his demeanor, Ghost Spider quickly regained his composure. Speed up. The fleet will await you near the Gate of Justice. With that, Ghost Spider hung up the call. Understood. The lieutenant saluted sharply, calling to those behind him. Full speed ahead, destination, the Gate of Justice. With his command, the warship surged forward, slicing through the waves. After more than half an hour, the lieutenant wheeled Sis onto the main vessel. Admiral, the lieutenant and Sis greeted Ghost Spider. Well done, Ghost Spider acknowledged with a nod. His keen eyes, sharpened by years of frontline combat, recognized the authenticity of Sis' injuries. It was a struggle for survival. Your fight was invaluable. Once we secure Fresh-faced Ace and Impel Down, I will commend your efforts to the higher-ups. The Navy will not overlook a valiant contributor. The scoundrels at Judicial Island will not be able to contend with you. Ghost Spider preferred tangible rewards over mere verbal accolades, such as alleviating his subordinates' concerns. Thank you. Ghost Spider waved his hand lightly. Enough. You may rest now. With that, he dismissed the two, returning to the bow, relishing the sensation of the sea breeze. The lieutenant pushed the wheelchair, sighing as he observed Ghost Spider's retreating figure. The Admiral remains unchanged. It is no wonder many harbor disdain for him. Major Sis, do you wish to visit Fresh-faced Ace now? The adjutant is ultimately a professional adept at managing trivial affairs. Although those two CP agents have been valiantly slain, not by the Sith, but in the relentless assault of the Whitebeard pirates, it remains the fundamental duty of the Sith, as the escort officer dispatched to Judicial Island, to fulfill his responsibilities. Sith nodded, a somber smile gracing his face. You are indeed correct. It would be prudent to take a closer look at Port-Gas d'Ace, the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard pirates. After all, I have only just recovered from a near-fatal encounter with the captain of the 5th Division. Chapter 65, The Gate of Justice, Port-Gas d'Ace. Sith pushed his wheelchair through the heavy blockade established by the Navy. His gentle smile, sending an unsettling chill down one's spine. Once again, we meet, Port-Gas d'Ace. Wilson Sith, Ace, bound in chains, struggled to lift his head, his gaze locking with Sith's. I specifically inquired with the guards about your name, the escort from Eni's lobby. Oh, it seems you are faring quite well. Sith extended his hand to receive the vegetable juice passed to him by his aide. The doctor had advised him to adopt a lighter diet recently. Yet this was perhaps excessively insipid. The cup was filled with a vibrant green hue. With a subtle flutter of his eyelids, he feigned sophistication and took a sip. Turning his gaze towards the window beside him, he maintained a poised posture, tilting his head slightly as if contemplating the sky, for the next time he emerged. It might be for his execution. Humph, compared to the sky, the wounds on your body pique my interest far more. Is it from Bista? I recognize his blade. Such wounds could only be inflicted by him. You must be feeling rather unwell now, E.S. coldly remarked. Sith gently swirled the vibrant green vegetable juice in his cup, evoking an indescribable sensation. You truly understand, my young friend. Indeed, after your departure, I was tasked with covering our retreat and even encountered Bista, the captain of the 5th Division of the Whitebeard pirates. Reflecting on it now, the wounds adorning my body still ache faintly. That was none other than Flower Sword Bista. Yet, he is merely a treacherous scoundrel, hardly a match for me, Ace remarked with a grimace. Outside the window, the weather was splendid. The sun had just risen above the horizon, and if one looked closely, 2 news birds could be seen soaring through the sky, a truly delightful sight. Sith rested one hand on the windowsill, allowing the sea breeze to caress him as he took a deep breath. Turning his head, a smile graced his lips, concealing an unusual blend of eeriness and indifference. You are correct. I am indeed a treacherous individual who resorts to any means necessary to achieve my goals. But have you pondered this question? Since I was responsible for the rearguard and have returned safely, what then of Bista? The voice of Sis was soft and gentle. Yet to Ace's ears, it resonated with a chilling terror. He trembled all over, his teeth chattering. What have you done to him? Speak up, Wilson Sis. What have you done to Bista, you despicable wretch? Oh, what indeed? Sith firmly grasped Ace's chin, a dangerous glint flickering within his pupils. Vista is a pirate, and I am a naval officer. What do you think I will do? He hissed. You scoundrel, I will not let you go. Suddenly, Ace began to struggle violently. With a whoosh, a flicker of black flame erupted, turning the nearby table to char port gas D. Ace, I implore you to remain calm. Although your current thoughts align with my desires, I have not captured Vista. If he recovers smoothly, you should still be able to see him during your execution. Ace gasped. Breathing heavily, his face contorted in rage. This man's heart was pierced. Since Bista is unharmed, why have you come to see me? Merely to showcase your malicious temperament? With a slight shrug of his shoulders, Xisi bore a somewhat innocent expression. Of course not. What benefit could this possibly bring me? As a warden, is it not entirely normal for me to inspect my prisoners? The gaze filled with resentment fell upon Xisi. Ace finally understood. He comprehended at last. The man before him merely sought to toy with his emotions. Naval officer, Xisi, I truly wish to pose a question to you. Go ahead. Do you harbor a particular disdain for our Whitebeard pirates? It seems you are going to great lengths to target us. Huh. Xisi shook his head with a cold smirk. Target you? What an absurd notion. You must be jesting. Do you truly believe that a mere crew like the Whitebeard pirates is worthy of my attention? How laughable. Whether you are Whitebeard or Blackbeard, I care not what moniker you bear. As long as you are a pirate, you shall receive no kindness from me. Why? Ace erupted in fury. Why? We have committed no wrongs. We have never taken the initiative to harm anyone. Why do you treat us this way? Committed no wrongs? Sith's fingers plunged deeply into his forehead, marking his transformation into a pirate. This, indeed, is the gravest error you have committed. If venturing into the sea were merely for the sake of adventure and exploration, why then raise the Jolly Roger and stir up tempests across the oceans? Pausing momentarily, Sith continued, you were destined to become a commendable naval officer. A naval officer? To serve the world government and become a mere hound for the celestial dragons, like you? A hound? Sith's form vanished from sight, the blade pressed against Ace's throat. I shall say this once. No one can truly command me. Not the Navy, not the world government. And certainly not those imbeciles, the celestial dragons. What I seek is a means to ascend to the pinnacle of this world. To sweep away all malevolent spirits and to reshape the order of existence. With those words, Sith reverted to his genteel demeanor, sheathing his sword and turning away in his wheelchair. Farewell, Port Gas D. Ace. I hope our next conversation is not held before a gravestone. With a creak, the Navy sealed the door, partitioning the inside from the outside world. Ace lifted his gaze to the sun outside, shivering slightly. Today's sunlight feels so cold. Open the gate of justice, commanded the ghost spider, standing at the bow of the warship, as he issued the order to the sentinels within the second pillar. Instantly, the entire pillar sprang into action. The towering gate of justice loomed thousands of meters high, casting a shadow that obscured the sun, a truly magnificent artificial marvel within the pirate world. To the diminutive folk, the gate of justice appeared as a mountain, its summit lost to sight. To the human navy, it still resembled a mountain, stretching beyond the horizon. To giants and fiends, it maintained that same mountain-like stature, an endless expanse. Aside from the original designers of the gate, no one knew its true height or magnitude. It served as the genuine portal between the Navy headquarters and the underwater prison, impelled down. The command from Vice Admiral Ghost Spider echoed swiftly within the ranks of the Sentinels, confirming identities until the final unlocking. Steam billowed forth in great clouds, causing even the sea's surface to seem to simmer. After a series of operations, the towering steel gate, reaching a height of 1,000 meters, finally parted to reveal a narrow opening. Yet, even this slight gap was ample enough for the entire fleet to pass through side by side with ease. Sith sat in place, occasionally marveling at the sheer magnitude of the fleet that would be required to fill this door when it swung wide open. Chapter 66. Welcome to my impel down. Suddenly, the expression on the face of the snail phone transformed into something exceedingly comical. Moses, this is Vice Warden Hannibal. One day, I shall ascend to the position of warden. Ah, forgive me. I seem to have revealed my ambitions. The ghost spider rolled his eyes. Feeling truly helpless against Hannibal's foolishness, he found it hard to reconcile his sense of justice with Hannibal's eccentric methods. This is Vice Admiral Ghost Spider of the Navy headquarters, currently tasked with escorting Fresh-faced Ace, the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, to impel down. The time is now 10:32 a.m. The fleet has passed through the gates of justice. Please prepare for reception at impel down. Fresh-faced Ace? A gasp erupted. followed by static on the other end, as the snail phone's expression shifted to that of a cold, indifferent middle-aged man. I am Warden Magellan. Please provide your ship's identification number. Our ship's identification number is XXXXXXXX. Understood. I will meet with Vice Warden Hannibal and Deputy Warden Domino at the designated location to ensure the successful completion of this transfer. Very well. The ship will arrive at Impel Down within 3 hours. Please make the necessary preparations. With that, Ghost Spider hung up the phone. Full speed ahead. Destination: Impel Down. Yes. The ship surged forward, creating cascading golden waves upon the sea. Hurry, hurry, everyone move. We must reach the designated location as quickly as possible. Before Impel Down, countless figures resembling guards were sprinting with fervor. This was not their first encounter with such a grand spectacle. Over the past few decades, they had received notorious individuals like Shiki the Golden Lion, Red Count Bartholomew, and Crocodile, all of whom had stirred the Grand Line into chaos. Even though they were now dealing with the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' 2nd Division, it did little to alter their expressions. At the main entrance of the underwater prison, Vice Warden Hannibal inquired of the warden beside him. Warden, has the Navy not yet arrived? He appeared rather imposing. With wings sprouting from his back and sharp horns atop his head, yet his demeanor was strangely foolish. Warden Magellan glanced at his watch. His stature was more imposing than Hannibal's, and he donned a menacing gas mask that suggested he was not to be trifled with. It is now 1 p.m. They should be arriving shortly. Just as Magellan's calm voice faded, the sea began to stir. The once placid surface erupted into waves as, under the blazing sun, a fully manned Navy fleet emerged unexpectedly. Attention all units, prepare for the reception of the dangerous criminal. The voice of Deputy Warden Domino echoed through the broadcast, and the entire Impel Down sprang to life, ready to receive the impending arrival. Hello, Vice Admiral Ghost Spider. I am Warden Magellan from Impel Down. Magellan stepped forward, extending his hand to shake Ghost Spider's. Vice Admiral Ghost Spider of the Navy Headquarters. Due to the gas mask, Magellan's voice sounded slightly hoarse. Vice Admiral Ghost Spider. Is Fire Fist Ace aboard the ship? Ghost Spider nodded, gesturing to the Navy personnel behind him. Bring him here. With that, the door to the holding chamber was flung open, revealing Ace, bound by chains as thick as a baby's arm. Sith, maneuvering his wheelchair at the forefront, pushed Ace down the gangplank. I will personally oversee the incarceration. Hannibal, please attend to these individuals. Upon seeing Ace, Magellan's expression turned serious. He signaled to the surrounding guards, who began escorting Ace through the gates of Impel Down, where Hannibal awaited. Haha, welcome to my Impel Down. Ah, that was a slip of the tongue. I revealed my ambitions again. I am Vice Warden Hannibal. I hope we can work well together. Lieutenant Commander Sith, pleased to meet you. Ghost Spider turned away, uninterested, while Sith extended his right hand with curiosity. He did not know much about Hannibal. His impression solely based on the image of the man who had been beaten to a pulp by the Straw Hats Luffy, yet still stood bravely before a group of fugitives. Such a person never evoked pity in him. Even in defeat, what did those self-proclaimed titans of the seas have to compare with him? Though the urge to recruit surged within him, he ultimately decided against it, realizing that his rank seemed considerably lower than Hannibal's, rendering him incapable of fulfilling the ambitions Hannibal spoke of. However, he thought, it was of no consequence. Paths are forged step by step, and meals are consumed bite by bite. The current power lies with the 5 elders, and who knows what the future holds. Just yesterday, he dreamed of extraordinary things to come, feeling as if he were destined for greatness. Wilson Sith, I have heard of your exploits. The secretary dispatched from Judicial Island. If you are injured, the hospital is over there. Deputy Warden Domino can take you. Secretary? Sith furrowed his brow, a look of perplexity crossing his face. What clerk are you referring to? Are you mistaken? Am I not the escort officer responsible for accompanying Admiral Ghost Spider? How have I suddenly become a clerk? Hannibal's expression remained utterly unchanged. As for this matter, I cannot comment. However, the information we have received indicates that poor Gasti, Ace, the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, is to be transported to Impel Down for temporary detention. With the judgment resolution concerning Ace being announced by Clerk Wilson Sith, the expression on Xi's face visibly darkened. Who could be the scoundrel that compelled him to engage in such an offensive act? Without a moment's hesitation, he surmised it must be Ruijin's. This was a failed scheme that birthed another, intending to pit him against the Ghost Spider and subsequently against Carp. Deviousness, truly devious. Yet, alas, the higher the path, the greater the devil. Your uncle remains your uncle. With Victor, A superior within the Navy, having meticulously arranged everything, the ghost spider posed no challenge whatsoever. As for Carp, while the old man's methods of educating the young may be lacking, his magnanimity certainly surpasses Ruigen's narrow-mindedness. In the face of significant moral dilemmas, there exists no real issue, perhaps only a slight disdain towards him. A small-minded individual is indeed just that. They always prefer to speculate on others' thoughts using their own petty standards. With a sigh, Xisi turned his gaze towards the ghost spider. The ghost spider, cigarette in mouth, nodded in his direction. Rest assured, remain at ease here. I guarantee that the Navy will never mistreat any meritorious servant. Nothing untoward shall occur here. After listening, Xisi could only suppress his feelings deep within. He was not afraid of the second-rate bureaucrat, Ruigens, in a straightforward confrontation. However, who could guarantee that he would never fall victim to a treacherous backstab? What he yearned for was the moment when Ruigens found himself isolated. At that point, he would relish the opportunity to see who would hold the upper hand. On Judicial Island, in the office of a newly appointed senior prosecutor, a delicate and expensive porcelain vase was hurled to the ground with a resounding crash. Ruigens, having just returned to his office, appeared visibly agitated. Chapter 67. Humanoid Beings? As a quintessential representative of a bureaucrat straddling the line between semi-feudalism and semi-capitalism, the impotent rage was almost a standard trait among the officials of Judicial Island. And senior prosecutors like Ruigens were no exception to this norm. As soon as Wilson Sis arrived at Impel Down, he acquired information about himself through certain special channels, which naturally included the praise from the ghost spider. Incompetence, mere incompetence. What are those two fools doing? I instructed them to stoke the flames. And this is the best they can muster? The fire is nearly licking at my backside, and they call this a blaze. Seated at his desk, Ruigens wore a scowl, his previously lofty demeanor of a scholar seemingly discarded. Where are those two fools? Why haven't they returned to see me? Ruigens bellowed. The two subordinates beside him shivered in unison, pushing each other forward, reluctant to face the ire. After a minute had passed, Ruigens slammed his hand on the table, his expression dark enough to scrape mud from the ground. What on earth is happening? Are you still trying to deceive me? The eyelids of his two subordinates twitched nervously. It was bad news. Ruigens was furious. Reluctantly, one of them stepped forward and said, Sir, we received word from the Navy that they followed Navy Major Sis into the enemy ranks, fighting valiantly against dozens of pirates, but unfortunately succumbed in the end. Their bodies barely intact. Fighting to the death against dozens of pirates? Just those two? As a superior, Ruigens was incredulous. As the saying goes, if the soldiers are cowards, the general is a disgrace. I do not doubt their cowardice, as I know them well. They are not capable of such valor. Even fighting a handful of pirates would be pushing it. They can only bully the weak and prey on the innocent. His subordinates wiped the sweat from their brows, exchanging glances that revealed their shared embarrassment. Truth be told, when the four of them first joined CP, they were quite formidable, until they encountered Ruigens. As the saying goes, if the soldiers are cowards, so too is the general. Despite having considerable strength, he prefers to hide in the back, claiming to command the battle. For over a decade, he has seldom had the opportunity to strike, and even the strongest will eventually rust if left unused. However, Ruigens still preferred those two, perhaps due to their ample behinds, which made him entrust them with such a crucial task. Otherwise, today's unfortunate fate would have befallen someone else. With a cold demeanor, Ruigens drummed his fingers on the table, a habitual gesture when deep in thought. Although he had left some measures in place at Impel Down, they were likely insufficient for immediate results. To dare harm his underlings was a grave offense, and he intended for Sis to face dire consequences. With a decisive clap of his hand, Ruigens had made up his mind. You too, relay the order to prepare a warship. I shall personally head to Impel Down. Ah, sir, you must reconsider. The world government is holding an internal meeting regarding the Whitebeard pirates, a prime opportunity to make a public appearance. You cannot afford to miss this chance. Who knows when you might have another opportunity to accrue merit. Indeed. This meeting, which is rife with brutish warriors, would benefit greatly from your cultured presence. The two subordinates chimed in, bowing and ingratiating themselves. Gazing at them, sparks ignited in Ruigens' eyes. Since those two had perished, there was no longer a need for allies. Ultimately, Ruigens' strongest underlings would need to be dealt with. He resolved that from this day forth, he would indulge in protein shakes daily, striving to cultivate a more ample form. Should I wait a bit longer? Of course, you should wait. A minor character like Wilson Sis can be crushed at your leisure. It matters not when you decide to eliminate him. Very well, I shall wait. Oh, and make a call to impel down, instructing Sis to remain after reading the judgment on Fresh-faced Ace. I suspect someone may be colluding with pirates to orchestrate a prison break. A prison break? The two subordinates wore puzzled expressions before realization dawned upon them. Giving Ruigens a thumbs up. Brilliant, truly brilliant. As expected of you, Sir Ruigens. The one colluding with the pirates is none other than Sis. Who could possibly breach impel down? Ruigens lifted his gaze to the sky outside, a cold smile spreading across his lips. Wilson, Sis, you dare to kill my underlings? Humph. I shall make you pay with your life. In the first level of impel down, within the medical laboratory, Sis, seated in a wheelchair, leaned forward and addressed Vice Warden Domino. She was an elegant woman clad in the standard impel down attire, with flowing golden hair and red-brown sunglasses concealing her eyes. Although she was the Vice Warden, she often assumed the responsibilities of the Warden. As Warden Magellan was preoccupied with his constipation, Vice Warden Hannibal was consumed by ambition, and Chief Guard Shiryu was a master of murder. Who else but Domino could wield such authority within impel down? Domino's expression was somewhat frosty. If all went as expected, Sis would be encountering yet another emotionless individual since his debut. The black brim of her hat perpetually shadowed her right eye, perhaps indicative of a brooding nature. Glancing at her watch, she nodded. It was still early, and Warden Magellan should still be in the restroom, allowing for 5 more minutes of conversation. Please, ask your question. As the most powerful woman in impel down, Domino occasionally found herself in a position of frustration. When admirals arrived, she was there to receive them. When vice admirals came, she was there as well. Aside from a few female visitors, she was also the one to greet Navy majors, which was quite vexing. As a renowned woman of authority within impel down, may I invite you to share a meal with me? You may decline, but the night is long, and I shall undoubtedly wait. As she opened her mouth, she felt an overwhelming urge to slap herself, a reflexive action rooted in habit from her time in town. Domino turned her head, enveloped in silence, her expression devoid of emotion. Dinner? The very notion that someone would invite her to dine was astonishing. Her heart raced, quickening its pace by a couple of beats. Ever since she assumed the role of deputy warden in the Progress City, her life had become increasingly estranged from that of a normal person. Not only had invitations to dinner become a rarity, but there were times when even her monthly cycle was an inconvenience. Work, and endless piles of work. What kind of people surrounded her? Human gas chambers? Ambitious charlatans? Deranged murderers? Masochists? Perhaps the idea of dining with a fellow human being was not so bad after all. Chapter 68. Why are you so proficient? Time, place, cuisine? Sit's expression stiffened, Domino's decisiveness far exceeding his expectations. Dinner? This stemmed from human cognitive inertia, what one might colloquially term a Freudian slip. Back in Unit 177, he'd often invited others to dine, extending the gesture so frequently that upon encountering women of compatible temperament, the invitation became reflexive. No ulterior motives, merely a desire for intellectual communion. To explore life's philosophical depths. As a poet, he rejected all insinuations of impropriety. This time, however, his intent wasn't culinary. A question had long festered in his mind. For women like Domino, who concealed an eye beneath their hair, was it open or closed? If open, wouldn't the strands irritate it? If closed, could the remaining eyes truly synchronize their focus? Would double vision occur if both opened simultaneously? And wasn't he winking perpetually exhausting? Did they sleep with both eyes shut, or maintain their asymmetrical vigil? These burning inquiries now lodged in his throat. The invitation had been issued. Even if it meant financial ruin, he'd endure this meal. Domino awaited his response, though her face remained impassive. Sith, a seasoned veteran of 5 concurrent romances, recognized the subtle shift. She was intrigued. Why? It defied logic. Had his charm truly ascended to celestial heights, compelling women to flock unbidden? Plausible. Without plausibility, there'd be no narrative immersion. Gripping his wheelchair, Sith adopted a sheepish tone. Domino, isn't this progressing rather swiftly? Her brow furrowed, a rare crack in her stoicism. You issued the invitation. Now you recoil? Humanoids these days are insufferably capricious. But who was she? Deputy Warden of Impel Down, the world's most formidable prison. To pique her interest and then retreat? Foolish man. You court annihilation. Are you reneging? Domino's voice glaciated, her expression reverting to its usual frost. His eyes swallowed hard. From his years of experience, he had reached a crucial crossroads in his life akin to that of a gal game protagonist. He could either indulge in a meal or face imprisonment. At the level of a domino effect, Any trivial accusation could easily land Xisi behind bars for a couple of years. In a sense, an irate Domino was far more troublesome than an irritated Bista. Eating was, of course, the preferable option, and it had to be a grand feast. However, he was not particularly familiar with the intricacies of the city. Sith displayed an expression of discomfort. This evening at 7 o'clock. The Red Lotus Hotel, within the first level of Impel Down. Domino nodded in acknowledgement. As an 18-year-old young woman, venturing out with a close friend was almost instinctual. However, the conditions of advancing into the city were less than ideal, and Sith's disguise as her companion was hardly convincing. Yet they managed to make do. Pondering the prospect of resigning if necessary, nightfall at Impel Down arrived swiftly. After changing into a gauzy garment, Sith assisted her wheelchair as they ventured down the path in search of sustenance. This establishment, situated in the depths of the notorious prison, was the Red Lotus Hell on the first level. The sky was shrouded in a dark mist, reminiscent of a tempestuous Iron Maiden, passionate, unrestrained, and suffocating. Below, an expanse of crimson blades formed a steel jungle, adorned with the corpses of numerous inmates, a distinct characteristic of the region known as Impel Down. The Red Lotus Hotel, chosen by Domino, was perched directly above this first level of hell. Peering downward, one could glimpse the forest of swords, while upward, through specially constructed tempered glass, the aquatic creatures of the sea could be observed. The air was filled with the haunting cries of the hotel staff, prison guards, who had concocted a symphony of despair. From Sith's perspective, this venue served as an excellent location for a first date, effectively setting a formidable tone for her companion. Conversely, for Domino, the incessant wails that echoed throughout the year made this an unsuitable place for relaxation. It served only as a reminder of her impending work obligations. The two, each lost in their own thoughts, sat across from one another at the table. In a rare moment of leisure, Domino opted for a casual attire this evening, donning a light makeup, thigh-high boots, a leather jacket, and a round hat, resembling a cool Western cowboy. As for Sith, he appeared more formal, clad in a crisp black suit. Had it not been for his visible injuries, the sense of immersion would have been even more profound. The two exchanged glances, their outfits contrasting sharply. Sith could even perceive, through his glasses, the disdain emanating from Domino, an expression akin to that reserved for the unsophisticated. Sith furrowed her brow. Could this be the legendary city dweller? They exchanged awkward glances. Is this what they call a first date? Or rather, a tea gathering? Domino, her expression impassive, picked up the menu and, out of habit, handed it over. You order first. For some reason, Domino possessed a peculiar instinct to protect and control women. Hence she usually allowed her companions to place the order when dining out, even when accompanying Little Suddy. However, Little Suddy had a rather masochistic disposition, which did not quite align with her preferences. Her choice of dishes often failed to satisfy her palate. She favored the delicate, demure types. Yet the Empress Hancock she had seen in the newspaper also seemed appealing. The choices among humanity truly posed a challenge. As for the humanoid before her, after a confirming glance, she realized he was not of her favored type. Oh, not in terms of gender, but rather category. Apart from beings like Hannibal, Magellan, and Shirey, as well as non-human entities confined in prisons, she was rather tolerant of humanoids like Sith. Nonetheless, the search for a partner ultimately required compatibility within the same species. Monkeys with monkeys, gorillas with gorillas, men with men, and women with women. Given the current exceptional circumstances, in the interest of relaxation, she could slightly broaden her criteria for companionship, but it must remain within humanoid forms. Beyond that, it would verge on being subhuman. Sith narrowed his eyes, pondering the unconventional nature of this encounter. Shouldn't the man traditionally present the menu first, seizing the opportunity to garner some goodwill? Why was this woman exhibiting a flirtatious demeanor even more adept than his own? With a stiff expression, he accepted the menu and lowered his gaze. A fleeting glance revealed he intended to hastily order a couple of dishes. A slight tremor coursed through him, stirring feelings of nausea. The vibrant green of the brainwashed delicacy and the grotesque sight of the bloodied flesh were overwhelming. The city dwellers certainly possessed a remarkable talent for culinary audacity. Though he was sometimes labeled a demon, his stomach remained distinctly mortal. This cuisine was beyond his capabilities. Domino cast a sidelong glance at Sith, her eyes laced with a hint of disdain. Truly, he was a timid creature, not her preferred type. A partner of the same sex was undoubtedly more suitable. Chapter 69. The lilies of my hometown bloom. Domino seized the menu from Sith's hands with a show of assertiveness, her focus now entirely on its contents. Assertive seemed an inaccurate descriptor. After all, it was Sith who struck fear into the hearts of pirates. Why, then, did he feel overshadowed by Domino's commanding presence? It defied logic, utterly preposterous. "We shall have this, and this," she declared, pointing at the menu with wild abandon. Sith could scarcely discern her selections, only noticing the prison guard's turned waitstaff nodding in response. In a prison-themed hotel, it was hardly surprising to find guards in attendance. Though the cuisine felt misaligned and the atmosphere rather peculiar, Domino demonstrated a commendable ability to gauge her partner's appetite, thus proving herself a worthy companion. "Would you like to drink? Wine? A Bloody Mary?" Domino inquired, lifting her gaze to him and marking her choice on the menu, as was her custom. Sith, unfamiliar with the libations of the pirate realm, found himself hearing these names for the first time. Typically, he ordered beer at taverns, indulged in floral wines with Victor, and shared large cups of sake with old friends. As for specific labels, who could say? When others treated, he simply opted for the pricier options. The arrival of drinks was swift, while the dishes took their time, granting Sith and Domino ample opportunity to engage in meaningful conversation. Unlike the innocuous tomato juice cocktails of Earth, the Bloody Mary of the pirate world was far more brutal, sharing only a semblance with the sanguine essence of a maiden. In the first layer of the Red Lotus hell within Impel Down, nourished by the blood of prisoners, a few ferns occasionally sprouted in the corners, bearing crimson fruits. The liquor crafted from these fruits was known as Bloody Mary, or the blood of villains. It was said to have been introduced by a chef named Mary, who, based on her years of service, could very well be Domino's predecessor, having long since retired. As the cork popped, two elegant glasses were placed before them. Sith skillfully filled his glass and initiated a conversation. It is said that the conclusion of a blind date often begins with the first topic, though its veracity remained uncertain. "Miss Domino, you've been working at Impel Down for quite some time now, haven't you?" Domino frowned at this inquiry. It was after working hours, and she had no desire to discuss her profession. A jolt ran through Sith's heart as she observed Domino's expression. Through her personal experiences, she had come to realize that the conclusion of a blind date often begins with the very first utterance, a notion that might indeed hold some truth. "By the way, I've heard that Port Asti, Ace has two brothers." The lines on Domino's face deepened further. This humanoid creature truly lacked sensitivity. She had no desire to work, no inclination to deal with the constipated warden, nor to engage with the ambitious deputy warden, and she certainly wished to avoid the head guard, who was prone to squabbling with inmates over cell allocations. All she longed for was rest. Do you understand? Clearly, he was not her preferred type. He simply did not comprehend the intricacies of human emotions. As for companionship, perhaps it is indeed better found in same-sex relationships. The expression on Xisi's face grew increasingly anxious. What was the matter with this woman? She refrained from discussing work and neglected to share juicy gossip about the fresh criminal. What, then, was there left to talk about? Her illustrious achievements, perhaps? In truth, during my journey to the city, I encountered Domino, the 5th Division captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, who pouted with an ever more displeased demeanor. This woman was truly difficult to manage. I heard whispers that the pirate empress, Boa Hancock, had developed feelings for a man. Domino's spirits were suddenly lifted. Rumors. Surely this must be mere rumor. What a jest. I am unmistakably an independent woman. When did I ever become a man? Xise's expression fell. Peach, a member of the Rosaceae family, a deciduous small tree. Wait, is there something amiss? With widened eyes, Xise's gaze towards Domino shifted. Something felt off. Was it Domino's oddity or his own distorted perception? Calm down, Domino. I said that the pirate empress Boa Hancock has fallen for a man. Do you comprehend? Xise reiterated with an intensified tone. Domino stood frozen in place, one hand clutching a dinner knife, the other grasping a silver fork. His eyes vacant and a dark aura emanating from him. This expression was familiar. It was the same he wore when taking lives. Otherwise, his reputation would surely be more illustrious. A fist struck his palm, solidifying the realization. That impeccably dressed vice warden of Impel Down was indeed a flamboyant individual. Sith placed both hands upon the table, leaning in closely to whisper softly into Domino's ear. That man's name is Monkey D. Luffy, not Domino. Crack. The fork snapped, and the dark aura surrounding Domino intensified. In that moment, Sith felt akin to a devil. As for Bista and the others? Humph. Such slander. If one cannot tempt another into darkness, what truly defines a devil? Having indulged in a perverse sense of vindictive pleasure, Sith's heart suddenly felt a profound emptiness. If Domino were merely a fade, then what was the nature of today's rendezvous? Was it not, by all accounts, a manipulation of sentiments? A shadow of discontent loomed over Xi's visage, a palpable sense of frustration enveloping him. This was indeed the hand of decay that you had summoned. A grotesque spectacle of mangled flesh and sanguine pools. The atmosphere was decidedly eerie, sending beads of perspiration cascading down the brow of the nearby waiter, who found himself utterly intimidated by the two individuals before him. Just moments ago, all had seemed well. How could a mere dish incite such turmoil? Could it be that the price had been set too exorbitantly? No, that seemed unlikely, for it was merely a sum reflective of the bounty on the heads of the pirates below. After settling this tax and that, it barely sufficed for a couple of hours of revelry in the company of the notorious Gulen Taizolo. Indeed, the higher one ascended in rank, the more miserly they appeared to become. Clearing his throat, Xi conceded momentarily. After all, a gentleman must exhibit some measure of magnanimity. Life is long and fraught with encounters of the less discerning sort, yet as long as the next unfortunate soul is not he, it suffices. Miss Domino, Miss Domino. Siska intensified her tone. Miss Domino, it's time to eat, Miss Domino. Oh, very well. Miss Domino momentarily froze, only to realize her surroundings. Discarding the remnants of her once pristine cutlery, she replaced them with a fresh set and, with a slight chill in her voice, uttered, "Let us dine." The anger within her remained unresolved. What was intended to be a leisurely outing had taken an unexpected turn. Her mood grew increasingly heavy. Yet, the morsels before her began to tantalize her senses, transforming her sorrow into appetite. As she took a bite, the crispness resonated, the flavor of chicken bursting forth, utterly delightful. Xi swallowed hard, hesitating to take a bite. What on earth was this red and green concoction? Cautiously, he took a small bite, chewed thoughtfully, and nodded in approval. It was surprisingly pleasant, resembling the flesh of some marine creature, delightfully chewy. The liquid accompanying it was not blood, but rather the essence of a peculiar plant, not tomato juice. Its flavor was odd yet delectable. Closing his eyes, he felt a unique sense of bliss resonating on his palate, an experience that no previous dish had ever offered him. Chapter 70. The Goblin and the Nidus of that Spring. It was an unprecedented gustatory delight, akin to being enveloped in the embrace of a maternal figure from the depths of hell, imparting an inner warmth that relaxed both his soul and body in a rare and comforting manner, despite the fact that he was gnawing on a severed finger. He was not a person unfamiliar with the world. Victor had indulged in lavish culinary experiences, from the maritime restaurant Baratai in the East Sea to quaint taverns in the countryside, and he had accompanied him to dine at each. It could be said that Xi was indeed an aficionado when it came to food. Yet, to speak candidly, in all his years, he had never derived such an extraordinary experience from any meal. It was exceptional. Xi instinctively sensed that this establishment was distinctive. He picked up his fork, and the grotesque eyeballs on his plate seemed to take on an unexpectedly charming allure. Eyeballs? There were two sizable ones on his plate? Ah, yes, in the domino bowl. Well then, he was certainly in for a treat. Sith's gaze carried a hint of melancholy, as if the emotions served were not intended for him. Domino's manner of eating was remarkably graceful. With a fork in his left hand and a knife in his right, he took delicate bites, savoring each morsel. Yet, the pace at which he swallowed was rather swift, perhaps a reflection of the primal instincts inherent in the world of pirates. Sith glanced at the remnants of soup in the small bowl, a sense of reluctance washing over him. Aside from a single finger and a bowl of broth, what else had he consumed? Wiping his mouth, he reminded himself that a poet must not succumb to anger, yet the heartwarming sensation of happiness was undeniably addictive. With no choice but to struggle and shift the conversation, he remarked, "I have heard that Boa Hancock intends to visit Impel Down." Domino's ears perked up, while the deputy warden remained unperturbed, merely lifting his head slightly. "Are you serious?" he inquired. "Of course. This is inside information. Trust me, it is reliable," Sith asserted, giving a confident thumbs up. Secretly licking his lips, Domino's gaze turned perilous. Indeed, the women of Impel Down were known to be predatory in nature. By the way, I also heard that Boa Hancock's beloved, the Straw Hat Boy, is the brother of Port Gas Diaz. In an instant, Domino's expression hardened, his eyes narrowing with an unwelcoming glare. "What exactly do you mean by that?" "Nothing at all," Sith replied earnestly. "I merely have a premonition that the Straw Hat Boy will attempt a prison break." "A prison break? At Impel Down?" Domino squinted, regarding Sith as one might regard a fool. "Surely you cannot be unaware of where you are. This is the world's most formidable prison, Impel Down. Apart from the legendary Captain Shiki, no one has escaped from here over the years. Who would be foolish enough to attempt a prison break?" Xi remained silent for an extended period, a foolish visage emerging in his mind, its forehead seemingly inscribed with the words foolish youth. He clenched his teeth, Before the fall of Judicial Island, many of my superiors shared similar thoughts. Domino's expression hardened, evidently contemplating the veracity of Xisi's statement. After a brief moment of hesitation, she ultimately shook her head. It is different. Judicial Island cannot be compared to Impel Down. This place is fortified with impenetrable walls. The station navy alone is sufficient to initiate multiple purges, not to mention the garrison present on each level. No one can breach this stronghold. Domino's assertion was resolute. As the deputy warden, she took pride in maintaining the fortress's integrity, a feat to which she contributed significantly. Of course, the fall of such a bastion also bore her mark, as her infatuation with women had led to her petrification by Hancock. In response, Xisi could only shrug. Reality is perpetually harsh yet astonishing. He did not expect Domino to believe him, for the fervent proclamations and oaths he could muster would simply be dismissed as superstitious folly. Nonetheless, there was a kernel of conspiracy in his thoughts, and he was curious to see Domino's reaction upon discovering the Straw Hat Boy. He wondered if the boy could withstand Domino's wrath. A woman's scorn can be far more terrifying than any man. That night, a gathering of poets, doctors, hermits, and missionaries convened. The sounds of old acquaintances absent, yet new faces arrived. Among them was a youth clad in a white robe, radiating an ethereal aura. Wielding a staff on his shoulder and a sword at his waist, his appearance felt eerily familiar. Poets, doctors, hermits, missionaries, how I long to see you all, he exclaimed. To be candid, he had not watched this year's Spring Festival Gala. In another world, there was no opportunity to do so. Are you a merchant? The missionary inquired, stroking his chin in astonishment. Ha ha ha, laughed the merchant, beaming with pride as he leapt onto a chair and embraced the missionary. The force of his embrace elicited a series of cracking sounds from the missionary's neck, who struggled to break free, collapsing into his seat, coughing vigorously. Despite possessing the resilience of a Digimon, he felt utterly crushed. Apologies, the merchant said, scratching his head sheepishly. If only he could rid himself of those shifty eyes. Perhaps they would believe him. Wagging his tail, a habit of the hermit that remained unchanged even after evolution, he urged, do tell, into which realm have you been transported? The merchant's gaze grew melancholic, as if reflecting on the passage of time. I am uncertain of the specifics. Only that it is a Japanese fantasy world replete with demon lords, heroes, devils, and deities. The poet narrowed his eyes, seemingly struck by a thought. Are there goblins? Indeed. And gremlins? Yes. And pig-headed men? Certainly. What of the ancestral elves and the goblin night maidens? The blind seer detected a point of interest. And the group turned their heads in unison, not for any ulterior motive, but purely to discuss the differences between the merchant's world and that of their digital archives. A purely academic endeavor. The merchant gritted his teeth. Yes, during my time with the hero's party, I undertook related quests, ultimately acquiring not only a night maiden, but also receiving a grand sorceress as a complimentary gift. His expression was nuanced, a blend of humiliation and resentment. The poets exchanged knowing glances, and one playfully punched his chest. You received a cute girl at the outset. What right do you have to feel humiliated? Did they mistreat you? Was that jest? No, it was genuine envy. The merchant's face grew increasingly contorted. What does that have to do with me? The maidens belong to the heroes. Only my unemployment is my own. Those heartless bastards, once they had newcomers, forgot the old, and cast me aside. Cast aside. The merchant grunted, filled with displeasure. Literally, that wretch claimed that mages cannot engage in melee. Utterly foolish. Shouldn't a mage be proficient in light magic and swordplay? The others looked momentarily taken aback, as if they recognized the source of the merchant's familiar demeanor. It dawned on them. He was reminiscent of a dual-wielding berserker Gandalf. Chapter 71. Into the Abyss in the World of Pirates. The year was 1520 of the sea calendar. The momentous event that would alter the trajectory of history had entered its final countdown. The newly appointed warlord, Blackbeard Teach, was taking office. The commander of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Fire-Fist Ace, was set to face public execution at the Marine headquarters in Marineford. The news spread like wildfire, sending shockwaves across the globe. The Whitebeard Pirates responded assertively, declaring their intent to confront the Marine headquarters and to rescue Ace. This announcement stunned the world, as the mightiest pirate crew of the New World prepared to engage in conflict with the most formidable force of the Grand Line. An eerie silence enveloped the world. A storm capable of plunging much of the New World into chaos was brewing in the deep sea. In many respects, this was a signal of the rise of the hawkish faction within the Marines, as well as an attempt by the Navy to alter the world order after decades of appeasement. In the aftermath of war, the Navy might emerge victorious. carving a significant breach in the new world, or they could find themselves utterly defeated, returning to the first half of the Grand Line in a state of disarray. The four emperors, the warlords, the navy, the world government, and the supernovas, all factions harbored their own agendas, awaiting the arrival of the Great Tempest. Knock, knock, knock. Major's eyes. The judgment resolution regarding Fire-faced Ace has arrived at Judicial Island. A series of urgent knocks echoed from outside the door. The ominous clouds of war had swept from the Grand Line to this place. Even within this so-called impenetrable fortress, Xisi could palpably sense the tension brewing within. All right. I understand. I shall attend to it immediately. Xisi turned his head in acknowledgement, continuing to adjust his collar. After all, this was a funeral for an era, and carelessness was not an option. In the mirror, Xisi's expression was surprisingly resolute, devoid of the usual nonchalance and carefreeness. He seemed to have gained a bit more height. A gruesome scar extending from his neck to his abdomen, a remnant left by Bista. The muscles around his wrists bulged prominently, indicative of his enhanced strength, a merchant's might. Formidable enough to rival that of a beast, all while embodying the essence of a mage. His selection for the Heroes Brigade was no trivial matter. His identity as a merchant was far from simple. Draped in a white cloak, Xisi pushed open the door. A cigarette candy clenched between his lips to alleviate the tension that gripped his heart. Perhaps it was the prolonged exposure to the world of pirates, but at this moment, he felt an inexplicable sense of melancholy. It was the mournful cry heralding the impending twilight of an era. Whitebeard, a true titan, despite their differing stances and circumstances, commanded Xisi's admiration. Such grand figures should not meet their end at the hands of a vile wretch like Teach. They ought to perish in battle against the likes of Sengoku or Garp, fellow heroes worthy of their stature. Even he himself occasionally felt unworthy to pay tribute to such monumental figures, despite relishing the thrill of life and death moments. Standing still, Xisi bore a solemn countenance. As if endowed with a sense of mission by the very tide of history. No longer would he witness this grand conflict, the greatest battle since the dawn of the pirate era. As a mere spectator, he would participate as a member of an epic tale. The commencement of a significant event saw Fire-faced Ace being delivered to the Navy headquarters by his hand. The dawn of a new era would be unveiled by him. The atmosphere was stifling. Outside, the marble-lined corridor was crowded with guards in gray-white uniforms, armed with tridents. Their labored breaths and the sounds of swallowing were particularly heavy, suggesting that he was not alone in feeling the weight of the impending storm. Receiving a document from a newly assigned CP agent, Xisi's expression grew somewhat grave. This was not Regan's trusted aide, merely an ordinary CP agent. After the meeting, Regans did not intend to send anyone else to their demise. Xisi nodded and raised his right hand, signaling readiness to depart. Yes, my lord. With a firm squeeze of their legs, everyone responded in unison, including CP. Not a single soul present dared to dismiss Xisi's words as mere background noise. They took his command to heart. The group advanced with great momentum towards the innermost depths of the prison. Suddenly, Xisi halted his stride, tilting his head as he inquired of a nearby guard. Where are Warden Magellan and Deputy Warden Hannibal? I have yet to see them. The guard's expression was grave, even though his face was obscured by a mask. The seriousness could not be concealed. There are important visitors outside, my lord. Warden Magellan has instructed you to proceed to the 6th level. They will join you shortly. With a furrowed brow, Xisi pondered, is it the Pirate Empress, Boa Hancock? She truly is a formidable figure. I wonder if Domino will be able to uncover any incriminating evidence against the Straw Hat lad this time. Xisi's mood grew increasingly heavy, flames swirling between his fingers. A veil of gloom shrouding his eyes. With a deep sigh, he realized that he had been overthinking. When foes arise, one must stand ready. If the Straw Hat Kid and Buggy truly managed to break open the prison gates as anticipated, he would disperse the guards and the Navy, enveloping the entire Impel Down in his searing flames. He was eager to witness just how many pirates could escape the confines of Impel Down alive. Clearing the area was his forte. Weapons of mass destruction like his searing flames existed solely for such purposes. With this understanding, Xisi felt a surge of clarity. Since they were doomed souls, it would be fitting for them to perish in this uprising, a fitting burial for the old era. Sparing the seas from their menace and preventing waste of resources within the prison. As the world's foremost prison, Impel Down was a towering structure, comprising 6 levels above the ground, with only the first level devoid of inmates. These levels included the Red Lotus Hell, Beast Hell, Hunger Hell, Scorching Hell, and Frost Hell, culminating in the lesser-known 6th level, Infinite Hell. Xisi's destination was the depths of Infinite Hell. Those imprisoned there were formidable figures. While their strength might not surpass that of the 5th level, their brutality was unmatched. These were the most heinous criminals. So vile that even the government wished to erase them from history, their deeds too infamous to be reported in the press. Barring unforeseen circumstances, many of these individuals were likely to escape following the breach of Impel Down. The responsibility for this upheaval lay squarely on the shoulders of Blackbeard Teach, Straw Hat Luffy, Revolutionary Army officials, the Okama King Emporio Ivankov, and the Clown Buggy. Sith had no intention of showing them any leniency. If the opportunity arose, a confrontation was inevitable. In contrast to Straw Hat Luffy, who would have to battle his way down level by level, Sith and his companions enjoyed a more direct route. A massive elevator connected the first level to the sixth, allowing them to reach infinite hell with ease. As they descended deeper, Sith's heart raced. Chapter 72. Infinite Hell, Eliminate Whitebeard. Is that old man near death? Hooray. Fantastic. Yes. With hands gripping the metal bars of their cells, the pirates within the prison erupted with fervor. Sith could sense the stench of filth around him. Silence. With a swift twist of his long knife, Xi struck the sheath against the ground. Thud. In an instant, darkness surged across the ground, rippling outward, enveloping the entire seventh layer in a profound silence. Sharp, menacing gazes were directed at him. Within this infinite hell, there existed formidable beings, unafraid of heaven or earth, mere scum. Who was that individual? A Navy officer, perhaps? Could he be here in search of Fire-faced Ace? An execution? Ha! The silence among this detestable crowd lasted but a fleeting moment, soon giving way to murmurs that echoed through the air. No, perhaps murmurs is not quite accurate. They were openly pointing and whispering in Xi's presence. Sith's expression turned slightly frigid as his long blade fell heavily once more. The black ripples swirled, shadows contorting within the space, while extending tendrils ensnared their necks. Their breaths became labored, and Sith's voice deepened ominously. I commanded silence, you wretches. The gaze directed at Sith intensified, yet it bore fruit, at the very least. The prison fell into a hushed stillness. Tap, tap, tap. Within the enclosed space, Sith's footsteps suddenly resonated with clarity. He relished this atmosphere, for it evoked a sense of solemnity befitting a grand event, rather than resembling the farcical tragedy of a funeral. Port Asti, Ace, we meet again. Sith stood outside the prison gate, striving to lift the corners of his mouth in a semblance of warmth. After all, this was the final journey of Ace's life, and he ought to offer him some solace. Ahem. Wilson Sith? Ace managed to raise his head with some difficulty, his face marred by blood. It was uncertain whether it was the inevitability of death or the fact that Sith had silenced the pirates' continued insults towards Whitebeard. Regardless, Ace's smile today was far more radiant than Sith's, emanating a sense of carefree abandon. Have you come to see me off on my final journey? Ace inquired. Sith remained momentarily silent, merely withdrawing a stick of candy resembling a cigarette from his pocket and offering it. Would you care for one? No, thank you. I do not smoke, Ace replied, shaking his head. It's not tobacco, it's candy that resembles a cigarette. Sis knelt down, locking eyes with Ace. Your emotions are quite askew. Wilson, sis, are you mourning my demise? Ace jested, ever convinced of his own charm. Humph. Sis let out a low grunt. Not at all. The death of an individual pirate stirs no emotional upheaval within me. I merely lament the impending twilight of an era. Rising to his feet, his icy gaze swept across all the surrounding pirates. The era, that of Whitebeard, is on the brink of dissolution, and the curtain of a new age is about to rise. And you, Fire-faced Ace, shall be the first drop of blood spilled at the intersection of the old and the new. Ah, the era. Sis, I assure you, Father will not fall. He has yet to claim the title of Pirate King. The era of Whitebeard shall never fade. Ace struggled, shouting desperately at Sis. Sith cast a sidelong glance at him. He had come to attend a funeral and had no desire to engage in any disputes. The atmosphere grew chilly once more. Ahem. You didn't come today merely to discuss such matters with me, did you? Ace said, smiling at him. Sis shook his head and retrieved the judgment resolution signed at Judicial Island from his bosom, unperturbed by the blood that may have stained the ground before Ace. He placed the document within Ace's line of sight. Sir, what is this? A nearby CP member inquired, astonished. To some extent, Sis' actions seemed rather improper, even undermining the authority of Judicial Island. How could such a document be presented for the prisoner's scrutiny, especially when carelessly tossed upon the ground? Sith raised his right hand, halting CP beside him. The blame falls upon me. CP fell silent. This is your judgment decree, initially meant for your ears alone. Merely a formality. However, after much contemplation, It seems futile to adhere to such formalities when the outcome is predetermined. It would be more prudent for you to examine it yourself. Humph. Ace's smile suddenly bore a hint of sorrow. He refrained from gazing at the judgment decree discarded on the ground. As Sith articulated, it ultimately leads to death, a truth he comprehended all too well. He didn't wish to behold that paper, yet Jinbi's gaze remained fixated upon it. Why? Why instigate this war? You should be aware of the consequences of disrupting the balance. Why provoke this conflict? Jinbi raised his head, his large eyes locked on his Sith's face. Yearning for an explanation. Jinbi? Crocodile? Xisi tilted his head, marveling at the presence of such distinguished figures. To think that I could encounter two of the notorious 7 warlords, who were once as elusive as a dragon's tail, all in one day. Perhaps, by the end of this day, I might even behold a third and fourth. Jinbei furrowed his brow. He was not one to succumb to anger. On the contrary, he possessed a gentle demeanor. He turned his eyes and inquired, "What is the government's motive behind instigating this war?" Sisyphus's expression turned stern. Indeed, why would the government instigate a war? Perhaps it is discontent with the status quo, seeking to carve a niche in a new world. Or perhaps the hawkish factions are rising, dissatisfied with the appeasement policies of the past decades. It could also be that a new equilibrium is desired within the government itself. Equilibrium? Crocodile sighed softly from the shadows, his political acumen far sharper than others. You truly dare to speak freely about everything. With his back against the wall, Sis felt as if he were confronting a gathering of long-lost friends. A monumental transformation, unprecedented in decades, was imminent in the world, so what did I have to fear in speaking my mind? He gestured toward the sky above, for indeed, the most crucial point was that he had powerful allies. The government and the Navy were in need of capable individuals, and they would not dare to act against him. He silently added a caveat, except for Riggins. Crocodile's eyelids drooped, and he turned his head away. What an insufferable second-generation heir. Crocodile understood the situation. Yet Jinbei and Ace remained oblivious, as did many of the pirates and guards surrounding them, their puzzled gazes fixed intently upon him. Sis refrained from continuing the conversation. Some matters are best left unelaborated, as someone will undoubtedly step forward to elucidate. Helplessly, the crowd turned their gaze once more to Crocodile. With evident impatience, Crocodile disdainfully remarked, "The world government does not require such a formidable navy. Compared to Judicial Island and Impel Down, a navy that has languished in relative peace for decades has grown excessively powerful, to the point where the world government itself fears their strength. The navy must be weakened." Chapter 73. The Pirate Empress? The onlookers widened their eyes, surreptitiously swallowing their apprehension as if they had overheard something they ought not to have. Their gazes toward Sis were laced with trepidation. Truly, he is a man of audacity. Some grasped the implications, others feigned understanding, while a few remained utterly bewildered. Those who were meant to comprehend did so from the outset, while those who were not would remain oblivious even if explanations were provided. Take, for instance, that CP agent. He was completely lost, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead, his body trembling, yet he remained uncomprehending. He was astute enough to recognize when he should understand and when he should not. Lowering his head, Sis glanced at his watch. The time was nearly at hand. He gestured for the CP agents behind him to stow away the judgment decree. This was not to indicate that Fire Fist Ace was imminently to be executed, but rather, according to Sis's estimation, if Boa Hancock intended to visit Ace, the timing should align closely with this moment. After all, she was among the elite forces bound for Marineford, and time was of the essence. As Sis had anticipated, murmurs suddenly erupted from the end of the prison. Hannibal? Even Magellan was present. What on earth had transpired? Sith opened his eyes. Here comes one of the most powerful women on the seas, the world's most beautiful woman, the Pirate Empress, Boa Hancock. The footsteps drew nearer. Hannibal and Magellan merely nodded towards Sith before circumventing him to face Ace directly. It was a special meeting. Ace, guess who has arrived? Jinbei? A person you have yet to meet, certainly unrecognizable, yet renowned far and wide. The Empress of the Kuja tribe, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. The extraordinarily noble and breathtakingly beautiful Pirate Empress, Boa Hancock. Bang. Hannibal launched into a lengthy introduction, even igniting small fireworks. Magellan delivered a punch to Hannibal's head. "What are you doing?" Hannibal cried out in pain, clutching his forehead. "Ouch. I long to be the warden. I misspoke. It hurts too much." With their arrival, the somber atmosphere that Sith had so painstakingly created dissipated instantly. The allure of composure was rendered futile in the face of their antics. "Wow, really? No wonder she is so stunning. Is that the snake princess of the Kuja? Look over here. Look over here. The prisoners in the cage erupted once more. Driven by primal instincts, their desires overshadowing reason. Even Sith felt an uncontrollable urge to steal a glance at Boa Hancock. It was a peculiar enchantment, intangible yet compelling, igniting unruly thoughts and fostering an almost worshipful reverence towards her. With a snap of his teeth, the scabbard clattered to the ground. Silence. The surrounding darkness began to stir, shadows gnawing at their souls, and a sudden pang of pain yanked them back to reality. This proclamation was directed not only at the prisoners but also served as a reminder to himself. Sith's heart sank once more, his gaze towards Boa Hancock brimming with vigilance. Likewise, Hancock and her companions, who had just descended, were somewhat taken aback, unable to resist casting a few more glances at him. Where did this fellow emerge from? Magellan slightly furrowed his brow, refraining from reproaching Sith for overstepping his bounds. His intervention might not have been as effective. The astonishment lingered for but a moment before Hancock swiftly altered her demeanor, resting her right fist before her face in a coy manner, exclaiming, "Listen, if you continue like this, I shall be frightened." She was indeed one of the most powerful women across the seas, the pirate empress, a renowned femme fatale. Under such maliciously playful antics, even men were powerless to resist, let alone women. The sound of swallowed saliva filled the prison, hearts aflame with desire. And even Sith found himself entranced, his reason teetering on the brink of collapse. It is vital to recognize that darkness itself is an entity that toys with the soul. And today, he nearly became its plaything. His eyes fixated on her skirt, a tempest of longing brewing within him. This woman is truly terrifying. I can't withstand it any longer. This woman is magnificent. Hand him over, you wretched man. Not only the pirates within the prison but even Magellan lost his composure. Entranced by her beauty and her curse-like allure, this was the greatest weapon of the pirate empress. Meanwhile, the weasel appeared rather rational, his brow knitted in disgust. This place was undeniably the most sordid in the world, utterly repugnant. Of course, had Sith not noticed the dagger tightly gripped in his hand, blood oozing slowly from it. Perhaps he might have believed the weasel to be a paragon of virtue. The cell descended into chaos once more. What Hancock desired was precisely this kind of situation. With blades drawn, Sith too gripped his weapon tightly, letting out a low grunt as darkness swelled like a tide. Shadow strike. Within the cell, flames danced wildly. A sword forged solely from darkness pierced the earth, striking both the pirates and himself. Blood splattered, and the sudden sting brought them back to their senses. With a low groan, Sith exhibited utmost vigilance. "Lady Hancock, kindly address your matters directly. Do not flaunt your extraordinary charm here." "Oh, do my affairs require your oversight?" The interruption of her spell left Hancock somewhat displeased. Who was this fellow? He? Magellan shot a sidelong glance at Sith. He is the clerk dispatched from Judicial Island to announce Ace's judgment. Wilson Sith. Judicial Island personnel? Disdain flickered in Hancock's eyes. They were the lapdogs of the celestial dragons. Glancing at the sea prism stone handcuffs in her grasp, she thought that had it not been for those, she might have been unable to resist keeping Sith here today. In response to Hancock, Sith too returned her gaze defiantly. He harbored no aversion to beauty. It was merely that the world could not accommodate two such perfect beings. A kind of mutual repulsion of equals, akin to the exquisite Su Gong of the northern city. The weasel refrained from further comment. He understood Sith well. Despite his modest rank and the awkward nature of his unit, he was held in high regard by Sakazuki and his mentor, Zifa. His adoptive father, Victor, was also a veteran of the Navy, deeply rooted in its traditions. As long as he survived and maintained a respectable level of strength, he would eventually rise through the ranks. It was said that he had a poor relationship with his current superior, the High Prosecutor Riggins from Judicial Island, often engaging in backstabbing. Yet in the eyes of many high-ranking naval officers, this was not deemed a blemish but rather an intriguing aspect of his career. Loyalty to the Navy. Hancock shot Sith an exasperated glance. Magellan and Hannibal would never turn against Sith for her sake, and so she stepped forward towards Ace. Fully aware of the scrutiny surrounding her, she was astute, her voice lowered, yet that was not the crux of the matter. She understood how to communicate with pirates through gestures. "What are you discussing with Fire-Fist Ace?" Sith inquired with utmost caution. "Do my affairs require your oversight? Navy, remember your own identity. It suffices to manage your own matters." Hancock's expression grew stern, her voice cutting through the air with an overwhelming force, pressing down upon those present as if 1,000-pound weight had descended upon them, causing many weaker individuals to struggle for breath. A lion remains a lion, shackled hands notwithstanding. It is not a sheep to be observed at a zoo. At the eye of the storm, Sith's expression darkened. Was this conqueror's hockey, or merely a murderous intent? There was no time for further contemplation before a thud echoed, and Hancock vanished from sight, her long legs striking like a whip directly towards Sith's neck. Clang! The long knife in his hand was raised just in time to meet the kick of her high-heeled shoe. The gaze of the Sith was as dark as the depths of the ocean. What on earth were those fellows doing? Where was the promised sea prism stone? How could they still possess such strength? Raising his head, the surrounding space twisted and churned in the grip of darkness. Pirate Empress Boa Hancock, what are your intentions? I am merely fulfilling my orders. Why this furious outburst? Silence. I find you bothersome, nothing more. As her words fell, she curled her legs in midair, delivering another kick as if the sea prism stone in her hand were weightless. Was this a testament to her unyielding will? Or had Magellan and Hannibal diluted the sea prism stone handcuffs with water? With a fierce gaze, Sis twisted his body into an unusual arc, gripping his sword tightly before unleashing a powerful slash. Dark, ominous energy coiled around the blade, creating a sonic boom as it cut through the air. Thud! The blade collided with a massive hand, forged of what seemed like gold and iron. Magellan stood between the two, one hand clutching the long sword and the other grasping Hancock's delicate foot, as if he had reached the pinnacle of his existence. Enough! Magellan bellowed at Sis. His expression contorted. The front half of his face radiated fury while the latter half displayed a smug delight. Release her, you pathetic fool. If you have the courage. Then come at me. Come, trample on me. While this sentiment might be deemed reasonable, one could not deny that this prison was indeed a den of scoundrels. Venom Dragon. Suddenly, a viscous layer of deep purple liquid enveloped Magellan's form. Sis and Hancock's expressions shifted dramatically as they swiftly retreated, a colossal purple dragon sweeping over the prisoners. Hey, you scoundrel, this is no jest, cease at once. Stop it, Magellan. Antidote. I require the antidote immediately. The pirates in the cell began to wail, clearly having suffered greatly at Magellan's hands. Magellan discreetly concealed his right hand, silently resolving not to wash it for the rest of the year, while inwardly cursing himself for not having turned around earlier. If only he had used his left hand to grasp the foot. After all, he was left-handed. Finally managing to suppress a smile, he commanded, all of you, go relieve yourselves and take a good look at your own disgraceful selves. Do you believe you deserve to be trampled by Her Majesty Hancock? Anyone who dares to continue their nonsense will face my wrath and the utmost punishment. Bowing down, he revealed the face of a sycophant. Your Majesty Hancock, please take your time. No one shall disturb you. With that, he shot Domino a knowing glance. Domino nodded in understanding, her eyes filled with reluctance as she took Sis by the hand and led him away. She had just received a call from Level 2 about an invasion by the Straw Hat Kid, and a riot had erupted in what was reputed to be the world's most impregnable prison. As they exited, Domino suddenly grasped Sis' right hand, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. Sis, I need you. Xi swallowed hard, a faint flush creeping onto his cheeks, and an inexplicable sense of emotion welled up within him. He instinctively understood, that no matter how alluring a woman might be, her potency was directed solely at men. When it came to dealing with women, it was his prowess that mattered. Taking the initiative, Xi firmly grasped Domino's shoulder, revealing a radiant smile that showcased his teeth. Speak your mind, Domino. Whatever it is. I shall strive to meet your needs. I am open to any request. Domino raised an eyebrow and rolled her eyes in disbelief. What nonsense was this guy uttering? Shoving Xi's away and brushing off his unwelcome advances, she transformed once more into her stoic demeanor. Enough of the games. That straw-hatted brat is currently at level 2. This is an utter disgrace for the city after decades of progress. I need you to help me eliminate him. No mercy. Her voice brimmed with lethal intent. And it was evident that Domino was dead serious. And then what? Sith spread his hands, sensing that the situation seemed rather amiss. And then, what comes next? Domino furrowed his brow in confusion. I mentioned that after the Straw Hat Kid is dealt with, do you not have anything to discuss with me? Speak? Oh, I see now. Domino's eyes lit up with understanding as he patted his shoulder. Rest assured, I shall commend you to the higher-ups. No, I mean yourself. Me? Domino blushed once more. Of course, I am destined to live happily alongside Her Majesty Hancock. With a tilt of his head, his eyes appeared to have lost his soul, emotionally. He was merely a tool. In the throes of illness, he suddenly sat up in fright, realizing that the jester was, in fact, himself. With a slight curl of his lips, Xisi immediately lost interest. The defensive mechanisms of the city had not collapsed, and Magellan would not wish for an outsider like me to intervene. Sith harbored no immediate intention to take action. He believed he could withstand the initial invasion of Advanced City on his own. His aim was to eradicate all dangerous elements within the city in one fell swoop. Although this ambition bordered on hubris, he truly hesitated to eliminate a mere Straw Hat Boy, for the repercussions would be far-reaching and daunting. Should the situation escalate, he could always feign an accidental killing to absolve himself. Domino cast a fleeting glance at him, her expression betraying no hint of emotion. Rest assured, the matter concerning the director is in my capable hands. I shall manage it diligently. Our foremost priority now is the Straw Hat Boy. I must witness his demise. And for that, I will harness any power necessary. A shadowy aura flickered in Domino's eyes, her visage taking on an almost ghastly pallor. Her smile twisted with a blend of madness and malice. Were it not for her reliance on Magellan and Hannibal to restrain the Pirate Empress, she would have eagerly summoned them as well. How exquisite it was, so utterly beautiful that one could not help but desire to embrace and ravage it. Humph. I shall possess you, Lady Hancock, but first, I must execute that heretic, without fail. Xisi gazed at Domino, a shiver coursing through his frame. Those who labeled him a devil were indeed blind. This woman, who turned a blind eye to the world, was the true embodiment of malevolence. Sith roared internally. Chapter 75, Update on the Prisoner's Movements. Since Domino had escalated the conversation to this extent, what reason did Sith have to refrain from taking action? Evading was futile. It would be more beneficial to step outside and stretch his limbs. Furthermore, he genuinely believed that he was ill-fated with the woman inside. It was one thing for men to vie for a woman's affection, but now women were competing for other women. How could he endure such a scenario? Especially when the woman in question had fallen for a reckless youth, leaving outsiders with no chance to intervene, having grown into a gnarled tree. Why should he contend for dominance in the forest? It would be wise to calm himself and allow those charming single men their space. After all, he had not set foot on a ship since departing from the West Sea. The fishing pond had expanded, yet the fish had become harder to catch. What a nuisance. Upon exiting the elevator, Sith and Domino parted ways. One proceeded to level 2 to quell the uprising and hunt down the Straw Hat Boy, Luffy, while the other ventured to contact Salutii's, mobilizing troops. She intended to concentrate all available forces to deliver a decisive blow to the Straw Hat Boy, relegating the escaped prisoners to secondary importance. After all, without external assistance, they would never breach the gates of Impel Down. Once on level 2, Sith jogged along, the snail phone in his possession incessantly updating him on the intruder's information. The following prisoners were suspected of aiding the intruder: the Straw Hat Boy, Luffy, prisoner ID E8200. The pirate clown, Buggy, prisoner ID D0464, former Baroque Works commander, Gall D. Roger, known as Mr. 3, prisoner ID C9915, former Baroque Works commander, Von Clay, known as Mr. 2. Now, the update on the prisoners' movements indicates that the four are currently engaged in battle with the Blue Gorilla on level 3. I repeat, the four are presently clashing with the Blue Gorilla on level 3. Simultaneously, another message updates. Level 2 prisoners are in revolt, requesting assistance, requesting assistance. Sith severed the connection between the telephone bug and the broadcasting room, a sweet cigarette dangling from his lips. Not being in level 2 was rather fortuitous, after all. Serving up the Straw Hat Kid like a pre-dinner dessert was quite absurd. Was this some sort of pirate-themed human platter? If, by any chance, he were to inadvertently cause the kid's demise, he certainly could not bear the responsibility. The surrounding space began to warp as Sith melded into the shadows. A dark mist starting to envelop level 2. Narrowing his eyes, he unleashed his observation hockey. Within his perception, a multitude of presences coalesced in a small area, their intensities varying sharply, with the occasional faint aura being snuffed out. If his instincts were correct, this should be the battleground where the rebellious pirates clashed with the guards. Fortunately, the destination lay not far from him. With permission, he could approach at any moment. For Captain Buggy, the savior, Captain Buggy would surely lead us to freedom. To hell with you, wretched guards. As the figure of Sis arrived, he was immediately enveloped by the cacophony of fervent voices. Such enthusiasm, akin to the spread of a contagion, was something Sis had only heard whispered among merchants, devotees of the divine. If Buggy had not been born into piracy, but rather into a realm blessed by deities, he might well have ascended to divinity himself. The sheer number of zealots was enough to incite envy among the gods themselves, and Sis was no exception. This was not merely the manifestation of the fragmentation fruit. It was akin to the luck fruit, a veritable anomaly, much like the face fruit. Could an ordinary person enter Impel Down without being scrutinized for their devil fruit abilities? Could one be imprisoned for a mere moment and then released? Could someone effortlessly rally a multitude of unfamiliar yet formidable allies? Could one easily ascend to the position of Warlord of the Sea? This was the very template of a destined child, a paragon of fortune. In the crowd, another blade cleaved through the air, striking a guard's head. The outbreak of violence had been sudden, and with the majority of forces diverted by the Straw Hat Boy, Luffy. Reinforcements had yet to arrive, leaving the Level 2 garrison in disarray. Those confined within Impel Down were no ordinary criminals. They were the dregs of society. Having risen above hundreds of pirates, possessing an abundance of courage when it came to slaughtering guards, with fervor gleaming in their eyes, they swung their blades at the very guards who had once imprisoned and tormented them. Ha! Slay them, for Captain Buggy. In mere moments, another 30 guards fell to the ground. At that instant, they longed for the blue gorilla. Suddenly, sparks flew in the air as two long blades clashed. The fallen guards had yet to comprehend the chaos when a shadow darted forth, sending a pirate crashing away. Warm blood danced in the air, and a white cloak billowed in the wind. He nearly wept. Reinforcements had arrived. The guards erupted in fervor while the pirates were seized by terror, casting hateful glares in response. Shivering, one pirate clad in black and white prison garb, with tousled long hair, licked his lips. With such a commotion, I thought it was someone significant. Turns out it's just a little Navy brat, neither the diarrhea-ridden Magellan nor Hannibal. How dare you meddle in our affairs? His voice rose several decibels, his eyes gleaming with greed, brutality, sickness, and madness. What a beautiful specimen he was, with such smooth features. Surely, it would be delightful to savor them, wouldn't it? Ha ha. Truly a notorious lecher, the two-faced madman, Willian. Capture him and let him amuse us. The surrounding pirates erupted into laughter, leaving Sis feeling nauseated. The seeds of murderous intent sprouting within him. That vile woman Hancock was one thing, but these scum dared to prance before him, utterly oblivious to their impending doom. His voice was icy, his gaze reminiscent of one surveying the dead. Come here, beauty. Willian, flicking his tongue, brandished a steel pipe of unknown origin and swung it menacingly towards Sis's head. With a sullen expression, Xisi tilted his body slightly to the side. In his left hand, a flame of black and crimson ignited. With a gentle pull, the room was filled only with anguished screams. Ah, you devil, cried Ruin, writhing on the floor in agony. Sith did not wish for Urien to perish so effortlessly. He desired Urien to writhe in agony, gradually transforming into a lifeless husk. He aimed to demonstrate to the pirates the dire consequences of provoking Wilson Sith. As the cries diminished, Urien suffered in the flames, slowly becoming a mummified figure. Gulp. That was the sound of pirates swallowing their saliva. Clack. Many took a step back, their eyes filled with terror. This was yet another merciless devil. Why must their fates be so grim? They were merely scum, unworthy of the devil as personal instruction. With such display, why not descend further? Why come here to confront them? Chapter 76. One among us is a spy on a warship outside Marineford. Lord Regan's, there is trouble at Impel Down. The door swung open abruptly, and a flustered CP clad in a black suit and tie rushed in, his ample posterior jiggling amusingly. Regan's glanced up at him, slightly furrowing his brow. What is the fuss? Have I not taught you to remain unshaken, to maintain composure even in the face of calamity? He patted the CP's pert backside, his smile returning. He had just made an appearance at yet another strategic meeting concerning Whitebeard, and his spirits were notably high, even finding amusement in the sight of this yet-to-mature posterior. Huff huff, the CP gasped, a blush adorning his cheeks as he swatted Regan's hand away, letting out a shrill and alarming noise. Humph, Lord Regan's, I have important matters to discuss, do not jest. The CP, unshaven and towering at 2 meters 2, was a sight of muscular prowess, a scene beyond ordinary imagination. Ha ha, Regan's laughed heartily. Ever since Sith had begun to oppose him, he had not felt such elation in a long while. He embraced the CP, leaning in closer. Speak, what is it that demands your attention? Oh, the CP finally recollected himself, his expression turning serious. Blaming Regan's charm for his momentary lapse, he continued, Lord Regan's, it's bad news. There has been a prison break at Impel Down. A prison break? Regan's eyes widened, his grip tightening dangerously, nearly snapping the CP's neck. Though formidable, he was unfortunately a corrupt bureaucrat. Are you certain? Who would dare attempt a breakout from Impel Down? Coughing as he wriggled free from Regan's grasp, The CP clutched his throat. His face flushed as he managed to say, "Indeed, Lord Regans, the one behind the breakout is that Straw Hat Kid, Luffy." Straw Hat Kid, Luffy? Regan slammed his fist onto the table, deep in thought. If it is indeed Luffy, then it makes sense. He is reckless, akin to a fool. Were it not for him, we would not have suffered such humiliation at Judicial Island. Habitually resting his fingers on the table's edge, Regans paused before a smile broke across his face. "I have an idea. Summon the crew. We shall redirect to Impel Down immediately." Reporting that I discovered an inside conspiracy with the Straw Hat Kid attempting to undermine the prison. "Yes," came the reply from outside the cabin. The CP's expression turned icy as he leaned forward, confused. "Lord Regans, are you planning to frame someone?" Smack. Before he could finish, Regan struck him across the face. "Frame? What do you mean by that? I am merely identifying and addressing a problem. No one has conspired within. How could the Straw Hat Kid infiltrate Impel Down? After all these years without incident, why now? It must be that someone has betrayed us. Whoever visited Impel Down recently is undoubtedly colluding with the Straw Hat Kid." Regans pointed skyward, speaking with conviction. "Humph, Sith, it is only fitting that I thrive in this. What a grand achievement. I shall be the savior of Impel Down." At Impel Down, Level 2, the Beast Hell. Surrounding them was a shroud of black mist. An eerie silence enveloping the atmosphere. With a blade in hand, Sith advanced a step forward. Clack! The pirates swallowed hard, instinctively retreating in unison, many stumbling to the ground, their eyes wide with fear. How had such a devil arrived at Impel Down? Trembling, the pirates gaped, releasing low growls. Gripping their weapons tightly, sweat dripped from their cheeks. Their eyes fixated on Sith, unwilling to relax even a fraction. There was but one enemy, yet for reasons unknown, the sight of those deep, ocean-like eyes instilled within them an overwhelming sense of dread, a primal instinct akin to sheep encountering a lion. "Everyone, do not panic, stay calm. There is only one of him. If we kill him, Captain Buggy will protect us. He is a devil fruit user. Where is the sea prism stone? Quickly, bring it forth." The pirates remained on high alert, doubting Sith would allow them to escape, just as he doubted their potential for redemption. Regardless of their fear, they knew they must engage in battle. However, they were not entirely without hope. In this world's largest prison, while they lacked money, entertainment, and women, they were not short of sea prism stone. If they could wield it effectively, victory was theirs for the taking. Regardless of the truth, they continued to reassure themselves thusly. Die. Navy. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the crowd, a towering figure nearly 5 meters tall, his face twisted in rage. Lunging at Sith with a massive net laced with sea prism stone powder. A weaker devil fruit user, caught off guard by such an ambush, would surely fall prey to his grasp. With an expression of calmness, Xisi remained unfazed by the mere presence of the sea tower stone and an oafish giant. For neither could perturb his composure. "What a pitiable fellow you are, utterly unaware of my formidable power." On the battlefield, the giant moved with remarkable swiftness, almost leaping above him in the blink of an eye, while the other pirates surged forward, their momentum formidable. "Charge forth and slay him." The gaze of Xisi remained as icy as ever, and in that very moment, the long blade in his hand vibrated ominously. With the momentum of a drawn sword, he unleashed a formidable strike. The merchant was a remarkable grand mage, in addition to his mastery of the light spell. He had indeed honed his skills in the art of one-handed swordsmanship. As Sis raised his right hand, the long blade transformed in that instant into an extension of his very being, merging the aura of death with the darkness, manifesting as a fierce gale. The giant's eyes widened, and a blinding flash of white light flickered in his pupils. What was that? A gemstone? It was truly beautiful. Once I have slain that naval officer, I shall surely seize it. Instinctively, he reached out his hand, yet there was no response. Lowering his gaze, he found his vision consumed by the blood that sprayed forth. Oh, it turned out he was left with nothing but his head, with a slight twitch of his eyelid. The last glimmer of light faded from his pupils. The luminous sword light, akin to embracing the moon, met no resistance and instantly tore through the metallic net laced with Hylu stone powder into shreds. The momentum of the sword did not waver, transforming the area within 10 meters of Sis into a veritable hell of blood. Whether seasoned pirates or fresh recruits recently cast into the sea, all were cleaved in twain in that fleeting moment. Blood rained down from the sky, falling upon the white cloak like chilling plum blossoms. Chapter 77, Pandora's Box? Sometimes, I find it difficult to comprehend the actions of the government. Sith advanced slowly, his right hand twisting as he sheathed the blade. allowing droplets of blood to cascade down the grooves of the weapon. As he moved forward, he spoke. I truly fail to comprehend why the government chooses to spare such wretches as you. Is it merely to serve as a warning for those who come after? The crimson blood stained his robes as he strolled through the remnants of severed limbs with the nonchalance of a leisurely walk. His voice was low and somewhat morbid. The pirates, gripped by fear, unconsciously parted to grant him passage, encircling him within a vast ring. Their hands clutched tightly onto the long swords and forks they had scavenged, none daring to act impulsively. Why is that? Answer me. Reveal what value you possess that warrants my decision to spare your lives. Seething with fury, Xisi unleashed a thunderous roar, shadows swirling within his pupils, his terrifying aura descending upon the pirates like a cataclysmic tempest, causing them to tremble as if shaken through a sieve. Devil, you wretched creature destined for hell. Someone could not help but scream in despair. Sith pressed forward, unwavering. As he had once proclaimed, no solitary pirate could stir the depths of his heart. The black mist surged forth, as if countless hands were tightening their grip around the pirate's throat. The onlookers could scarcely discern his visage, only hearing his anguished cries. Though he was still in the prime of his life, his existence before Sith was as fragile as a flickering candle in the wind, easily extinguished with a mere gesture. Spare me. I implore you, spare us. They pleaded. We shall never dare again. We will return to our cells and escape no more. I beg you to show us mercy. Magellan, you wretched man. Where are you? Come save us, you foul creature. The less brutal pirates were instantly paralyzed with terror. Collapsing to the ground, prostrating themselves in desperation, their adrenaline surging wildly. The sensations they experienced that day surpassed all the thrills they had encountered during their years adrift at sea. Sith paid them no heed, as darkness silently snapped their necks. No, I still hold value, my lord. I possess treasures, yes, treasures. Spare me, I can offer all my riches to you. Among the pirates, a few clever souls knelt and cried out, attempting to barter their lives with wealth. Treasures? Sith raised an eyebrow slightly and shook his head. I am not in need of money. Your heads are worth more than you realize. A scream escaped, and darkness claimed his life. Worth? I understand now. The pirates experienced a moment of clarity, gasping for breath, trembling with excitement. Opportunity? It was as if they had grasped a beam of light. A chance, one that could ensure their survival in Sith's grasp. The devil fruit. I know where a devil fruit lies. Sith halted his steps, intrigued. Oh, pray tell. The pirate rose, a fawning expression gracing his features. That is a Zoan-type devil fruit, the orange cat fruit. I sense it was destined for you, my esteemed lord. A Zoan-type devil fruit, the orange cat fruit. Indeed, the orange cat fruit. He nodded, a glimmer of hope igniting in his eyes. Suddenly, a long blade sliced across his chest, that flicker of hope freezing upon his visage. You wretch, devoid of combat prowess yet still managing to grow portly. No. I possess value. I can aid you in vanquishing pirates and quelling rebellions. A pirate, trembling, sprang to his feet, his teeth clenched, a fierce countenance overtaking him. With a bellow, he swung the long blade towards his comrade, his closest brother, who had never betrayed him even in the depths of impelled down. Blood erupted forth, leaving a mixture of rage, confusion, and disbelief etched upon the faces of those present. In that moment, the pirate's inherent greed, ferocity, and treachery were unmistakably laid bare. Eyes closed. A solitary tear glistened, reminiscent of crocodile tears. Forgive me, brother, I yearn to survive. With a gasp, blood erupted from his mouth. Little did he expect that as he directed his blade towards another, that very blade would be aimed back at him. In an instant, Level 2 resembled the unsealing of Pandora's box, as the once unified pirates descended into mutual slaughter. Their eyes burned crimson. None were amenable. Compared to before, the current scene was a true hell on earth, a veritable beastly inferno. On the visage of the Sith, there was no trace of compassion. He was at a loss as to whether to revel in the pirates' mutual slaughter or to lament the inherent flaws of humanity. He was merely a passive observer. The surrounding darkness billowed ominously, shrouded in a crimson hue, leaving one to ponder whether it served as a catalyst in this turmoil or whether the figure it guarded was indeed the Emperor of Calamity. How audacious for a mere naval officer to exhibit such arrogance. One could scarcely fathom whether these imbeciles had their wits dulled by the toilet. At that moment, from the corner of Level 2, an uncanny chorus echoed, heralding the arrival of three figures sprinting in unison, drawing their blades in perfect harmony. Sith furrowed his brows, pondering the fortunate few who had narrowly escaped a dire fate, remaining in the depths of the prison. Who were they? A handful of resolute pirates had managed to extricate themselves from the carnage, erupting into exuberant cries of joy. It was the Barton brothers. The Navy was doomed. In a flash, the three figures, identical in appearance and attire, encircled Sith with precision. As they ran, they twirled their steel blades, their bodies shifting seamlessly, creating a dazzling array of phantoms that dazzled the eyes, a textbook example of encirclement. United in purpose, the shadows unleashed their lethal technique. The pirates who had narrowly evaded the massacre held their breath, their hands clasped tightly together, veins bulging in their arms as they fixated intently on the unfolding battle. Here it comes. The shadow assassination technique of the Barton brothers. These three had once dispatched a notorious pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million with this very move. This opponent was as good as dead. Descend into hell, Navy. They bared their teeth, and Sith could even perceive their wicked grins through the illusions. Yet, before their laughter could reach its zenith, their expressions shifted dramatically. How could this be? He was merely an obscure junior Navy officer. Their pupils widened, the long blades slicing only through the air. No, this is impossible. They were blood brothers, raised in the same womb, companions for years, their synergy reaching its zenith. There should have been no gaps between their blades, and with their incredible speed, it was reasonable to conclude that even Whitebeard would have been able to strike true. How could anyone possibly evade their onslaught? Xisi pressed his hand against the wall of the surrounding national road, oblivious to the thoughts of the pirates nearby. Nor did he wish to know them. He had grown weary of their antics. It had become evident that this band of miscreants held no value for survival. Chapter 78. I am not ill. Truly the shadows danced. A thick fog enveloped Xisi as he was drawn into the darkness, his right hand poised in a precise grip on his blade. In an instant, as they brushed past him, the razor-sharp edge of his sword sliced through their throats. Splatter. Drops of blood erupted, and the three men gazed wide-eyed, mouths agape but unable to utter a sound, as their vitality swiftly ebbed away, leaving them utterly powerless. Thud. In perfect unison, as if connected by an unspoken bond, the trio collapsed simultaneously from three directions, their bodies trembling, never to draw breath again. Are they dead? All of them. It happened too swiftly. That man was nothing short of a monster. Their pupils constricted, fear overpowering the inherent brutality within, causing the pirates to tremble uncontrollably. Would they continue to seek Xisi's favor, hoping he would spare them? No, their only desire now was to flee, to escape as far as possible. Even if it meant running to Magellan's side, anything to distance themselves from this creature. Run. Flee to the 3rd level. Captain Buggy is on the 3rd level. He will surely save us. Yes, yes, we still have Captain Buggy, our savior. Quickly to the 3rd level to summon Captain Buggy. Amidst the crowd, someone shouted, igniting a frenzy as they clung to this last thread of hope, surging downward like a tide gone mad. Hiss. Sith disdainfully spat onto the ground, cursing under his breath. What a fortunate fellow. The tumultuous scene below ignited an inexplicable flame of frustration within him, perhaps fueled by jealousy. Why was it so difficult for him to undermine another? This pirate was truly unfathomable. Pressing himself against the wall, he formed a seal with his left hand. Scorching release, oversteam destruction. In an instant, a colossal fireball surged through the air, nearly obscuring the entire sky as Sith grew even more formidable. Sweat cascaded down his body like a waterfall. While the pirates desperately fled for their lives, acutely aware of the fiery orb racing towards them, a heat surpassing even the most searing inferno, tenfold, 100-fold. They had witnessed their comrades transformed into lifeless husks beneath that black and crimson demonic flame, and they were not ready to meet the same fate. Run. They urged each other. I cannot fall here before I have witnessed Captain Buggy ascend to become the Pirate King. With veins bulging from their foreheads, the pirates ignited with determination, momentarily transcending the limits of heat measurement. The figure of Sis flashed, standing before them. The glint of blades flickered, and the surrounding temperature began to plummet. Despite being deep within a sea of flames, an unsettling chill enveloped the heart. You devil, why don't you descend into hell? The pirates shouted at Sis. He remained silent, standing alone as if he were an army of thousands. In the Level 4 Warden's office, the incessant ringing of the transponder snail echoed. Magellan and Hannibal rushed in, having just seen off Hancock and the Weasel. Domino ultimately did not receive the chance to embrace and torment Hancock. This is the surveillance room. I repeat, this is the surveillance room. Straw Hat Luffy and Mr. 2 are racing through Sector N of Level 3, with the blue gorillas offering no resistance. The 2 are likely advancing towards Level 4. And the intruders are making rapid progress. A riot has erupted in Level 2, and Navy Major Sis is en route to provide support. The chaos over the transponder snail was overwhelming. Magellan slammed his hand on the table, demanding, "What is Saludi Eyes doing?" As the blue gorillas were unable to withstand the onslaught of Straw Hat Luffy and Mr. 2, he implored for assistance in quelling the riot in Level 2. Crack. Magellan pressed down hard on the microphone, causing several cracks to appear, and bellowed, "Why was I not informed of such a significant matter sooner? It was reported long ago." "But you were too entranced by the beauty of Her Majesty Hancock to notice," Hannibal retorted, sweat beading on his forehead as he gripped his fork. Magellan's expression darkened. It seemed that those around him were particularly scarce today. Who was currently in Level 3? The civil officers saluted, including Deputy Warden Domino, Miss Suddy, and Saludi Eyes, stating that most of their combat forces were gathering from various locations towards Level 3, but more time was needed. Level 3? Magellan shook his head. It was a place of retreat, not one suitable for a comprehensive sweep. However, given the circumstances, there was little choice. He turned to Hannibal, his fiercely loyal deputy warden. "Leave the riot above the dais. Give them 10 minutes. I want to see all forces concentrated in Level 3. Straw Hat, do not underestimate Impel Down. Hannibal, tidy up. We must depart. Wait, their SA change in Level 2. The transponder snail suddenly erupted with cries. There are corpses, a multitude of corpses. Level 2 is ablaze. Having completely devolved into Major Sis' hunting ground. Magellan's body stiffened. What is happening? Say that again. Level 2. The riot has been suppressed, too swiftly. Major Sis' actions are alarmingly rapid. Each strike he delivers claims countless lives. Now, Level 2 is strewn with the bodies of pirates. It is, simply put, hell. The voice over the transponder snail trembled, as if witnessing something horrifying through the surveillance feed. That guy, Sis. Magellan clenched his teeth. Do not treat my grand prison as your testing ground. With a grunt, he added, enough about Level 2. Head straight to Level 3. Those scoundrels are beyond saving. Level 2, the beast hell. Now, this truly is hell. The once ominous black mist that hung above has been stained crimson, resembling swirling clouds of blood. The air is thick with the acrid stench of blood. Surrounding him are emaciated corpses, as far as the eye can see, apart from Sis. Not a single person stands upright. The guards originally stationed in Level 2 have long since retreated, and even for those accustomed to the harshest realities. The scene is nearly unbearable. Sis sheathed his blade, the crimson stain of blood adorning his cloak, yet his hands remained pristine. He retrieved a piece of candy from his pocket, scratching his chin while contemplating his surroundings. The more personalities he accumulated, the less he felt like a normal human. He recalled a time when he was quite ordinary, indeed. Why was this so? Gazing at the hellish scene before him, he felt an unexpected sense of tranquility. Surely, it must be the influence of those merchants and missionaries. Among his 12 personalities, he undoubtedly regarded himself as the most rational. Chapter 79, Magellan, accompanied by his loyal deputy warden, arrived at Level 3 of the Hunger Hell. Quickly, block that side. You all head over there. And ensure that Straw Hat Kid does not escape. Under the vigilant protection of the guards, Domino held the microphone. Her golden hair swaying in the breeze as the entire contingent of guards at the 3rd level assembled under her command, making things difficult for the Straw Hat Kid. So, aside from the blue gorilla, has anyone engaged with the Straw Hat Kid yet? Domino inquired, turning her head. A guard nearby saluted, holding a snail phone. The Beastman Minotaur has already moved out. We should receive news shortly. At that moment, a figure approached and whispered in his ear, prompting a nod from Domino. Lady Domino. There is one more thing. Warden Magellan and Warden Hannibal have sent off their guests and are now heading this way. What? Domino's eyes widened. They have already returned? No. Wait. She quickly realized her lapse, her hair concealing her expression. I mean, the wardens are coming down in person? The guard beside her wore a peculiar expression but dared not challenge her. Indeed, His Majesty Hancock was truly stunning. With a nod, the years of experience had made the guard quite astute. Yes, Lady Domino, Warden Magellan insists on personally executing the Straw Hat Kid. Domino's brow furrowed slightly. For such a trivial matter, does Warden Magellan have to intervene personally? What use are you all then? Go block all exits. And initiate a siege on the Straw Hat Kid. Yes, the guards dared not hesitate and hurriedly dispersed. Once alone, Domino gritted her teeth. Damn Straw Hat Kid. It's all your fault. Her murderous intent intensified. What is this? Such a commotion. It's the Minotaur. Von Clay roared, a massive spiked club crashing down upon his head. The Minotaur moved swiftly, executing a series of actions in the blink of an eye. With a stomp of its hooves, the club flipped in the air, aimed directly at the Straw Hat Kid. Little Straw Hat, danger. Use the backup whip. In a flash, Von Clay charged forward, but the Minotaur's strength remained unyielding. It kicked him in the waist with tremendous force, causing him to spit foam. The club swung down once more. To die? Rubber rocket launcher. In an instant, the Straw Hat Kid's arms elongated with immense power, propelling the Minotaur away. His fortune had returned, yet it seemed destined to end there. That man, the warden of the world's largest prison, impelled down, Magellan, had arrived, accompanied by his loyal deputy warden, Hannibal. At the tranquil depths of the third layer of the hunger hell, brubru, brubru, the sound of the telephone bug resonated in the embrace of Sis. Moses. This is Navy Major Sis. Whom do you seek? Sir, I am Dife from CP. The voice on the other end was faint, almost timid. Dife. Sis furrowed his brow. Who is Dife? Do I know him? Sir, I am the CP who delivered the judgment resolution to you. Sensing Sis's confusion, the other party promptly added, Oh. Now that clarifies things, doesn't it? So you are the one who brought me the judgment resolution. All right, I recognize you now. Speak. What brings you to me? Sir, I have just received a message from Lord Ruigens. His voice was lowered to a whisper, as if fearing detection. Ruigens? What news? Sith's ears instantly perked up. This fellow was somewhat astute. On the other end of the phone, Deef clenched his teeth. At Judicial Island, he was rather unpopular, lacking the support of influential connections. Coupled with his remarkable abilities, he had consistently faced suppression from his colleagues. Otherwise, he would not have been dispatched to this place. To confront the dual pressures from Sith and Regans, the discord between Sis and Regans is hardly a secret. Anyone who has spent even a few days within the joint forces is aware of it. Compared to those lofty figures, their intelligence can sometimes be more comprehensive, as they seldom judge others by mere appearances. For instance, he is cognizant of the former Admiral Zephyr's admiration for Sis. He needs a patron, and Sis, in turn, requires a thorn in Regan's side. He yearns for greater power, for strength, for self-preservation. Yet, as long as those four scoundrels remain, Regans can never provide him with what he desires. Rather than betray Regans, he would prefer to safeguard his own soul and body. Now, it seems he has found an opportunity. Of course, his resolve is not merely a spur-of-the-moment decision, had Sis not swiftly quelled the Level 2 uprising. He likely would not have so readily resolved to ally himself with Sis. Ultimately, this world is one that values strength. With power comes the confidence to confront all challenges. Sis, a being capable of piercing through an entire layer of hell, possesses an abundance of strength, and moreover, he has allies to bolster him. Providing assistance in times of need is far superior to mere embellishments. Should he help Sis overcome this hurdle today, he will forever secure a place within Sis's faction. He is acutely aware of this, and is willing to take a slight risk for such a future. Risk is invariably proportional to reward, a fundamental tenet of transactions. And in his view, the risks of this deal are far outweighed by the potential gains. If he wins the gamble, he stands to gain immensely. If he loses, aside from Sis's life, he seems to lose nothing of significance. Meanwhile, he bent slightly, casting a furtive glance around to ensure no outsiders were present before cautiously speaking. Lord Sis, I just received a call from Lord Regans. It was his aide, Moses. He said Lord Regans has discovered evidence of your collusion with the Straw Hat brat, attempting to subvert Impel down, and has instructed me to keep a close watch on you, ensuring you do not escape. He paused momentarily. Oh, of course. I know you would never engage in such treachery. It is merely that scoundrel Regans attempting to ensnare you. He is presently on a warship en route from Marineford. So please exercise caution. Sis let out a cold chuckle, nodding slightly. Good, I understand. I shall not neglect you. Let us leave it at that. With that, he ended the call, shadows swirling within his gaze, one hand gripping the hilt of his blade, surrounded by countless corpses. Licking his lips. His smile was as frigid as that of a demon. Regans, oh Regans, I have yet to seek you out, and you come knocking at my door. What an exquisite opportunity. It seems I would truly be remiss not to take advantage of the splendid conditions you have provided. Chapter 80. Who among us is not a child at heart? In the depths of the underwater prison, Level 6, the infinite hell. The chaos of the upper levels had no impact here. It remained eerily silent, save for the remnants in the cells reminiscing about Boa Hancock's enchanting figure. Did you see that woman Hancock? TSK, if I could spend a night with her, I would gladly face death. Indeed, those long legs, they are something else. No, it's her bosom, truly ample and fair. The air was thick with vulgarity as Sis entered the room, his clothes still stained with blood. If one listened closely, they could hear the ominous drip of blood falling to the ground. The pirates sensed movement at the door, and in an instant, all fell silent. The scent emanating from Xisi's was all too familiar to them. They recalled their days in the outside world, where they encountered such odors daily. The metallic tang of blood. Familiarity is one thing, but adaptation is another. The intensity of this sanguinary aroma was something they had never experienced, even at their peak. It was so overwhelming that it made them choke. Cough, cough, just how many lives has this fellow extinguished? The prisoners whispered among themselves. Their gazes towards Xisi's filled with trepidation and vigilance. Could it be that he has slaughtered an entire floor? No, that is implausible, in such a brief span. No one could accomplish such a feat. Most likely, it was a suppression of a riot. A riot? Are there still such foolish individuals on the upper floors? This is impelled down, where only the likes of the Golden Lion dare to tread. He cast a wary glance towards the depths of the dungeon. Acknowledging that even the solitary Red Count could not escape, how could the motley crew upstairs dare to entertain such thoughts? Who knows? This time, Xisi paid them no mind and instead strode purposefully towards Ace and G-Bay. Fire-Fist Ace, are you pleased? That wretched woman has just departed. And here I am again to pay you a visit. Sith shrugged towards Ace, blood cascading down his cloak, evoking an aura reminiscent of a hellish demon. Wilson Sith. What have you done? Ace raised his head, his pupils constricting in fear, genuinely dreading that it was Luffy's blood. In this moment, Luffy was undoubtedly no match for the madman before him. Ha. Sis shook his head and smiled, recognizing Ace's unease. He adjusted his cloak and reassured him, rest assured. This is not your brother's blood, it belongs to other inmates. The ruckus your brother has caused is quite considerable, throwing the second and third levels into chaos. Were it not for being dispatched to quell the second uprising, I likely wouldn't be drenched in blood myself. With a sigh of relief, Ace thought. As long as it's not that lunatic, it's fine. Stay alive. Luffy, you must survive. Do not descend. Do not come down. He screamed inwardly. Are you speaking ill of me in your thoughts, perhaps feeling a twinge of relief that it was not I who went after that Straw Hat kid? Sis' smile carried an unsettling quality. And what of it? Ace's gaze was filled with hostility. This was not merely his own predicament. Regardless of the circumstances, Luffy must live. He should not perish here, becoming a casualty alongside someone destined for doom. How naive, Sis scoffed. I do not comprehend what you find to be so reassuring. The ones pursuing that fellow are far more fearsome than I. They are the true rulers of this prison, Warden Magellan. He cannot escape. He must pay for his actions. In a sense, Sis was misleading Fire-Fist Ace. For the truth was that the Straw Hat Kid had not only wreaked havoc and impelled down, but had also successfully escaped, making quite a name for himself during the Marineford War. Yet, who could predict the unfolding events? Would he intervene? Certainly, if given the chance. He would bury every prisoner within this prison. Wilson Sis, spare him. I implore you, spare him. Although their acquaintance had been brief, Ace believed he understood Sis well, recognizing the profound darkness concealed beneath that smile. He had never felt so humble, even when imprisoned and impelled down, aware of his impending demise. Spare him. He is still just a child, one who knows nothing of this world. He should not have to endure such trials. A child? Sith wore a somewhat mocking expression as he stood imperiously, locking eyes with Ace. Spare him? Who isn't a child at heart? He mused. After all, they were in impelled down, the domain of that prison warden. It was hardly within my purview to decide. He shook his head with a smirk, his demeanor shifting to seriousness. Moreover, I truly despise that man, so lawless, seeking adventure while flaunting the pirate flag, stirring chaos everywhere. Humph. Ace, panting heavily, began to struggle fiercely, causing the chains around him to rattle ominously. If that is the case, why have you come to see me? To flaunt your victory, Wilson Sith? That insufferable scoundrel. Ace cursed him silently countless times, likely wishing to see him suffer 1,000 deaths. You have lost your composure, Ace. Sith leaned against the wall. Though victory may seem attainable, how could I be so despicable? You underestimate me. I merely overheard a piece of information. What information? Ace, growing impatient, yearned to dismiss this scoundrel quickly. The mere sight of him was infuriating, a man whose malevolence was ingrained in his very being. Regan's. Oh, right, you don't know that rogue. He is my superior from Eni's lobby, and that judgment you received was delivered to me by him. What exactly are you trying to convey? I have no interest in your tedious chit-chat about trivial matters. Ace gritted his teeth. Very well, if you are disinclined to listen, I shall be brief. My relationship with him is quite poor. In an attempt to frame me, he claimed I conspired with the Straw Hat brat to overthrow Impel Down. Do you not find that amusing? Sith squinted his eyes, leaned in, and lowered his voice. Tell me, should I truly conspire with the Straw Hat Kid and send him to his doom? Wilson Sith. Ace, lost in thought, only yearned to help Luffy escape from impelled down. A profound fear gripped him. He dreaded the notion of Sith engaging with Luffy in his name, potentially leading to Luffy's utter demise. I warn you, do not lay a hand on him, or else Admiral Carp, no, my grandfather, will undoubtedly seek retribution against you. Sith furrowed his brow, feeling as though he had been taken advantage of. Chapter 81. Choice. Sighing deeply, Sith lamented, it appears you still do not understand me well enough. I would never engage in such matters. They are far too troublesome. Ruins does not deserve my efforts. He is unworthy of my consideration. Beep, beep. The communicator at his waist buzzed once more, its frequency today seeming rather excessive. This is Wilson Sith speaking, exclaimed Major Sith. The Straw Hat Boy has been captured, gravely poisoned and on the brink of death. He is currently being transported to the 5th level of the frozen hell by Deputy Warden Hannibal. Is there anything else? Sith cast a helpless expression towards Ace, provoking an overwhelming urge to bite him among onlookers. However, Ace, now devoid of such thoughts, felt his heart plummet, his pupils dilating. Tears streamed down his face, mingling with mucus, creating a sorrowful visage. Luffy, why did you come? Why did you come? Furthermore, there is another matter. Vice Admiral Ghost Spider has arrived, and Warden Magellan has requested your presence to greet him. He will join shortly after attending to his needs. Sith rolled his eyes, this old constipation fanatic. Fine, I understand. He promptly hung up the phone and leaned back again. I had delivered the message. Yet I sensed that he wouldn't perish so easily, at least not this time. Ace's tears had ceased, as he stared intently at Sith, demanding, say that again. Humph. Sith emitted a deep nasal sound, turning his head. All right, the visitation is nearly at an end. General Ghost Spider is awaiting my arrival, and I cannot afford to delay. Moreover, I believe we shall meet again. I can only hope that the one who takes your life is not I. To speak candidly, there are times when I find myself rather fond of you. Ding. The chains surrounding them clinked at the sound of Isla's delicate chime. As he struggled, he shouted towards Sith's retreating figure, return, Wilson Sith. Clarify your words before you depart. Make it clear. Sith did not look back, his silhouette gradually fading into the darkness. Did he like it? No, let us not jest. Ace sensed the most profound malice emanating from that individual, a feeling that epitomized the purest essence of darkness and malevolence. Outside, the atmosphere of Impelled Down, which had just quelled the recent uprising, was somewhat subdued. The sea was eerily calm, a windless zone surrounded by countless naval forces. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, it was certain that no one, aside from the Golden Lion, could escape from this fortress-like prison, the largest in the world. The sky was overcast, and stars gradually enveloped the surroundings as night stealthily descended. The fleet of the Ghost Spider would temporarily regroup outside Impelled Down, ensuring that tomorrow's escort mission would proceed without the slightest mishap. This is the Ghost Spider at Impelled Down. Please prepare to open the gates. A familiar voice resonated through the transponder snail as the towering gate of justice opened a narrow crevice. The same warships that had arrived earlier remained, their hulls marked by the clash with Vista's pirate vessel, clearly visible from afar. How Ace arrived at Impelled Down was how he would depart. Though the outcome might not be favorable, death awaited him on this departure. Ghost Spider, Admiral. Regardless of the urgency conveyed through the transponder, Sith changed into a suit. For he had no inclination to greet guests in tattered attire, despite the mere hint of bloodstains. Descending from the warship, the Ghost Spider, a cigarette clenched between his teeth, nodded towards Sith, his nostrils flaring slightly. Years of naval service had rendered him particularly sensitive to the scent of blood. With an impassive expression, he was already aware of the events transpiring within Impelled Down. How is Fire Fist Ace? This was his first inquiry upon disembarking. Compared to Impelled Down, he would much rather place his trust in Sith, a man whose background he thoroughly understood. The recent instability within the world government hinted at brewing turmoil beneath the surface. Xisi wore a reassuring expression, indicating that there were no immediate concerns. However, an unsettling feeling lingered within me. Today's upheaval might merely be a prelude. If permissible, I would hope to expedite his removal. Sith is merely occasionally eccentric. He is certainly not mentally impaired. How could he possibly remain inactive? Fully aware that the Straw Hat Lad intends to stage a prison break. At this moment, there are merely 12 hours remaining until Ace's execution. Should a riot occur, The time left is even less, factoring in the journey from Impel Down to Marineford. Sis likely has less than 10 hours to weave an intricate web of plans. A riot? The ghost spider furrowed his brow, the cigarette between his lips burning rapidly, dwindling to a mere stub. His expression was grave. It is impossible. The Navy will not act solely on your word. Decisions that have been made are not subject to alteration. The cigarette but was carelessly discarded onto the ground. The ghost spider possessed no sense of environmental responsibility, knowing full well that in the world of pirates, his superior, Akainu, is perhaps one of the most environmentally unfriendly individuals. Is there no room for maneuver? None, the ghost spider affirmed resolutely. His attitude towards Sis appeared to have improved significantly. In this world, ultimately, one must rely on strength to make oneself heard. Following Sis' battle with Vista, his prowess successfully captured the attention of the ghost spider, and even that of Sakazuki. Sith remained silent, not pressing the matter further. It was indeed a daunting task, one that could not be easily accomplished. If it were merely a matter of arriving a few minutes or even an hour earlier, it might be feasible, but such an endeavor would lack significance. It seemed prudent to abandon any thoughts of ensnaring the 6th level. Beyond the 6th, there lay the 5th and 4th levels, or perhaps the 2nd level, which he had already decimated. Some matters are truly difficult to assess in terms of merit. For instance, the 6th level harbored the most dangerous prisoners, naturally. Sith wished to seize the opportunity to eliminate them while they were vulnerable, ideally capturing them all with the use of sea stone chains. While some might escape, if 9 out of 10 were slain, it would still signify a considerable victory. Unfortunately, as long as Fire Fist Ace remained, the guards there were exceedingly vigilant, leaving no time for Sith to execute any covert plans. The 5th level, known as the Frozen Hell, was the birthplace of revolts. If managed correctly, it could extinguish dissent before it even began, though the frigid conditions were not particularly accommodating. The 4th level, the Scorching Hell, offered both heat and confinement, making it an ideal place for setting traps. However, it was also susceptible to attacks from both Blackbeard and the Straw Hat Kid, which was troublesome. The 3rd level held no advantages whatsoever. Cross it off the list. The 2nd level, nearly devoid of life due to his own hand, was littered with corpses. If he were to employ puppet techniques here, it would be the perfect setting, for no one knew the extent of his resources. However, its proximity to the upper levels posed a risk. Excessive use of his burning technique might lead to the destruction of both the Navy and the guards. Chapter 82. No Rescue. Await death upon the seas leading from Marineford to Impel Down. Regan's warship sailed through the starry night. All right, I understand, came a voice from outside the cabin, where a CP agent, supporting a snail phone, nodded repeatedly. He was Moses, Regan's favorite aide, having risen to prominence after Sith had eliminated 2 unfortunate souls aboard the ship. To some extent, he owed a debt of gratitude to Sith. Had it not been for Sith clearing his path, he would not have been able to usurp Regan's favor so swiftly. In return for Sith's kindness, Moses harbored a singular ambition to deliver the final blow himself. Having already bestowed a grand gift upon him, why not lend a further push? A staircase of bones and corpses is far more splendid than one built from mere ambition. Once Sith was eliminated, Moses would rise to be Regan's right hand. And should he find a way to outlast Regan's, he would become the puppeteer rather than the puppet. To be frank, Regan's was hardly a noble character. He absent-mindedly touched his rear, recalling that he had bled the previous night. However, there was no alternative, such was the necessary price of climbing the ranks. And he lacked the strength to free himself from Regan's just yet. Nodding, he ended the call, his brow furrowed. The situation at Impel Down seemed dire. That fool Dive had claimed that Sith single-handedly suppressed a revolt on one level, which was utterly ridiculous. Was that truly the extent of Sith's power? It was the government's authority at play. Eliminating a leader would suffice to quiet the prisoners, as long as the government's banner was raised. Merely replacing one dog with another would be enough to quell the uprising. If he were present, he would undoubtedly perform far better than Sith. Rubbing the tension from his face, he refrained from donning his usual obsequious smile. The daily charade had grown tiresome, and he was not inclined to report to Regan's at that moment. As long as Sith remained within the system, he could not openly defy Regan's. Such was the natural restraint of the bureaucratic world, with no exceptions. Moses stood at the ship's bow, gazing into the cabin where Regan slept. He was a creature of routine, ensuring a full 7 hours of sleep each night, a faint smile gracing his lips, lost in some unknown reverie. In the 2nd level of Impel Down, the beast hell, blood clouds loomed ominously, an eternal spectacle. Below the snail phone, nothing could be seen but the red-tinged black mist. The air was laden with silence, occasionally broken by drops of blood sliding from the corners, as if this were a world long deceased. Suddenly, the heaps of corpses began to stir, as if a swarm of flesh-eating insects were feasting upon the dead. The atmosphere grew increasingly eerie, chilling to the bone. A mangled right hand emerged from the pile of bodies, its desiccated form affirming its identity as a victim of Sith. Black threads emerged from the mist, burrowing into the skin, writhing within the veins. In an instant, the body that should have perished long ago sprang to life, its eyes devoid of emotion, behaving like a puppet animated by dark forces. Stiff limbs propelled the corpse deeper into the blackness, while surrounding bodies, still somewhat intact, were drawn towards the center of level 2 by the black threads. Through the mist, in the dark heart of the chaos, Sith sat cross-legged, unperturbed by the bloodstains on the ground, quietly sharpening his blade. Black threads extended from his back like dark tentacles. Compared to traditional puppet masters, he bore a closer resemblance to Scorpion. Their manipulation of puppets transcended mere hand movements. Scorpion wielded nuclear techniques capable of obliterating nations, while Sith substituted darkness for chakra and nuclear energy, embodying a vast core of power. Yet, unlike Scorpion, Sith's methods were inhuman. His puppets resembled awakened corpses rather than mere dolls. As time slipped away, roughly 2 hours passed, and the animated corpses reached a critical mass, far exceeding the scale of Scorpion's techniques, with an estimated 1,000 figures in motion. This number was staggering. Accounting for those not ensnared by the puppet threads and the incomplete bodies, thousands had perished at Sith's hands that day. Discarding the rag, Sith scratched his head, pondering his own ferocity. Glancing at the throng of animated corpses surrounding him, he acknowledged the truth. He was indeed formidable. He did not dwell on the matter. For these were all wretched souls. Rather than unleash them to wreak havoc, it was far better they perish by his hand. Rubbing his temples, he noted that dawn had yet to break, his mind feeling slightly foggy. Managing so many puppets, even a level 4 power wielder might find it taxing. After all, puppetry demanded more than mere movement. Every action, mechanism, and detail mattered. With time pressing, he could not afford to handle the corpses in the traditional manner of a puppet master. However, it mattered little. The renowned explosive artist, known to rival even the doctors for Scorpion's closest ally, Deidara, once proclaimed, art is an explosion. Technique mattered less than having ample firepower. If executed with finesse, he believed he could encase the complete burning technique within the corpses, an exhilarating prospect. As for the battlefield, after much consideration, Sith ultimately opted for level 4. Despite the potential for being surrounded, he reasoned that it would allow him to ensnare both the Straw Hat Kid and Blackbeard after their victory. There are advantages and disadvantages, yet the benefits outweigh the drawbacks. As for the current issue, Sith cast a glance at the multitude of lifeless bodies before him, pondering how to transport his prized possessions to level 4, an intriguing dilemma indeed. This vessel belonged to Lord Riggins, the esteemed prosecutor of Justice Island, as it approached Impel Down. Prepare to open the gates. Twice a day, the door of justice would once again crack open slightly. The ghost spider, who had been resting with his eyes closed, opened them with a slight furrow of his brow. The ship from Justice Island? Could it be that Riggins was up to some mischief again? With a disdainful curl of his lips, he scoffed. Humph, lacking strength, he resorts to such petty tricks. He then turned to his aide. Bring me my din mushi. Connect me with Admiral Sakazuki. Inform him that Riggins, the prosecutor from Justice Island, has conspired with the Straw Hat Brat to incite a rebellion and attempt to overthrow Impel Down, and has been executed on the spot by Navy Major Sis. Smoke swirled around him, and the ghost spider's gaze was particularly menacing. The aide hesitated, taken aback. Sir, that prosecutor isn't dead yet. The ghost spider interrupted him, his voice laced with an undeniable authority. He discarded his cigarette but encrusted it underfoot. Who does he think we are? Mere sheep to be slaughtered at will? A bunch of naive fools, truly. Today, he must die, whether he likes it or not. Sis will ensure he does not leave this door alive. The aide fell silent, casting a glance at the gradually opening gates of Impel Down. A sudden chill crept into his heart, in his eyes. The gate had transformed from a mere doorway into an expansive trap, poised to ensnare and consume its prey. Chapter 83, Deterrence upon entering Impel Down. Riggins and his entourage did not adhere to the customary protocol of meeting Magellan and Hannibal. According to his informant, Deef, the personnel in Impel Down held Sis in high regard. A careless visit to Magellan might invite unnecessary trouble. Besides, Sis was merely a junior major. How formidable could he truly be? With so many elite officers dispatched from Justice Island, defeating one Navy major would be a trivial task. They could easily turn him to ashes. Clutching a monogrammed handkerchief against his mouth and nose, Riggins walked with a frown, repulsed by the nauseating stench of blood that permeated the air. Moses, glancing sideways, noticed Riggins's disgust. Rubbing his stiff cheeks, he donned a practiced sycophantic smile, kicking a nearby guard while bellowing, "You blind fool. Do you know who this esteemed gentleman is? This is Lord Riggins, the senior prosecutor from Justice Island. What is this overwhelming stench of blood? How long has the floor gone uncleaned? If you dirty Lord Riggins' shoes, can you afford the price?" He commanded. "Go fetch a basin of water immediately and scrub this place thoroughly." Though Moses held a position of some authority, there was an air of petty ambition about him as he spoke. The guard, feeling innocent, wondered why he was being kicked. Was the foul odor truly the result of their negligence? Was it not the crazy individual on the second tier who had slaughtered thousands without a second thought? The stench of blood had become an indelible scent. Each time he thought of it, he felt a shiver run down his spine. With a mournful expression, the guard dared not retort or mention that notorious figure, for compared to that individual, the one who currently loomed in their midst was the true embodiment of intimidation. Enough of this nonsense. How many times must I remind you to be approachable? Do you understand what it means to be approachable? Must you be so tempestuous? Riggins chided, his expression stern, momentarily halting Moses. Upon closer inspection, he appeared to be playing the role of a leader quite convincingly. "Indeed, my lord, your admonition is just," Moses replied, his expression turning serious, granting Riggins the respect he sought. He patted the guard on the shoulder, and Riggins reluctantly tucked away his handkerchief, revealing a self-satisfied smile. "Young brother, do not be anxious. I am not unreasonable. I simply wish to inquire about a small matter." A flicker of disdain crossed the guard's eyes. "Anxious? Humph. What a jest. Why would he feel anxious over someone incapable of tolerating the slightest hint of blood? They were in Impel Down, the world's foremost prison, where only the most formidable beings warranted concern. Though he felt contempt, he was aware of the precariousness of the situation. Having spent many years in Impel Down, he had encountered a myriad of individuals. Deceiving a couple of Na'vi fools would be a breeze. Bending slightly, the guard feigned trepidation, his voice trembling as he spoke. "My lord, ask away. Whatever I know, I shall share without reservation." "Ah, splendid!" Riggins exclaimed, clapping the guard on the shoulder once more, his spirits lifted. This lad was indeed clever. If permitted, he might elevate his standing. Unbeknownst to the guard, Riggins was already calculating his worth. He leaned closer and whispered, "Young brother, do you know Sis?" "Sis? Which Sis?" The guard's heart raced, pounding fiercely in his chest, thoughts of a blood-soaked figure flashing before him, and genuine fear gripped him. Riggins' expression darkened slightly. "Which Sis? How many Sisses could there possibly be in Impel Down?" "Sis, the one who escorted Fire Fist Ace with the ghost spider." Riggins reiterated, his tone deliberate. The guard gulped, his body drenched in cold sweat. Was there truly no escaping this fate? Why had he involved himself in retrieving these reckless youths? They spoke of an individual whose name could easily evoke terror. Someone who was undoubtedly a shadow of dread within the Navy. Why would you fools seek him out? If you wish for death, at least let him go. He is too timid to serve you esteemed figures. I am not too familiar with the esteemed individual you mentioned, the guard stammered. Riggins's demeanor shifted ominously, his patience waning. "Unappreciative fool. Do you know where he is?" Riggins's voice grew stern. He had graciously lowered himself to converse with a mere guard for this long. And now the guard sought to evade his questions. Did he really believe that Riggins was known for his leniency? The guard's expression grew grim, cold sweat dripping incessantly from his neck. He bowed his head, gesturing discreetly to the side. "May I make a call to confirm?" "Very well," Riggins nodded, releasing his grip, his eyes narrowing. He had never been known for his open-mindedness. He tilted his head toward the CP officer beside him. "Keep a close watch on him." The CP officer nodded and followed suit. They were professionals at surveillance and apprehension. The guard stepped aside, obtaining a den mushy, his expression tense, not from fear of these individuals, but from the sheer bloodlust of that figure below. Brew. This is Gate 1. Please connect me to Major Sis. There are guests from Justice Island wishing to see him." "Major Sis?" The phone bug hesitated for a moment before stating, "Let me check Major Sis's whereabouts for you." After a brief pause, it continued, "Major Sis is currently moving between the 4th and 2nd floors. If you need to see him, you may go to the 2nd floor yourself." Before the guard could respond, the call abruptly ended. The 2nd floor, indeed. Surely, no one would still be dreaming of having someone dispatched from the monitoring room to guide them, would they? The guard was momentarily taken aback by the other party's decisiveness. "Coward," he silently cursed as he approached Riggins. "My lord, Major Sis is currently on the second floor. You may, take your subordinates with you. Someone down there will guide you. Oh, are you joining us? Regan squinted his eyes. Huh, you jest. It is working hours. How could I possibly leave? The guard shook his head vigorously, much like a rattle. The thought of accompanying them to face death was preposterous. Regan frowned, sensing an ambiguous attitude from the gatekeeper. His fingers drummed against his thigh as he turned to Moses. Call Dife and inquire about what is truly happening in the prison city. Chapter 84. Reputation under siege. As dawn broke outside, the inner workings of the prison city proceeded with unruffled efficiency, and the slumbering blood factory of Impel Down stirred once more. Rest assured, my Lord Moses, I am keeping a close watch on Sis. He is behaving himself and will not cause any disturbances. Surely, you do not doubt me? We are all from Judicial Island. How could I conspire with outsiders to deceive you and Lord Regans? Very well, I guarantee that as long as we do not provoke Magellan and Hannibal, this operation will proceed without incident. Inside the office, Dife clutched the phone bug, assuring with a sincerity that was palpable. Upon hanging up, Dife's previously bright eyes turned cold, and a smirk appeared at the corners of his mouth, concealing disdain for Regans and Moses. Humph, Moses and Regans? Do those two truly believe they can contend with that esteemed individual? How naive. He lifted a glass of red wine from his desk, his previous gloom momentarily replaced by a mocking demeanor. I hope that esteemed individual appreciates my token of loyalty. Outside the prison city, Moses similarly ended his call, approaching Regans with an ingratiating demeanor. My Lord Regans, I have clarified the matter. There is no significant issue. Is that so? Regans narrowed his eyes. If there are no significant issues, then there are still problems? Pray tell, what is going on? Why is there such ambiguity surrounding that individual? Moses cautiously glanced around, ensuring no one from the prison city was present, before whispering, it seems to involve a woman. A woman? Regans paused, taken aback. Who possesses such audacity? Domino? The deputy warden of Impel Down. I've heard they are entangled. Domino? Regans's confusion lingered. Could such a fear arise merely from a woman? Rest assured, my Lord Regans. If you doubt Dife, do you also doubt me? Moses leaned slightly, his expressive eyes exhibiting a seemingly pitiful innocence. Regans sighed, squeezing Moses's chin. Believe me. How could I not trust you? Yet my heart races with an uneasy premonition of impending misfortune. Fear not, my lord. Sis is merely a major. With our numbers, dealing with him should be effortless. Regans nodded, albeit uncertainly. Let us hope so. Yet I can't shake the feeling that I am overlooking something. Overlook? Impossible. Rest assured. My Lord Regans. Moses suddenly paused, sensing he too might have neglected something trivial, but dismissed it as unimportant. He glanced around and nudged Regans toward the door. The guards surrounding them observed their departing figures, wearing ambiguous smiles that hinted at a chilling atmosphere. Inside the office of the deputy warden of Impel Down, Domino, who had toiled through the night, stifled a yawn, her body shivering involuntarily. For some reason, she suddenly felt a sense of being wronged. In the depths of Impel Down. Hell of beasts. Regans? Very well, I understand. After hanging up, Sis, having concealed the last batch of corpses in the shadows, toyed with the hilt of his knife, a hint of amusement dancing in his eyes. Black mist swirled around him as his form vanished within the thick fog. After a few more minutes, movement finally stirred on the second floor, heralded by the sound of an elevator. Clang. Clad in a sharply tailored black suit, Regans's stature appeared somewhat imposing. He covered his nose with a silk scarf and glanced around. Is this the place? You too, go take a look. He gestured casually, indicating two individuals. They nodded, back to back, and proceeded inside at a leisurely pace. As seasoned professionals, they were elite operatives trained by CP, possessing a beast-like instinct for danger, capable of handling most crises. The atmosphere within was eerily silent, shrouded in fog with limited visibility. The ground felt soft, reminiscent of a padded surface, and a pungent metallic scent lingered in the air. Yet they had grown accustomed to it. After all, in Impel Down, the blood scent outside was already overwhelming. So a slightly stronger odor in the cells below was hardly surprising. They conducted a cursory search of the nearby cells, empty. Not a single prisoner was in sight. Let alone Sis. My lord, we have checked the surrounding cells. There is no one. One of the CP agents returned, his face devoid of expression. No one? How can there be no one in the cells? Regans lightly tapped his thigh, his heart racing, an ominous sensation gnawing at him. This place is problematic. He swiftly turned to Moses, his gaze sharp, as he was one who became more alert under pressure. Are you concealing something from me? I feel as though I have overlooked something. Ah, how could that be? Moses scratched his head, suddenly recalling that Dife had reported on the potential uprising and impelled down. The second floor? The second floor? Is this not the very place? He swallowed hard, suppressing any outward signs of panic. Such a blunder was utterly intolerable on Judicial Island. My Lord Regans, you must be overthinking this. They both returned safely, did they not? If there were issues, Sis would have acted long ago. Indeed. Regans nodded gently. Perhaps he was overreacting after all. Sis was merely a major. Just a major. What havoc could he possibly wreak? Tightening his collar. He felt the air around him grow increasingly frigid. Observing Ruijans, who merely nodded yet exhibited no inclination to enter, Moses felt a surge of anxiety. Gritting his teeth, he decisively declared, Sir, we can no longer afford to hesitate. That rascal's eyes is connected to the advancing city, and the longer we delay, the more unfavorable it becomes for us. With a steely resolve, he strode forward and addressed Ruijans. Let us proceed, Lord Ruijans. There is still time. Ruijans felt a twinge of dissatisfaction with Moses's audacity, yet he could not deny the truth in his words. The situation was growing increasingly precarious. Suppressing his inner unease, he grasped his handkerchief tightly and quietly instructed those nearby. Keep a close watch on him. He seems off today. Yes, my lord, they replied. Ruijans positioned himself at the center, flanked by meticulously chosen guards, which offered him a modicum of reassurance. He repeatedly reassured himself, remain calm, Ruijans. He is merely a lowly major. You are the renowned young prosecutor of Justice Island. In terms of rank, he would not dare to challenge you, especially considering he is but a major. Chapter 85, The Art of Adaptability? A sanguine mist swirled before his eyes. Sith stood upon a platform on the second level, his gaze encompassing every movement of Ruijans. What might appear to be troublesome shadows to an ordinary person did not obstruct his vision, rather. They heightened his perception to an astonishing degree, his observation hockey capable of enveloping the entirety of the second level. Fixated on Ruijans, his expression remained inscrutable, resembling a mask worn without a hint of change. Only the most astute observers might notice the slightest tremor in his fingers, as his index finger gently caressed the blade's surface. A potent scent of blood lingered around him, mingled with an intense aura of menace. This aura was not merely a boast, but rather a testament to the countless heads that had accumulated in his wake. Sith struggles to restrain his murderous aura. Recently, the number of lives he has extinguished has grown alarming, whether during his pursuit of the ghostly spider or while advancing through the city. His relentless slaughter knows no bounds. The tally of those who have perished at his hands remains a mystery, even to him. For ordinary mortals, such unremitting violence breeds savagery, and without a sufficiently robust will to resist it, one either descends into madness or transforms into a heartless machine of death. Yet he is different. Regardless of the multitude that has fallen before him, his gaze remains serene, akin to a tranquil, deep spring, dark and devoid of any ripples. He is a creature of inherent darkness, embraced by shadows that eagerly shield him, devouring all foes who dare approach. The footsteps of Regans and his companions grow increasingly thunderous. Or perhaps they deliberately strike the ground with their heels, as if seeking some solace in the sound. Suddenly, a chilling breeze sweeps through the enclosed beastly hell, dispersing the smoke and clearing a 10-meter radius around him. A figure, cold and seemingly composed of gathered shadows, stands silently upon the platform, arms crossed, coldly observing them. Darkness coalesces behind him like a cloak woven from shadows, countless blood-red souls wailing in his wake, forming a pair of ruthless, enormous crimson pupils. Flames dance upon the tips of his hair, illuminating his face with an air of formidable authority, resembling a sovereign of hell, effortlessly reaching for the scepter known as death. He does not conceal himself. A group of office-bound incompetents fails to ignite his penchant for mischief. The scene before them straddles the realms of illusion and reality, causing Regans and his companions to momentarily lose focus, their knees weakening, compelling them to kneel involuntarily. What manner of being is this? They silently scream within, struggling to maintain their composure as their legs tremble. As beings of strength, their will is astonishingly fragile, despite their formidable physiques. Their resolve pales in comparison to that of even the most feeble of pirates, leaving one to wonder from whence they derive their strength. Regans, have you come to settle our score? The voice of Sis was devoid of any dryness. It was rich and magnetic, akin to the voice of a deity. Yet, to their ears, it was more grating than the most anguished wail. A singular thought consumed Ruijans' mind. The formidable opponent before him was an adversary they could not possibly contend with. Wilson, Sis, what are you doing? Do you intend to rebel? Ruigen's voice trembled slightly, as his yearning for life ultimately overshadowed his inner terror. This fool was indeed serious. Ruigen sensed an overwhelming aura of hostility emanating from Sis. His instincts remained as sharp as ever, a secret weapon that had enabled him to endure in the political arena for so many years. Rebellion? Sis looked down upon him with a peculiar gaze, arms spread wide, laughing softly. No, my good sir, rebellion? I lack the audacity for such a thing. Then why do you stand so high? Ruigens retorted. I have come bearing the commendation from Judicial Island for you. Internally, Ruigens exhaled with slight relief. It appeared even Sis could not defy the banner of the world government, as long as he could feign compliance, deceiving Sis and evading this calamity. He had 100 ways to bring about systemize. Licking his lips, his gaze fell upon the space behind Sis, a flicker of greed shimmering in his eyes. Compared to those top-tier powerhouses, he seemed to lack a devil fruit. Sis was just perfect. Sith found the situation somewhat amusing. The common ailment of Justice Island was that when one intended to strike against another, the murderous intent was always laid bare. Whether it was directed at those two CP agents or at Ruigens. Shaking his head, he reflected on the troubling caliber of the world government officials. However, this was of no concern to him. These relics of a bygone era were destined to be discarded. If they were too astute, they would become more challenging to deal with. A touch of foolishness could serve to highlight his exceptional prowess. Lord Ruigens, the recent conditions in Impel Down are rather precarious. For your safety, I believe it prudent for me to remain here on guard while you ascend alone. Wilson Sith, is this how you speak to an officer? Before Ruigens could respond, a nearby CP agent interjected, challenging the audacity of Sith's words. No, he merely sought to assert his presence before Ruigens. In the pursuit of wealth and power, with Moses nearing his decline, why should he not aspire to take Moses's place? Since Sith was too timid to act, he should not be surprised when others seized the opportunity to rise. With a swish, a faint smile lingered on his lips, but before he could fully comprehend the moment, a fierce gust, perhaps a searing wave of heat, swept past him. He could distinctly feel the temperature above, hot enough to melt steel into molten iron. What followed was excruciating agony, an indescribable and shattering pain. His left eye was rendered blind, his skin parched, and steam erupted from the surface. He sank to his knees, gripping his face with both hands, letting out a primal howl that echoed with a haunting, distant resonance. His visage bore the marks of a most malevolent curse, maintaining a semblance of humanity while simultaneously exuding a terrifying demonic presence. The methods employed by Xisi are exquisite. Every ounce of heat is meticulously orchestrated under his calculations, cleaved precisely in half, neither excessive nor deficient. Ruigens and his companions trembled like chaff in the wind, while Moses, a towering figure at 2 meters tall, found himself prostrate on the ground, a truly humiliating position for one of his stature. Swallowing hard, Ruigens shakily rose to his feet, casting a glance at the wailing CP. Steeling himself, he seized a long blade from the side and struck the man down with a swift blow to the head. Blood sprayed forth as Ruigens spat on the ground, his gaze towards Xisi now tinged with a hint of servility, for he too had once clawed his way to prominence in a similar fashion. My lord Xisi, it is indeed a source of embarrassment to have such unruly subordinates before you. I shall take matters into my own hands immediately. The smile of Sis carries a hint of amusement. Is this what the bureaucrats of the new century embody? Indeed, they exhibit a remarkable adaptability. Chapter 86, Special Skills. Although each of Ruigens's companions harbors their own share of flaws as senior officials of the world government, they possess one or several extraordinary abilities that ordinary individuals could scarcely aspire to attain. For instance, Spandam enjoys the privilege of a father wielding immense power, while Ruigens, with an acute sense of timing, has cultivated an instinctive ability to yield when necessary. On Judicial Island, it is this very skill that has propelled him to his current position, allowing him to navigate various alliances and establish his own faction. Were everyone to pen their autobiography, Ruigens S. would undoubtedly be rich with insights on strategic affiliations. The political essence of Judicial Island is inherently one of camaraderie, and Ruigens harbors no doubt that Sis would decline his goodwill. After all, this is the allegiance of a senior prosecutor, whereas he, HM, is merely a major. Shaking his head with an air of dark dominance, he grasped the malice of humanity with chilling precision. Farewell, my dear Lord Ruigens. I shall descend myself, for you are, after all, my superior. The word superior dripped with venom, his eyes brimming with lethal intent. Cold sweat cascaded uncontrollably down Regan's forehead. How dare he? Regan seethed inwardly. How dare he spurn my goodwill, this overture from a high-ranking prosecutor? Gasping for breath, he was a man of decisive action, swift and ruthless. Concealing his left hand behind his back, he signaled twice. The CP agents nodded in silent understanding, fanning out to flank their target. They knew the stakes. If Sith lived, none of them would survive. Gripping their weapons, the tension thickened unbearably, so palpable that even the faintest trickle of sweat down a cheek could be heard. Blurp blurp. Was that the sound of death descending? No, it was Sith's den mushy. Moshi moshi. Ah, yes, this is Sith. Who's calling? Oh, Hannibal. What do you need? A riot? Straw Hat Luffy had incited a massive uprising, already breaching the 4th level. The 3rd level was collapsing too. Who? Buggy the Clown? Are you certain? The visage of Sis appeared somewhat sinister. Indeed, the notion of fortunate fruits proved perilously dangerous. Despite having eradicated all threats on the 2nd level, how could Buggy still manage to create a scandal? It was unequivocally dangerous and warranted immediate execution on the spot. As for the 1st level, was it the notorious Blackbeard Teach? Very well, I comprehend the situation. I shall promptly proceed to level 4. With that, Sis terminated the call. His gaze fixated on the increasingly peculiar smile of Regan's. The senior prosecutor of Judicial Island, Regan's, colluded with the Straw Hat Brat and the warlord Blackbeard Teach, inciting a riot in an attempt to subvert Impel Down. Now, with irrefutable evidence at hand, I ponder how best to deal with you. Regan's expression was one of frustration. He was always the one to accuse others. When had it ever been his turn to be falsely accused? You are merely deflecting, Sis, you traitor. Seize him. Execute him on the spot. In an instant, Regan's brandished his blade, his face taut with intensity, his thoughts solely focused on the confrontation ahead. If circumstances allowed. He truly wished to avoid engaging directly. As the senior prosecutor of Judicial Island, he was a civil servant with a promising future. How could he stoop to the level of a brute in battle? Moreover, this time, he could not afford to die. In matters of combat, he was a genuine prodigy. Had he not pursued the path of a prosecutor, perhaps Rob Lucci would not exist at all. The naivety of people these days was astonishing. Before Regan's could even close the distance, Sis vanished from sight, slightly turning his head, his pupils constricting as a familiar face materialized beside him. Impossible. How could you move so swiftly? Sith remained silent, his right hand clenched into a fist, as striking such a creature would be a profound insult to the blade. Soon, a layer of deep, ebony power, akin to paint, enveloped his fist, from which black-red flames erupted, infusing the air with a charred scent. The hissing sound of the remaining blood mist in the air being scorched filled the atmosphere. Rueijin's eyes widened in alarm as he beheld the fist hurtling towards him with alarming speed. In a moment of instinctive reflex, he lowered his head just in time to witness the fiery fist soar past, losing nothing but his dark hair in the process. The force of the punch, unrelenting and accompanied by a wave of heat, collided with the wall. A thunderous roar reverberated through the space as an explosive conflagration and shockwave surged outward, illuminating the entire area. It became evident to them that this towering 2nd level of Impel Down, the beast hell, was now transformed into a vast graveyard. Rueijin's ears rang. Yet there was no time for contemplation. Gripping his blade, he began to retreat swiftly, overwhelmed by the sheer monstrosity before him. He understood that this was no ordinary adversary that a mere human could hope to conquer. With remarkable speed, Rueijin, a rare man who had mastered the entirety of the 6 styles on Judicial Island, fled with urgency. Sith remained unfazed, his eyes devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Who do you think he is? If one could merely rely on the 6 styles to escape his grasp, then he should forego the commotion at level 4 and instead retreat to wash up and sleep, lest he embarrass himself. The shadows leap. The figure of Zeiss vanished from the spot, shadows slicing through the fabric of space, and in an instant, he materialized before Rueijin's. How could such speed be possible? It was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary human. Rueijin's eyes widened in disbelief as a fierce gust surged towards him. He swiftly raised his hands, crossing them in front of him. Bang! A cataclysmic force crashed upon his arms, and with a sickening crack, it felt as though his bones had splintered into 2. The sheer impact sent him hurtling backwards, shattering the wall behind him, and he rolled nearly 10 meters before finally coming to a halt. The other CP members watched in horror, their eyes filled with a mixture of astonishment at Rueijin's strength and dread for their own grim prospects. This man would not spare them. Now, it seemed they were powerless, unable to intervene, merely spectators awaiting their fate. Impressive reaction, Xi's remarked with a hint of disdain. If I had the luxury of time, I would truly enjoy playing with you a while longer. Alas, there are others waiting for me downstairs, so do be a good sport and perish quietly. As she sees eyes widened, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent radiated from him, akin to a towering mountain, causing the nearby CP agents to buckle under its weight, rendering them incapable of rising. This was not merely the conqueror's haki, it was the chilling essence of a man who had taken countless lives, cold, piercing, and instilling a profound sense of dread that extinguished any thoughts of resistance. Chapter 87, Uprising. Rue Jeans fixed his gaze on Xisi, drenched in sweat. His legs trembling under the weight of the murderous aura, his arched form revealing a near-perfect muscular silhouette, as tense as a poised leopard. Death? What a jest! I, Rue Jeans, am the youngest senior prosecutor on Judicial Island. How could I possibly perish here? Clenching his fists, his roar resonated like thunder, unleashing the entirety of his combat prowess in that moment. He feared death and did not wish to succumb so easily. Perhaps few on Judicial Island feared death as much as he did, yet it was futile. Before this man, unless he exerted every ounce of strength, he would have no chance of survival. You will perish. Rue Jeans dashed forward, defying the oppressive aura, each step leaving a significant crater in the ground. Among the CP agents, he was destined to be a legend. How could they hope to slay him so effortlessly? Prostrated on the ground, the unfolding events had completely surpassed the expectations of Moses and the others, their eyes wide with astonishment. Was that man, the one racing forward, truly Lord Rue Jeans? Could a man who spent his days in an office, embroiled in intrigue and palace schemes, possess such formidable strength? Had their years of effort been squandered? Yet, it mattered little. Perhaps, just perhaps, they might indeed secure victory this time. A fierce flame ignited in their eyes, as if hope had been rekindled. In a fleeting moment, Rue Jeans accelerated exponentially, his figure flickering, leaving behind ethereal afterimages in midair. After a mere few strides, he stood before Xisi, unleashing a punch enveloped in a thin veil of haki. The force of his fist generated a sonic boom, causing the very air to crackle in response. This blow possessed the power to shatter stone and sever metal. A sinister smile played across Rue Jean's face as he envisioned Xisi collapsing under his strike. After all, he had been an exemplary student at the CP training camp. A mere naval major posed no challenge. Bang! With a stoic expression, Xi extended his hand to catch Ruijin's right fist, his fingers as unyielding as steel, firmly gripping Ruijin's hand without yielding an inch. Have you had enough, Lord Ruijin's? His calm voice sent a shiver down Ruijin's spine, causing his pupils to constrict sharply. How could this be? He tentatively lifted his gaze to meet Xi's, beads of sweat cascading down his face. After a moment of struggle, he finally recognized the vast chasm that separated him from Xi's. Ahem, Mr. Xi's. No, Lord Xi's. I believe there may be some misunderstanding between us. Misunderstanding? Bang. Sith's right knee pressed against Rue Jean's abdomen, exuding an overwhelming dominance that shattered Rue Jean's internal organs into fragments. Rue Jean was finished. A misunderstanding? What just are you uttering? My Lord Rue Jean, there has never been any misunderstanding between us. Our relationship has always been one of mutual intent to kill. As he spoke, Sith feigned a glance at his watch, exclaiming, Oh dear, it is already this late. And there are others awaiting my presence below, so do be so kind as to die quietly. With a fierce roar, Sith seized Ruijin's by the forearm, unleashing an intense, frenzied, and explosive force that swept forth in an instant. Ruijin's expression twisted wildly, blood mixed with internal fragments spewing from his mouth as he was flung away like refuse by Sis. The demeanor of Moses and the others surrounding them underwent a dramatic transformation. How could this be? How could the disparity in strength between the two be so vast? Was the legendary Berserk mode truly so ineffective? Lord Ruijin's! Moses cried out, his bearded face awash with tears. Coughing, Ruijin's rolled and left a long trail upon the ground, struggling to rise as madness flickered in his eyes. No, it's impossible. I am Ruijin's, the youngest senior prosecutor of Judicial Island, the future supreme judge of Judicial Island. I cannot die. Blood surged forth, veins coursing through his eyes, his hands no longer able to grip. Yet it mattered not. He still had his feet, his legs, and the will to fight. Suddenly, with a thunderous shout, Ruijin's charged forward, a powerful current of air propelling him, his speed astonishing. In a mere twist, he vanished from Sith's sight, heading towards the outside world. With a drooping eyelid, Xi spat a mouthful of phlegm onto the ground, disdainfully exclaiming that it was a waste of emotion, as if anyone unaware would mistake it for a thrilling martial arts manga. lifting his right hand. Darkness coalesced between his fingers, transforming in an instant into a pitch-black spear, aflame with an eerie fire. His gaze sharpened, and the spear shot forth, trailing a feathered tail behind it. Boom! In that fleeting moment, an explosion erupted. The entire beast hell trembled, the once solid ground suddenly giving way to a gaping crater. As searing heat rose and flames spread, reminiscent of a dark crimson sun emerging from the abyssal depths. Such an assault rendered Ruijin's beyond survival. Nay, he would be reduced to mere ashes. Without a glance towards Ruijin's, Xisi turned his attention to Moses and the others, striding over to them. Now, it is your turn. Time is of the essence, and I shan't bid each of you farewell individually. Let us embark together. Flames flickered in his grasp, leaving nothing but fear and despair in the eyes of Moses and his companions. No, no, Lord Xisi, spare us. We can testify for you. We can bear witness. Their pleas echoed through the air as Xisi extinguished the flames. What delusion led you to believe I require witnesses? Bah, worthless scum. He retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, placing it between his lips, casting a glance around to find his observation hockey enveloping the entire second level. To root out the weeds, Xisi leaped towards the breach created by his earlier strike, sensing that urgency was paramount. Advance, charge forth. For Captain Buggy, kill. Boys, slay. Even with thousands of Marines and wardens outside, we shall follow Captain Buggy and carve our way back to the sea. The third level was in chaos. Rebellion. A riot is erupting on the third level, requesting reinforcements. Where are the warden and deputy warden? Hurry, we need support. The morale of the pirates on the third level soared. Despite their empty stomachs, how could they possess such vigor? It was infuriating, truly infuriating. This was the third level of Impel Down, the hell of hunger, where prisoners received no food or warmth after ascending from the hell of heat. Most were notorious pirates with bounties exceeding 50 million, each capable of reigning supreme in the first half of the Grand Line. The sudden uprising. Even the seasoned wardens with rocket launchers could scarcely withstand. Regarding the apology for the lackluster content, I find myself with little to say beyond an apology. I acknowledge the superficiality of my writing, yet I cannot change it. Today, my work is uninspired, and it shall likely remain so in the future. This narrative is not a collaborative effort, and thus, the sentiments of others may not resonate with me as deeply. Personally, I perceive every chapter one write as lacking substance, including the opening. What constitutes a substantial chapter? I believe it must adhere to a few principles. Firstly, balance and detail is essential. Secondly, it must deliver satisfaction. The essence of online literature is to serve as entertainment for readers, and there is no shame in admitting that. Thirdly, the prose must be concise, articulating the essence of a matter with brevity and clarity. If these three criteria are met, then it is a chapter worthy of merit. However, emphasis added. It is easier said than done. For instance, the process of signing on a platform like Chidian is well known. There are two paths. One involves submitting a work without prior contracts. If eligible, a notification is made around 50,000 words. The second pertains to those who have previously signed contracts, allowing for a submission of a beginning to the original editor's QQ email, with the editor deciding whether to proceed with the contract. Thus, this initial 2,000 to 3,000 words are crucial, especially for those of us who feel overlooked. Why? Because an editor might spend less than a minute assessing your work, making it imperative to be succinct and impactful. Once an idea is conceived and an outline is drafted, followed by a few thousand words of filler, it is time to revise. Rambling without revealing the main selling point is unacceptable. This may sound simple, but it eludes me. I often find myself expanding what should be concise into a longer narrative, leading to a final word count exceeding my original aim. If the beginning is thus, how can the subsequent chapters fare better? Moreover, I currently lack the time for extensive revisions. Though my updates may not be excessively delayed, my writing hours are typically late, often past 10 o'clock. The ability to post 1 or 2 chapters stems from late-night writing, requiring only a final proofreading before submission. Thus, my work remains painfully superficial. To be frank, my favorite openings are those of Heidi Mambuz and Feng Qiyue, and I aspire to emulate their styles. They create an illusion of accessibility, however. Mastering such finesse is a formidable challenge for me. Therefore, if my writing becomes intolerable, I recommend exploring the works of these two authors. If one wishes to learn about crafting compelling openings, their introductions serve as excellent examples. Coincidentally, Heidi Mambuz has also released a new book titled In the Pot. I Am the Immortal. I have read it. While the beginning lacks the allure of his previous works, the 5th chapter ignites that familiar feeling, highly recommended. Chapter 88. for Captain Buggy. Ha ha ha. Lads, follow my lead. Kill, for Captain Buggy. For the savior. Clad in prison garb, countless pirates surge from every passage, with Buggy's prominent nose standing out among them. Damn it, where's the support? No response from the warden. And the deputy warden is engaged in battle with the Straw Hat Boy, unable to dispatch reinforcements. Bastards. A warden slammed his fist against the wall, feeling more stifled than ever since his incarceration. With reddened eyes, he declared, "You lot, grab your weapons and prepare to stand firm. We must hold off the pirates on the 3rd level until the warden arrives." Yes. With that, the few who had been guarding the snail rushed onward. Yet, facing the overwhelming uprising sweeping through the prison, their efforts proved utterly futile, making barely a ripple in the tide. Ha ha. Buggy laughed maniacally, reveling in the advantageous situation. His blade danced across the wardens, exuding an air of carefree confidence. Come with me, freedom is within reach. With the tip of his sword directed towards the exit, he aimed to lead his newfound subordinates upward, intending to reunite with his comrades left behind on the 2nd level and escape impelled down, establishing his reign. If the captain could ascend to the title of Pirate King, so too could Buggy. Yes, for freedom. The pirate's spirit soared ever higher. Boom. Just as he turned halfway, a mass of pitch-black flames descended from above. Buggy instinctively shivered, rubbing his eyes, realizing there seemed to be a figure within the flames. Sith raised his head, his gaze filled with murderous intent locking onto Buggy's. "I hear you wish to leave? Might you first enlighten me on your destination?" A chilling aura surged forth, akin to a frigid wind sweeping in, silencing the clamor of violence. All eyes on the 3rd level turned toward them. The guards were somewhat elated. "Excellent. It's Major Sith. You lot are doomed," they exclaimed. Major Sith, block their escape. Reinforcements are on the way. The guards began to shout, and Buggy's demeanor gradually relaxed. "What is all this fuss about? I thought it was something significant. Turns out it's just a naval major." Buggy patted his chest, feeling quite seasoned compared to the ignorant lot before him. In his days aboard Roger's ship, he had encountered not just majors but also numerous rear admirals and generals, boasting with the likes of the Pirate King and cleaning the toilets alongside the 4 emperors. Did this mere major truly think to capture him? Heh. Did he consult his subordinates first? Buggy bellowed, "Everyone, stay calm. This is just a naval major, merely a major. Charge at him and take him down." With a roar, Buggy brandished his sword and surged to the forefront. Fortune was clearly on his side. Such a splendid tool for intimidation seemed to ensure his ascent as the Pirate King was all but secured. His smile broadened, his strides grew larger, and everything unfolded with astonishing swiftness. Indeed, just a major. What is there to fear? One rotund pirate scratched his head, appearing somewhat simple-minded, if not for the deep bloody gash marring his face. He might have seemed even more so. His eyes narrowed fiercely, revealing a brutal demeanor, leaving one to wonder how he had grown so robust in this hellish prison. Perhaps the remnants of flesh caught between his teeth could provide some insight. "Anyone who wishes to survive, come forth," he bellowed, charging with a spiked club, a fervent supporter of Buggy. His gaze burned with ambition, envisioning himself as a pivotal figure in the crew, perhaps even the captain of the 1st Division, a position even more illustrious than Marco's. Yes, just a major. After all. Ha ha ha, it seems we've dispatched quite a few outside. Another chimed in. Indeed, being cooped up in this prison has shrunk our courage considerably. Laughter erupted. Yet soon their expressions shifted, eyes glinting with ferocity, tongues lolling as they brandished various weapons and surged forward. "Don't let that fat fool steal all the glory. I want to be the 1st Division captain." "No way. That position is mine." "How naive. If you all aspire to be 1st Division captain, I shall graciously settle for vice captain." Ha ha ha, for Captain Buggy. Witnessing this spectacle, Sith's face darkened ominously. This fool Buggy, does he possess an aura of courage? The murderous intent he has cultivated from slaughtering thousands has been so easily dispelled by a handful of imbeciles? Unforgivable. Navy, you have no place before me, Buggy. The man destined to become the Pirate King. Realize your fate. Buggy sneered, his bright red nose making him more akin to a jester than a true clown. Yes, Navy. You should return home to suckle. This is our great Captain Buggy. Die, dogs of the world government. Justice? Bah. You are but executioners who imprison and scourge us. The derisive words echoed in the air, followed by waves of raucous laughter. The expression on Sith's face grew increasingly frigid, with a palpable aura of murderous intent. The prison guards nearby stood transfixed, swallowing nervously, and inexplicably, a flicker of admiration and pity crept into their gazes towards the pirates. A chilling wind blew, and suddenly, There was a resounding crash as Sis vanished from his position. The speed he unleashed in that instant propelled him like a bolt of lightning, his white cloak billowing as he brandished his blade, appearing amidst the ranks of the pirates. How swift! The eyes of Buggy and his companions narrowed, a shiver coursing through them. Goodness, it seemed he had charged too quickly. This man was truly formidable. They felt a sense of despair. Yet Sis showed no intention of sparing them. A dark, ominous energy enveloped his sword, and with a swift motion of his right hand, a tremendous force erupted. The blades gleamed, transforming into scattered beams of moonlight radiating outward. The sword's momentum was unstoppable, or rather, it was beyond the capacity for resistance. Sis' blade seemed otherworldly, beautiful, luminous, and chillingly lethal. The sound of steel slicing through flesh echoed sharply. In an instant, a rain of blood fell from the sky, as nearly 50 pirates were cleaved in twain by a strike. Buggy, that fortunate fellow, was no exception, yet the cut seemed to have little effect on him. His body split apart, narrowly escaping disaster, while Sis' gaze turned dangerously intense. Chapter 89, The Child of Fortune? Intriguing. Sis' eyes sparkled with intrigue. Compared to the Straw Hat Boy, Monkey D. Luffy, he was far more fascinated by Buggy's extraordinary fortune, which resembled that of a fabled child of destiny. Indeed, anyone who had survived from the era of Roger until now was no ordinary individual, and Buggy was no exception. However, if a mere slash could hardly bring about death, what of the scorching flames? If he were to be reduced to a desiccated husk or turned to ash, could he still endure? A glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Sis's eyes as he leaped forward, closing the distance towards Buggy with swift determination. Blazing escape, overheating kill. With a sweeping motion of his hand, a black fireball ascended like the sun, scorching the surrounding air into a seething turmoil, distorting space itself as it surged towards Buggy with an all-consuming ferocity. This strike was aimed squarely at Buggy's life. Am I to perish? Is the naval lieutenant of today truly this formidable? Buggy cried out, his face ashen, beads of sweat cascading from his forehead to his neck. This was a perilous moment of life and death. As a former crew member of the Pirate King's fleet, he realized that he hadn't felt such dread since facing the Golden Lion. The oppressive aura, the overwhelming killing intent enveloped him like an abyss, rendering him a mere leaf adrift on the sea, where a single wave could plunge him into irretrievable depths. Would he still possess the luck to escape death today? With his legs anchored to the ground, Buggy's body darted sideways, his hands clasped together in an uncertain prayer to unknown deities. Captain Buggy. In the midst of this life-threatening crisis, two pirates, with long strands of mucus dangling from their noses, rushed forth to shield him from the oncoming fireball. Boom. The explosion resonated, engulfing them instantly in searing flames, as moisture visibly evaporated from their bodies. In the blink of an eye, the two burly figures were reduced to mere skeletal remains. Survive, Captain. You must survive. You are our savior. You must lead us to safety. We may not witness you becoming the Pirate King, but this era shall be named after the savior Buggy. The echoes of their voices hung in the air, abruptly silenced. Buggy, tears and mucus streaming down his face, clutched the charred remnants of his comrades, weeping bitterly. Charles. Navy, you scoundrel, I shall avenge you. He spat defiantly on the ground as Sis emerged slowly from the smoke. A truly fortunate fellow. Who is it you wish to kill? His voice was chilling, as frigid as a December wind, his right hand brandishing a blade entwined with flames. The world of pirates is not governed by the laws of science for some. Death evades them no matter how many times they are struck down. Each time certain of their demise, someone intervenes, be it that straw hat brat or this jester Buggy. But no matter, does he still have time today? Sis glanced down at his watch. Alas, time seemed insufficient if he did not descend soon. Hannibal might become a pig-ass head. With a fierce glare from Sis, Buggy trembled, abruptly regaining his senses. Instinctively releasing the lifeless bodies, he stepped back, cold sweat pouring down as he wished he could slap himself awake. Passion aside, if he lost his life, he would not be able to act at all. That man appeared to be the type who could not tolerate even a toy boat in his belly. He was doomed, without a doubt. Clutching his long knife, Buggy cautiously retreated, fearful that Sis might unleash another fireball upon him. Without his crew to protect him, his fate would be sealed. Captain Buggy, we are here to assist you. The cries of the pirates surged around him. The deaths of the two snot-nosed crew members not only stirred Buggy's emotions but ignited a fervor among the others. With tears and snot, they rallied, brandishing their blades and charging towards Sis. Navy. Among the pirates lay hidden talents, one of whom was a formidable bear of a man. Towering above, he resembled a grizzly more than a human, his sinewy muscles hinting at his habitual feasting on the third level. In the midst of his charge, he let out a thunderous roar. His already massive form swelling as brownish-yellow fur enveloped him, revealing his true bear nature. His speed was astounding. Within just a few breaths, he positioned himself between Buggy and Sis, standing nearly 10 meters tall, his paws gleaming with a metallic sheen. Perish, hypocritical Navy. This era shall be named after the savior Buggy. The bear bellowed, echoing the words of the fallen, his gaze fierce, embodying a dream-filled creature. With a mighty strike, he brought down his paws, conjuring winds that momentarily stifled the surrounding flames, his attack powerful, as if carrying the weight of mountains. The giant bear squinted, slightly raising its head, confronting the two colossal hands descending from the heavens with an unperturbed demeanor. What sort of jest is this? The era of the Whitebeard is drawing to a close, and you mere soft-shelled shrimp dare to discuss epics before me? It roared, its eyes widening as the surrounding murderous intent forced the flames to curl back. The two enormous hands halted mid-air. What is happening? Fear flickered in the bear's eyes, and sweat soaked its fur, rendering its body uncontrollable. With a mighty roar, its muscles bulged as it summoned every ounce of strength. Yet it was futile. It could not move, like a timid rabbit confronted by a soaring eagle, devoid of any will to resist. Its mind incessantly urged it to strike. But the message never reached its limbs, which consistently replied with a singular answer: it was impossible. What have you done to my body? The giant bear demanded. Its visage twisted in rage. Sith slightly lifted his eyelids, as if the surrounding darkness had acquired a soul. He was under no obligation to respond to the pirate's inquiries. Shadow strike. To interrupt someone's enthusiasm invariably demands a price, or at the very least, a token of apology. For a bear, nothing could be more fitting than a bare paw as a gesture of remorse. Of course, Sith shared this sentiment. The darkness surged from all directions, transforming into solid, sharp blades that instantly pierced the giant bear's arms. They cowered before the strong, yet struck fiercely at the beast. Scalding blood gushed forth from the wounds. Thud. The two massive bear paws fell to the ground. Ah! The wails resounded through the skies. Not only did Buggy, who was so close, tremble, but many pirates on the fourth level were equally shaken. Who was butchering pigs with such a commotion? Stooping low, Buggy drifted towards the edge of the battlefield, seeking refuge from the giant bear. He could not remain on this third level. It was inhabited by a madman, and staying here would undoubtedly lead to his demise at the hands of this fiend. Buggy's heart raced with fear, leaving an indelible shadow in his mind. Chapter 90. Fragile friendship. With his right hand gripping the long blade, Sith's eyes resembled an unfathomable abyss, devoid of emotion, impervious to any ripples of sentiment. He unsheathed his sword. The dark, menacing aura enveloped the blade, transforming it into what appeared to be a genuine black sword, its edge trailing a fierce, elegant line, embodying a simplicity of beauty that was ever present. In this moment, he was akin to Mihawk. Drawing his sword was a grand technique, and such techniques became his routine. The blade sliced through the body of the giant bear, nearly 10 meters tall, cleaving it in two with a resounding crack. Its form collapsing to the ground like a discarded rag doll, eyes wide open, still harboring fear and disbelief, perhaps until his last moment. He could not comprehend why he suddenly found himself immobilized, nor could he fathom the incredible strength possessed by this diminutive figure before him. The thoughts of the deceased need not concern him. Sith kicked aside the corpse that lay before him. I seek the life of the clown Buggy. Who supports me? And who opposes? The voice of Sis was icy, causing the pirates before him to swallow hard and retreat a step, their bodies trembling with fear. He was utterly serious. The murderous aura radiating from him was unmistakable. At the edge of the battlefield, Buggy was nearly driven mad, utterly clueless about when he had offended Sis. The East Sea? He had no recollection. Further back? The ages simply did not align, and as his body propelled him forward with increasing speed, he dared not linger. No. The Navy, Captain Buggy was our savior. We would not betray him. Thud. A flash of steel sliced through the air, and a head, drenched in terror and blood, fell to the ground. Who else among you wishes to accompany the clown Buggy to his demise? The bonds of camaraderie among pirates can often be as fragile as glass. When weighed against their own lives, the death of a savior seems less daunting to accept. Stepping back surreptitiously, the pirates hesitated. As a member of the Navy, one who relished in manipulating others, Sis always understood a fundamental truth. Annihilating an individual is a simple task, yet dismantling a spirit or belief is far more challenging. However, at this moment, Sis sought to eradicate the pirates, or rather, the prisoners' blind adoration for Buggy, compelling them to elevate him to a pedestal only to abandon him. Watching as he slowly faded away, this might seem somewhat excessive. After all, from the outset, Sis had no intention of sparing any of them. Yet, it was imperative. He lacked the luxury of time to deal with them personally, and shattering their will in advance would alleviate much trouble. A force imbued with conviction starkly contrasts with one devoid of belief. Though faith is invisible and intangible, it can make a world of difference in combat. Presently, the clown Buggy embodied their faith, and Sis aimed to extinguish him, thereby dismantling their belief. Merely slaying Buggy would not suffice to obliterate their spirit. He desired to drag this assembly of pirates down with him, further eroding their will. This was not an excuse for failing to kill Buggy, nor was it a mere indulgence of his dark whims. Since no one spoke, I shall assume unanimous consent. I shall take the life of the clown Buggy. With a knife held firmly in hand, Xisi approached the pirate before him with unwavering resolve, his expression void of emotion, while darkness loomed ominously behind him, enveloping the surroundings. Strangely, the once ferocious pirates, who had been brimming with bravado just moments before, now stood frozen in place, hesitating to obstruct his path. Many of them even stepped aside, silent, as if engaged in a fierce internal struggle. "Wait, Buggy," his words were left unspoken as Xisi's indifferent gaze fell upon him. The previously scattered aura of menace converging solely upon his being. He swallowed hard, the remainder of his words caught in his throat, and closed his eyes. "May fortune favor you, Captain Buggy. I do not wish for death. I am not cowardly, I simply wish to live. Scoundrels. No, traitors. These wretched betrayers. I granted them freedom. And this is how they repay me?" Buggy silently cursed as he desperately fled, unable to ignore the commotion behind him. Now he found himself isolated, stripped of even his last bastion of support, easily dismantled by Xisi. For the first time, regret seeped into his heart. He had once been a crew member of the Pirate King. Why had he squandered that opportunity? Why had he not honed his skills aboard the ship? Clenching his fists, he resolved silently that if he were to survive this ordeal, he would venture to the New World and seek out Shanks. He needed strength. He no longer wished to be pursued like a stray dog. He yearned for power, the kind that would render him untouchable. As darkness cloaked the sky, Xisi took a decisive step. Shave. A vortex of air erupted beneath him, and before Buggy could comprehend the sudden turn of events, Xisi appeared at his side. "Where do you think you're going, Buggy the Clown?" Buggy's pupils dilated. A flicker of understanding dawned upon him regarding why others had chosen to abandon him. This man was formidable. There was no escape from him. If surrender was an option, he would take it. There was no choice but to play for time. "My lord," Buggy began, removing a bracelet from his shoulder. "This is the treasure mark of Captain John. I am certain that this secret could secure my life." With a powerful punch, Xisi struck Buggy in the abdomen. Time was of the essence. There was no room for idle chatter. Bang! A menacing aura enveloped his hand as Xisi seized Buggy by the hair, forcefully driving his head into the ground. The earth echoed with a sharp crack, blood gushing forth. Xisi crouched down, locking eyes with Buggy. "Do not overthink this. Now that you are in my grasp, simply await your demise. Neither your wealth nor your status can offer me anything I desire." A smirk graced his lips, accompanied by a soft chuckle. "The splintering fruit, you say? Tell me, if I were to reduce you to mere fragments or turn you to ash, would you still survive?" Sith licked his lips, an aura of murderous intent surging towards the ground, causing Buggy to nearly burst into tears. What manner of person is this? Can they not even utter a word? "No. No, I am with Shanks, the one with the red hair." The dark crimson flame seared his face, scorching his body until it felt desiccated. Sith expelled the cigarette candy he had been holding in his mouth. "Useless. Do not claim to be merely Shanks' friend, for even if you were his wife, I had no intention of sparing you." The surrounding pirates trembled, and Sith grasped Buggy's face, lifting him to his feet. Buggy had already lost consciousness, swaying in the air, resembling a corpse more than a living being. The pirates felt a twinge of pity, yet were powerless. They dared not even cast a hateful glance. Chapter 91. I shall wager in the name of justice, holding Buggy aloft. Sith disregarded the group of pirates frozen in place and strode directly towards the entrance of Level 4. They were spent, a bunch of pirates devoid of spirit. No different from salted fish in the kitchen. The ensuing riot is entrusted to you. I shall proceed to Level 4 to assist Hannibal. Sith's voice remained cold, yet it resonated with immense encouragement in the ears of the guards, their legs tightening in resolve. "Yes, Lord Sith." They saluted, their eyes glinting with determination as they gazed at the pirates before them, feeling invigorated. Into the depths of Impel Down, Level 4, the scorching hell. To safeguard the bright future of the weak and innocent civilians, I, representing the Warden, hereby impose upon you the utmost penalty. Hannibal, wielding his long knife, bloodsucker, stood firm, blocking the path of the Straw Hat Boy Luffy and his crew of pirates. "Step aside," Luffy bellowed, his eyes fierce. "I refuse." Hannibal shot back, his will unwavering against these damned pirates, raising his blade with a flourish. "Hannibal! Hannibal!" The band began to play, and under Hannibal's command, the entire scorching hell erupted in fervor. Mark my words, the Hannibal Carnival, the Hellfire Chariot. Hannibal moved, flames igniting on his long knife, swirling like a windmill, forcing the Straw Hat Boy into a corner. So hot, so hot. Luffy's face contorted in agony. Time was running short, and he could not afford to waste a moment here. "If you do not step aside, beware that I shall send you flying. I must rescue Ace. Do not harbor such foolish dreams. If I could be so easily dispatched, my role as deputy warden would be in vain." Hannibal stood his ground. Rubber, machine gun. Luffy's speed intensified, causing beads of sweat to form on Hannibal's forehead as he felt an immense pressure. Bang, bang, bang. Luffy's massive fist left trails in the air, each strike landing fiercely against Hannibal's face, drawing blood and rendering his already rugged visage even more monstrous. "Ah!" With a cry of anguish, Hannibal fell to the ground, one hand propping him up, blood obscuring his vision, yet failing to diminish his spirit. He glared at Luffy, shouting, "Where are you looking? It is not over yet." He was an old guard of Impel Down, having served as chief warden long before the era of great pirates began, with decades of experience under his belt. Before the infamous Shiki managed to escape, he was the first witness, having vowed that no criminal would ever escape this hellish gate again. If one wishes to leave, they must first step over his corpse. "It is not over yet, Straw Hat." Hannibal struggled to rise, unsteady on his feet, his bloodsucker trembling in his hand. "Ah!" "Follow the deputy warden closely. Do not falter." The guards around him erupted in fervor. "Straw Hat Boy, do you think they're just anyone?" "They're the gatekeepers of hell." The guards began to fiercely engage the pirates, their momentum fueled by a determination to stake their lives. Bang! Another fist struck Hannibal's face, and he fell yet again, rising repeatedly in the brief span of minutes, the scene replaying countless times. "It is not over yet. Halt." Hannibal gripped Luffy's leg, hurling him aside, his wings battered, no longer resembling a human. "Deputy Warden, please do not rise again. It will cost you your life." The guards, bloodied and battered, tears and snot mingling with blood, pleaded with Hannibal. Hannibal said nothing. As deputy warden, he was the warden in the absence of the chief. This was both his identity and his responsibility. Others could retreat, but he could not. Leaning on Bloodsucker, he appeared on the verge of collapse, his voice low. "What are you?" "Just a notorious pirate and rebel. Spare me your pretty words about saving your brother. Because of your presence in these waters. Do you know how many civilians lie awake in fear of losing their loved ones? In order to ensure the safety of the weak and innocent, this prison has confined the most heinous criminals. This is a fortress of hell, and if it falls, the world will plunge into a terrifying abyss. I have declared that you shall not pass, not a single step further." With one eye closed, Hannibal remained steadfast. No one in this prison was more resolute than he. "Deputy Warden." The guards gripped their weapons tightly. No force within this prison was more determined than they. "Ace's life is of utmost importance to me, so step aside." Luffy's eyes widened as he stepped forward. No one knew whether he understood or not. He was simply that kind of person, perhaps embodying the highest realm of emotional restraint. What a futile endeavor. Hannibal lowered his head, trembling all over, unsure if it was rage or sorrow from the world's misunderstanding that caused his distress. Deputy Warden. Save me." Suddenly, a scream pierced through the air behind Hannibal, as a dark tide engulfed the guards like quicksand, rendering them powerless. "Ah, what is happening to you?" Hannibal exclaimed in horror, turning his head. "Shut your foul mouth. There is no answer to your notions of justice and evil. It is utterly tiresome." A derisive shout echoed from behind, as a massive, shadowy foot bore down towards his face. "Deputy Warden." The guards roared, sensing Hannibal's impending doom. Bang! A thunderous noise resonated through the air as Hannibal blinked, seemingly unscathed. "Huh?" Blackbeard lowered his head, the smoke surrounding him obscuring his vision. He could not see the figure clearly, only a steel blade imbued with dark power. "Where do you think you are stepping, scum of the sea?" "Ha ha ha. It is you." Blackbeard Teach laughed heartily, sensing the familiar presence. Indeed, it was him, all his darkness quivering in excitement. "Humph." The figure in the smoke grunted, exerting immense strength, forcing Blackbeard's foot aside before executing a swift slash. The cleaving sword energy tore through the darkness, and the fierce clash between them began. Each strike laden with formidable power, no mercy granted. Clang, clang, clang. The shadows of swords and legs intertwined, and Blackbeard's speed could not match that of his opponent. My excitement mounted. Haha. Blackbeard Teach laughed heartily. With a sudden surge of power from his right leg, he collided with the black blade, creating a wave of force in midair. Boom. As the smoke dissipated, the two men separated, their preliminary skirmish failing to determine a victor. Chapter 92. Hell? Lord Sis. It is Lord Sis. How splendid. Reinforcements have finally arrived. This band of pirates is finished. Go, Lord Sis. The guards lying on the ground recognized the figure before them and began to shout with exhilaration, their morale soaring anew. Sis? The pirates exchanged puzzled glances, unfamiliar with the name. Even Monkey D. Luffy, along with nearly all the other pirates, wore expressions of confusion. If the intention was to quell the uprising, it should have been Warden Magellan, not this enigmatic Sis. Cough, cough. Jinbe, the fishman, coughed a couple of times, while others remained oblivious to Sis. He was well aware of who he was, having encountered Crocodile before. The intense stench of blood was vividly etched in his memory. This individual was far more formidable than Hannibal. This man hailed from Eni's lobby, the very one who delivered Ace's judgment. Ace? Luffy clenched his fists tightly, veins popping on his forehead, the fury radiating from him palpable even from a distance. Damn it, bring Ace back to me. With a surge of white energy, Luffy vanished from his spot. Year second, Gum Gum Rocket. As his fist flew toward Sis, the latter's expression remained unchanged. With one hand clutching the jester buggy, Sis' gaze remained locked on Blackbeard, a far more challenging opponent than the incoming rubber man. With shadows trailing behind, Sis swiftly pivoted in midair, delivering a whip-like kick to the Straw Hat Boy's face. The air trembled and erupted in sound. Luffy barely had time to react. The leg, imbued with dark haki, sent him flying. Puff. Blood spewed forth. Since the moment Ivankov, the Okama King, rescued him, Luffy had never endured such a severe injury. Luffy. Jinbe's pupils dilated, quickly followed by a surge of anger and anxiety, as he leaped into the air to catch Luffy in his embrace. Crack, crack. Sith moved his neck, turning his head, his gaze as tranquil as still waters, and nodded slightly. Someone, please assist in escorting Hannibal down. I appreciate your efforts. Before the warden arrives, I shall take charge of this matter. Understood. The guards, feeling a renewed sense of purpose, tightened their grip. No, let me go. I refuse to leave. I must personally return this band of villains to the depths of hell. Hannibal struggled on the ground, his eyes brimming with determination. Sith slowly crouched down, fixating on Hannibal. A fleeting black ripple passed through his eyes, causing Hannibal's eyelids to tremble, yet he still struggled, unwilling to succumb. Rest assured, I shall handle this. I will not allow them to prevail. Absolutely. At that moment, Hannibal appeared as fragile as a child. Absolutely. Sith nodded slightly, his observation haki and murderous intent enveloping the surroundings, ensuring that no one would seize the opportunity to strike. He spoke with solemnity. Absolutely, absolutely. Hannibal murmured repeatedly, echoing Sith's words, before finally surrendering to slumber, utterly exhausted from his battle with the Straw Hat Boy, leaving him emotionally drained. Retrieving his blade, Sith picked up a candy cigarette, tilting his head toward the nearby guard. All right, you may withdraw for now. Secure the exit, and do not allow a single soul to escape. Wait, sir, what about you? The guard hesitated, questioning the situation. If they departed now, would they not be branded as deserters? They had volunteered to be the gatekeepers of hell. How could they abandon their superior and flee alone? Shaking his head, he clenched his teeth. No, sir, we can still fight. Sith waved his hand dismissively, assuring them, do not worry. I have no intention of withdrawing you from battle. You are indeed indispensable forces within this impel-down prison. I am merely overwhelmed with excitement, eager to bury them all here, fearful of any unintended harm. A chilling wind seemed to sweep through the stifling prison, as black flames danced in the air, swiftly engulfing the entire level of hell, raising the temperature several degrees. Shadows flickered behind him, resembling the mournful souls lamenting their fates. The guard swallowed hard. Was true hell about to descend? Standing tall, he saluted, rest assured. We shall not let a single prisoner escape. Supporting Hannibal, he gestured. This area is under Lord Sith's command. We shall commence our retreat. The pirates, witnessing the gradual withdrawal of the guards, widened their eyes in disbelief. Could it be that they are simply leaving? A sense of exhilaration surged among the pirates on the fourth level, who began to stir with fervor. Yet, the expressions of seasoned figures like Jinbe and Crocodile grew increasingly grave, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. Is this man's aura truly so formidable? The fear they felt was genuine, resonating deeply within. As former warlords of the sea, their experience far surpassed that of these fourth-level pirates. The longer they lingered in prison, the more they comprehended the unfathomable depths of this massive penitentiary. Without even mentioning the yet-to-appear Warden Magellan, these guards, in both strength and will, stood among the elite of the seas. It was not merely ordinary troops that would dare confront such a multitude of powerful adversaries. Yet now, this group was retreating due to a single word from one individual. This person was certainly not a mere faade but a true master. A ruthless expert with a heart of stone, capable of merciless slaughter. Ha ha! Since they have fled, we shall not hold back, shouted a few audacious pirates, grinning wickedly as they surged towards the exit, weapons in hand. Suddenly, a gust of wind stirred their long hair. Sith appeared before them. His white cloak adorned with cold plum blossoms, his gaze slightly lifted, reflecting the depths of death. Where do you think you are going? Get out of the way. The pirates swung their clubs, but Sith narrowed his eyes. Every movement was vividly clear to him, as if time had slowed. You dare to draw your blades against me? Have you ever truly embraced death? With his left hand gripping Buggy's face, Sith's right hand rested on the hilt of his sword. In a flash, no one knew how he had struck, only witnessing a shadow dart past, followed by a shower of blood and dismembered limbs. Shock was etched upon their faces. With a thud, several heads rolled to the ground. Now, is there anyone still wishing to escape? In that instant, the scorching hell fell silent. The sound of pirates swallowing their fear echoing in the air. Jinbei and the others exchanged solemn glances. Even Blackbeard furrowed his brow. This man seems to have grown even stronger. The mythical Zoan devil fruit truly excites the senses. Chapter 93. The cost? Shaking Buggy in his left hand, Sith raised an eyebrow, feigning surprise. Oh, I nearly forgot about this. His fingers dug into his skin, blood oozing forth, eliciting a pained cry from Buggy. Wake up. Buggy, an old friend has come to visit you. Get up and greet him. Coughing up blood, Buggy struggled to open his eyes. Luffy? Quickly save me, Straw Hat. This man is insane. He will kill me. Please, save me. His voice was weak, parched from prolonged dehydration, as he feebly lifted his hand towards Luffy. Yet before his arm could rise halfway, his weary muscles surrendered, falling limply. He truly lacked the strength, none at all. Buggy. Luffy's eyes widened in fury, his hands clenched tightly. You bastard, let him go. Let go? Sith shook his head, feigning astonishment, before suddenly turning cold. Since you insist I release him, then I shall comply. Who am I to defy your impressive background? The voice of Sis took a twisted turn. Can you withstand it? As his words fell, Sis suddenly hurled Buggy into the air, his fingertips concealing tendrils of dark energy that seeped into Buggy's body through his ears. No one could save him. Whether one could withstand it or not made no difference. Some actions can be taken, while others cannot. To act upon them incurs a cost. Buggy. The Straw Hat lad's pupils constricted, and he unleashed a vortex beneath his feet, soaring fiercely towards the heavens. By the way, I nearly forgot to mention. If you wish to rescue Buggy, your greatest obstacle is none other than me. The figure of Sis loomed large in Luffy's eyes, and he was unaware of when he had appeared before the Straw Hat boy. How could this be? So swift. Rubber, in the heat of true battle. There is no time for you to count down. Be more vigilant. This is a piece of sage advice from an experienced elder. The voice of Sis echoed like a demonic whisper, leaving no time for Luffy to react. The blade, imbued with a powerful aura, sliced directly towards his chest. The sound of flesh parting was as effortless as cutting through a sheet of plastic, and in an instant, blood stained his form. The disparity between the two was insurmountable. Without the power of Haki and his gear forth, the gap between the Straw Hat and Sis resembled a lamentable thick barrier. This was not a battle. It was a one-sided assault. Brother Luffy, Straw Hat boy. The expressions of the fishman Jinbei and Ivankov shifted in alarm as they charged towards Sis. Fishman karate, shark wave. Deadly gaze. A tempest swept through the air as Sis vanished in an instant, his shadow ever present. Shadow leap. Bang. From the darkness, a bullet was unleashed. As Van Augur launched an attack the moment Sis touched the ground. Calculating time and space, you will land at this precise moment. All of this is fate. You are exceedingly perilous, Navy. Perilous? I haven't even dealt with you yet you dare to confront me, sniper of the Blackbeard pirates, Van Augur. The voice of Sis reverberated through the air, as dense observation Haki coalesced around him. The moment his toes touched the ground, he once again vanished into the shadows. Click. As Sis landed, his expression remained unchanged. He shook his head, the corners of his mouth curling into a dangerous smirk. Regrettably, I am no longer the person I was days ago. Even then, you could not strike me, and the same holds true now. Suppressing the cold sweat on his back, he gripped his long knife tightly, with all three parties on high alert. Indeed, it was perilous. One wave of excitement had made him forget the presence of others. Ultimately, Sis chose to hold back against the Straw Hat Boy, deliberately avoiding a fatal strike to Luffy's heart. One ace was already sufficient. Should he also leave Luffy behind? Both Carp and Dragon would surely go mad, and his own life would be far from easy. It was simply due to his lack of strength. If only he were slightly stronger than Sakazuki, he wouldn't have to live in such a subservient manner, slashing anyone he encountered without hesitation. Straw Hat Boy, Ambriolo. The exuberance of hormones. The swift actions of Ivankov included administering adrenaline directly into Luffy's arm. Thump, thump. His heart began to race. And Luffy sprang to his feet in a sudden leap. Bucky, how is Bucky? Luffy exclaimed, his eyes wide as he turned to Ivankov. Although they had once been adversaries, they were now comrades in the mission to rescue Ace, and he wished for no one to come to harm. Jinbei approached, cradling Bucky, and smiled at Luffy. Despite the arduous journey, they had successfully rescued the big-nosed clown. A cold snicker escaped Sis's lips, his gaze seemingly penetrating the hearts of those around him. Since I dared to cast him aside, I assuredly possess the confidence to retrieve him. It is not as simple as you might think. Listen closely. He gestured. 1, 2, 3. Suddenly, Bucky began to thrash violently, the withered veins in his arms swelling instantaneously. His once sallow skin turned rapidly black and heated, akin to a colossal branding iron. Save me, Straw Hat. Save me. He is a madman. He won't let me go. Bucky's voice transformed into a haunting wail as dark energy surged from all directions, flooding into his body through his ears, nostrils, and other orifices. A piercing scream echoed throughout the fourth level as Bucky's form ignited in dark crimson flames. Help me, Bucky. He slipped from Jinbei's grasp, his frail body rolling helplessly across the ground. Luffy, nearly losing his mind, stomped towards Bucky in his slippers. Put out the fire. Quickly. Boom. The black-red flames blazed like embers in a hearth, with the clown Bucky serving as kindling, and in an instant, a living person was reduced to mere ashes. With his fingers suspended in midair, Luffy seemed to still hear Bucky's plea. Save me, Straw Hat. The voice abruptly ceased, and aside from a pile of ash, the former crew member of the Pirate King, the future warlord of the sea, the clown Bucky, left no trace in this world. Bucky. Luffy fell to his knees, cradling the blackened ashes in his hands, howling in anguish. You bastard. You absolute bastard. I will kill you. I swear I will kill you. His eyes widened, blood vessels bursting, fists clenched so tightly that veins protruded from his neck. He hurled a punch at Sis. Calm down, Luffy. In a moment of desperation, Jinbei held Luffy tightly, preventing him from rushing to his doom. Chapter 94. Captain? No, Raph, Captain. Sis scoffed dismissively. You truly are meddlesome, Jinbei. Care to wager whether I dare to kill him? Shut your mouth, Sis, you executioner of Judicial Island. Jinbei shot him a glare. Fully aware that this was a formidable foe, he had recognized from the outset that Sis was ruthless, and to describe him as cold-hearted was merely an understatement. His brutality was practically his mantra. He was a man as wicked as a devil, finding the act of killing as simple as eating or drinking. Sweat trickled down his temples. He could not afford to gamble. After all, this brother had been entrusted to him by Ace. Sis, I will kill you. Luffy continued to struggle in Jinbei's embrace. Humph, kill me. Sis appeared to have heard the most amusing thing in the world, his body slightly bent, eyebrows arched. His expression one of mockery. Yet, his tone swiftly became serious. Straw Hat Kid, who do you think you are? Whitebeard, do you believe you can slay anyone at will? Or do you think this is some place of your fancy? This is the world's foremost prison, impel down, not the East Blue. Here, the number of those who could end your life is countless. Your survival is not due to your strength, but rather because your grandfather is Garp and your father is Dragon. Do you honestly think that my previous strike couldn't have killed you? Wake up. Stop behaving like a child. When you err, you must face the consequences. That is the unyielding law of this world. A booming laughter emanated from behind Sis. So, what price do you wish to pay standing alone before us, esteemed secretary? Blackbeard's eyes narrowed, shadows swirling ominously behind him as he gazed at Sis. Oh dear. Don't be angry. It seems I have indeed neglected you, Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach. Sith tapped his head, positioning himself between the Straw Hat crew and Blackbeard. He executed a perfect gentlemanly bow. In matters of etiquette, he was a true professional. Whether bowing or dancing on the edge of a blade, his movements were always impeccable. He raised a hand and pointed at Blackbeard, his posture straight as an arrow. I presume you are not yet acquainted? Allow me to make a grand introduction. This individual is the refuse of the seas, the newly appointed warlord of the sea. Oh no, I misspoke. He is, in fact, the one with the shortest tenure among the warlords. Formerly a member of the Whitebeard Pirates' 2nd Division, he is the traitor who killed the 4th Division commander, Sachi, and earned the title of warlord by handing over Fire Fist Ace to the government. Meet Marshal D. Teach, the captain of the Blackbeard Pirates. He raised an eyebrow at Crocodile, adding, he could certainly use your assistance, Crocodile. Crocodile sneered, turning his head away. This damned bastard brought up the most sensitive topic. His defeat at the hands of the Straw Hat was merely an accident. Jinbei's gaze cut through Sith, locking onto Teach's face, his shark-like teeth clenched in rage, nearly forgetting to avenge his fallen comrade while rescuing his younger brother. Why are you here, Teach? Jinbei demanded. Blackbeard grinned, revealing his jagged teeth. Whoa, be careful, Jinbei. Could you perhaps retract your fists? By the way, you were quite close with Ace, weren't you? If you harbor hatred towards me for that, you've misdirected your animosity. Luffy paused, recollecting the man pursued by Ace, the one who had betrayed Ace to the Marines. His fury towards Blackbeard surged, eclipsing his anger towards Sith as he shouted. You are Blackbeard? Indeed, Blackbeard replied, casting a disdainful glance at Sith. Though an irritating individual is present, I must still introduce myself. Sith pursed his lips, shrugging helplessly and rolling his eyes. My apologies, did I steal your thunder? Ha ha ha. Long time no see, Straw Hat. I must say, I am quite astonished to discover you are the brother of our Captain Ace. Humph, what brings you here? Your brother's public execution is about to commence. Luffy bared his teeth, feeling more anger today than in the past decade combined. There were no good people here, only a den of fiends deserving of hell. Blackbeard pointed at Luffy, mockery hidden in his furrowed brow. I heard it was you who defeated that former warlord, Crocodile. Crocodile, with a cigar clenched between his teeth, shot a sidelong glance at Blackbeard. So, today is not going to pass quietly, is it? Why is everyone targeting me? First that deadpan Ivankov, then that vile secretary Sith. And now this Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach who has popped up from who knows where. Just wait until I make it big. I will settle this score. At that time, I was determined to ascend to the throne of the warlords, and claiming your head would have demonstrated my might to the government. However, fate intervened. Ace relentlessly pursued me for my sins aboard Whitebeard's ship, and to my surprise, he turned out to be your brother. Upon learning we intended to kill his sibling, he severed our escape route. Do you understand? If he had let us go, not only would it tarnish Whitebeard's reputation, but his brother would also meet his demise. Every pore of Blackbeard radiated mockery from within. Fate is no coincidence, Van Augur interjected, adjusting his monocle. As long as he spoke in a way that was incomprehensible, he deemed himself impressive. Oh, you do indeed have extraordinary luck, he continued, observing the state of the crew's captain, now a warlord, renowned across the seas. While your life is rendered worthless. The comedic actor Lafitte chimed in with an honest remark. Ha ha ha. Your brother fought valiantly, Vasco shot added, successfully diminishing the stature of the entire Blackbeard pirates with his words, much to Sith's dismay. You should thank him at Ace's grave. Had it not been for his intervention, you would have been the one to perish, Straw Hat. Blackbeard crossed his arms, reveling in his dark demeanor, much like Sith. Since that is the case, let us settle this now. Luffy broke free from Jinbei's grasp, steam rising from his body, his eyes wide as saucers, and he delivered a powerful punch to Blackbeard's gut. Oh! Blackbeard screamed, propelled backward, realizing the pain of being a high-risk, low-defense fighter. Sith discreetly spat on the ground. Is this all? A mere fruit user, utterly useless. Daring to show his fangs to me, the master of darkness? Bah. When it comes to darkness, I am the pinnacle of this world. Chapter 95. Home turf? Boom. Smoke erupted as the towering walls of the infernal realm were breached with a tremendous hole. Captain. Then Oko remarked with a smirk, appearing far from concerned. I will not allow Ace to perish. Rubber rocket cannon. The air crackled as the Straw Hat Boy unleashed a flurry of punches, while Blackbeard grinned wickedly, extending his right hand. Though I harbored disdain for that dark-clad fiend, he was not entirely mistaken within this impelled-down prison. The number of those capable of ending your life is staggering. Dark water. In an instant, a formidable suction emanated from Blackbeard's right hand. As the darkness swirled around him like a liquid torrent, Luffy's abilities faltered. In Blackbeard's grasp, he resembled a drowning man, utterly powerless, an entirely novel sensation. Alas! His expression twisted in a grotesque manner as Blackbeard lifted him with force, discarding him with a powerful throw. Colliding with the ground. The Straw Hat Boy coughed up blood, letting out a wretched scream. Little Straw Hat? Von Kure eyed him in shock. Scalding blood splattered across his face. As Crocodile narrowed his eyes in wary suspicion. Blood? Was he that boy a rubber man? How could this be? Sith clapped his hands beside him. A smug expression evident on his upturned lips. Go ahead, kill them all. It saves me the trouble of doing it myself. Tendrils of dark silk coiled around his fingertips. Shadows swirling behind him, gathering and dissipating. In the blink of an eye, the black mist enveloped the entire fourth level, leaving only a small corner illuminated. As if no glimmer of light remained. The roar of a beast simmered within the fog. This was his domain, from the very beginning. Rubber. Luffy rose again from the ground. A single failed assault could not deter his relentless spirit. Wait, Luffy, never mind, now is not the time. You must contemplate your priorities. Jinbei suddenly appeared, standing before Luffy. Since their time aboard Whitebeard's ship, he had been an enigmatic figure, though the means by which he acquired such formidable strength, capable of even surpassing Ace, remained unknown. It was clear that engaging in a futile battle here would only squander their time and energy, even driven by emotion. A skirmish would not save Ace. Panting heavily, Luffy halted his steps. Sith observed the scene, somewhat exasperated. Truly, I pity you, Buggy the Clown. One moment you're fighting for your life, and the next, you vanish into silence. How tragic indeed. The bonds of pirate camaraderie are remarkably fragile, stronger than I anticipated, and your strength has notably increased. Blackbeard wiped the blood from his lips, continuing to provoke. For one accustomed to darkness, there was perhaps no greater delight than witnessing an adversary's disdainful yet impotent expression. Luffy remained silent, while Crocodile loomed above. His cigar smoldering at the corner of his mouth, eyes fixed intently on Blackbeard. You are Blackbeard. I have heard that an insignificant underling from Whitebeard's crew has usurped my position. It's rather peculiar. You should have answered the summons from the Navy headquarters. Yet here you are. You have essentially renounced the title of warlord that you so desperately sought. Blackbeard cast a sidelong glance at Crocodile. You are merely a failure. What right do you have to question me? Everything is proceeding according to my plan. Despite the numerous setbacks, do I have an obligation to report to you, Mr. Crocodile? No. In truth, I have little interest in doing so. Crocodile's expression remained inscrutable. What a detached individual, Blackbeard scoffed, turning away. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air from behind them. It was the cry of ordinary pirates on the fourth level. Unbeknownst to them, the black mist had gradually encroached upon their vicinity, 2 pirates engulfed within it and silenced in an instant. Panic gripped the pirates as they frantically scanned their surroundings. All they could see was the encroaching fog. This is wrong. We must flee. The pirates began to scatter in terror. What a joke. How can we perish here? Having barely escaped? Can you truly escape? Sid shook his head and let out a cold sneer as black mist gathered behind him, resembling countless threads swirling in the air, creating a realm entirely composed of darkness and filaments. Suddenly, a crack echoed through the shadows as some entity twisted the necks of the pirates. The unknown eternally embodies terror. Had it not been for the pervasive black fog surrounding them, they might not have found themselves so helpless. Although the notion of puppet corpses was indeed a novel concept, they had once ruled the seas with unparalleled dominance. No. What do you intend to do? Please, don't pull my trousers. Help. There are monsters in the black mist. A shiver ran through the crowd as they felt a chill in their lower bodies. Uncertain if it was the sound of eggs shattering. As the eyelid of Zeiss twitched, he assured himself that his puppet would never engage in such undignified behavior. Indeed, he guaranteed it. The expressions of the sea warrior Jinbe and Ivankov grew solemn. The concept of observation hockey was not alien to them. Although the black mist obscured their vision, their preliminary assessment revealed that the entities within their perception had already reached triple digits. What exactly were these beings? When had they crept so close? Ha. Blackbeard erupted into laughter, directing his gaze towards Zeiss. Zeiss, I never expected you to possess such a hidden talent. Secretary, you truly never cease to astonish. His eyes then shifted to the ominous black lines filling the sky, pupils narrowing in realization. No. It resembles threads akin to those of a flamingo. How curious. I, who wield the power of the dark fruit, find myself unable to replicate such feats. How on earth have you accomplished this, Mr. Secretary? The glint in Blackbeard's eyes was perilous, his unabashed greed laid bare. Sith embraced the long blade. Tilting his head slightly as 5 or 6 expressionless puppets, drooling from their mouths, shielded him within their ranks. Just as you mentioned to Crocodile, despite encountering certain setbacks, everything remains firmly under my control. However, am I obligated to elucidate every detail to you? The detritus of the sea, the traitors, Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach. Ha ha ha. Blackbeard's fists were enveloped in dark waters. Since you prefer silence, I shall seize it for myself and behold it firsthand. The dark passage, beneath the feet of Sis. A diminutive black hole materialized, effortlessly engulfing the corpses without a trace of disturbance. Chapter 96, On the Road? You dare to confront me with darkness? Whom do you look down upon? Blackbeard. Sith's eyes widened, bloodshot and shadowed, as he gripped the hilt of his blade, striking the sheath heavily against the ground. The resonating clang echoed like a great bell, causing the surrounding darkness to halt and solidify in place. It had been merely over a month since the Bonero Island incident. Blackbeard had yet to ascend to the status of the Sea Emperor, having stolen Whitebeard's power. In terms of overall capability, the disparity between them was far less than outsiders might imagine, especially since Sith had made notable progress. The more personas he embodied, the stronger his power became, granting him an even deeper mastery over the shadows. Regardless of what the merchant had claimed, it was evident to all that he was no ordinary being. This surge in power inflated his ego, and the primal instinct to dominate surged within him, yearning to obliterate Blackbeard. Mastery over darkness meant that any who dared to challenge its throne should be utterly consumed. Gazing up at Blackbeard, Sith's eyes shimmered with a mix of crimson and obsidian. His arrogance and ambition to control all manifesting outwardly, coalescing around his blade. Regardless of how today would conclude, whether soon or later, a resolution between him and Blackbeard was inevitable. The world was too small to accommodate two ominous forces. Advancing into Impel Down, the first layer was the Red Lotus Hell. Where was the main force of the uprising? Magellan clenched his fists tightly, his expression mirroring his foul mood. He had just seen off Fire Fist Ace and the Ghost Spider, only to find that a significant debacle had erupted in his domain. The Straw Hat Brat, Blackbeard, and that big-nosed fellow HMPF, he would crush them, even if it cost him his position as Warden. An anxious guard stepped forward. Warden, the riot is primarily concentrated on the third and fourth layers. Lord Sith has already conducted a sweep, eliminating that red-nosed fiend. The third layer has only minor tasks remaining, with Salutes and Miss Suddy providing support. As for the fourth layer, it is currently the epicenter of the uprising, housing two waves of intruders, including the Straw Hat Brat and Blackbeard. Lord Sith is currently engaged with them. Vice Warden Hannibal has taken the lead, successfully delaying matters, but is gravely injured and undergoing surgery. Magellan nodded, his expression growing increasingly grim. Two waves of intruders appearing during his tenure was an unprecedented disgrace, an unparalleled humiliation for him. Exhaling deeply, he suddenly realized a troubling issue. Turning to the guard with an intense gaze. An hour has not yet passed since Blackbeard entered Impel Down. Why has he acted so swiftly? Warily, Magellan suspected there might be a traitor within his ranks. How could such formidable defenses be breached so easily? The guard hesitated, sensing the weight of the inquiry. You must understand, Warden. The second layer has been cleared by Lord Sith, leaving it unguarded, with the third layer currently suppressing the riot. Blackbeard merely needed to breach the first layer to reach the fourth. Furthermore, a large hole in the second layer allowed him to enter the third directly. Hence the expedited pace. Magellan's eyelids drooped, turning his head away, dismissing the emotional turmoil. What of the fifth and sixth layers? The fifth has been completely breached. Aside from the departing main forces, some skirmishes continue. As for the sixth layer, the guard's expression darkened. The situation is dire, aside from Crocodile and others. Several notorious prisoners are missing, including the legendary Red Earl, Baroque left field. Magellan's pupils constricted. Unlike the inexperienced youth who had just set sail, he had been a part of Impel Down long before the era of great pirates, enduring experiences beyond the imagination of ordinary men. The solitary crimson figure was a legendary entity. This could spell serious trouble. Sighing heavily, he braced himself against the wall, his eyes flickering momentarily before regaining their determination. Left field? Humph. No matter how powerful he once was, he is but an old man now. Times have changed. I am Magellan, the warden at the zenith of my power. In this deep-sea prison of Impel Down, I am the true master. The dragons must bow to me, and the tigers must lie down. How could the glory of decades be tarnished on my watch? Enough. It is manageable. Everything remains under my control. I shall head to the fourth layer. Neither the Straw Hat Brat nor Blackbeard can stir up a storm alone. Domino frowned, not sharing Magellan's blind optimism. Some matters required caution. Warden Magellan, given the gravity of the situation, should we not release Chief Guard Shiryu? Magellan paused, contemplating for a moment before shaking his head. The situation has not escalated to that extent. He is a death row inmate. It is best to keep him confined for now. Besides, Lord Sith is there to hold the line. Domino fell silent, not out of concern for her former lover. Unless he donned women's attire, she felt no affection for Sith. Her fear lay in the potential collapse of Impel Down itself. The current turmoil was unprecedented, a crisis unseen since the prison's establishment. If mishandled, it could alter the world's balance, with no one able to predict its direction. In the sixth layer of Impel Down, the sound of guards' footsteps echoed ominously. Suddenly, a large hand shot out from a cell, seizing one of the guards by the collar. Hey, wait a moment. Shiryu, the chief guard. The guard's gaze faltered, unable to meet the eyes of the man cloaked in darkness. Shiryu was a rare breed, a bloodthirsty lunatic, renowned for his swordsmanship, rivaling even Magellan. With such formidable figures, Impel Down had the audacity to claim itself as an impregnable fortress. Yet, due to his insatiable bloodlust, his role as chief guard had become secondary. He was now primarily a death row inmate. Chapter 97. Shiryu of the Rain, do not be alarmed. I am confined in this infinite hell. As a guard, you should understand its intensity. I cannot escape. Shiryu sighed, his tone lightening the guard's tension slightly. He spoke the truth, under normal circumstances. No one could escape this infinite hell, not even Chief Guard Shiryu. What business do you have with me, Chief Guard Shiryu? The prison guard mustered his courage to address Shiryu. Each of them felt an innate fear towards this chief warden, akin to facing a Sith. In the guard's eyes, Shiryu and the Sith shared a commonality. Both were ruthless killers, treating human life as mere fodder. This profound solitude was so excruciatingly dull that it made one wish for death. I've had enough. Can I just have a chat with you? Shiryu's piercing gaze turned upon him, the remnants of his tiger-like ferocity still palpable, and he was far from death. The guard swallowed hard. You are the chief warden, a figure of authority and strength. Your word is law. My apologies, Chief Warden. This is entirely within regulations, but we... The guard's expression darkened, hesitating. Has someone escaped? A notable figure, perhaps? With a cigar clenched between his teeth, Shiryu's lips curled into a mocking smile. This was hardly the demeanor of a prisoner, but rather that of someone reveling in leisure. Even Crocodile had the decency to wear prison garb, yet Shiryu was dressed as if on vacation. The guard's indecision was glaringly evident to Shiryu. Sir Crocodile, Jinbe, who else? Shiryu emphasized his inquiry. The guard's face grew increasingly frantic, clenching his jaw as if summoning immense courage. I'm sorry, Chief Shiryu, but you're currently on suspension. I cannot disclose that information. Haha. Shiryu, holding his cigar, threw his head back in laughter, patting the guard on the shoulder. It's nothing to worry about. I am the Chief Warden of Impel Down. What ill intentions could I harbor? Chief Warden, I still cannot. Very well, since you refuse to speak, allow me to guess. Shiryu narrowed his eyes. While there were numerous prisoners on the 6th level, few could instill such trepidation in you. Excluding the already executed Fire Fist Ace and the escapees Jinbe and Crocodile. Who could it be? Crescent Moon Hunter? Katarina Devon? The guard's expression remained unchanged. Not her, then. Saint One Wolf? No. His sighs would have caused a far greater uproar. Bacchus Jot? Abelo Pizarro? Or perhaps... Shiryu's voice trailed off, as if he were spinning a tale. Or could it be the legendary Lone Wolf, Baroque S. Redfield? The guard's countenance shifted entirely, his pupils dancing in their sockets. Shiryu had struck true. Yet another legendary pirate had escaped, following the likes of the Flying Pirate and the Golden Lion Shiki. Ha ha ha. With a forced smile. The guard's face turned rigid. Chief Shiryu, please, you jest. That solitary red? The Red Count? He is just an old relic. How could he possibly escape? Is that so? Have I miscalculated? Shiryu feigned deep regret, lowering his head. The guard sighed internally, momentarily relaxing. Suddenly, a hand as hard as wrought iron seized his collar. Bang! With immense force, he slammed against the door, blood trickling from his forehead as Shiryu yanked his hair, a fierce glint in his eyes. You dare deceive me? Do you even remember who I am? I am the Chief Warden of Impel Down, Shiryu of the Rain, and you dare to lie to me? Shiryu's eyes widened as he roared at the guard. The guard trembled, feeling the chill of Shiryu's murderous intent, colder than the northern winds. Chief Shiryu, I truly did not intend to deceive you. It was merely a requirement of the task. The guard's lips turned pale, disregarding the pain radiating from his forehead, nearly driven to tears by Shiryu's intimidation. Thus, the guards despised such capricious and powerful madmen. They never knew when their next words might provoke him. Thud. Shiryu released his grip, allowing the guard to crumple to the ground, his gaze icy. Go to the guardroom and fetch the keys. I must get out. No, no. Chief Shiryu, you are still in. The guard, now terrified, shook his head vehemently. Did you not hear me? Go to the guardroom and bring me the keys. Shiryu's voice grew colder, sending the guard quaking in fear, ready to flee. Come back. Shiryu bellowed, and the guard, glancing around with a mournful expression, maintained a distance of at least 3 meters before reluctantly returning. Chief Shiryu, this is truly impossible. Please don't put me in a difficult position. Humph. Shiryu's expression shifted, morphing into a cold smile as he flicked the ash from his cigar, the chains behind him clanking in the confined space. Do you think Redfield is just anyone? He is a man who could stand shoulder to shoulder with Roger and Whitebeard, and you believe Magellan alone can subdue him? Don't be ridiculous. Without me, this underwater prison is hardly an impregnable fortress. Magellan? Shiryu shook his head. He cannot do it alone. Hurry and release me. If anything happens and impelled down, can you bear the consequences? The guard hesitated, entirely uncertain. Shiryu's words rang true, although Warden Magellan was formidable. This was a legendary pirate. No. The guard's gaze flickered, shaking his head, slapping his own face. What a joke. That is Warden Magellan. It cannot be. Even if Redfield was strong, decades have passed. He is merely an old man with missing teeth and wrinkles, absolutely incapable of defeating the warden. What are you still hesitating for? Shiryu shouted at him. Magellan needs me. He faces not just Redfield, but Blackbeard and the Straw Hat Boy as well. No matter how strong he is, can he withstand so many adversaries? Shiryu's words acted as the last straw for the guard, who swallowed hard. I will go to the guardroom now. With that, the guard hurriedly scrambled towards the guardroom. In the darkness, Shiryu's smile grew increasingly sinister. A sense of accomplishment flooding over him as if a prank had succeeded. What shall I do next? Retrieve my sword? Then open the cell doors and unleash chaos among these miscreants? Marineford? Humph, such a grand spectacle cannot do without me. Shiryu of the Rain. Chapter 98. Van Oka Clang. 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 In the cramped space, the clash of blades and fists echoed. The movements of Shurs and Blackbeard were terrifyingly swift, sparks flying in midair. Boom. The shockwave reverberated as the two separated once more, Shurs hanging upside down from the ceiling, his pupils tinged with madness. At this moment, Shurs could only describe Blackbeard in one word: strong. He truly was formidable. Whether in hockey or physical prowess, Blackbeard was no ordinary opponent. And coupled with the restraint of the dark fruit, it was no wonder he had bested Fire Fist Ace. Such strength. Yet he had willingly remained in the shadows of the Whitebeard pirates for so many years. It was indeed remarkable. But what is this? I shall toil in silence, quietly excel, and then astonish all. Throughout the legendary life of Blackbeard, one cannot help but notice the overwhelming presence of melodrama reminiscent of motivational literature. Such individuals are often colloquially referred to as academic harlots. Bang! Another gunshot resounded, and the suspended figure of Sis could even perceive the menacing black bullet drawing ever closer. Aimed directly at his brow, the core of the projectile was embedded with a tiny sea tower stone, a testament to Van Oka employing methods specifically designed to counteract the abilities of those with devil fruit powers. Shadows danced, with observation hockey locking onto Van Oka. The surrounding darkness seemed to extend black tendrils, ensnaring Sis and propelling him stealthily forward. With his right hand gripping a blade, Sis abruptly materialized beside Van Oka. Van Oka's pupils dilated. How swift. For a long-range sniper, this was utterly lethal. Van Oka, TSK, a man who often spoke of fate. I wonder if you have ever glimpsed the destiny that is uniquely yours? A chilling voice echoed as Sis smirked slightly, his blade imbued with hockey cleaving towards Van Oka's neck. The aura of death was palpable, causing Van Oka to leap in alarm, his face distorting. Even someone as composed as he was affected by the looming threat of mortality. With a swift pivot, he evaded backward, his gun held level. For a true marksman, whether it be in escape or in pursuit of a woman, nothing could compromise the speed and accuracy with which he fired. Bang, bang, bang. He rapidly squeezed the trigger. Even without the sniper's precision, his quick-firing skills were among the finest in the realm. What are you truly contemplating? I, Van Oka, am not the kind of man rendered powerless in close quarters. Van Oka growled, his eyes wide as his observation hockey surged to its zenith. As a sniper, he had never faced such a dire threat. At a mere 2 meters, with no wind to contend with, considering speed and the nature of his abilities. No one could evade his shot at such a short distance. This was a gamble on his pride as a marksman. Humph. With a low grunt, Xisi tightened his grip on the long knife, his speed not merely sustained, but seemingly accelerating in the eyes of onlookers. It appeared that he had absorbed none of the lessons imparted to him. When it came to deflecting bullets, he was indeed a master. The sound of clashing metal echoed. His black blade danced through the air, creating a curtain of steel that resembled a torrential summer rain rather than mere flashes of light. It was beautiful, haunting, and infused with lethal intent. Despite the rapid barrage of bullets, none managed to graze his attire. Months of life-and-death training had etched the art of deflecting bullets into his very DNA. If it were sniping, that would be one thing. But to think that such rapid-fire projectiles could strike him? Who did they underestimate? Then Oka's expression was grim, his jaw clenched tightly, causing blood to seep from his mouth. The sudden metallic tang filled his nostrils, igniting a frenzy within him while simultaneously sharpening his focus. Sith, that scoundrel, what does he regard the sniper as? A mere pawn. Easily expendable? In the dichotomy of life and arrogance, he casually discarded the opportunity to call for aid, even abandoning the prospect of escape. With the rifle resting against his shoulder, a specially crafted C-Tower stone bullet was chambered. Click. The bullet was loaded, and Van Oka inhaled deeply. His expression settling back into calmness in the blink of an eye, his heart sinking into profound stillness. I took the liberty to investigate your name, Wilson Sith. Remember my name, for I am Van Oka, soon to ascend as the world's foremost sniper. With the next shot, our fates will be severed, entirely surrendered to destiny. He was a devout believer in fate, enamored not only with destiny, but equally with the weapon in his grasp. In his eyes, what he released was not merely a bullet, but rather the will of the divine. From the moment he arose that morning, he stood at the crossroads of fate, and his destiny had always been determined by his firearm. How could decades of faith and pride be so casually trampled underfoot? Van Oka closed his eyes, shutting out all distractions, and in that fleeting moment, he relinquished all attempts to lock onto Sith, as he had stated. This shot would be entirely entrusted to fate. Should the deity of destiny not forsake his devotee, should he not abandon Van Oka, then this bullet, even against the divine, he would direct towards you. Opening his eyes. Bang. The smoke erupted, everything so abrupt, without forewarning. The bullet surged forth from the barrel, and Van Oka seemed to perceive a thread unique to fate. A smile creeping upon his lips. My God, you have not abandoned your devotee after all. There is no escape. He cannot evade this shot. Sith's pupils danced erratically within their sockets, and in an instant, he caught the scent of death wafting through the smoke. Bug. It was merely an ordinary C-Tower stone bullet, yet Sith discerned the shadow of Gungnir upon it, the spear of fate, unstoppable by any means. The blood vessels in his neck swelled, black flames igniting his entire being, scales resembling those of a dragon or a legendary demon emerging beneath his skin. Van Oka, are you jesting with me? Is the deity you worship Odin? This world is a realm of atheists. With a roar, Sith's voice reverberated, seemingly halting the world. Time accelerating into a blur. His right hand instinctively wielded his blade, as if he had touched upon some esoteric realm, a sensation he had never before experienced. Who embedded such instinct within him? He could guarantee this was not the sensation of merely deflecting a bullet. An invisible line appeared in his sight. And if he grasped it, what a fate spear. He felt an overwhelming urge to bellow towards the heavens, a dark heart within. My life is mine and not dictated by the heavens. It seemed only this phrase could encapsulate his current sensation. But from whence did this feeling originate? Was it from a merchant? What role was he playing? A former member of the hero squad? A grand mage of light? A master of swordsmanship? Or perhaps a demon misplaced among mortals? Matters are certainly not as simple as he professes. Hence, those who conceal their true intentions and always hold back are most detestable. Chapter 99. My beloved crew? Boom. The long blade, enveloped in black flames, clashed against the bullet. There was neither a violent explosion nor a startling roar. The collision transpired in silence, akin to two exquisite crystal beads. Elegant, clear, and culminating in one party's demise. Crack. A fissure erupted upon the dark bullet, swiftly expanding, reminiscent of summer ice shattering under nature's might into countless fragments. All unfolded in silence and faded away just as quietly. It had only been a few minutes, yet Sith felt more fatigued than after a fierce battle. Nevertheless, he was no longer the man he had been a month prior. This loss of stamina was insufficient to diminish his combat prowess. Raising his head, Sith curled his lips into a high smirk, black flames shimmering in his pupils. Harboring an innate enchantment, dark and searing, yet simultaneously containing a chill, one manifesting outwardly, the other concealed within, captivating the heart. The blood vessels in his neck and limbs bulged, coursing with black blood, resembling oil more than fresh blood, flowing like liquid. A swift gust of wind billowed his cloak, and Sith licked his parched lips, a flicker of mockery crossing his face. "Then Oka, have you had your fill of this? If so, then it is my turn now." The cold opening of the Sith's mouth revealed a somewhat morbid smile. With a swift stroke of his right hand wielding a long blade, he vanished from sight. Van Oka collapsed to the ground, his gaze fixated, unblinking, upon the cluster of bullet fragments that had lost their luster. The strike from Sis not only shattered the bullet fired by Van Oka, but it also dismantled his faith. Now he exists as a mere shell, devoid of spirit. His expressionless face, already pale and bloodless, has grown increasingly feeble, with his lips quivering uncontrollably. Could it be that even a divine attack can be thwarted? His vacant gaze suggests he has surrendered to fate, allowing Sis's blade to descend toward his neck. With a swift slash, the blade tore through flesh, crimson blood surging skyward. Yet regrettably, it was not his own. Humph! Blackbeard wore a grim expression, a low grunt escaping him. The blood gushing forth was indeed his. In that precarious moment, Blackbeard Teach emerged, enveloped in dark, formidable haki, positioning himself protectively in front of Van Oka. He uncorked a bottle with his left hand and took a hearty swig of rum from his belt, exhibiting no pretentious displays of anguish. Seemingly oblivious to the pain inflicted by Sis, which left a gaping wound visible to the bone upon his chest. Grinning, Blackbeard revealed his decayed teeth, and regardless of his injury, his gaze remained ferocious and aggressively determined. "Wilson, Sis, what do you think you're doing? When did I ever permit you to lay a hand on my beloved crew?" With a powerful punch, he unleashed a fierce wind that howled through the air. In terms of masculinity, Blackbeard has never been one to cower. Clang! Sith brandished his blade, unleashing a furious clash of fist and steel in the very spot where he stood. The air trembled, and the ground beneath him cracked. The tremendous force momentarily destabilized Sith, sending him hurtling backward, yet he executed a graceful turn in midair and reattached himself to the vaulted ceiling. Blackbeard, indeed a peculiar creature. With a candy cigarette nestled between his lips, Sith wore a smile, though it lacked the boisterous exuberance exhibited by Blackbeard. His grin was perpetually sinister, a chilling specter amid the clash of foes. "Marshal D. Teach, what just do you believe you are playing at? We are adversaries now. Must Van Oka alone wield his underhanded tactics without my retaliation?" His emotions teetered on the brink, all semblance of composure abandoned, his heart consumed by savagery, impulsiveness, and a thirst for blood. This state of being was far from poetic. It was evidently the influence of a merchant, that avaricious capitalist. For he had once been so refined and gentlemanly. "Ha ha ha, retaliation? Certainly, but have you consulted me about your every action?" Blackbeard's eyes widened, darkness swirling around his hands like a tide, even breaking free from Sith's confinement as he swung another fist toward him. As Xi's pupils constricted and his countenance darkened, he pondered again. Does he truly believe that the dominion of darkness requires no semblance of dignity? With blades in hand, Xi charged forward, channeling all his strength into the weapons. Was it merely a contest of might? With an abundance of enhancements, whom did he have to fear? The air was rent asunder by the clash, the explosive winds dispersing the surrounding black mist. Then Oka remained prostrate on the ground, yet his gaze shifted. No longer fixated on the shattered fragments of bullets, it turned towards the dark-bearded Teach. Tears welled beneath his glasses. A revelation struck him. He, too, was capable of weeping. This marked the first time he witnessed his own tears. "Captain," he bellowed, "Wilson's eyes, what folly are you engaging in?" His deity had never forsaken him, nor had he ever encountered defeat. His divine presence lingered steadfastly by his side. Van Oka's eyes narrowed, and in that moment, his blood surged with renewed vigor. An unprecedented sense of liberation began to awaken within his heart, surging and bubbling forth. He rose to his feet, re-raising his firearm. With bullets loaded and chambered, his movements flowed with effortless grace. His bullets had never been fired for his own sake. Even the most nefarious scoundrels of the seas had their reasons worth fighting for. Boom. The gunpowder propelled the projectile from the barrel as Van Oka fired once more. His hand steady. After all, he was on the verge of becoming the world's foremost marksman. "Wilson's eyes, meet your demise." In the tumult, Xi's visage contorted. His observation haki was not merely for show. As bullets flew, that man grasped his weapon anew. Whether it was the Straw Hat Kid or Blackbeard, these individuals were undeniably irksome, their infectious spirit stirring even his own resolve. It seemed he had misjudged Blackbeard, though shameless, ruthless, and unscrupulous. He undeniably embodied the spirit of a formidable pirate lord. Though he had just shattered Van Oka's will, Blackbeard had somehow reignited his spirit through his own infectious charisma. How vexing indeed. A fierce glint flickered in his eyes. Nevertheless, in terms of willpower, Wilson's eyes would not be outdone. If once was insufficient, he would attempt twice, thrice, or even 4 times. The limits of human strength were ultimately finite. Dragging humanity step by step into despair, was that not the very pastime of pirates? As an elegant poet and gentleman, his eyes merely echoed their actions, analyzing, synthesizing, and bringing them to the stage, infusing it with a touch of beauty. In essence, he remained a master of imitation. Chapter 100, The Fraud Terwoosh. Van Oka's specially crafted sea stone bullet whistled through the air, piercing the black mist. He adjusted his monocle. Rather than overestimating himself, he opted for a more measured approach this time, abandoning the aim at Xise's forehead and instead directing the bullet towards Xise's chest. As a member of the Blackbeard Pirates, he was adept not only at sniping but also at auxiliary assaults. With a forceful advance, Sis swung his blade to deflect Blackbeard's punch, his brow furrowed and expression grave. He regarded this encounter with utmost seriousness. Despite being considered one of the finest marksmen in the world, the intimidation posed by Van Oka had intensified. Such rapid and significant progress within a short span was perplexing. It was only his own integrity that kept him grounded, otherwise, others might perceive him as a villain bestowing blessings, opportunities, and fortune indiscriminately. It was disheartening, indeed, in this abnormal world where everything appeared so unscientific. As he tugged his right hand, darkness clung to him, and instinctively he retreated into the shadows. Ha ha ha. Wilson, sis, where do you think you're going? Come back. Suddenly, Blackbeard's eyes gleamed with menace, his grotesque visage contorted, and an astonishing gravitational pull erupted from his hands. The dark waters surged, shattering the shadows around him, causing Sis to plummet once more from the air. The master of darkness was being overpowered by darkness itself. What absurdity was this? With a cold countenance, Sis laughed bitterly. How many times had this occurred? Did Blackbeard truly believe he was afraid? Kicking off from the air, a thick, dark mist formed a pivot beneath his feet, propelling his body forward. With a thunderous sound, he tore through the air, his physical prowess manifesting in sheer force. His eyes ablaze, veins taut, he angled his body in midair, his blade slicing through bullets as he continued his charge towards Blackbeard. This brutish style of combat, was it truly him? It seemed to have incensed him greatly. Devoid of any poetic finesse, gulping down 2 swigs of rum, Blackbeard felt the fiery liquid sear his insides, his sensitivity to pain well beyond the ordinary. After the burn came numbness, he sought to dull the throbbing pain in his chest. He was Marshal D. Teach, not Fire-Fist Ace. He was not so fragile. He had no weaknesses and would not falter. The throne of Pirate King was destined for him. How could a king's march halt here? Come, Wilson, sis. I've awaited you for so long. This era belongs to me, Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach, enveloping himself in the armor of hockey. Tendrils of liquid darkness coiling around his right hand. His heart raced as blood surged through his veins. He aimed to become the Pirate King, the ruler of darkness. A man of insatiable greed. Sis clicked his tongue, a scornful smile etched across his face, and retorted, Era? Blackbeard, what folly is this? The age of pirates has come to an end. The grand age of pirates will be concluded by my own hand. Wilson, sis. Black flames engulfed him, sizzling the surrounding air, as if he could become a black sun upon the earth if he so desired. With a thunderous explosion, a shock wave erupted, fracturing the air itself. The dark mist hung ominously, the earth rending asunder, while the pirates on the 4th level huddled in fear. The Straw Hat crew halted their frantic escape, their eyes drawn to the spectacle, pupils dilated in shock. What manner of monsters were these? How long had they concealed their true selves, despite their similar ages? Why had these 2 chosen to endure, honing their skills until they emerged as titans? Jinbi and the others instinctively categorized Sis among their generation. Such power was certainly not that of a mere junior. Ha ha ha. In terms of strength, you are still leagues away from me, Blackbeard. With a sudden surge of force, Blackbeard grinned maliciously, pushing Sis' long blade aside, proving that his strength was indeed terrifying. Sif narrowed his eyes, a hint of admiration escaping his lips. Truly, he is deserving of the title Emperor of the Seas in the future. He is not to be underestimated. Yet, it is somewhat regrettable, for his ambitions have never been directed towards Blackbeard. With a slight arch of his brow, a sardonic smile once again graced his lips. a smile that has nearly become his trademark. Relaxing his body, Sith let himself fall backward as the tendrils of shadow slithered over him once more. How formidable you are. A veritable monster among monsters, but can you still shield others from harm at this moment? The echo of his voice lingered in the air, causing Blackbeard's pupils to contract. Wilson Sith, you wretched creature consumed by darkness. Is that how you choose to fight? It has become evident that Sith remains as malevolent as ever. Despite the darkness that revels within him, the essence of humanity remains unchanged. Those who delight in manipulating emotions have always reveled in their own amusement. Should he ever choose to mend his ways, it would only signify that he has yet to select his next victim. Can you guess who that might be? Blackbeard. The voice of Shurs reverberated suddenly, sending a shiver down the spine of every listener, including the Straw Hat crew, who had temporarily distanced themselves from the heart of the battlefield. Not a soul remained unperturbed, as if facing a formidable foe. Their eyes darted restlessly within their sockets. Beads of perspiration began to form on their foreheads, and the wounds on their chests throbbed anew. With a grimace, Blackbeard's grin vanished. His observation haki enveloped the surroundings, granting him a clearer perception than most, owing to his possession of the dark fruit. Suddenly, a shadow shifted behind him, and a long blade lunged forward. I was merely jesting. If an attack were to occur, why shouldn't it be you? Bang! Blackbeard's corpulent form twisted, his fist raised defensively before the blade, causing the air to explode with a thunderous crack, drawing the attention of those around him once more. Thud, thud, thud. As the figure of Sis vanished, Blackbeard's heart raced, and a shadow of foreboding enveloped his mind, an ominous sensation that refused to dissipate. His teeth clenched tightly, nearly shattering under the pressure. If the future of the four emperors were to lose even a single tooth, the man lurking in the shadows would bear full responsibility. Casting his gaze to the north, he noticed that the simpleton, Bosch's, remained rooted in place, seemingly enjoying the spectacle. Wait. No. Blackbeard suddenly grasped the crux of the matter, his eyelids twitching as he began to shout, Bosch's, run. Sis' target is you. What? Bosch's froze, his head tilting in confusion. What was happening? Wasn't Wilson Sis targeting the captain? A tearing sound echoed as muscles were severed, a sharp pain erupted from his back, and he turned abruptly, seeing nothing but the blade's edge. This man's true target was indeed me. Wilson Sis, you deceitful scoundrel. Chapter 101. Gifted? Bosch's eyes widened, his armament haki flaring across his back. But alas, it was too late. Sis' strike had already pierced through his innards. With a splatter, a cloud of crimson erupted from his spine, sending him flying through the air. Strictly speaking, Bosch's was indeed the easiest member to deal with in Blackbeard's crew. While his occasional cleverness might yield significant rewards, his generally thoughtless combat style made him feel far less threatening than others. As for the crew's doctor, the merciless and cunning figure afflicted with tuberculosis, Sis couldn't fathom his strength, nor could he discern the ailments he carried. Should blood splatter? What if he contracted tuberculosis? Those rascals would surely find it amusing. In comparison to those individuals, Bosch's at this moment appeared as a simpleton. It seemed only natural for the wicked to prey upon the honest. He had no intention of deceiving others for a lifetime, merely seeking to toy with death. In contrast to those who would make grand oaths or ensnare others with deceit, he was but a trivial matter. He sought neither the youth of others nor coerced anyone into servitude. He merely desired Bosch's life. Thud! Dust billowed as Bosch's collapsed to the ground, struggling to lift his head, teeth clenched tightly, his gaze fierce. Yet, this could not alter his fate of defeat. He became the first casualty among Blackbeard's crew. His prowess never fully realized before being felled by Sis. With a smirk, Sis' tone was playful, yet his eyes were devoid of warmth. Bosch's, you were the first. How does it feel? With a swift rotation of his right hand, he swung his blade, cutting through the air with a dark arc. Bosch's eyes widened. Fixated on the impending strike, his eyes reddened with blood. I am a champion of combat, Wilson Sis. You treacherous coward who strikes from behind. I curse you to the depths of hell. To hell? Sis tilted his head, his blood-soaked visage bearing a haunting beauty, his smile chilling to the bone. Am I not already in hell? Bang. Creak. Huh? Sis squinted slightly, recognizing Raffet. Raffet licked his gloss lips, drawing a long blade from his cane. Placing it protectively in front of Bosch's, his small shoes sliding back a considerable distance as he exhaled in relief. With a slight upward curl of his lips, he maintained the demeanor of a comedic actor. Phew, that was quite perilous. Though he's a fool, there's no denying that we are now in the same boat. Heh. In the same boat? This unselfish camaraderie of life-saving was hardly characteristic of a pirate crew that had only recently formed. The Blackbeard pirates were indeed a perilous bunch. Sid shook his head, his expression devoid of even the slightest hint of regret. Opportunities, he believed, were abundant for those who sought them. The reins of control rested firmly in his grasp, and with sufficient swiftness, he could indulge in his desires unrestrained. Dark waters. Striding forward, Blackbeard approached, delivering a powerful blow that sent Sith sprawling. With a mocking grin, Sith pressed himself against the dome once more. Bacchus, it seems fortune smiles upon you, allowing you to reclaim a semblance of life. Humph. Bacchus merely grunted in response, his eyes still burning with unyielding hatred. Wilson Sith. Blackbeard Teach narrowed his eyes, his demeanor shrouded in an unsettling silence. Those familiar with him recognized the telltale signs of his anger. Yet, it was futile. This rage was merely impotent fury. The speed of Sis is truly astonishing. Should he deliberately choose to evade, even Blackbeard would find it exceedingly difficult to trace his whereabouts. It is not to suggest that Sis is invulnerable. Rather, he lacks a decisive moment to deliver a fatal blow. In a one-on-one confrontation, Blackbeard would not underestimate him. His formidable observation haki is more than sufficient to sustain a battle against Sis. The martial skills honed through countless encounters with life and death, combined with his armament haki, would enable him to withstand Sis' assaults. In a duel, he possesses a 40% certainty of defeating Sis, with a 70% chance of victory. There are no extraordinary techniques at play. Blackbeard is not a martial artist, relying solely on his innate strength, or rather, his exceptional talent. When he vanquished Fire Fist Ace, the unique abilities of the dark fruit rendered Ace utterly helpless. However, the situation is different now, facing Sis, who possesses a similar type of power. The formidable capabilities of the dark fruit are severely restricted. The competition between the two gradually shifts from abilities and haki to endurance and tenacity. And as for endurance and stamina, these are precisely the qualities he possesses in abundance. Due to his unique physiology, Blackbeard remains unfazed by sleep deprivation. With a resilience that allows him to endure twice as long as the average individual, he is best suited for protracted battles. Fatigue is non-existent. He would methodically erode his opponents while through prolonged conflict, seeking their vulnerabilities and ultimately shattering them. Yet, the challenge lies in the fact that he is not currently engaged in a one-on-one bout with Sis. His allies are a hindrance. This is not to say that his comrades lack strength, be it Bacchus or Lafitte. Each one is a top-notch expert meticulously gathered by Blackbeard from across the seas. However, in comparison to the seasoned former warlords who have braved the trials of the New World, they are somewhat lacking in experience. Yet, it is precisely this marginal difference that can prove to be the chasm between life and death. Not everyone is endowed with the same fortune as the Straw Hat Boy. They require further growth, and he too has ample room to continue evolving. The distinction between pirates who have traversed the New World and those who have not is monumental. After enduring the brutal trials of the New World, he is confident that he can lead the Blackbeard pirates to unprecedented heights. As for the present, they still require a bit more time to mature. Nevertheless, when it comes to life and death, until the very end, no one can predict the outcome. If only provided with a single opportunity, he is confident he could once again drag Sis from the shadows. Regarding this opportunity, he harbors a premonition that it will not be long before it presents itself. Sisyphus leaned against the wall, scrutinized by the Blackbeard pirates, and he, in turn, assessed them, if his strength did not experience a significant leap in the near future. This encounter would likely be the pinnacle of his achievements in the coming years, one man confronting an entire Yonko crew. Although the crew was not at full strength, Blackbeard had yet to take flight, and Shiria had not yet joined, rendering their overall power slightly lacking. Nevertheless, even a makeshift Yonko crew is still a Yonko crew, an accomplishment that even the admirals had failed to overshadow. On the other side, the aftermath of the battle obscured their vision as puppets clashed with pirates, blades gleaming with blood. Jinbei discreetly signaled to Ivankov and Crocodile. They were seasoned veterans. Certain matters need not be explicitly stated often. A mere glance sufficed for them to understand the necessity of retreat. Time was of the essence. Engaging in a head-on clash with these lunatics offered no advantage. They needed to act swiftly and decisively. Tomorrow marks the launch of my work. I humbly seek initial subscriptions, though I do not dare to ask for votes or accolades, as my pride does not extend that far. Regarding this book, I harbor no grand expectations, consider it merely an exercise in writing. Therefore, there is no cause for concern regarding my potential withdrawal due to poor performance. Updates may not come swiftly, akin to the unrealistic daily updates of thousands. While I may be verbose, I assure you that my pace will not be rapid. so I advise readers to approach with caution. As a newcomer, I have always feared that my written expressions might not resonate with readers. I wish to cater to your tastes, yet some matters exceed my capabilities. This is undeniably a limitation of my skill, and as an inexperienced author, I must learn this truth. After a long day of classes, I find myself somewhat disheartened, and I appreciate your understanding. Lastly, I extend my heartfelt thanks to all who have accompanied me thus far. As the pandemic lingers, please take care of your health. Chapter 102. Unremarkable Jinbei dragged the Straw Hat Boy into motion, prompting the surrounding pirates to cease their struggles and follow suit. They were intelligent enough, albeit not clever enough, to devise a solution. Yet it mattered not. Amongst their ranks were those sufficiently wise and powerful to tackle the situation. Their intellect was best utilized by following the actions of the warlords of the sea. Listen closely. Shortly, I will join forces with my comrades, Luffy, Crocodile, and Ivankov, to carve a path through the pile of corpses. Take the opportunity to escape. We must return alive today. With a serious expression, Jinbei addressed the pirates. No one ever complained about having more cannon fodder, not even the chivalrous Jinbei. All right, we heed your commands. The spirits of the pirates surged once more as they raised their weapons. Was it simply a matter of submitting to a leader? It was trivial. Whether facing the likes of the warlords or someone less imposing, as long as they could lead them from the depths of despair, they would gladly follow, offering their loyalty without a second thought. Jinbei nodded, his gaze returning to Ivankov and the others, his demeanor solemn. Is everyone prepared? The Straw Hat Boy stretched his shoulders, remnants of blood still staining his visage, yet his eyes shone with an unusual determination, a rare sight from such a jester. Yes, for Ace, I must escape this place. The Straw Hat Boy exclaimed. Ivankov crossed his arms, eyes sparkling with excitement, a scene that would be lost on the average observer. Crocodile, smoking his cigar, said nothing but nodded coolly. As long as they avoided discussing his defeat at the hands of the Straw Hat Boy, all matters were negotiable. Very well. The Sea Knight Jinbei indeed exuded the aura of an elder brother. With a decisive clench of his jaw, he declared, since there are no objections, let us strike together. Fishman Karate, Shark Brick Fist. Jinbei's voice thundered as he concentrated his strength into his fists, the air around him crackling, the suffocating black mist quaking, and the corpses blocking his path shattered into pieces. However, among the puppets, nearly 1/10 retained their overall structure, their limbs severed by the force of his blow. Yet their vacant eyes flickered with a dangerous spark, hinting at a latent, perilous power. The black mist continued to swirl, apart from Sisyphus. No one noticed the glimmering light within the corpses or the encroaching darkness. All they perceived, or wished to perceive, were the puppets crumbling before Jinbei like fragile clay. Desert Treasure Blade. Deathly Glare. Rubber Rocket. Jinbei's sudden attack served as a signal. In an instant, the Straw Hat Boy, Crocodile, and Ivankov coordinated their assault as if they were longtime allies, charging towards the corridor simultaneously. Alas, my puppet legion was merely a hastily assembled product. No match for the relentless onslaught of these formidable men. One side comprised seasoned warlords and revolutionary leaders alongside the Straw Hat Boy, while the other consisted of the mangled corpses of pirates from the Inferno. With their combined might, victory was a foregone conclusion. Boom. A deafening explosion reverberated as the corridor, once teeming with puppets, was cleared by their united effort. The path is open. Brothers, let us fight. The light of day returned. Charge. The pirates' morale soared, and in the blink of an eye, they filled the stairway. Sis pressed closely against the dome, a slight grimace on his lips. Thus, the Straw Hat Brat proves to be the most troublesome. Tilting his head, he offered a sheepish smile to Blackbeard and his crew. My esteemed guests seem to be a bit unruly. Please excuse me for a moment. I shall return shortly. They pouted, none willing to meet Sis's grin. Once the words left his mouth, darkness enveloped his form. A black mist surged forth, causing the pirate's legs to tremble involuntarily. Where do you intend to go? The voice grew increasingly thunderous, the pirate's pupils dilated, beads of sweat gathering, their expressions turning progressively despondent. That damned fellow is back. Bastard. We are but insignificant pawns. Why do you cling to us so desperately? With so many warlords, is it amusing to fixate on us? With eyes ablaze, the pirates began to roar at the encroaching fog. In their decades of existence, they had never harbored such hatred for a single individual as they did for Sis. They had once thought their most profound loathing was reserved for the navy that captured them, the guards who whipped them, and Magellan, who viewed their lives as mere trifles. Yet now, it seemed a mere drizzle compared to the disdain they felt for the man before them. Go die. Kill him. For Brother Jinbei? No, for myself. Kill him. The prolonged oppression had driven the pirates to the brink of madness, gripping their weapons tightly, more frenzied than ever, to live through death. All they desired was to slay him. Even if they remained imprisoned within this underwater fortress, life would feel like paradise. For the world with him in it was the true hell. TCH, Sith was unaware of when he had transformed into a figure wielding blades in both hands. His pitch-black pupils were flooded with murderous intent. He lifted his gaze, his icy stare aligning perfectly with the silhouettes of the pirates. Excellent. It seems everyone is ignited with fervor. Now, is there anyone willing to venture into hell on my behalf? Whoosh. Sith leaped forward without a moment's hesitation, wielding his long blade with a simplicity that belied the terror it invoked. There was no display of intricate technique, no remarkable speed, nor extraordinary strength, merely an unremarkable slash aimed straight ahead. Yet, it was precisely this ordinariness that sent shivers down the spines of onlookers. Each swing of his blade, each severing of an artery, was starkly evident. Blood splattered across his face, and every pirate surging forward seemed to possess a premonition of their fate. Advancing with their blades drawn, only to be met by the unremarkable man wielding his weapon with chilling nonchalance, drained of life, joining the ranks of the fallen. Ah, life is indeed fragile. What legacy do they leave behind? What is the purpose of existence if it culminates in being slain by such an unremarkable figure? No. I refuse to perish. I yearn to traverse the seas. A nameless pirate shouted amidst the chaos. With a swift motion, the unadorned black blade effortlessly sliced through his carotid artery, sealing his destiny as yet another casualty. Chapter 103. The fraternity of the elder brother casually discarding the last pirate who charged at him, Sith remained unfazed, while the remaining pirates retreated. If survival was an option, who would willingly step forward to meet their demise? In the passageway, they appeared hesitant, almost submissive. Ji-Bei, as a man of honor, how could you incite your comrades to march to their doom? The 7 warlords indeed embody the spirit of piracy, Sith remarked with a cold smile, raising an eyebrow at Ji-Bei. In the recent onslaught, only the pirates of the 4th tier had fallen, not just the Straw Hat Boy, but even Crocodile, Ji-Bei. And Ivankov refrained from intervening. Whether paralyzed by shock or deliberately choosing to eliminate the rabble remained unclear. The atmosphere grew thick with tension. The pirates gazed at Ji-Bei with eyes that no longer held reckless fervor, replaced instead by wariness and suspicion. Why were they, the ones who rushed to their deaths, while the warlords who had summoned them stood idly by? Questions piled up in their minds, a sense of betrayal brewing. Backs pressed together, they felt deceived. It seemed as though the very individuals who had promised them survival had always intended to use them as mere fodder. In the oppressive heat of this inferno, an unsettling chill crept in. Trust was a luxury they could not afford, as if everyone sought to claim their lives. Ji-Bei, why? Why did you not act as promised? So many of us have perished. The voices of the pirates dwindled, for in this hellish battleground, the hope of gaining trust felt like a fool's dream. Ji-Bei's expression remained impassive, a slight furrow forming on his brow as he shot a sidelong glance at Sith. This man was not merely taking lives. He aimed to sow discord among the pirates. Without uttering a word, the years of his elder brotherhood urged him to take action. Failure to do so would lead to the collapse of this hastily assembled alliance. He could not bear to envision a scenario where pirates turned against one another, fighting for their own survival, as it would only diminish their chances of victory. Wilson Sith, there is no need for such a simplistic ruse. I, Ji-Bei, the Sea Knight, require no explanation for my actions. With that, he launched a powerful punch towards Sith. Fishman Karate, the ultimate water sphere. A serious expression adorned his face as a massive water orb manifested in his hand, exquisite yet devastating, akin to a high-pressure water jet capable of shattering stone. In contrast to feeble words, nothing is more convincing than decisive action. Ji-Bei, the Sea Knight, has always stood by the side of pirates, regardless of his inner thoughts. Listen up, everyone. Let us fight. His commanding presence exuded a sense of security as he rallied the others. Rubber machine gun. The Straw Hat Boy surged forward, while Crocodile and Ivankov exchanged glances and nodded in unison, following suit. Desert Saber. Newcomer Demon Fist. The Demon King charged ahead, and his followers, emboldened, surged forth like knights in a valiant charge. Take him down. Kill. The pirates glanced at one another, their expressions a mixture of doubt and regret towards Ji-Bei, yet also relief at having survived a near calamity, igniting a spark of hope within them. The pirates erupted in fervor, rallying behind Ji-Bei. With brother Ji-Bei, let us vanquish that scoundrel. Sis let out a gentle sigh and shrugged, pondering whether he was inadvertently digging his own grave. What was meant to sow discord among the pirates only served to unite them further. Fortunately, he had prepared himself for the onslaught from the very beginning. With a swift turn of his blade, he evaded a water projectile and charged toward the pirates. Notable figures such as Jinbe, Crocodile, Ivankov, and the Straw Hat Boy, Luffy, were formidable opponents. Frankly speaking, I believe the Navy and Enies lobby ought to compensate me handsomely for facing such a multitude. As his words fell, Xisi's blade clashed directly against Jinbe's fist. Boom. The air reverberated with explosive sounds. None of the seasoned warlords were easy adversaries. Crocodile lunged from the side, his lower body swirling with sand, his golden hook aimed directly at Xis. He realized this was akin to the technique of scorch release. Encountering it would inevitably strip away moisture, albeit one utilized steam while the other transformed into sand. Shadows enveloped Xisi's form as he erupted with a speed beyond the senses. Was he fleeing, or perhaps seeking to seize something amidst the chaos? It was a question that lingered, yet the sanguine hue of blood appeared rather festive. Suddenly, a hockey-infused projectile interrupted his thoughts. Facing such an overwhelming number of foes was indeed a daunting challenge. Ha ha ha. Jinbe, do you require assistance? I have a keen interest in this fellow's life. Blackbeard charged forward, not waiting for Jinbe's reply, his right fist striking out as darkness flowed like water in his grasp. The fleeting opportunity for victory seemed tantalizingly within reach. His heart raced with exhilaration. It had been far too long since he had hunted such thrilling prey. When had that last occurred? 2 years ago? 5? 10? Or perhaps when he was 12 and first set sail with Whitebeard? Or at 13, aboard Roger's ship, encountering Shanks and the long-nosed fellow? Those days. His father was indeed powerful. Yet, why had he aged? If only he could witness his father ascend to the throne, symbolizing the pirate king. But the past was irretrievable, just as his father could never return to 27 years ago. The dark fruit? A divine gift bestowed upon him. If his father could no longer claim the title of king, then it would be he, Marshal D. Teach, the ungrateful son of Whitebeard, who would personally strip Roger of that throne. This era would be known as that of Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach. As the shadows shattered, Xis was again revealed by Blackbeard's assault. In an instant, he spun in midair, reversing his grip on the blade to strike directly against Blackbeard's fist. Bang! A tempest of dark mist erupted, scattering debris in its wake. This blow left Xis at a significant disadvantage. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The pivotal point was his struggle against numerous foes. Fishman Karate, 5,000 Brick Fist, Desert Sword, Jinbe and Crocodile launched a pincer attack, and despite his valiant efforts, he ultimately overstepped his bounds. Chapter 104. Shiryu? Blackbeard, get away from me. Sith bellowed, his veins bulging with fury. What a joke. How could he be defeated so easily? Did they truly think he was just a mere boss overwhelmed by the protagonists? The black flames enveloping him surged, momentarily overpowering the dark water surrounding Blackbeard, making him resemble an emperor amidst flames, unwavering even in the face of countless foes. This was a rare moment of seriousness for him. Ha ha ha. Do you still wish to merge with the shadows? It is not that simple. Blackbeard laughed heartily, unleashing his full power as two spheres of darkness clashed and intertwined in the air, yet remained distinctly separate. Such an intensity of attack caused even the former warlords, Jinbe and Crocodile, to feel a shiver of dread, continuously assessing their physical strength and contemplating a path to victory. They ultimately concluded one undeniable truth. Neither of them could withstand this blow, regardless of who it was. However, this realization rendered them incredibly fortunate. They need not engage in a life-or-death struggle one-on-one. With someone taking the brunt of the attack, their task was merely to assist in reaping the rewards. Fishman Karate, 5,000 Tile Punch, Desert King S Blade. The force of the punches and the sharpness of the sand blades made it seem as though Sith was facing his greatest crisis since his debut. The combined assault of 3 seasoned warlords transformed the once formidable foe into a mere reflection of himself. In the midst of life and death, a thunderous roar suddenly echoed through the corridor. Poison Dragon. 3 massive purple dragons descended from the passage, their target clearly Jinbe and Crocodile, while Blackbeard continued to engage Sith in fierce combat. Ha ha ha. Sith laughed heartily, for the first time finding Magellan's voice oddly comforting. With his blood-red eyes fixed on Blackbeard, he declared that the ruler of this hell had finally arrived. What will you do now, Marshal D. Teach? Magellan? Is that truly you? Blackbeard's smile remained unfazed. As a strong man, he had no need for trepidation. What to do? Then please, stay tuned. I will wreak havoc in this underwater prison, rescue my beloved subordinates, and stage a breathtaking performance in Marineford that will shock the world. As for you, Blackbeard's piercing gaze turned toward him. As for you, prepare to witness this spectacular show from the depths of hell. The 2 men simultaneously intensified their power, causing the scorching hell itself to tremble violently. The ground cracked beneath their blows, turning to dust in midair, nearly connecting the 4th and 5th levels, leaving a gaping hole in the ground. On the other side, faced with the incoming purple dragons, Jinbe and Crocodile's expressions shifted dramatically. Unlike the freshly arrived Blackbeard pirates, they were seasoned residents of Impel Down. Returning to their cells felt like coming home. They fully understood Magellan's poison and dared not to be careless. Quickly halting their movements, they prioritized their own survival over Sith's life. Landing on the ground, they swiftly changed tactics, opting for ranged attacks and avoiding close quarters with Magellan. Fishman karate, gunwave, downpour, sandstorm. Columns of water and sand intertwined as the two collaborated to halt Magellan's poisonous dragons midair. Straw Hat Kid, Jinbe, Crocodile, and Ivankov. Have you contemplated how you shall meet your demise? With such a colossal trap, I, in the name of Warden Magellan of Impel Down, hereby pronounce your execution. Magellan's eyes narrowed, a flood of venom erupting from his body, forming a gigantic poisonous giant behind him. Poison giant, Hell's judgment. He has arrived. Magellan is here. Run. The pirates, having mustered their courage, turned into headless flies, fleeing in all directions across the 4th level, which had not yet been breached. Thud. Barely having taken a few steps, one pirate suddenly collapsed, blood gushing from their chest. You obstruct my path, scum. Magellan's gaze shifted, his expression grave. Shiryu? Long time no see, Magellan. With a cigar clenched between his teeth, Shiryu's eyes, hidden beneath his pilot's cap, met Magellan's, holding his long knife with an expression devoid of joy or sorrow. I don't recall issuing an order for your release. Who granted you freedom, Shiryu? Magellan inquired, his eyes filled with caution. Who? Shiryu chuckled coldly. Perhaps it is fate, Magellan, for I seem to have encountered a long-awaited man. As the clash subsided, Blackbeard found himself momentarily separated from Sith, and Shiryu's gaze shifted toward him. It seems you are in a bit of trouble. Need assistance, Captain Marshal D. Teach? Ha ha ha. His life will be mine eventually. Who are you? Blackbeard replied with a sinister grin, narrowing his eyes. Shiryu of the Ring. Former head jailer of this underwater prison, I wish to join your pirate crew with a group of individuals. Do you dare to accept? This meeting felt like the echo of destiny. Shiryu lifted his head, casting a sidelong glance. Blackbeard's deep-set, wild eyes were unwavering. Why not? From the first moment we met, I sensed we could become great partners. Darkness surged within his chest, a premonition telling him that this man could become his right-hand ally. Of course, the most crucial aspect was the powerful strength that instilled in him the confidence to overcome all challenges. Your affirmation is sufficient. Now, let us all emerge. You wretches of the 6th level, the infinite hell. Shiryu spread his arms behind him, and the thick black mist began to stir. He. Then I look forward to working with you, Captain Marshal D. Teach. As his voice faded, shadows began to scatter in the darkness, revealing a massive formation composed of hundreds of prisoners. Except for a few notable figures, nearly all the inmates of the 6th level were present. Unlike the pirates on the 4th level, these prisoners bore a different aura. Sharp, sinister, seemingly unafraid, they were monsters whom even the government wished to erase from existence. Notorious criminals not permitted to be reported on in the papers. They were pirates, serial killers, rapists, and fiends capable of gruesome acts. They were the vilest of the vile. Beings who should not be alive. Compared to the aftermath of mutual slaughter in the 6th level, Blackbeard's acquisition seemed far more thorough this time. It was a full layer of demons, and should they be unleashed, they could very well upheave the seas. Ha ha ha. Do you still stubbornly believe you hold the upper hand? Wilson Sith. Chapter 105, A Grand Scene? He. The surrounding pirates sneered, wielding various weapons, their eyes gleaming with ferocity, resembling beasts more than humans. Do you still remember us, esteemed secretary from Judicial Island? Your fruit ability has left us bloodied. A group of pirates emerged from the thick fog, prisoners from the adjacent cell of Fresh-faced. The memory of Sis piercing their bodies with shadows lingered vividly in his mind. Licking his lips, he gripped the spiked club tightly. It would indeed be a pity to not puncture such a beautiful form with a few holes. The sight of it, drenched in blood, would surely be exquisite. Continuously envisioning the scene of Sis being knocked to the ground by their blows, a smirk involuntarily crept upon his lips. Ha, secretary. The moment of your demise will undoubtedly surpass the beauty of the world's most treasured artworks. TCH. Sis disdainfully curled his lip, casting a deep, emotionless gaze towards Blackbeard. Teach. You cannot possibly be naive enough to believe that you can defeat me with this motley crew, can you? Ha ha ha, a motley crew? Blackbeard's distinct eyes remained unwavering. What do you mean by a motley crew? I see each of them as rare heroes of the sea. It is your arrogance that clouds your judgment, Wilson Sis. Arrogance is your greatest weakness, and one day, it will lead to your demise, perhaps today. With a natural charisma of a leader, Blackbeard effortlessly commanded the attention of the pirates around him. The rapidly expanding power under his command gave him a false sense of having reached the pinnacle of success. As if the hunt might conclude today. Is that so? I recall someone once remarked upon your arrogance as well, with a grasp of his left hand. The dark mist coalesced at his fingertips. Tendrils of blackness shot down from the heavens, entwining around his back, surging into his veins, reminiscent of ants crawling through his bloodstream. He let out a muffled groan, a sensation of overwhelming strain tearing at his mind, and with some difficulty, managed to form a smile. Teach, do you know? I have a puppet friend, a person who is exceptionally ruthless towards himself, carving away piece by piece until he transformed from a normal human into a mere marionette. I admire his skill, yet I am wary of his self-inflicted cruelty. Wilson Sis, what do you truly wish to convey to me? Are you merely stalling for time? Hoping for a rescue? It's futile. The gaze of the entire world is fixed upon Marineford, and the Navy cannot spare anyone to intervene in the affairs of Impel Down. Blackbeard glared fiercely, shouting at Sis. Humph. Sis shook his head slightly, raising his gaze. Within his eyes, there remained no trace of pupils, only a somber darkness, resembling a pool of black sludge that relentlessly sought illumination from its surroundings. I am a nostalgic person. This body has accompanied me for so long that I find it impossible to inflict harm upon myself as he did. Suddenly, his voice faltered, and the dark mist seemed to stir. In an instant, the black fog that enveloped the entire fourth level surged forth, enveloping him and transforming behind him into a pitch-black column of light that pierced through the entirety of the fourth layer. He soared into the sky, malevolent threads spreading across every inch of the searing inferno, resembling black cocoons hanging above like silken shrouds. Upon closer inspection, they appeared to be figures clad in prison garb, emaciated and devoid of any semblance of flesh. Gulp. It was uncertain who first swallowed their saliva, but the air around them instantly turned frigid, beads of sweat crowding their foreheads. Even for those as seasoned as they, such a scene was unprecedented. Blackbeard squinted his eyes, his heart racing erratically, the darkness within him quaking. Thus, I have harnessed the essence of darkness to forge this unique technique, the dark secret art. The black sun ascended, night march of the 100 demons. With a thunderous roar, the puppeteered corpses suspended in the sky emitted a mournful wail. No, it was not a lamentation.